There is, but it's old. Zhang Lili pouted. She wanted to wear new clothes to Huqing and didn't want to wear old ones. This outfit is too long. It makes you look like a weight. Tang Niannian bluntly pointed out the truth, causing Zhang Lili to pout even more and argue, I look pretty good in the mirror. It makes my skin look fair. How do I look like a weight? If you think you look good, then why ask for my opinion? Tang Niannian didn't indulge her and didn't soften her words in front of Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother twitched her mouth. That was quite a sharp tongue. However, she also thought her daughter didn't look good in this outfit, but Zhang Lili was very stubborn and wouldn't listen to her advice. Letting Tang Niannian say a few harsh words was fine. Xiaowei, try on a shorter one. It won't take much time. Zhang's mother suggested. Zhang Lili was just stubborn. She felt something was off when she looked in the mirror, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She only argued because Tang Niannian said she looked like a weight, which she hated being called short. Because she really was short. Zhang Lili ran back to her room and changed into a blue coat that didn't fully cover her backside, and it looked much better than the red coat. Not bad. Shouting really knows how to match outfits. This one looks better than the red one, Zhang's mother praised. Zhang Lili looked at Tang Niannian, hoping for a few compliments. Pretty good.
Tang Niannian not that.
Zhang Lili glared. Can't you say something nicer? Tang Niannian was too lazy to respond and shook her head. Why should she flatter her? You're just going to the provincial city to shop. Why dress up so nicely? Are you going on a blind date? Tang Niannian joked. Zhang Lili's face turned red instantly, and she glanced at Zhang's mother. Acting coy, I'm going to the provincial city. Of course, I need to dress nicely. Don't say silly things. Tang Niannian looked at her and felt that this girl seemed a bit guilty. Zhang's mother's expression changed slightly, and she asked sternly, Xiaowei, you haven't met that Xianyan, have you? No, Mom. Are you annoying? I said not to mention him again, and you keep bringing him up. Zhang Lili's expression changed, and she angrily went back to her room. Zhang's mother smiled awkwardly at Tang Niannian and sighed, feeling frustrated. Tang Niannian remained expressionless, showing no curiosity, which made Zhang's mother feel even more stifled. She was waiting for Tang Niannian to ask, but since she didn't, how could she vent? Shouting, you and Xiaowei are good friends. Please help me talk to her and stop her from being foolish. Zhang's mother couldn't hold back any longer and brought up this troubling matter. Tang Niannian actually didn't want to listen or give advice, but she couldn't silence Zhang's mother, so she passively listened to a love story that sounded foolish. That Xuanyan's father is a landlord. That background can ruin a whole family. Even if Xiaowei marries a beggar, it's better than marrying this landlord. No matter how good-looking or capable Xianyan is, he's not a suitable match. Her dad, and her brother have all said good things, but she just gets resentful. Sigh, this child says she won't have anything to do with Xianyan, but she hasn't really cut ties. Don't think I don't know. Tang Niannian was initially just listening casually, but she could feel Zhang's mother's frustration, which was deeper than the Pacific Ocean. But as she listened, Tang Niannian started to sense something was off. Xianyan, landlord background, knows carpentry, good-looking and capable. These factors combined sounded so much like that trouble from Tang Hongxing. Auntie, what's Xuanyan's full name? Tang Niannian asked. Xian Chunrong, he is quite handsome, but that background is deadly. Zhang's mother sighed repeatedly, saying that nothing in the world is perfect. If Xianyan didn't have that label, even without a job, she would definitely agree to the marriage. Tang Niannian's expression changed. It really was that troublemaker. She didn't even realize that Xianyan was a two-timer. Wait, Tang Niannian frowned. She remembered something she had overlooked. All along, she had been viewing Xianyan and Tang Hongxing through the lens of her past life, but she had never actually seen Xianyan. In her past life, Tang Hongxing had jumped into a river and died, and Xianyan never married. She had unilaterally assumed that Xianyan was being loyal to Tang Hongxing. But what if Xuanyan's lifelong single status had nothing to do with Tang Hongxing? Moreover, Tang Hongxing had even gone to the extreme of jumping into a river, yet Xianyan had never shown up. During major festivals like Qingming, Duanwu, and Mid-Autumn. According to Tang village customs, the man should personally deliver festival gifts. Even if the team leader and his wife disagreed with the marriage, if Xianyan truly liked Tang Hongxing, he would definitely have come to visit. But until now, Xianyan had never appeared. Tang Nianyan couldn't help but slap her forehead. She had been so self-righteous. Now there were two possibilities. First, Xianyan was a scumbag. Second, Tang Hongxing was really foolish. Shouting, "Do you know Xianyan?" Zhang's mother asked. "I've heard of him, but I've never met him. His family isn't far from my village, and his father, the landlord, is quite famous," Tang Nianyan replied. "A big landlord, of course he's famous." Zhang's mother sighed again and urged Tang Nianyan to talk to her daughter more. I definitely can't agree to this marriage. If Xiaowei insists, she will definitely suffer. Mom, I've already said I have nothing to do with him. Why don't you believe me? Zhang Lui stormed out with a dark face, clearly unhappy with her mother. She had clearly listened to her parents and made it clear to Xianyan that she wasn't considering marriage for now. Why couldn't her parents trust her? Was she really such a selfish person that she would put her whole family in danger for her own happiness? All right, I spoke too much. I'm going to cook. Zhang's mother got up in annoyance, preparing to make lunch. I'm going out to eat with Nianyan, Mom. I'm leaving. Zhang Lui pulled Tang Nianyan outside, and Zhang's mother chased after them, carrying a big bag. This is for your uncle. Tell him to hurry up and sort out his personal issues and not become an old bachelor.
Got it.
Zhang Lui took the bag and dragged Tang Nianyan toward the stairs, shouting, "Please keep an eye on Xiaowei. This child rushes around, without thinking." Zhang's mother was very worried and chased them to the stairway, giving them many reminders. It wasn't until the two ran far away that she returned home. Zhang Lui and Tang Nianyan had already exited the family compound. She rubbed her ear and said impatiently, "My mom is so annoying. She can repeat the same thing hundreds of times. She wasn't like this when I was younger. She gets more annoying as she ages."
She's just concerned about you.
Tang Nianyan defended Zhang's mother. Although she didn't like Zhang's mother's snobbishness, she knew that for Zhang Lui, Zhang's mother was a good mom. "I know she cares about me, but sometimes it's just too much. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal." Zhang Lui didn't want to talk about those annoying things anymore and insisted on treating. A young couple walked by. The man was Qianbo, and the girl was delicate and gentle, leaning closely against him, looking very affectionate. Zhang Lui frowned, snorted coldly, and turned her head to brush past the two, without saying a word. "Lui." Qianbo greeted her, but she ignored him, making his expression awkward as he smiled at Tang Nianyan. Tang Nianyan nodded and quickly caught up with Zhang Lui.
Don't pay attention to that bad guy.
Zhang Lui glared fiercely at Qianbo's back. "Did he deceive your feelings?" "Not really. He's just blind and can't see that woman's true nature. I told him, but he said I was jealous of Yang Meili and small-minded." "Ugh. Why would I be jealous of that shameless Yang Meili?" Zhang Lui's voice unknowingly rose, and her eyes were filled with tears, showing that she was genuinely hurt by Qianbo. All the way, Zhang Lui couldn't stop talking about Yang Meili. "She has dirty hands. She stole snacks and money from classmates in school, even from me. In high school, she dated a thug from outside the school. I heard she even slept at his place. Usually, she blushes when talking to boys, but when it comes to sleeping with men, she's more active than anyone else. Anyone at school can tell you this, but Qianbo is blind and says I'm narrow-minded and too jealous. It drives me crazy. It doesn't matter. He'll be the one getting hurt in the end." Tang Nianyan didn't understand why Zhang Lui was so angry. If Yang Meili was really not a good person, she would only hurt Qianbo. Why was she upset? We're friends, after all. I'm just too kind and worried about him getting hurt. Zhang Lui looked frustrated. The worst outcome is just being used for money and affection. Why are you so anxious? Tang Nianyan rolled her eyes. Maybe Yang Meili just wanted to find a reliable guy to support her. Qianbo came from a good family, was a bit slow, and was blind to it all. He was the perfect target. Maybe those two could be happy together. Zhang Lui froze, suddenly frustrated, slapped her forehead, and gritted her teeth. Right. Why am I worrying about this? She realized she was just making herself miserable.
Ugh.
With this newfound clarity, Zhang Lui stopped talking about the two of them. After having lunch at a restaurant, they went to the train station. I'm going to get the train tickets for my aunt. I'll be right back. Zhang Lui ran to the ticket counter to find her aunt. A quarter of an hour later, she returned with a young man beside her. He was fair-skinned and handsome, with a gentle demeanor, looking like a scholar. However, he was tall and carried several large bags, and even through his thick winter coat, you could feel his strong muscles. A scholar's face with a warrior's physique. This type of man was irresistibly attractive to many women. Tang Nian began to understand Tang Hongxing a bit more. Nian, this is my friend Xian Chunrong. Zhang Lui seemed a bit shy, avoiding eye contact. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Xian Chunrong smiled and extended his hand. He wasn't just being polite. He genuinely admired her. In the past 6 months, Tang Village had prospered, and everyone was living well, making it the richest village in the commune. Many girls in his village wanted to marry someone from Tang Village. And all of this was thanks to Tang Nian. I've heard a lot about you too. Tang Nian shook his hand. Xian Chunrong's expression changed slightly as he guessed why she said that. He then explained, I haven't promised Tang Hongxing anything. She approached me in March, but I refused. I haven't spoken to her since, and I returned everything she gave me. Although his background was not ideal, he didn't want to compromise in marriage by marrying someone he didn't like. Tang Hongxing was nice, but she wasn't his type. He had no connection with her, and his refusal left no room for doubt, so he didn't understand why she kept sending him things. Who is Tang Hongxing? Do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Lui's expression darkened, and she questioned him. She's from the neighboring village, and I'm not familiar with her, Xian Chunrong hurriedly explained. He liked Zhang Lui, but knew he wasn't worthy of her. However, he overestimated himself. He always tried to keep his distance from the girl he liked, but every time he saw her, he couldn't help wanting to get closer. He even fantasized that maybe one day his background would be cleared, and he could be with Zhang Lui. But he didn't know how long that would take. Even if he could wait, Zhang Lui might not. Tang Nian said coldly, Your business with Tang Hongxing has nothing to do with me, so you don't need to explain. She didn't want to get involved in their relationship issues. I was presumptuous. Xian Chunrong smiled. When Tang Nian mentioned hearing about him, he thought she was reminding him about Tang Hongxing and wanted to clarify, but he realized he was overthinking it. Tang Nian was someone who dealt with significant matters and wouldn't concern herself with trivial issues. Let's go inside. The train leaves in half an hour. Zhang Lui had 3 tickets, and it was clear that Xian Chunrong was also going to the provincial city. I asked my uncle to find a job for Chunrong that will last until the end of the year. Zhang Lui explained first. You don't need to tell me about your matters. Handle it yourselves. Tang Nian didn't want to hear it. She wasn't Zhang Lui's mother. Zhang Lui smiled and said, I was just afraid you'd report me to my mom. Tang Nian rolled her eyes at her. The 3 of them got on the train and found their seats. The train ride from Zhucheng to the provincial city took 2 hours. Tang Nian wasn't used to it. She was used to the high-speed train that took only 17 or 18 minutes. This train was too slow. Zhang Lui and Xian Chunrong sat together, chatting, mostly with her talking and him listening. Tang Nian observed coldly. Xian Chunrong seemed to genuinely love Zhang Lui. She could feel the deep affection in his eyes from afar. But if Xian Chunrong liked Zhang Lui, why didn't he marry her in the past? Tang Nian didn't want to think about it anymore and leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. My uncle has rented a place for you and contacted several clients who are getting married next year and need furniture. If you get too busy, ask your friends for help. Don't try to do it all alone. Your health is important. Zhang Lui fussed over him like a devoted wife, giving him plenty of advice, while Xian Chunrong listened quietly, nodding occasionally. Tang Nian scoffed. Without even a hint of romance, she was already worrying about a man. Zhang Lili was just too comfortable in her life, seeking out troubles for herself, or perhaps she wanted to find a sense of fulfillment in sacrificing for someone like Xian Chunrong. In modern terms, Xian Chunrong was a phoenix man, and Zhang Lili was a rich beauty. Their relationship was a gamble on Xian Chunrong's integrity. If she were Zhang's mother, she wouldn't agree to this marriage. Given the Zhang family status, Zhang Lili couldn't marry someone too inferior. This man might not be as capable as Xian Chunrong, nor would he be a wealthy man, but after marrying him, Zhang Lili would likely have a smooth and happy life. Marrying Xian Chunrong, however, who knows what the outcome would be? Just focus on your work. When I have time, I'll visit you in the provincial city. Anyway, I'm not looking for a partner right now. I'll wait for you. Zhang Lui's voice grew softer, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Xian Chunrong was so moved that he couldn't help but hold her hand, wanting to confess his feelings. Ahem. Tang Niannian cleared her throat loudly, interrupting the couple. Zhang Lui suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing that the other passengers were watching them. She quickly pulled her hand away and stared out the window, trying to hide her embarrassment. Xian Chunrong, unfazed, remained calm as if nothing had happened. When they arrived in the provincial city, they got off the bus and headed to the TV station to find Zhang Lui's uncle. The three of them took a tricycle with their luggage to the TV station, which looked quite simple. After registering at the gate, they finally met Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang looked to be about the same age as Xian Chunrong, but he appeared even younger, with a baby face that made him seem less mature. Mom asked me to give you this and told you to hurry up and sort out your personal life. Don't become an old bachelor. Zhang Lili relayed her mother's message. I know, your mom just loves to worry. Uncle Zhang sighed, feeling overwhelmed. He wasn't even thinking about marriage. He hadn't achieved anything in his career yet. He looked at Xian Chunrong with a scrutinizing gaze. Xian Chunrong sat up straight, feeling nervous under his scrutiny. Let's go. First, I'll help you settle in, and then I'll give you the addresses of a few clients. You can go meet them yourself. This was Uncle Zhang's first time meeting Xian Chunrong, the man his niece praised so highly. After seeing him, he understood why she was so taken. He was indeed impressive. Unlike Zhang's mother, Uncle Zhang, as a journalist, had a sharper sense of the current situation. He knew things were bound to change in the next couple of years. So, he supported his niece being with Xian Chunrong, believing that social class distinctions would eventually fade. There was no way society would still hold onto such biases. Thank you, Uncle. Xian Chunrong sighed in relief, feeling Uncle Zhang's goodwill and gaining more confidence for the future. I'm only doing this because of Lui. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Uncle Zhang smiled and went back to his office to inform his colleagues before heading out. Xiao Zhang, hurry. We have an urgent interview. Just as they were about to leave, a man rushed over and called out to Uncle Zhang. There's a fire in a residential building on Lulin Road. It's urgent. We need to get ready.
Got it.
Uncle Zhang suddenly transformed, like a sword drawn from its sheath, filled with determination. Xiaowei, you all stay here and rest. I need to go to work, he said as he ran off, quickly disappearing from sight. Moments later, several people rushed out, carrying cameras and microphones, as if heading into battle. Uncle, be careful. Zhang Lili called after him, but Uncle Zhang just smiled back and continued on his way. The lobby had tables and chairs for guests to rest. Tang Niannian sat down and picked up a newspaper. After reading a few lines, a memory from her past life suddenly flashed in her mind. In her previous life, she often traveled to Haicheng for work. Once, she heard a local worker gossip about a past incident, mentioning that Lulin Road was haunted because of a major accident in the 1970s. For some unknown reason, a fire broke out, completely destroying an old residential building and killing over 20 people, including firefighters and journalists who were there to cover the story. That day, a sudden wind picked up, and with many wooden structures in the building, the fire spread rapidly. What started as a small fire turned into a massive blaze, requiring all the fire trucks in the city to extinguish it. But by then, both people and buildings had been reduced to ashes, including the firefighters and journalists who initially responded. What did you say was on fire? Tang Nianyan asked to confirm. Lulin Road. Xian Chuanrong replied. Tang Nianyan suddenly jumped up, startling both him and Zhang Lui, who wondered what she was planning. Call the fire department and tell them a strong wind will hit in 10 minutes. They need to send more fire trucks to Lulin Road. Tang Nianyan ran off. She remembered the local saying that since the fire was initially small, only one fire truck was sent. It was almost out when the wind picked up, reigniting the flames, and someone had likely stored flammable materials nearby, causing a huge fire. One fire truck wouldn't be enough. I'll call. Zhang Lui said without hesitation, rushing to make the call, trusting Tang Nianyan's words. Tang Nianyan dashed outside. She needed to get to the fire scene. Uncle Zhang was crucial, and he couldn't die now. The firefighters couldn't die either. She had a strong appreciation for firefighters, soldiers, and police officers. She had to help them. I'll go with you. Xian Chuanrong followed her without question. Tang Nianyan had no reason to lie about something so serious. Even if it turned out to be false, going was still necessary. He preferred it to be real. You and Lily call. No matter what, get them to send fire trucks, lots of them. Otherwise, many people will die. After saying this, Tang Nianyan dashed into the street, causing screeching brakes and angry shouts from drivers. Are you trying to die jumping into the chanting river? Don't drag me down with you. Frustrated, the driver saw the young, beautiful Tang Nianyan and swallowed his curse. It was better not to insult someone who seemed a bit off. Let me borrow your car. Tang Nianyan strode over, opened the car door, and pulled the driver out. What the? This is my car. Are you a thief? Give it back. I need to pick up my boss. The driver, now frantic, tried to reclaim his car, but Tang Nianyan pushed him aside, got in, and drove off skillfully. Is anyone going to stop this? Is it legal to steal a car in broad daylight? As he shouted, the driver started to cry. He was supposed to pick up a boss at the train station, and now a thief had taken his car. His job was likely ruined. What had he done to deserve this? Xian Chuanrong stood there, mouth agape, stunned for a moment before muttering, "She's crazy." Chuanrong, they don't believe me and say I'm making a false fire alarm and will arrest me. Zhang Lui rushed out, nearly in tears, worried for her uncle's safety. I'll make the call. Xian Chuanrong gritted his teeth, thinking of a risky plan. He was betting that Tang Nianyan was right. Xian Chuanrong pulled Zhang Lui to a public phone booth and called the fire department. His voice turned eerie. I want to destroy this world. I've spilled a lot of diesel on Green Forest Road. In 10 minutes, I will set it on fire. Let's see who is faster, you or me, ha ha ha. After a few maniacal laughs, Xian Chuanrong hung up the phone and dragged Zhang Lui away, leaving the shocked booth lady behind. The lady finally reacted and shouted, "This is serious. Someone is going to burn Green Forest Road. That madman is going to burn it." After calling out a few times, she regained her composure and quickly dialed the police. "Comrades, a madman has spilled a lot of gasoline on Green Forest Road," he said in 10 minutes. "No, only 8 minutes left. He will set it on fire. You must hurry and catch him. He ran off with a crazy woman." The police and fire department became tense. Regardless of whether the call was real or not, they had to take it seriously. If it was true, they couldn't ignore the safety of the public. 3 minutes later, fire trucks from all over the city rushed to Green Forest Road. Police cars also sped out, their sirens blaring, causing panic among pedestrians who had no idea what was happening. With both fire trucks and police cars, something serious was definitely going on. Hearing the sirens, Xian Chuanrong sighed in relief. His plan was working. Now it was a gamble to see if Tang Nianyan was right. Even if she wasn't, he could just go to jail. After all, he was a landlord and didn't mind adding a label of a labor reform criminal. You're crazy. What if it's a false alarm? You'll end up in jail. Zhang Lui was very angry, worried that Xian Chuanrong would get into trouble. This was no joke. It's fine. Tang Nianyan wouldn't lie to us. Xian Chuanrong reassured her, trusting his instinct that Tang Nian was right. You're really insane. Zhang Lui glared at him, clasped her hands together, and prayed that Tang Nian wouldn't be wrong. Tang Nian had already arrived at Green Forest Road, where 2 rows of old wooden residential buildings stood. The fire was almost out, but thick smoke was still billowing, and the firefighters were slowing down their efforts. Zhang's uncle was interviewing the residents at the scene. Everyone seemed relaxed, thinking the fire was over. Don't pack up. The fire isn't completely out yet, and the wind is picking up. Tang Nian rushed over to stop the firefighters from rolling up the hoses. There were still embers on the roof, and if the wind picked up, the fire would spread again. They needed to pour more water to completely extinguish it. There's no wind, miss. Don't make things up. A firefighter, looking serious, thought Tang Nian was causing trouble. Tang Nian didn't bother arguing. She grabbed the hose, pushed him aside, turned on the water, and sprayed it at the building. By now, many residents were approaching, wanting to check the situation. Some had even entered the building, which explained why so many people had died in the past. Everyone get out. It's dangerous inside. Tang Nian shouted while spraying water. The cold water soaked everyone, making them shiver. What's wrong with you? Tang Nian didn't bother arguing. She grabbed the hose, pushed him aside, turned on the water, and sprayed it at the building. By now, many residents were approaching, wanting to check the situation. Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The smoke-filled building erupted into flames again, shooting up several meters high, with the wind's help. In an instant, the fierce fire engulfed the entire building, even fiercer than before. The wind grew stronger, and the flames quickly spread to the neighboring building, where many people still lived and hadn't come out. Screams and cries of children filled the air, creating chaos. The firefighters reacted quickly, realizing they had wrongly accused Tang Nian. They immediately began to fight the fire, but with only one fire truck against the raging flames, it was like a drop in the bucket. My child is upstairs. Save my child. A woman's voice cried out. She lived in the neighboring building and had gone downstairs to collect laundry. In just a short time, the fire had reached her home, and her child was only 1 year old. My mother is still at home. She's paralyzed. My child is also at home. What do we do? Oh my God. The residents of the neighboring building screamed in terror. When the fire started, they had come out to see what was happening, never imagining it would reach their own homes. Now the fire was so fierce that no one could go back in. A few young firefighters prepared to rush into the flames to save people. Zhang's uncle, forgetting about the interview, also wanted to go in and help. Everyone, get back. Tang Nian pulled people out one by one. Those who went in would only die. The people who had sacrificed themselves in the past must have been just like them. They were all in their 20s. It was a tragedy. Miss, don't stop me. If we delay, the child will be in danger. A firefighter shouted anxiously, but his tone was much more polite now. They had wrongly accused her before. I'm going to save them. Tang Nian's expression was cold. She was confident she could rescue them. No, you can't. Before the firefighter could finish, Tang Nian dashed forward, snatching their fireproof gear and rushing into the flames.
Get out, miss.
It's dangerous. The firefighters shouted in panic. This was no joke. Lives were at stake. And such a beautiful girl. It would be a shame if she died. But Tang Nian had already disappeared, leaving only the raging fire and thick smoke. At that moment, Zhang's uncle recognized her and anxiously slapped his thigh. What do we do now? A few more firefighters rushed in. If she was that brave, they couldn't just stand by. Xian Chuanrong and Zhang Lui arrived just as Zhang's uncle was about to rush in to save people, but Xian Chuanrong held him back. I'm going. Xian Chuanrong wrapped himself in a soaked blanket. He was faster and stronger than Zhang's uncle, and if there was danger, his chances of escaping were better. Chuanrong, Zhang Lui called out, her face filled with worry. She didn't want her uncle to go, nor did she want Xian Chuanrong to go. She would be worried about both. Wait for me to come back, okay? Xian Chunrong smiled, his eyes full of affection. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhang Lui nodded with tears in her eyes. No matter how difficult it was, she would wait. Xian Chunrong smiled brightly and bravely rushed into the fire. Inside the fire, Tang Nian first ran to the second floor, to a room by the hallway where she heard a weak voice from an elderly woman. She kicked the door open and saw an old woman with white hair struggling on the bed. The elderly woman pointed desperately to the next room. Save.
Save the child.
Mommy. A child's cry came from the next room, and Tang Nian decisively went next door. Stop crying. Tang Nian picked up the wailing child. The child was so scared that they stopped crying and shrank into her arms, sniffling. Tang Nian smiled in satisfaction and moved to the window, but the flames pushed her back. She had to retreat and ran to the hallway, shouting outside, "Catch her!" The crowd downstairs reacted quickly. Upon hearing Tang Nian's voice, they quickly formed a circle. Just as they finished, a child was thrown out, landing perfectly in their circle.
Got it.
The child landed safely on the adult's arms, and upon seeing her mother, she started to cry again. Don't cry, my dear. Mommy is here. The mother hugged her child tightly, overwhelmed with joy. The crowd went to find blankets, waiting for the next child.
Catch.
Another shout rang out, and everyone perked up as a 3- or 4-year-old child was thrown out and caught safely. There were 3 floors in total. Tang Nian ran up and down, rescuing 5 children. The firefighters and Xian Chunrong also saved a few, but when Tang Nian rushed to the paralyzed old lady, she had already lost her breath. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived, and several water jets shot toward the fire, finally extinguishing it. The scene was chaotic. 2 old 3-story buildings were nearly burned down, with crumbling walls and thick black smoke everywhere, a sight of devastation. Tang Nian, Xian Chunrong, and the firefighters were all in disarray, their hair and eyebrows singed, and their faces covered in soot. Especially Tang Nian, her once shiny black hair was now burnt and uneven, resembling a dog's chew toy, still smoking and smelling of burnt protein. But she didn't notice, as her face was burned and stung painfully. The scene was noisy, with the son of the paralyzed old lady angrily shouting at the firefighters, demanding to know why they didn't save his mother. Why didn't you save my mother? She has suffered so much and hasn't enjoyed life yet. She burned to death, and aren't you firefighters supposed to serve the people? Why didn't you save her? Give me back my mother. Oh, my mother, you died so tragically. I am an unfilial son. You didn't even leave a complete corpse. My dear mother, your life was so hard. The man, like a performer, sat on the ground, beating his chest and wailing, blaming the firefighters for not doing their duty and claiming they killed his poor mother. I'm sorry. The firefighters felt guilty. The joy of saving others was overshadowed by their regret for not saving the old lady. They had let down the trust of the people. It's your fault. You killed my mother. You owe me her life. The man became even more aggressive, jumping up and grabbing a young firefighter's shirt, ready to hit him. The young firefighter stood still, closing his eyes and bracing for the blow. Tang Nian's expression darkened as she rushed over, grabbing the young firefighter by the collar and pulling him aside, glaring at him and scolding, "Can't you dodge?" After scolding the foolish firefighter, Tang Nian pushed the arrogant, filial son away with little effort, causing him to fall to the ground. If you're so filial, why didn't you save your mother? You can criticize others but can't save anyone? Putting out fires is the firefighter's job. They serve the people. What is your relationship with him? Why are you defending him? The man was very self-righteous, pointing at the young firefighter with a suggestive tone, almost implying that Tang Nian had an improper relationship with him. The young firefighter frowned, wanting to defend Tang Nian. He could handle some blame, but he couldn't let an innocent girl be dragged into this. Besides, she had just saved so many people. She was a good person. The onlookers were also furious, especially the relatives of the rescued children, who gathered around, ready to teach this filial son a lesson. But Tang Nian was quicker, her cold voice cutting through the noise as she scolded. Your mother is unfortunate for giving birth to such an ungrateful son like you. While your mother lies paralyzed, you are out here living it up. When the fire broke out, you watched her burn without lifting a finger, cold-hearted and indifferent. How dare you blame the firefighters? The firefighter's job is to put out fires, not to save your mother. If your eyesight is poor, open your eyes and see who saved so many people. You were outside making noise while the firefighters risked their lives. They didn't get any praise, and now have to endure your slander. Are you even human? Do you have any conscience left? How can you still stand here and breathe? Tang Nian unleashed a barrage of scolding without pausing for breath. She had no morals to speak of. No one could use morality to control her, nor could they stand on a high ground to criticize her. Firefighters were not obligated to save anyone. Their lives were precious too. In this major fire, only the old lady had died, while all the children in the building were saved. Of course, all lives are valuable, but to Tang Nian, she believed that the lives of children were more precious. Even if she had to do it all over again, she would still choose to save the children, unless that old lady was someone dear to her. Tang Nian scolded the man thoroughly, her words sharp and powerful, leaving him without a chance to retort. The man, his face pale with anger, finally muttered anyway, "You all killed my mother. She could have been saved, and you owe me for my loss." The surrounding angry crowd was infuriated by the man's shamelessness, each one stepping forward to scold him. "He you should be called lack of virtue. Now you realize your mother had it tough? Where was your filial piety when she was alive? Granny he often didn't even have hot water to drink. If it weren't for our neighbors helping her, she would have starved or died of thirst long ago. He is a heartless scoundrel. Granny he couldn't even get a warm meal, and no one cared for her. Her backside and back were rotting. It was the street officials who had to step in and order lack of virtue and his wife to clean her up once a month, or they wouldn't be allowed to live here. You may not know, but this house belonged to Granny He lack of virtue promised to take care of her, and only then did the other siblings agree to let them move in. But once they moved in, they didn't care for her at all. What a heartless act. Granny he suffered while alive, and now her death is a relief. How dare he lack of virtue blame the firefighters? Doesn't he fear retribution? The crowd, all residents of the building, knew Hyun's situation well and were fully aware of his character. One by one, they exposed his shameful deeds, leaving him with nothing to hide. Filled with shame and anger, Hyun shouted, "What does my family's business have to do with you? Are you just bored? My mother is doing fine and you know nothing. Hyun, just wait. Tonight, Granny he will come to find you. Ask your mother if she is really doing well." Suddenly, someone said this, and right after, a cold wind blew, sending chills down everyone's spines and dropping the temperature several degrees. While others were okay, he had reacted the most, shivering and instinctively looking at his mother, lying on the ground. Granny he had died from smoke inhalation, her face covered in soot, her eyes wide open. He had even thought he saw her eyes blink, as if she was staring at him. "Mom, I didn't cause this. Don't come after me." He had screamed in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat in the middle of winter. But he quickly calmed down, realizing his mother was dead. It was just an illusion. "I'm not arguing with you. My mother can't have died for nothing. You have to pay." He had wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stated his purpose. He was actually pleased that his mother was gone. He finally didn't have to care for her anymore. The house would be his, and he could live freely without her. If he could get some money from her death, that would be even better. He insisted on compensation, since only his mother had died in the building. "The police are here. They should arrest this scoundrel who falsely accused the firefighters and mistreated his own mother." Someone spotted the police car and shouted, exciting the crowd to demand that the police take Hyun away. "Why should I be arrested? My mother was killed by them. I'm the victim's family." He had panicked, yelling, but the crowd drowned him out and the police couldn't hear him. They weren't there for him anyway. A woman with a phone walked ahead, scanning the area and finally focused on the soot-covered Zuin Chunrong. She squinted for a long time, murmuring, "Doesn't look like."
Kind of looks like.
Yes, that's him. She was sure because she saw Zhang Lui next to Zuin Chunrong. "Police, it's him. This madman called me and said he was going to set fire on Green Forest Road." "Oh no, did he succeed?" The woman pointed at Zuin Chunrong, and upon seeing the charred scene, her face turned pale. The crowd was confused. What was happening? Zhang Lui anxiously called out, "Police. He didn't start the fire. We called to report it, but they didn't believe us and thought we were joking. That's why my boyfriend made that call. He really didn't start the fire." Zuin Chunrong softly reassured her, "It's okay, the police will figure it out. Don't be afraid." He wasn't worried at all. In fact, he was quite happy. After all, he was a hero for putting out the fire. Surely, he would get a banner for that, right? Zuin Chunrong didn't deny his selfish motives. He wasn't that selfless. Whether it was making a threatening call or rushing into the fire, he had his own reasons. He hoped the honor of saving lives would make his future a little easier. There was a precedent. A young man from the neighboring commune, who was a landlord's son, had saved property from a fire and was injured. After he recovered, he was recommended to a workers' university and became a proud student. Zuin Chunrong didn't expect to go to university, especially since the recommendation system had been cancelled. He just wanted to live a better life in the village, not be targeted, and be with the girl he liked. He even dreamed of getting a temporary job at a state-owned factory. He would work hard and make sure Zhang Lui never had to suffer. Zuin Chunrong approached the police calmly and explained what had happened, even suggesting they check with the fire department about the call. But the fire department had initially refused to believe it. "Yes, we did receive a call about a fire on Green Forest Road, saying there would be a big fire in 10 minutes and to send all fire trucks." The operator thought it was a prank and scolded him. The fire department confirmed Zuin Chunrong's account and even shook his hand, saying, "Comrade, we're sorry. We were too subjective and almost caused a disaster. You did a great job. It wasn't my credit, it was Comrade Tang Nian who told me to call. She noticed the wind was picking up and that the fire would spread to the neighboring building. She told us to call while she went to save people. All the credit goes to her." Zuin Chunrong didn't take the credit for himself. Although he had selfish motives, he wasn't a thief. He believed in giving credit where it was due. There was no need to lie about it. That's right. It was all Nian who figured it out. "We were at the TV station when my uncle went to cover the fire. Nian looked at the sky and said the wind would pick up, then told us to call while she went to save people." Zhang Lui added, providing more details. She pointed at Zuin Chunrong, saying, "My boyfriend was very brave. He rushed into the fire and saved 2 people, almost losing his life." With Zhang Lui's tears and swollen eyes, no one doubted her words. "Police, this young man is definitely not a bad person. He rushed into the fire to save people. How could such a good person be a criminal?" It was because that building caught fire. It was almost put out, but suddenly a strong wind came, and the fire flared up again. If it weren't for the firefighters and these brave comrades, we would have been in trouble. A woman with singed hair and eyebrows wrapped in a blanket approached, gesturing as she spoke, vividly describing the scene. Afterward, she bowed to the firefighters, Zuin Chunrong, Tang Nian, and Zhang Lui's uncle, repeatedly thanking them. Other parents of the rescued children also came over with their kids, wanting to bow in gratitude, but they were stopped. With everyone's testimonies, Zuin Chunrong's suspicion was quickly cleared. However, the police still had a question for Tang Nian. "How did you know the wind would pick up?" The Weather Bureau reported it would be clear today with no wind. When has the Weather Bureau ever been accurate? Tang Nian replied bluntly, showing no respect for the Weather Bureau. The crowd nodded in agreement, saying, "A few days ago, they said it would rain, but the sun was shining. Another time, they said it would be sunny, and I had my blankets out to dry, only for them to get soaked. You're just not thinking straight. Learn from me. When the Weather Bureau says it will rain, I dry my blankets, When they say it will be sunny, I definitely don't dry them. Just do the opposite. That's a good idea. From now on, I'll do the opposite of what the Weather Bureau says. Everyone chimed in, lightening the mood. The police were not satisfied with Tang Nianyan's answer. Although the Weather Bureau was often wrong, it didn't necessarily relate to predicting strong winds. Tang Nianyan knew her answer lacked strong evidence, so she said, "Tomorrow it will hail." The police officer instinctively looked up at the sky. The wind had stopped, the sun was still shining, and the temperature was not too low. Logically, tomorrow should be another sunny day. The Meteorological Bureau didn't say anything about hail. On the contrary, if they didn't say there would be hail, it means there will be. The voices of the crowd grew louder. They had an inexplicable trust in Tang Nianyan, without a hint of doubt. The police officer was half convinced and decided to wait until tomorrow to see. If it really hailed, it would prove that this beautiful girl could predict the weather, leaving no room for suspicion. If it doesn't hail tomorrow, we still need to ask Comrade Tang to cooperate with our work. The police officer was very polite. They knew that Tang Nianyan was probably not a bad person, but everything about this situation seemed suspicious. If she could prove her ability to predict the weather, all doubts would be cleared. Remember to bring an umbrella to work tomorrow. Tang Nianyan showed a mysterious smile and kindly reminded them. She was completely confident that it would definitely hail tomorrow. To be precise, during the morning work hours, hail would fall for nearly an hour, catching many people unprepared and hitting them on the head and face. Although hail in the south is not large, it can still be the size of a soybean and hurt when it hits the face. She knew this so clearly because she heard from a local on Green Forest Road that the day after the fire, a sudden hailstorm occurred, just as unexpectedly as the strong wind. They say it's because the king of hell is collecting souls, which is why it's so eerie. That local said so. It was said that the 20-some people who died in the fire had reached the end of their lives, which is why the strong wind suddenly came and burned them. The hail was seen as heaven's tears for the unfortunate. The police and firefighters left. "We will report your heroic deeds to the leaders." Before leaving, both the police and firefighters stated they would inform their superiors about Tang Nianyan and her friend's bravery. The street officials on Green Forest Road also promised to report to higher authorities. The television station was on site, gathering first-hand information. That evening, the provincial news broadcast reported on the heroic deeds of Tang Nianyan and her friends saving the fire. Moreover, the segment was quite lengthy with clear footage, including close-ups of Tang Nianyan, Xian Chuanrong, and the brave firefighters. That night, after Tang Nianyan and her friends went to the hospital for treatment, they were arranged to rest in a hotel. Even the provincial leaders heard about their heroic deeds and sent officials to express their gratitude. Xian Chuanrong and Zhang Lili were deeply moved. "If I encounter the same situation again, I would still choose to save people." Xian Chuanrong said this to the provincial leaders, with reporters present. Tang Nianyan, however, was not in the mood for an interview. She was mourning her lost hair and eyebrows. When she returned to the hotel to take a shower, she realized that her once beautiful, shiny hair was completely burned off, leaving her with hair worse than dry grass. The burns on her face were not a big deal. They would heal in a few days. But hair doesn't grow back in just a day or two. With the new year approaching, would she have to celebrate with a head full of yellow hair? Heartbroken, Tang Nianyan glared at her reflection in the mirror. Listening to Xian Chuanrong's passionate and righteous responses outside, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "If there's a next time, I wouldn't go even for 1,000,000. The more she looked at her singed hair in the mirror, the more displeased she became. In a fit of anger, she grabbed scissors and cut off the burnt hair. Her skills were lacking, and she ended up with a messy haircut that looked worse than if a dog had chewed it. She was relying on her looks to hold up, otherwise, she wouldn't want to be seen by anyone. "Nian, the reporters want to interview you. Are you ready?" Zhang Lui called softly from outside the bathroom. Xian Chuanrong had finished his interview, and it was Tang Nianyan's turn. "I'm coming." Tang Nianyan stepped out, sporting a non-mainstream hairstyle. Zhang Lui was momentarily stunned, then widened her eyes, covering her mouth, barely holding back laughter. This hairstyle looks great, really. Zhang Lui struggled to hold back her laughter and forced out a compliment. Nian Nian saved so many people. Even if she had a bald head, she had to say it looked good to avoid hurting her feelings. How insincere. Tang Nian Nian rolled her eyes, unappreciative of the compliment. Earlier, in the space, Bai Sui and Fu Bao had already mocked her. She would no longer believe such nonsense.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Lui finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Tang Nian Nian huffed and went to do the interview. The reporter also nearly laughed, managing to ask a few questions, similar to those asked to Xian Chunrong. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely still save people. There's nothing to think about. In that situation, there was no time to think too much. I only had one thought in my mind. To save people. Tang Nian Nian answered perfectly. She knew how to give official responses. The reporter was very satisfied with her and Xian Chunrong's answers, writing them down enthusiastically and taking their photos, planning to work late to report it the next day. That night, after watching the central news broadcast and then the provincial news, there weren't many programs on, just news broadcasts, model operas, or various old movies. Tang Village, the Tang family's hall, was packed with people. It was cold in winter, and they couldn't bear to watch TV outside, so they squeezed into the hall, each holding a fire pot, warming themselves while watching TV and gossiping, making it livelier than watching a movie. Second aunt, when did Nian Nian say the TV station would come to interview?
Someone asked.
Why are you in such a hurry? Nian Nian said they would come, so they will definitely come. When has she ever gone back on her word? Old Lady Tang replied loudly. I just want to know when they will come so I can prepare. I've made new clothes and am just waiting for the TV station to arrive. I made new clothes too. Last time when the foreigners came, I didn't wear new clothes. I can't miss this chance. She'll keep it down. I can't hear the news. Don't make noise. Let's listen to the results of the fire rescue.
It's terrifying.
At that moment, the news on TV was showing the fire on Green Forest Road, with flames shooting high and thick smoke rolling. Even through the screen, they could feel the intensity of the fire, making everyone anxious, with some reciting Amitabha. May the Buddha bless. Please let there be no casualties. Oh no, that child was thrown out. Oh no, they caught him. Thank you, Buddha. They caught him again. Thank heavens, Amitabha. Everyone's hearts tightened as they watched. When they saw the child being rescued, they were happy but also worried for the firefighters. Thank heavens, the fire is out, and the child is safe. That paralyzed old lady is also unfortunate. Her children are not around, Sai. There's nothing to be done. There are so many people. It's impossible to save everyone. But soon, everyone fell silent, staring at the TV because they recognized someone. The girl without eyebrows, with burnt hair and a black face, was none other than the Nian Nian they had just mentioned. They recognized Nian Nian, who had grown up before their eyes, even with her hair and eyebrows burned off. Isn't that Nian girl? Oh my, why is she putting out a fire? Her hair is all burned off. This girl really has guts. Aunt, you need to talk to her when she gets back. She's acting so recklessly. What a beautiful girl, and now she has no hair or eyebrows. What if her face gets burned? Aunt, you can't let her off easily this time. She needs a good spanking. The people watching TV in the room were mostly older folks, relatives of Tang Nian Nian. They were openly scolding her for her actions in the provincial city and insisted that Grandma Tang must give her a serious lesson to make her remember. This reckless girl, when she comes back, I'll make sure she gets punished. Grandma Tang gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could fly to the provincial city. She couldn't help but worry about what condition Nian Nian was in. What if her face was burned? If she doesn't get punished for 3 days, she'll get too bold. When she comes back, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson. Jianshu, go to the provincial city tomorrow and bring Nian Nian back. Grandma Tang lost interest in watching TV and rushed to the captain's house, asking Tang Jianshu to go to the provincial city and fetch her. The captain hadn't seen the news and didn't know what happened, so Grandma Tang angrily explained. This girl is getting bolder. Aunt, you can't spoil her this time. She needs to be punished. It's outrageous that she went to save people from a fire. The captain shared Grandma Tang's feelings, thinking that Tang Nian was too reckless. In such situations, she should prioritize her own safety. My uncle is in the provincial city. I'll call him to check on Nian. Tang Jianshu said. Hurry up. Tang Jianshu went to make the call. Tang Mantong happened to be in the provincial city for business. With the new year approaching, socks and hairpins were in high demand, and he had been traveling for work. Nian was at Green Forest Road putting out a fire. That girl, I'll go find her tomorrow. Tang Mantong had heard about the fire, but didn't know his niece was at the scene. Luckily, she was fine, just a few hairs burned. Mantong, take that girl to the hospital to check her face and get some good medicine. We can't let her have scars. Grandma Tang changed her mind. The hospital in the provincial city was better than the counties. She wanted her granddaughter to get proper treatment for her face. Tang Nian was unaware that her heroic act had spread throughout the community and didn't know that a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat awaited her at home. But she would find out the next day when Tang Mantong came to see her. Tang Mantong carefully examined her face for a long time and, seeing only a few minor burns that were already scabbing, finally felt relieved and scolded her. Just wait until you get home. Your grandma said she's going to spank you. I know. Tang Nian wasn't scared. Grandma had been saying that since she could remember, but she never really spanked her. Grandma was tough on the outside, but softer on the inside. Tang Mantong stood up, ready to leave. He had a lot to do. I'm leaving. For the next few days, avoid eggplants and soy sauce, and don't eat fish or seafood to prevent scars. Tang Mantong reminded her. Got it, hurry and go. Tang Nian urged him to leave, finding his nagging annoying. With her protective charm, she wouldn't get scars even if she ate goose every day. Ungrateful. Tang Mantong flicked her forehead and rolled his eyes before opening the door, bumping into Zhang Lui and Xian Chunrong, who had just returned from breakfast. Tang Mantong smiled at them and was about to leave when he turned back, staring intently at Xian Chunrong for a long time before uncertainly asking, Are you Xian Chunrong? Yes. May I ask who you are? Xian Chunrong nodded, not recognizing Tang Mantong. Is this girl your girlfriend? Tang Mantong's expression darkened, and his fists clenched. Tang Hongxing was still causing trouble at home, and this guy actually had a girlfriend. Not officially, but I'm trying. Xian Chunrong didn't admit it, fearing it would harm Zhang Lui's reputation. Pervert. Angry, Tang Mantong threw a punch at Xian Chunrong's face, and before he could react, he threw another punch. Zhang Lui wanted to intervene, but Tang Nian was faster, grabbing both of them and pulling them into the room. Uncle, stop. There's a misunderstanding.
Tang Nian stop Tang Mantong.
She had a good impression of Xian Chunrong. He had rushed into a fire to save people and had the cleverness to call for help, showing he was brave and decent. If he said he hadn't pursued Tang Hongxing, it should be true. What misunderstanding? This guy deceived and toyed with Hongxing's feelings. She even jumped into a river for him and had a falling out with her family while he's out here living carefree with a girlfriend. Tang Mantong pointed at Xian Chunrong, furious. He didn't like Tang Hongxing, but he couldn't let an outsider bully his family. He had to teach this guy a lesson and defend his cousin's honor. I've spoken to Tang Hongxing less than 10 times. I didn't accept any gifts from her. I made it clear I don't like her and told her to marry someone else. I do bear some responsibility for what happened to her, but I really didn't know she jumped into a river. Even if she did, I wouldn't marry her. Feelings can't be forced. Xian Chunrong wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling very angry. He didn't even remember Tang Hongxing's face clearly, and he had clearly told her he didn't like her. He was at his wit's end, as Tang Hongxing seemed to not understand, and insisted she would only marry him. Brother Chunrong, I know you're saying that on purpose. You must have feelings for me. Don't worry, I won't marry anyone else. I will only marry you. Every time he said he didn't like her, Tang Hongxing would say this, looking at him with deep affection. Eventually, he started avoiding her, thinking it was better to stay away. But he never expected she would jump into a river. Luckily, she didn't die, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. Xian Chuanrong felt a wave of fear. Tang Hongxing came to find him often, and there were many rumors in the village, saying they were a couple. Even his parents believed it and urged him to marry her. No matter how much he tried to explain, no one believed him, saying he didn't know what was good for him. Xian Chuanrong felt helpless and wronged. Even if he was a rich kid, he had the right to choose his wife, right? How could she be so devoted to you if you didn't promise her anything? Tang Mantong didn't believe it at all. Tang Hongxing was clearly infatuated with this guy, so he must have promised her something. Xian Chuanrong was also angry and said, Tang Hongxing is just crazy. I've told her many times that I don't like her. If you don't believe me, go ask Tang Hongxing yourself. Have I not told her many times to marry someone else and not to come looking for me? Even after saying that, she wanted to jump into the river. What can I do? Tang Niannian twitched her lips. If that's true, Xian Chuanrong is indeed a bit wronged. Tang Monsong, seeing his firm expression, was shaken and asked, Did you really say that? If I'm lying, let me get hit by a car right now. Xian Chuanrong swore. In a moment of panic, Zhang Lui covered his mouth and scolded, Why are you swearing like that? I'm not lying, so I'm not afraid. Xian Chuanrong smiled at her, their eyes meeting with affection, which further shook Tang Monsong's belief. Could it really be that Tang Hongxing is the one with a problem? He remembered that it was always Tang Hongxing causing trouble, while Xian Chuanrong never responded or came to Tang village. I will definitely ask. If you lied, I won't go easy on you. I have a clear conscience. Xian Chuanrong looked confident. He wasn't afraid of things he hadn't done. Tang Niannian already believed him. What he said should be true. But she still didn't understand why, if Xian Chuanrong and Zhang Lui loved each other, they couldn't be together in their past life. Moreover, Xian Chuanrong later became a wealthy man, and the rumor was that his beloved girl died, and he remained loyal to her. The rumor said that girl was Tang Hongxing. That can't be right, so. Could that beloved girl be Zhang Lui? Tang Niannian's heart skipped a beat. Did Zhang Lui die in the past life?
How did she die?
She noticed the red scarf around Zhang Lui's neck and suddenly remembered that this girl loved wearing red scarves. The first time she saw her, she was wearing a royal blue coat with a red scarf. Tang Niannian thought of He Fashing, the murderer. She hadn't heard about this in her past life, so it was likely that this monster hadn't been caught and harmed many girls. Could it be that Zhang Lui was? Tang Niannian stopped thinking, hoping she was wrong. After Tang Monsong left, Tang Niannian went to the hair salon to get a new hairstyle. Her long hair was gone, replaced with a bob cut, which many women were wearing now. Hair can be styled, but eyebrows can't be fixed easily, so Tang Niannian had to use an eyebrow pencil. After finishing his work, Uncle Zhang came to find them and first took Xian Chuanrong to the rental house he had arranged, which had a yard, as he needed space for furniture. I've paid 3 months' rent. Just stay here and tell others you're helping a relative with furniture. Don't mention that you received money. Uncle Zhang instructed. Got it. Thank you, Uncle. Xian Chuanrong was very grateful and wanted to pay Uncle Zhang back. That's not urgent. Pay me back when you make money. Just do a good job, and as long as your skills are good, work will definitely come. Uncle Zhang declined. Xian Chuanrong owed him a life debt. Previously, in a fire, a beam had fallen, almost hitting him, but Xian Chuanrong pushed him away, saving his life. I'm not boasting. Once I make the furniture, we'll see if the customers are satisfied. Xian Chuanrong was still confident. His carpentry skills were passed down through generations. His great-great-grandfather made a fortune with this skill and bought hundreds of acres of land, proving that the family craft was not lacking. His great-great-grandfather became successful in the provincial capital, and now he was here, starting from scratch. If his ancestor could succeed, so could he. Uncle Zhang was busy and couldn't spare much time, so he left a list of clients and went. Zhang Lui stayed to help with cleaning, but Tang Niannian didn't want to be a third wheel, and she had important matters to attend to. She called Zhang Lui outside, looking serious, and reminded her, if you want to be with Xian Chuanrong, just wait. Wait for my parents to agree? Uncle also told me to wait and said there would definitely be changes in the future, but I don't know if that's true. Zhang Lui pouted, feeling anxious. She didn't want to burden her family or separate from Xian Chuanrong, but she also didn't want to wait indefinitely. She was afraid that waiting would lead to nothing. But she couldn't bear to cut ties with her family. Zhang Lui was very conflicted, her face full of worry. Listen to your uncle. After Tang Yanyan said that, she left. Zhang Lui chased after her and asked Yanyan, did you figure something out? Yes. Tang Yanyan didn't deny it. Zhang Lui immediately brightened up, her worries fading. Since Yanyan could predict the weather so accurately, she surely wouldn't be wrong. She had to hold on and wait for the day when the clouds would clear. Tang Yanyan caught up with Uncle Zhang and invited him for tea. Xiao Tang, I still have some work here. If you have something to say, just say it. You're Xiaowei's friend, so don't be polite. Uncle Zhang smiled. This matter is too long to explain, but don't worry, it won't affect your work and will even bring you some glory. Tang Yanyan pulled Uncle Zhang to a nearby tea house, ordered some snacks and Longjing tea, then took out some pearl crafts, bamboo weaving, wheat straw fans, and socks. She laid them all out on the table, a dazzling array. Uncle Zhang was amazed and asked, Xiao Tang, where did you buy these? They look familiar. He picked up the wheat straw fan to admire it and finally remembered, exclaiming, aren't these the crafts that shone at the trade fair? They seem to be from our province. Where did you get them? This autumn trade fair had great results for their province, especially a village-run craft factory that secured foreign exchange orders worth 2 to 3 million. Even Xinhua News Agency reported it, although it was just a brief mention. Uncle Zhang remembered it well. They're from our village's enterprise. I'm one of the factory's managers. Tang Yanyan confidently showed off, and seeing Uncle Zhang's astonished expression, her vanity was greatly satisfied. No wonder so many people like to show off. It feels really good. Uncle Zhang's eyes filled with admiration, and his tone became more respectful. She was no longer just a silly niece. She was a smart and capable woman. I have a question, Tang Yanyan said. Uncle Zhang sat up straight, listening attentively. Our factory achieved such great results, and even Xinhua News Agency reported it. Why haven't our provincial newspapers and TV stations come to report on us? Tang Yanyan asked assertively. What great news material. These people lacked news sensitivity. Uncle Zhang's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had seen someone actively request an interview. There are over 20 units from our province participating in the trade fair. We usually interview the top 6 factories. Uncle Zhang replied. Which 6 are those? Tang Yanyan asked humbly. Uncle Zhang named 3 units, all state-owned large factories, and they were not producing agricultural or mining products, but mechanical or textile products. The total foreign exchange amount of beautiful products couldn't compare to theirs. Don't you find that arrangement ridiculous? What are their product prices compared to ours? They're not even in the same league. Which takes up more space, a ton of cotton or a ton of iron? Tang Yanyan wasn't angry. The leaders who made such arrangements must be out of touch. She didn't want to get angry with foolish people. Uncle Zhang smiled wryly and said, I understand your point, but I don't have the authority to arrange interviews. Talking to me won't help. Then who arranges interviews at your TV station? Director Sun. He calls the shots. What is Director Sun afraid of? Tang Yanyan asked directly. Uncle Zhang felt a chill down his back and started to panic. What was this girl planning? I am very careful in my work, don't worry. Tang Yanyan reassured him, but Uncle Zhang didn't feel reassured. However, don't you want to stop doing temporary interviews? Wouldn't you like to have a program that you can fully control? Tang Yanyan dangled the bait. Zhang Lui said her uncle had always dreamed of having an independent production program, but now he could only do temporary interviews, far from being an independent producer. Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up. He was tempted. Director Sun is afraid of his wife, but he still likes to get touchy with female colleagues. He has the desire but lacks the courage. Uncle Zhang didn't hesitate for long. He decided to take a gamble to produce the program independently.
Got it.
Tang Nian perfectly understood and got up to leave. Uncle Zhang sat nervously, unsure if his gamble was right. It should be, right? For the next 2 days, Tang Nian didn't go shopping, and Zhang Luwei was too busy to accompany her, spending all her time with her boyfriend, Xian Chunrong, which made it convenient for her to get things done. During these 2 days, Tang Nian followed Director Sunday. Just as Uncle Zhang said, Director Sun not only lacked ability, but also liked to make things difficult for his subordinates. He often got touchy with female colleagues who were too afraid to speak out. She also discovered that Director Sun's position was not very secure, as 2 deputy directors were eyeing his job, with the biggest threat being a deputy director named Ma. Uncle Zhang had told her that Deputy Director Ma was young, capable, ambitious, and had a decent character. The young people at the station liked to work with him. Deputy Director Ma, named Ma Jiming, was in his 30s, right at the age to make a big impact. After just 2 days of following, Tang Nian made a big discovery. The wife-fearing Director Sun was actually hiding a mistress. Director Sun kept his affair very secret. He was careful, arriving at work at 8 and leaving at 5, with a 1-hour lunch break. He stuck to this schedule, even going to the market after work to buy groceries and cook dinner. Tang Nian had asked around, and the neighbors said Director Sun was a model husband, handling all the household chores and treating his wife well. His wife couldn't have children, but Director Sun never complained. Unlike the people at the station, his neighbors had a very good impression of him. Hardly anyone said anything bad. Such a praised man not only hid a mistress, but also had an illegitimate son in his teens. Every day during his lunch break, Director Sun would rush to see his mistress and son, never staying more than a minute. For over 10 years, he kept this up, and Tang Nian couldn't help but admire his persistence. That day, as soon as noon arrived, Director Sun hurried out. "Director, going out to eat again?" A few people with lunch trays ran into him as they headed to the cafeteria. "Yeah, I feel like having snow vegetable and shredded pork noodles today." Director Sun smiled but didn't stop, quickly heading out, feeling cheerful. It was his mistress's birthday, and he promised to celebrate with her. He was quite satisfied with this gentle and obedient mistress. Not only was she young and beautiful, but she also gave him a son. After working hard for over 20 years, he was content with his achievements. His only regret was not having a son. He held traditional views, believing that not having children was the worst kind of unfilial behavior. Now that he had succeeded, he needed a son to inherit his legacy. Director Sun felt he hadn't done anything wrong. For years, he had served that barren old woman like a slave. Everything he had now was what he deserved. But he had to be careful not to ruin everything. Once that old woman was gone, he could live openly with his son. Riding his bike quickly, Director Sun didn't notice Tang Nian following him at a leisurely pace. The place where he hid his mistress was not far from the station. It took about 10 minutes by bike. With a round trip of 20 minutes, 10 minutes for lunch, and half an hour for some intimate time, he had more than enough time during his 1-hour break. As he neared his mistress's home, Director Sun turned his jacket inside out, put on a hat, took off his glasses, and slightly hunched his back, instantly looking 10 years older, a stark contrast to his image at the station. He knocked 3 times on the door, and a plump, beautiful woman opened it, smiling happily when she saw him and letting him in. The woman opened the door wider and said loudly, "Brother, we have meat today. Eat plenty and don't worry about paying next time. We're family." "That won't do. Even close brothers need to settle accounts. If you don't take my money, I won't come." Director Sun replied in a low voice, pretending to be her cousin who worked temporary jobs in the city, coming over for a good meal every noon. The neighbors believed this story since he only came for lunch and didn't visit at other times, so there was nothing suspicious. Once the door closed, Tang Nian moved to the back window. With her keen hearing, she quickly caught the sounds of inappropriate activities inside. They were so eager they didn't even bother to eat. 10 minutes passed and the noise stopped. Tang Nian curled her lip in disdain. It was true what they said about men in their 40s being like hollowed-out radishes. Nothing there. Brother Sun, Xiao Jia is 11 now and often asks about your identity. He's starting to suspect, the woman whispered. Don't worry, it won't be long. I'm not worried. I've been with you for over 10 years without a name or status, and I'm willing, but the older Xiao Jia gets, the harder he is to handle. I'm just worried one day.
Sigh.
At most, 6 months left. That old woman has been getting more irritable lately. She won't last much longer. Director Sun spoke with certainty. Tang Nian's mind raced. Could it be that Director Sun was poisoning his wife? The sounds of intimacy resumed inside, and they were at it again, this time not even lasting 10 minutes. After eating, Director Sun hurried back to the station, timing it perfectly. Tang Nian was in her space developing photos, which were high-definition images of Director Sun and his mistress. She didn't rush to find Deputy Director Ma. She needed to confirm the situation with Director Sun's wife first. In the afternoon, she went to the Broadcasting Bureau's residential building. Director Sun's wife was a high-ranking executive there and came from a good family. Director Sun's current position was largely thanks to her. Tang Nian didn't have to work hard to find out about Sun's wife. She learned that she hadn't been well lately and hadn't been to work for over half a month, taking leave to rest at home. Xiao Gao seems to be getting more irritable. Did she yell at Xiao Sun again this morning? She did last night too, and even broke something. I live right below them, and it sounded like an earthquake. My husband was so scared he had to take medicine. Xiao Sun is really suffering. He does all the housework and doesn't dare say a harsh word to Xiao Gao. He gets scolded every day. Xiao Gao has a high position and comes from a powerful family. Xiao Sun's job depends on her. He can't afford to offend her. But Xiao Gao can't have children and is several years older than Xiao Sunday. She should understand Xiao Sun's difficulties. If it were any other man, they would have left by now. Tang Nian focused on gathering information from the gossiping aunties downstairs and quickly got first-hand intel. These women knew everything about the Sun family. Has Xiao Gao always had a bad temper? Tang Nian asked curiously. He was never good-natured. He and his wife have lived in this building for over 10 years, and I've never seen him in a good mood. Recently, though, he seems to be on edge, not only yelling at Xiao Sun but also giving us a hard time, a middle-aged woman said, disappointed. A few days ago, I ran into her in the hallway. Oh my, her face was darker than coal, and she glared at me. Another woman huffed. Yesterday, my husband was making wonton filling, and Xiao Gao knocked on our door, angry, saying we were too loud and disturbing her rest. She acted like we owed her money. I didn't let her off easy, telling her that she fights with Xiao Sun every day and breaks things, and we haven't said anything about it. The woman living above the Sun family also had strong opinions about Sun's wife. From their descriptions, Sun's wife seemed unreasonable, hot-tempered, and prone to violence, while Director Sun appeared to be a pitiful man living under his wife's tyranny. If Tang Nian hadn't overheard the conversation between Director Sun and his mistress, she might have thought Sun's wife was just going through menopause. But now, she suspected that Sun's wife had been poisoned. To find out if it was true, she needed to see her in person. Tang Nian went to the Sun family's apartment on the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. After a long wait, it finally opened, revealing an ordinary-looking, short, plump, and impatient middle-aged woman.
Who are you?
Sun's wife asked sharply. I'm here to see you. Ignoring Sun's wife's dark expression, Tang Nian pushed the door open and walked in. What are you doing?
Get out.
Sun's wife shouted, her face darkening further. She didn't recognize this woman, and her health was deteriorating. The medicine she took didn't help. Her headache was worse. She felt nauseous, and her stomach hurt. She had visited several hospitals, but no one could find the cause. Have you been feeling unwell lately? Headaches, nausea, fatigue, insomnia, irritability? Tang Nian listed the symptoms of mercury poisoning, her first suspicion. The most obvious symptom of mercury poisoning is irritability, and mercury is a heavy metal that is easy to obtain, colorless, and tasteless, making it hard to detect when used to harm someone. Sun's wife's face changed dramatically, and she asked in disbelief, "How do you know?" This young woman was spot on, even better than a doctor. "I also know that the medicine you took hasn't improved your condition, and it's getting worse, right?" Tang Nian took a deep breath. The room smelled strongly of traditional Chinese medicine. She opened the lid of a thermos and found dark brown herbal medicine inside, still steaming. Holding her breath, she quickly closed the lid. Mercury can evaporate into the air, and she didn't want to get poisoned. "Why are you touching my things?"
Put that down.
Sun's wife scolded, feeling that Tang Nian was very rude. This herbal medicine was made by her husband in the morning. She found it too bitter to drink, and this batch was especially hard to swallow. After a few tries, she had secretly poured most of it out. "You're right not to drink this medicine. If you had, you would have been dead by now." Tang Nian set the cup down and told Sun's wife, "This medicine is toxic. You weren't sick before, but now you are because of it. If you keep drinking it, you won't last 6 months. Don't talk nonsense. My husband made this medicine." Sun's wife's face turned pale, her lips losing color, but deep down, she was starting to believe. "If you want to live, get this medicine tested." Tang Nian didn't want to waste any more time, nor did she show Sun's wife the clear photos. She left quickly. She wasn't worried about Sun's wife telling Director Sun because she was headed to find Ma Jiming. Not long after she left, Sun's wife also went out to find a classmate who worked at a hospital. Tang Nian arrived at Ma Jiming's office and said directly, "Director Ma, I want to." "It's Deputy Director Ma." Ma Jiming interrupted her, correcting her title. "He'll soon be the head director, so just call him Director Ma." Tang Nian pulled out the clear photos, which were exceptionally well taken. Ma Jiming picked one up, and after seeing it, his face turned red with embarrassment as he awkwardly set it down, looking at her speechlessly. This young girl had thicker skin than he did. What a shame. "Comrade Tang, where did you get these photos?" Ma Jiming felt pleased inside but tried to keep a straight face, wanting to know if there were any issues with the photo source. "Through proper channels. As long as you send someone to Tang Village for an interview, I'll give you all these photos and a bombshell piece of news that will ensure Director Sun never recovers." Tang Nian laid out all the photos on the table. Ma Jiming glanced at them and quickly moved away, his face heating up.
"All right."
Ma Jiming eagerly agreed. Who would refuse such a good opportunity? Tang Nian then explained how Director Sun had poisoned his wife. Ma Jiming's expression changed, and he asked, half in disbelief, "Does he have the guts to do that?" This son relied on his wife to get where he was, and now he wanted to throw her away? Tang Nian sneered, mocking, "He already has a love child. What else is he afraid of?" Ma Jiming shook his head, realizing that Sun was digging his own grave. Sun's wife and Ma Jiming acted almost simultaneously. Just 2 days later, Director Sun's dreams were shattered. Sun's wife personally led the police to the TV station to arrest Director Sun, and the notice of his dismissal was posted at the station, in black and white, with a big red stamp. The notice stated that Director Sun had a corrupt lifestyle and a bad influence, leading to his dismissal and a lifetime ban from employment. At the same time, an announcement was made about Ma Jiming's promotion to director. In just 2 days, he had risen from deputy director to head director. He also kept his promise and sent Uncle Zhang to Tang Village for an interview. As for Director Sun, he was now eating government food in a jail cell. Sun's wife divorced him and informed the police to treat him well. As for Director Sun's mistress and love child, Sun's wife didn't make things difficult for them. The mother and child, without jobs or money, soon returned to the countryside. Zhang Lui learned that Tang Nian had successfully dealt with the TV station and admired her greatly. During these days in the provincial city, she looked radiant, even more beautiful than in Zhucheng. Love truly is the best beauty treatment. The relevant departments also sent a banner for her selfless act and a cash reward of 200 yuan each. They arranged for Xian Chunrong to work at the provincial furniture factory. Although it was just a temporary job, Xian Chunrong was very satisfied. They also offered Tang Nian a temporary position at the provincial textile factory, but she declined. She wasn't interested in a temporary job when she could have a permanent position at the Hu City turbine factory. Xian Chuanrong took on many side jobs, working at the furniture factory during the day and returning to their rental to do private work at night. His carpentry skills were indeed excellent. His great-great-grandfather had learned the craft in Dongyang, where carpenters were famous for working on the Forbidden City, known nationwide for their skills. Dongyang wood carving is one of the first national intangible cultural heritages. Dongyang's wood carving skills are extraordinary, and Xian Chuanrong has mastered them. He has also combined them with Western carpentry techniques, creating furniture that is not only beautiful and practical but also saves time and money, making it very popular with customers. After seeing the furniture he made, Tang Nian understood why he succeeded in his past life. It was because of his real skills. As long as there are no natural disasters or accidents in this life, Xian Chuanrong should also succeed. In the blink of an eye, they had stayed in the provincial city for 7 or 8 days. Tang Nian reluctantly pulled away from Zhang Lili and returned to Zhucheng. Uncle Zhang said he would go to Tang village for an interview in a few days and needed to prepare. Tang Nian also needed to get ready. After resting for a night in the county town, Tang Mantong went back first. Tang Nian leisurely rode her bike and appeared at the entrance of Tang village. "Second sister is back," a child shouted, and then an old lady rushed over, grabbing the handlebars of her bike. Before Tang Nian could react, a slap landed on her back. "How dare you run into such a big fire? Why didn't you burn all your hair off?" The one who rushed over was Grandma Tang. She had been coming to the village entrance every day, stretching her neck to see if her granddaughter was back. Her anger grew as she waited, ready to give Tang Nian a good scolding. "Grandma, let me park first." Tang Nian quickly put her foot down and dodged the old lady's slap. "Stop." After a few seconds, Grandma Tang paused, and as soon as the bike stopped, she slapped again. Tang Nian didn't bother to dodge this time, covering her head and letting the old lady vent her anger since it didn't hurt anyway. "Don't you know fire is dangerous? Do you think you're a monkey? Even the Supreme Lord can't survive a fire? If you go to save a fire again, I'll beat you to death first." Grandma Tang twisted Tang Nian's ear while scolding her. "I know," Tang Nian replied casually, letting it go in one ear and out the other, just trying to appease her grandma. "Grandma, here's a bonus for you." Tang Nian pulled out 200 yuan from her pocket and handed it over. "Don't want it. Even if it's 10,000 yuan, you're not allowed to save fires or jump into rivers. In the future, stay away from such things." Grandma Tang glared and refused the money, considering it her granddaughter's life savings, which she didn't like. "Fine, I won't insist. I'll buy new clothes." Tang Nian tried to put the money back in her pocket, but Grandma Tang snatched it away. "What clothes? You have plenty of new clothes already. Your closet is stuffed. You could change outfits every day for a month. This money is your life savings. I'll keep it for you." Grandma Tang rubbed Tang Nian's short hair roughly, complaining, "You've ruined your nice hair again. It'll take a long time to grow back. Hurry home." "Okay." Tang Nian sighed in relief, glad the scolding was over. Other villagers gathered around, expressing their concern and echoing Grandma Tang's advice not to be a hero. The team leader received the news and hurried over. Before he could start scolding, Tang Nian interrupted him. "Uncle, the TV station is coming in 3 days for an interview. You need to prepare, just like when the foreign merchants came." "They're coming in 3 days? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I'm not prepared at all." The team leader was startled, forgetting his scolding as he rushed off to get ready. The villagers were buzzing with excitement, asking what the TV station would inquire about. The TV station will ask if you're satisfied with your current life, what your hopes for the future are, and any suggestions for the factory. Those are the main questions. Tang Nian had already discussed this with Uncle Zhang. The questions were prepared in advance, focusing on promoting the happy and prosperous life. After being busy for days, Tang Nian had lunch and went to bed, sleeping until dark. Tang Mantong woke her up, urging her to go to the team leader's house to clarify things about Xian Chuanrong. "I don't want to go." Tang Nian turned over, facing the wall, wanting to continue sleeping. There's also the TV station matter. We need to discuss it together. Hurry up. Tang Mantong called out several times, but Tang Nian didn't respond. Frustrated, he went outside to soak his hands in cold water and press them against her face.
Ah,
You're dead. Tang Nian jumped up, wide awake from the cold, and angrily chased after Tang Mantong, determined to get back at him. Grandma Tang had just come in and, hearing the commotion, immediately slapped both of them. If you're so bored, go find a partner. Kids your age are already getting married. The new year is coming, and you're 26 and still single. I'm embarrassed to face your father. After the new year, you'll be 18, still acting like a child, not even knowing how to dress. If you get sick from the cold, you'll just cry. Hurry and get dressed. Grandma Tang scolded everyone, pushing Tang Nian back to get dressed. After she came out, she scolded Tang Mantong again. Every year, as the new year approached, Grandma Tang's frustration grew, mainly directed at Tang Mantong. Mom, right now, we need to focus on Hongxing's situation. You need to make a decision. Let's go. Tang Mantong quickly changed the subject, knowing that if his mother continued, his ears would be sore. What's wrong with Hongxing? Is she trying to jump into the river again? Grandma Tang was successfully distracted, thinking that Tang Hongxing was being foolish again. I can't explain it all now. Let's go to Mansion's house and talk. Tang Mantong took Grandma Tang with one hand and pulled Tang Nian with the other, heading toward the team leader's house. Aunt Huang Zhaodi was cooking dinner in the kitchen, and the aroma of steamed meat with dried vegetables filled the air. Recently, the village's food quality had improved significantly, and the smell of meat could be smelled every day. We're having meat at my house today. Huang Zhaodi warmly invited them, showing a change from her usual stinginess. With more money coming in, they no longer worried about food or clothing, and Huang Zhaodi was more generous, with meat appearing on the table every day. We can eat later. There are urgent matters. Tang Mantong glanced at Tang Hongxing, who was stoking the fire, shaking his head secretly. This niece was as foolish as Wu Jin. He wondered if there was something wrong with the family's luck to produce such silly children. Huang Zhaodi felt a sudden unease, sensing it had to do with her daughter. Sure enough, Tang Mantong called out to Tang Hongxing, "Hongxing, come here. I need to ask you something." Tang Hongxing stood up expressionlessly and followed him into the main room. The team leader was listening to the radio and turned it off when he saw them, while Tang Jianshu was reading a newspaper. I saw Xian Chunrong in the provincial city. He has a girlfriend now. Tang Mantong dropped a bombshell right away, and Tang Hongxing's face changed dramatically as she screamed, "Impossible. Brother Chunrong wouldn't do that." She acted like she was going crazy, trying to run out to find Xian Chunrong for answers, but Tang Jianshu stopped her. "Let go of me. I need to ask him." Tang Hongxing yelled frantically, and the team leader, unable to hold back anymore, slapped her. Tang Hongxing has been causing trouble for a long time, and the team leader has been patient. Now, he can't hold back any longer. His suppressed anger bursts out, and he hits Tang Hongxing hard, causing one side of her face to swell up instantly. Huang Zhaodi is startled and feels a bit sorry, but soon hardens her heart. Her daughter has been too disobedient, so a few hits are deserved. Tang Hongxing covers her face and cries softly, deeply saddened, which makes the team leader even angrier. He scolds, "Your father and mother are still alive, so why are you crying like this? Don't talk nonsense, it's almost New Year." Old Lady Tang is unhappy with the scolding. At her age, she shouldn't be speaking carelessly. Some words are unlucky to say. Grandpa Si, who lives next door, hears the noise and comes over. Seeing his crying granddaughter, he doesn't say anything and sits down to listen to what's going on. Tang Mantong says, "I asked Xian Chunrong. He said he spoke to Hongxing less than 10 times and clearly told her that he has no such feelings for her and won't marry her." The faces of the team leader and his wife change. They always thought their daughter and Xian Chunrong were in love, but now it turns out she has been pining for him alone? This is more embarrassing than a slap in the face. "Hongxing, did Xian Chunrong really say this to you?"
Tang Mantong asks.
"He said that on purpose. He's afraid of dragging me down." Tang Hongxing sobs in response, making the team leader and his wife so angry they almost spit blood. Unable to contain his anger, the team leader grabs a ruler from the table and strikes Tang Hongxing, yelling, "Do you have no shame? He doesn't even like you, yet you keep clinging to him and threaten to jump into the river. You've embarrassed the Tang family. How could he, Tang Manshan, have such a shameless and foolish daughter?" The team leader is truly furious. This situation is more upsetting than if his daughter and Xian Chunrong were in love. He used to think Tang Wujin was foolish, but now he sees his daughter is no better. They are both equally stupid. Tang Hongxing grits her teeth, her body shaking in pain, but she endures it, tears streaming down her face, as if she has suffered a great injustice. Seeing her like this makes the team leader even angrier, and he strikes harder. Crack. The ruler breaks, and the team leader throws the broken piece aside, looking for something else to punish his rebellious daughter. Stop hitting her. It's useless. Just find a matchmaker to look for a man in the mountains, someone older, tough, and hardworking, and marry her off after the new year. Grandpa C firmly stops the team leader. He usually doesn't interfere in family matters, but when he speaks, it's as good as done.
No.
Grandpa, I want to marry Chunrong. He won't find anyone else. Please, I'll die if I don't marry him. Tang Hongxing kneels down, pleading desperately. This scene feels familiar to everyone. They all remember Tang Wujin, who caused a scene to marry Xiao Yanjing, and now he's gone.
Goody.
Just die now. The team leader storms into the backyard and quickly comes out with half a bottle of pesticide, a rope, and a sharp pair of scissors, throwing them in front of Tang Hongxing. He would rather have raised this rebellious daughter for 19 years than let her embarrass the Tang family. Xian Chunrong already has a girlfriend, yet this foolish girl still clings to him, showing her shamelessness and stupidity. Tang Hongxing trembles as she reaches for the scissors closest to her. Huang Zhaodi tries to stop her but is fiercely glared at by the team leader, so she dares not intervene and covers her face, crying. The room is very quiet, with no one speaking, only the sounds of Tang Hongxing and Huang Zhaodi crying. Tang Mianyan yawns in boredom, thinking that with all this hesitation, she must not really want to die. Tang Hongxing is even worse than Tang Wujin. When Tang Wujin tried to end it, he didn't hesitate at all. In the end, Tang Hongxing doesn't go through with it. The scissors linger on her neck for a long time before falling to the ground. She looks at the team leader with anger and resentment, saying, "Dad, why do you have to force me to death? I'm your own daughter. I don't have a foolish and selfish daughter like you. I've made it clear, 2 paths. Since you're too scared to die, just stay at home and marry into the mountains after the new year. You don't have to go to the sock factory anymore." The team leader's heart has turned cold. He won't let this foolish girl stay in Tang village any longer. It's better to marry her off and let her fend for herself. Don't blame him for being harsh. After all, this foolish girl is choosing a path of self-destruction instead of living a good life. I won't marry. Dad, let me see Xian Chunrong just once. If I can ask him directly, I'll give up. Please, let me see him.
Tang Hongxing grit, pleading.
She still doesn't believe that Xian Chunrong would say those things. He must have said them to protect her. Third uncle, the TV station will come to interview in 3 days. Don't let anything happen. Tang Mianyan interjects, then tells Tang Hongxing, Xian Chunrong is in the provincial city now, and he's in a good relationship with his girlfriend. He told me he has rejected you many times before. He didn't accept the things you sent him, and he said you keep bothering him, which has caused him a lot of trouble. Xian Chunrong asked me to tell you not to look for him anymore. He doesn't want his girlfriend to misunderstand. The last sentence is something Tang Nianyan added on her own, but she thinks it's probably what Xian Chunrong is thinking, even if he didn't say it out loud. Tang Hongxing's face loses color, her lips trembling as she mutters, "No, Chunrong wouldn't say that." Why wouldn't he? Xian Chunrong doesn't like you. Just because you like him doesn't mean he has to like you back. You're being unreasonable. I'm telling you clearly, the TV station will come for an interview soon. You need to behave. If anything goes wrong, I won't be polite. Tang Nianyan's tone turns colder. After saying this, she stands up, having lost her patience. This kind of foolishness is just wasting her time. Don't worry, I'll lock her up. The team leader promises, and he means it. He immediately goes to get the rope and calls Tang Jianshu to help tie her up. Tang Niannian doesn't respond. Even if Tang Hongxing really wants to cause trouble, she has her ways to handle it. In the house, the sound of Tang Hongxing crying could be heard, but it quickly stopped, likely because someone covered her mouth. Tang Niannian shook her head, unable to understand the thinking of people like Tang Hongxing and Tang Wujin. They were 100 times more foolish than the woman who dug wild vegetables. At least Wang Baochuan was a legitimate wife and could dig vegetables with confidence. Tang Hongxing, on the other hand, was merely infatuated. Xian Chunrong had clearly rejected her, yet this foolish girl still jumped into the river. So foolish. Not long after Tang Niannian got home, Grandma Tang and Tang Mantong returned. During dinner, Grandma Tang mentioned Tang Hongxing with disdain. I used to think this girl was smart and capable, but it turns out she's just as foolish. Hopelessly foolish. Su Jinfeng's expression changed as she thought of her eldest daughter, Tang Wujin, and sighed. However, she didn't stay sad for long. Her baby was due in spring, and she felt this pregnancy was different from the previous 4. She was sure it would be a boy. All her energy was focused on the baby, leaving her little time to worry about anything else. For the next 3 days, Tang Hongxing didn't show her face and didn't go to work at the sock factory. The village chief said she was sick and resting at home. In reality, she was locked up, with doors and windows nailed shut. The village chief had learned from Tang Wujin's experience and used several rows of nails, so even if Tang Hongxing had wings, she couldn't escape. No one in the village asked about Tang Hongxing. Everyone was focused on the TV station's upcoming interview. Every household began cleaning, as it had been 2 months since the last visit from foreign merchants, and the village had accumulated a lot of dirt and dust. Some children had an inch-thick layer of grime around their necks that needed scrubbing clean. In these days, the village often echoed with the sounds of children crying. Ouch, that hurts. Mom, be gentle. Gentle? How can I clean you up like that? Even coal miners aren't as dirty as you. Stop whining. I'm not using a knife on you. Such conversations were common. Mothers used all their strength to scrub their children clean, and some even used brushes, which sometimes led to skin being scraped off. The children could only endure the pain and cry silently, too afraid to resist. If they dared to protest, a slap would surely follow, more painful than any scraped skin. Within 2 days, the village transformed completely. Even the old camphor tree at the entrance was adorned with red lanterns, like an 80-year-old woman wearing a flower in her hair, looking vibrant in her old age. The elderly and children were all clean and tidy. The child known for sniffling had a clean nose, too scared to sniff again. This was because Tang Jiuji had warned him that if he sniffed again, he would get a beating. The child believed him and was so frightened that his nasal issues cleared up. With just 1 day left before the TV station arrived, the countdown began. The village chief wanted to hang a banner at the village entrance and invite a band and lion dance team to perform, similar to the welcome for foreign merchants, but Tang Niannian refused. We can clean up, but we can't make a big fuss. The TV station is coming to film our daily life. If we create too much noise, it won't be daily anymore. We can tidy up, but we shouldn't go overboard. Just like how celebrities appear on reality shows with minimal makeup. They need to look natural, but not too plain. Daily life means your grandma chasing your uncle around with a feather duster. Can that be filmed? The village chief retorted, feeling that Tang Niannian was being unrealistic. They had cleaned up even the chicken droppings in the yard and the dirt on the children, which was hardly daily life. Uncle, you need to learn. Tang Niannian didn't want to waste her breath explaining. It was better to just do things her way. Tang Jianshu suppressed a laugh and pulled the disgruntled village chief aside, assuring him, "Don't worry, I've got it all arranged." He understood his cousin's point. It was similar to a blind date where young people prepare themselves well, wearing new clothes and tidying their hair without making it too extravagant. Each workshop should feature a model worker. Let Grandma handle the straw fan workshop and you pick one from the other workshops, Sen Go, Tang Niannian said. She hadn't told Grandma Tang yet, fearing she would get too excited to eat or sleep. Got it, Tang Jianshu nodded. As night fell, wisps of smoke rose from Tang Village. A bit of snow remained on the eaves, and the moon hung brightly in the sky, promising another sunny day tomorrow. The Tang family sat down for dinner, which included steamed salted fish, dried vegetables with meat, stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded meat and pickled vegetables, along with some home-cooked dishes. Grandma Tang placed the stir-fried bamboo shoots in front of Tang Yin. Fresh bamboo shoots just dug up this afternoon, very tender. Tang Yin picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and put it in her mouth. The tender and delicious bamboo shoots, stir-fried with pickled vegetables, brought out the best flavor, making it the best dish of winter. Delicious. Tang Yin took another piece, and Tang Manjin smiled. I'll go dig more tomorrow. This year there are plenty of bamboo shoots. Be careful when digging. The mozo bamboo is very important. Understood. Tang Manjin knew what he was doing. He only dug the carefully selected ones. If there were too many bamboo shoots, it would affect the growth of the mozo bamboo, so he needed to dig some out for them to grow properly. Grandma, the TV station is coming tomorrow. Tang Yin casually mentioned, but Grandma Tang didn't look up, casually picking up some vegetables and replied, I know. Your third uncle has said it hundreds of times. The TV station is going to film you making straw fans up close. Tang Yin announced this significant news lightly. The whole family didn't react at first, continuing to eat slowly, including Grandma Tang. After a minute, everyone finally reacted, looking up at Grandma Tang. Grandma Tang chewed her food more slowly, eventually stopping, her face filled with shock as she asked, The TV station is filming me? Yes. Tang Yin nodded calmly, taking another piece of bamboo shoot and crunching it. The atmosphere felt explosive. Grandma Tang slapped her hand on the table, nervously muttering, Why didn't you tell me earlier? Oh no. I'm not prepared at all. What am I going to do now? Grandma Tang, flustered and anxious, felt like a headless fly, worrying about embarrassing herself tomorrow and losing face for Tang Village, while also fearing the TV station would make her look bad. This would be broadcasted on TV, and everyone in the province would see her ugly face. How embarrassing. Mom, didn't you say you could make them with one hand while closing your eyes?
Tang Man Tung Joker.
Smack. Grandma Tang slapped him hard on the back of the head without holding back. Eat your food.
Ma Tang sao Tết, An no.
Was she not allowed to boast? Tang Montong's head buzzed as he sulked and lowered his head to eat. Grandma, just act like you usually do. There's no need to panic.
Tang Niani An Comfort.
Fortunately, she had the foresight not to mention it earlier. Otherwise, the household would have been in chaos. That night, not only the Tang family was nervous, other families who received the notice were even more anxious. Tang Jianshu selected a typical worker from each workshop, choosing those who usually performed best, quick and skilled. Except for the wheat straw fan made by Grandma Tang, all other selections were fair and unbiased, with no favoritism. Like Grandma Tang, the families who received the notice lost their appetite for dinner, rummaging through their closets for suitable clothes. The bamboo weaving master even dug out his wedding outfit from decades ago. Grandma Tang changed into 70 or 80 outfits that night, flitting between the bedroom and living room like a colorful butterfly. After changing in the bedroom and showing off in the living room, everyone praised her outfits, but Grandma Tang felt their compliments lacked sincerity, so she went back to change again. Back and forth, she kept changing. Xian Jinju and Su Jinfeng acted as her advisors. This dark blue coat looks great, Mom. You look more impressive than Xian's wife.
Su Jinfeng plies.
I think the camel color looks better. Xian Jinju disagreed. Grandma Tang preferred the dark red outfit, finding it festive. This winter, she had made 4 wool coats, all gifted by Tang Yin. Grandma Tang was torn, wishing she could wear all 4 at once. She suddenly realized that having too many new clothes wasn't a good thing. It was hard to choose the right one. Unlike before, when she only had one outfit to wear out, she didn't have to think about it. Tang Yin came in and picked up an old indigo cotton jacket from the bed, saying, Wear this. This is too old. We're filming. Su Jinfeng and Xian Jinju both disagreed, saying she should dress nicely for the TV appearance. Tomorrow we're filming work scenes, not a wedding. We need to look like hardworking people. Tang Nian explained seriously that dressing too fancy wouldn't fit the working theme. Grandma Tang slapped her forehead and decisively changed into the old clothes. Tang Nian then asked Tang Jianshu to inform the other families not to dress too formally. Just a bit newer than usual would be fine. The next morning, everyone in the village woke up early. People spoke in softer tones than usual. The loudest woman in the village, calling her husband and kids for breakfast, sounded gentler than when she was newly married. Women who usually walked briskly moved more slowly, and everyone in the village, young and old, unconsciously slowed down, waiting for the TV station's arrival. The TV station drove from the provincial city and arrived at Tang Village around 9 o'clock. According to Tang Nian's plan, the old yellow cow and the old man with the bamboo hat were already waiting on the stone bridge. The women washing clothes had changed into their favorite floral cotton jackets, holding sticks and waiting by the river. The men in the fields held their hoes, occasionally looking up. The old man on the stone bridge had already smoked 3 bags of tobacco and was stuffing the 4th into his pipe when a sharp whistle sounded. This was the agreed signal for the villagers. Tang Jiojin took on the role of signalman, climbing the tallest camphor tree in the village. When he saw a car approaching in the distance, he whistled to announce it. "They're coming, they're coming." Everyone suddenly sprang into action as if someone had pressed the play button. Women raised their sticks, vigorously beating the clothes, splashing water everywhere, while men swung their hoes, digging up large clumps of soil. The old man on the stone bridge stopped stuffing his pipe, hung it at his waist, and waved his whip in the air. The old yellow cow began to move slowly, heading across the stone bridge to graze on the fresh grass on the other side. Jiojin slid down the tree and played with his friends under the camphor tree, their laughter bright and cheerful. Nearby, several elderly ladies and gentlemen sat against the wall, enjoying the sun and chatting. Everything was as usual, just with people dressed a bit nicer than normal. When the TV station's vehicle reached the village entrance, Uncle Zhang opened the window and saw the beautiful and warm scene, urging the driver to stop. "This scene is too beautiful to miss. It should be in the opening." Not only Uncle Zhang thought so, others from the TV station agreed. "What's that cannon-like thing for? Why are they so flustered?" "It's definitely not for fireworks, don't worry," Nian said to act like usual. "Don't mind that cannon. Hurry and wash the clothes." A few women, seeing the camera for the first time, were a bit nervous, but they quickly calmed down. After all, they had hosted foreign guests before and were now seasoned villagers. The team leader was also a seasoned leader. He walked over confidently, extending his hand from a distance, and said loudly, "Welcome, leaders, to guide our work in Tang Village. Thank you for your hard work on the way here." "Not at all. Team leader Tang is too modest. We're here to learn from you." Uncle Zhang, leading the interview, shook the team leader's hand firmly and exchanged pleasantries. The team leader took them to the VIP room for tea, which was simply the village committee office. The modest table was filled with sunflower seeds and snacks, making it seem less shabby. "Where is Comrade Tang Nian?" Uncle Zhang asked when he didn't see her. "She's at the factory. We'll go over shortly," the team leader replied with a smile. "Let's go now." Uncle Zhang immediately stood up, needing to hurry back to the provincial city. As they left the VIP room, they saw a group of children peeking outside with bright, shining eyes. When they saw the adults come out, the children scattered. Leading the group was Tang Jiojin. It was Sunday, so he didn't have to go to school and was playing with his followers. "Kids, I have a few questions for you." Uncle Zhang waved with a smile, and the children shyly approached. "Are you all eating enough now?" Uncle Zhang asked. "Yes, I had 3 pieces of meat yesterday. My mom cooked it," a little boy replied, holding up 3 fingers, his chubby face rosy. "My mom made braised fish with fish my brother caught. She didn't cook fish well before, but now it's delicious," a little girl said loudly. "My mom fried eggs. We each got one, and it was tasty." The children playing with Tang Jiojin mostly had parents working at the factory, and their home conditions had greatly improved. Their meals were much better now. They didn't eat meat every day, but they could have it every few days. Are you all going to school? Uncle Zhang asked again. It's Sunday, so we don't have school. The children replied in unison. Let me quiz you. What is 3 plus 5?
8.
What is 3 plus 4? 7. What is 7 plus 8? Uncle Zhang asked a harder question, going a bit beyond their level. Tang Jiojin first counted on his fingers, then dragged a nearby child's hand to help count. The kids were very serious, and one little boy was so focused that he drooled. The TV crew found it amusing and filmed the innocent children. 16.
No, 18.
Neither. It's 17. The children all chimed in, each with their own opinion. It's 15. Don't count wrong next time. Uncle Zhang couldn't help but laugh as he gave the correct answer, feeling pleased. The children were evenly split between boys and girls, clearly all attending school, showing that Tang Village did not favor boys over girls. The important sign of economic development is that women have the same right to education as men, and Tang Village excelled in this regard. The sock factory and the craft factory are next to each other. The workers are busy as usual, but everyone is wearing newer clothes and looking more energetic. Those who used to have messy hair have now gotten neat haircuts. Grandma Tang is holding wheat straw, feeling restless and glancing outside from time to time. They're coming, they're coming. They're carrying something like a cannon. Aunt Air, get ready. A woman outside quickly runs in to inform. Grandma Tang's heart races, her hands shake, and she feels weak in her legs. She even wants to go to the bathroom, sweating nervously in the cold December weather. Aunt Air, why are you so flustered? Just treat the reporters like air. Huang Zhaodi comforts her. Don't whisper in my ear. It makes me even more nervous.
Grandma Tang deeply.
Grandma Tang doesn't feel comforted. Huang Zhaodi pouts, feeling envious. If it were her, she wouldn't be nervous at all. But sadly, her family doesn't have any successful daughters. The team leader leads the reporters inside. The TV station first films the entire workshop. Everyone sits up straight, eyes forward, and their hands don't stop moving. The wheat straw is skillfully woven into beautiful fans. After filming the workshop, they move on to close-ups, and the camera is almost in Grandma Tang's face. Surprisingly, Grandma Tang, who is so nervous she wanted to go to the bathroom, suddenly feels calm when she sees the camera. She weaves the wheat straw fan with ease, showing a hint of grace. Aunt, how many years have you been weaving wheat straw fans? Uncle Zhang interviews her. I learned it as a child. The women in the village start learning as girls. They can weave with their eyes closed. Grandma Tang answers loudly. Did anyone buy these wheat straw fans before? No, we only use them ourselves. No one came to buy. Grandma Tang shakes her head. Huang Zhaodi, eager to join in, moves closer to the camera and says, if it weren't for Nian Nian thinking of selling them to foreigners, who would have known they would like these things? Is Nian Nian the same as Comrade Tang Nian Nian? Uncle Zhang asks curiously. Yes, Tang Nian Nian is my niece. I watched her grow up. She's been smart since she was little, always scoring perfect marks on tests, and she's pretty too. She's the smartest in our village. Thanks to the party, the government, and the chairman, we Tang villagers are living good lives. Huang Zhaodi praises Tang Nian Nian and doesn't forget to express gratitude to the officials. She leans closer to the camera, feeling very pleased. Even if the reporter doesn't film her, she has ways to get on TV. Grandma Tang glances at her, intentionally blocking part of the camera view, and loudly says, Nian Nian is my granddaughter, raised by me. She's been close to me since she was little. I'm not bragging. My Nian Nian is definitely the smartest in the commune. Her brain is worth 10 others. Grandma Tang emphasizes that Nian Nian is her granddaughter and glances at Huang Zhaodi, asserting that the granddaughter belongs to her. Huang Zhaodi, undeterred, leans in closer with a big smile, saying, Nian Nian loves to eat the sweet potato chips I dry for her. Every year I make her a lot. This girl not only has a good brain but also a good taste. The things she loves to eat are the best. Grandma Tang's smile freezes for a second, but she manages her expression well, not showing any displeasure on camera. She subtly blocks the camera again, wanting to talk more about how close she is to Tang Nian. Reporter Zhang, over there is the bamboo weaving workshop. Please come this way. The team leader interrupts their silent competition and gives a warning glance to his wife while leading the TV crew to the bamboo weaving workshop. Once they leave, Grandma Tang huffs heavily and quickly runs to the bathroom. Huang Zhaodi doesn't mind at all and feels delighted. After all, she made it on TV and she wore a new jacket today, so it should look good. That machine just filmed me. I wonder if it caught my face? It filmed me too. My hair wasn't even done. My collar wasn't right and no one reminded me. Everyone is both excited and frustrated, feeling they didn't show their best side. Even though it was just a few seconds, they were on TV. I wonder when it will air. And air, ask Nian Nian, and when it does, we can watch it at your house. When Grandma Tang returns from the bathroom, she generously says, "Everyone come to my house to watch when it airs." She also wants to see what she looks like on TV. It should be similar to looking in a mirror, right? The TV station originally planned to film for just half a day, but the enthusiasm of the Tang villagers was overwhelming. They prepared a feast with many local delicacies, more lavish than a big restaurant in the provincial capital. There were wild game, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and seafood, all laid out on a large table, personally cooked by the best chef, Huang Zhaodi. Uncle Zhang and the others ate until they were full and felt that filming just a little was too little, so they extended the filming for another half day and returned to the provincial capital just before dark. The team leader also sent each person home with a bag of local specialties: winter bamboo shoots, wild game, dried wild vegetables, salted meat, dried fish, etc. All provided by Tang Nian Nian, who had plenty in her storage, along with some socks and bamboo crafts. Uncle Zhang and the others returned home loaded with gifts, feeling a bit embarrassed and determined to edit the footage well. Thus, what started as a simple filming task turned into a high-definition documentary due to the warm hospitality of the Tang villagers. Many years later, this documentary was preserved in the Tang Village Museum, allowing every visitor to enjoy this precious footage. A week later, Uncle Zhang called to inform that at 9:30 p.m., the provincial TV station would air this documentary about Tang Village, lasting 15 minutes. That time is a bit late, but they gave you a special segment. Remember to watch. Uncle Zhang said with a smile. Originally, the TV station planned to include just a minute in the news, but Director Ma was generous and secured a separate airing. Although 9:30 p.m. isn't prime time, many people will still watch. Thank you. When I go to the provincial capital, I'll treat you all to a meal. Tang Nian Nian felt very satisfied. Director Ma must have put in a lot of effort for this, so when she goes to the provincial capital, she'll bring him a gift. This connection with a TV station is important. They will definitely need it for future promotional ads, and having Director Ma makes things much easier. That night, Tang Village was livelier than during the New Year. After dinner, everyone crowded into the Tang family home. Grandma Tang had already moved the TV to the village entrance, where there was more space. This was where movies were shown in the past. The antenna was set up on an old camphor tree, and Tang Jianshu adjusted the channel. The villagers brought their small stools and eagerly awaited this exciting moment. Usually, by 8 p.m., villagers would be in bed, but now they were all wide awake, showing no signs of sleepiness. "Quiet down, it's starting," the team leader shouted, and the noise stopped. The villagers stared intently at the TV. Music played, and then the scene of Tang Village in the morning appeared, instantly exciting the villagers. "That's me. I'm wearing a floral cotton jacket. I'm in it too. Xiaozhen, how did your stick cover my face?" "My face was blocked by Taohua's hand too. You can only see my hair." The women doing laundry were quite frustrated, but they were still happy. It was their first time on TV, and they could brag about it for days when they went home for the New Year. "My Damao was on TV too. Haha, that little rascal looks pretty good on screen." "My Jiao Jin was on too, so handsome," Su Jinfeng said proudly. The images on the TV kept changing, and the deep voice of the narrator kept the villagers glued to the screen, not wanting to miss anything important. Old Lady Tang got 2 minutes of airtime, although Huang Zhaodi occasionally stole the spotlight. "Auntie, you looked great on TV. The wrinkles on your face disappeared. Zhaodi, your floral jacket looks amazing. You look 10 years younger." Everyone was envious, but also felt it was deserved. The TV station's visit was all thanks to Nian Girl, so it was only right for Old Lady Tang to be featured. Old Lady Tang and Huang Zhaodi sat up straight, their faces beaming with pride. After the 15 minutes ended, the villagers were still eager for more but knew it was impossible since the TV didn't have a replay function. Who would have thought Tang Village would be on TV? We need to tell our ancestors during the new year to make them happy. An elder sighed, his eyes misty. Nian Girl deserves the most credit. Without her, we would still be living in hardship. Someone shouted. Exactly, it's all thanks to Nian Girl. The others agreed. Everyone in the village supported this idea, and someone suggested that the captain nominate Tang Nian for the Labor Model Award, as each team had the right to recommend candidates. Do you really need to tell me? I already submitted the nomination a long time ago. The results will be out next spring. The captain was very pleased. He had submitted it last month but hadn't told anyone. However, he was quite confident that Nian Girl would be selected. Old Lady Tang was almost grinning from ear to ear. Good things kept coming. She not only got a salary but also appeared on TV. If only her husband could live a few more years. The poor man hadn't enjoyed any blessings. But Old Lady Tang didn't dwell on it for long. She was an open-minded person and thought perhaps her husband had been reborn into a wealthy family, living a good life. That night, the people of Tang Village stayed up late, so they all got up late the next day, lacking energy for work and yawning frequently. The news of Tang Village being on TV quickly spread throughout the county, and other villages were envious. This was the first village in the entire county to appear on TV. As a result, other teams rushed to visit Tang Village. The captain, unable to refuse, had to make arrangements. Nian Girl didn't care about these visits but had one request. It can't disrupt the workshop life and no grand displays. She remembered watching a movie where a village that started a farming economy got visits from officials every day. They came to guide and inspect, but within 6 months, the village was ruined because the animals couldn't even feed the visitors. So, she needed to take precautions to avoid the same fate. Shouldn't we prepare some decent dishes? It feels too shabby to serve just vegetables and radishes, the captain asked for advice. Are you planning to serve chicken, duck, fish, and meat? Nian Girl retorted. The captain smiled awkwardly. That was exactly what he was thinking. When the commune sent people to guide work in the past, he always served the best dishes. Now that conditions had improved, he didn't want the guests to eat poorly. Uncle San, there are 21 communes in Zhucheng. If one comes each day, it will take over half a month. Plus, there are other neighboring counties and provinces. Now that Tang Village is on TV, even more people will come to visit. If you prepare lavish meals, our village's factories won't be able to keep up. Nian Girl was straightforward. If it were up to her, she wouldn't welcome these visitors at all. The captain's smile faded as he realized the truth. He hurriedly said, Nian Girl, should I refuse them? You already agreed. If you refuse now, people will think Tang Village is stingy. Just let this one go. But next time, refuse anyone who wants to visit by saying the factory is busy. Nian Girl paused and couldn't help but say, Uncle San, do you know what your biggest problem is? What? The captain humbly asked for advice. You value personal connections too much and are too soft-hearted. In the future, discuss these matters with San Go and don't decide alone. Nian Girl didn't hold back. The captain had been soft-hearted too many times. The captain nodded awkwardly, promising, I won't decide on my own anymore. You can trust me, Nian Girl. He realized he was wrong this time, and Nian Girl's criticism was valid. He needed to learn from this and not make the same mistake again. The first group to visit was from the neighboring commune, sending about 10 representatives who arrived by tractor, men and women alike, all bundled up. The captain welcomed them at the village entrance and led them to the VIP room to warm up. After a cup of hot tea, Everyone felt warm and went to tour the workshop. Lunch was at the captain's house, with not too many dishes. One meat and a few vegetables, along with sweet potato rice. The visitors thought it was still too grand, considering many people still couldn't afford meat, and the dishes had no oil. The sweet potato rice was quite watery. Being able to eat a full meal with meat was already a great condition. After sending off one group, another arrived the next day, followed by 5 more groups. The captain was exhausted, his legs trembling, finally understanding what Nyen girl meant. We must refuse. From now on, no matter who asks, just say no. The captain struggled to get out of bed, his back aching. Today, another group was coming to visit, and he was in charge of hosting. You brought this on yourself. Huang Zhaodi was also frustrated. She had to cook every time they came, and it was exhausting. This time we'll let it go, but if you bring anyone else back, I won't serve them. Huang Zhaodi made it clear. Now she was in charge of the straw fan project and considered herself a leader. Why should she always be the one cooking, wasting her precious time on these trivial matters? I won't bring anyone else. My back hurts too much. The captain rubbed his back. It was killing him. Counting today, there were 3 more groups left, and he would refuse any future visits. This time, the captain was determined. Even if the commune officials came to persuade him, it wouldn't work. Leader, I haven't done any work these days. I've been showing them around, and the factory work has been delayed, seriously affecting production. The latest batch of foreign exchange orders is due next week. If we can't deliver on time, we'll have to pay a penalty. The team leader had learned his lesson this time and exaggerated the situation while seeking advice from Tang Mantong and Tang Jianshu. Then let's wait until you're not busy to do the tour. Sure enough, when they heard it would affect foreign exchange orders, the commune officials stopped urging them. They couldn't afford the consequences of a breach of contract. After that, Tang Village became quiet, and the team leader felt refreshed. Tang Nianyan didn't get involved in this matter. She needed these people to learn to be independent. It was already 1977 with documents issued in October and exams in November. Once she went to Huqing, she wouldn't be staying in Tang Village often. She wouldn't manage the sock factory and the handicraft factory anymore. They would be handed over to the team leader and Tang Jianshu. After New Year's Day, time flew by. There was still some time before the Spring Festival, but the village was already filled with festive spirit. Every household was stocking up on New Year's goods. This year, everyone had made money, and the supplies were much more abundant than in previous years. Tang Village had a tradition of drying fish and salted meat. Even in tough times, they would dry some fish and salted meat to eat. This year, with money to spare, they naturally had even more, especially Grandma Tang. The Tang family's yard was filled with salted meat, sausages, dried fish, and soy sauce duck. 3 rows were drying. 1 row of salted meat and sausages, 1 row of dried fish, and 1 row of soy sauce duck. The air was filled with delicious smells. Grandma Tang had dried so much that anyone passing by would compliment her, greatly satisfying her vanity. Second aunt, your family has so much this year. Will you have enough to eat until summer? Not really, we eat a lot of meat, so it will last until spring at most. Every time someone passed by, they would ask this, and Grandma Tang would respond like this. With each exchange, her vanity grew, and she felt happy every day. The Tang family also made 2 full jars of rice cakes, soaking them in clean water and changing the water regularly to keep them fresh for several months. Tang Nianyan took some time to go to Huqing to collect her Outstanding Youth Award. It was just a certificate along with a book of quotes, a medal, and a pen. The other awardees were very emotional and teary-eyed. Only Tang Nianyan remained calm, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Unlike others, she didn't value honor as much as she valued the monetary reward. Each awardee had to go on stage to give a speech. This part was quite interesting. Tang Nianyan, who had been yawning during the leader's speeches, perked up a bit. THTH thank you to the party and the people. THTH thank you. The first to speak was a short, chubby man in his 30s, with a round head, short neck, thick waist, and short legs. He looked like a ball from any distance. Though he wasn't handsome and stuttered, he had a kind face that showed he was an honest man not good with words. His name was Yao Xinghua, an engineer from a machine tool factory in Huqing. He had worked his way up from the workshop to a key engineer, with several successful projects that had received positive feedback after being put into production. However, as soon as Yao Xinghua opened his mouth, laughter erupted from the audience. He became more flustered, and his stutter worsened, leading to even more laughter, creating a vicious cycle. After a few minutes, he hadn't finished a single sentence and was sweating profusely in the winter cold. A leader from the Ministry of Industry took the microphone and said sternly, "Please be quiet." The laughter immediately stopped, and everyone fell silent. "Comrade Yao, don't be nervous. Take your time." The leader looked at Yao Xinghua with a kind expression. Yao Xinghua smiled gratefully, wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and read his speech aloud. He stumbled a few times but became more fluent as he went on and finished successfully. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yao Xinghua sighed with relief, feeling like a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He vowed never to give a speech again if he received such an award in the future. He bowed to the audience and the leaders on stage, and hurriedly left the stage as if he had been pardoned. The 10 outstanding youth were seated together in the 5th row, with leaders from various departments in the front rows. As Yao Xinghua reached the 4th row, he suddenly stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, he managed to grab a chair just in time to avoid embarrassment. A man sitting next to him had reached out to help but quickly withdrew his hand when Yao Xinghua steadied himself, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's fine." Yao Xinghua smiled at the man, but the man rolled his eyes and huffed, turning away. Yao Xinghua didn't pay it any mind and walked to his seat. His seat was in the middle of the 5th row, with Tang Yanyan sitting at the end, right behind the man who had tried to help Yao Xinghua. To her right sat a beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a camel-colored wool coat. She had a slim figure, short hair, and a gentle demeanor. Tang Yanyan remembered her as a sample maker from a sock factory in Huqing. Her name was Yu Xiumin, and she was currently the best sample maker in Huqing, as the host had introduced her. "Excuse me, I need to get by." Yao Xinghua, short and chubby, found it a bit difficult to squeeze past, especially with several women looking embarrassed. "It's okay." Yu Xiumin smiled slightly, standing up to let Yao Xinghua through. "Thank you." Yao Xinghua smiled gratefully as he squeezed past her, but accidentally brushed his elbow against her. He instantly turned red. Before he could say anything, Yu Xiumin softly said, "Just go ahead." It was just a light touch. It wasn't intentional, so it was no big deal. Yao Xinghua glanced at her gratefully and hurriedly squeezed into his seat, letting out a long sigh, as if he had just fought a tough battle. Tang Yanyan found their interaction quite interesting. After 2 more people finished their speeches, it was Yu Xiumin's turn. When the host called her name, she stood up excitedly and walked past Tang Yanyan. Her coat looked old and didn't fit well. The sleeves were a bit short, revealing the sleeves of her wool sweater. Yu Xiumin rolled the sweater sleeves up a bit to match the coat, making it look better. Tang Yanyan glanced at her sleeves and thought that Yu Xiumin must not come from a wealthy family. That coat was at least 7 or 8 years old. Logically, Yu Xiumin's salary should be decent, so she shouldn't be living so frugally. Perhaps her family had some burdens. On a second look, she noticed the red spots on Yu Xiumin's wrist and several bruises. The red spots were clearly from needle pricks, and the bruises looked like they had been caused by squeezing, with several distinct marks. Tang Yanyan glanced at Yu Xiumin's other hand, and sure enough, there were also small red spots and bruises on that wrist. Yu Xiumin seemed to sense her gaze, tugged at her sleeves, left her seat, and walked to the stage. After giving her acceptance speech and bowing, she returned to her seat and immediately pulled down her sweater sleeves to cover the scars on her hands. Tang Yanyan frowned slightly. These injuries were clearly self-inflicted. Could they be from Yu Xiumin's husband? The next speaker is Comrade Tang Yanyan to give her acceptance speech. The host announced. Tang Yanyan had to stop her speculation and walked up to the stage. She was the youngest among the 10 awardees and gave the shortest speech. "Thank you to the party, the people, and the chairman, and thanks to the leaders of various departments in Huqing for their support and guidance. I will continue to work hard and achieve even better results." Tang Nianyan said a brief sentence, bowed and left the stage, taking less than a minute in total. The host was momentarily stunned and quickly invited the next person to ease the awkward atmosphere. The audience looked at Tang Nianyan in surprise, thinking she must have a special background. Otherwise, how could she win an award and speak so confidently? Tang Nianyan maintained a cool expression, sitting straight and ignoring the curious looks around her, exuding an air that kept people at a distance. She must have a powerful background. Everyone thought the same. Someone without support couldn't act so confidently. After the award ceremony, many people approached Tang Nianyan to get close to her, either to learn more about her or to make connections for future use. Tang Nianyan wasn't very enthusiastic. She was only interested in two people at the event, Yao Xinghua and Yu Xiumin.
Because she wanted to poach talent.
Yao Xinghua was taking workers from the machine factory, and Yu Xiumin was taking workers from the sock factory. Although the sock factory in Tang Village was thriving and profitable, and Xian Jinju had recruited a sample maker from the original factory, the maker's skills were too ordinary, and Tang Nianyan was not satisfied. Her goal was to make the sock factory bigger and stronger, which required hiring the best sample maker, and Yu Xiumin fit the bill. Tang Nianyan's gaze followed these two, and when Yao Xinghua and Yu Xiumin left the venue, she quickly wrapped up her conversation and followed them outside. Yao Xinghua, you useless fool. What are you still doing alive? If I were you, I would grab a knife and deal with those two cheating scoundrels right now. Outside the auditorium was a parking shed, and there weren't many people around. Most were still inside chatting. Yao Xinghua was stopped by a man, the same guy who had tripped him earlier, and his tone was filled with disappointment. You misunderstood Yang Hui. She's not that kind of person. Yao Xinghua's honest face darkened. Yang Hui was his wife, and he didn't like hearing others slander her. Humph. Only a fool like you would treat a worn-out shoe as a treasure. Everyone in your factory knows Yang Hui is a worn-out shoe. She was already with Meng Xingmin before marrying you. You still think she's a gem? You're just a useless coward, and you've embarrassed all men. The man grew more agitated, raising his voice and hitting Yao Xinghua's head several times.
You. Don't say that.
Lao Chao, if you keep slandering Yang Hui, we can't be friends anymore. An angry Yao Xinghua stuttered, his face turning red, and his eyes bulging, looking a bit frightening. Who would want to be friends with a coward like you? Get lost. If you want to wear a green hat, go ahead. I won't care about you anymore, you coward. Chao Ziqing pushed his friend away and glared at him before walking off. He regretted being friends with someone like Yao Xinghua. Even if Yao Xinghua ended up with a family of his own, he wouldn't get involved again. Yao Xinghua opened his mouth to call out to his friend, but ultimately said nothing. He sighed, planning to wait a few days for Chao Ziqing to cool down before having a proper talk. Yang Hui was really not that kind of person. Chao Ziqing was misunderstanding too much. Tang Nianyan stood openly in the parking shed, so engrossed in listening that she didn't notice she was blocking others. Beside her, Yu Xiumin looked awkward, wanting to remind the girl to move but hesitating, as she seemed intimidating. Chao Ziqing stormed out of the woods, not even glancing at them, and rode off on his bike. Then Yao Xinghua came out, looking a bit embarrassed when he saw them. Tang Nianyan smiled at him and quickly walked off to catch up with Chao Ziqing. This guy should know a lot of inside information which would help her in her plans. Yu Xiumin felt even more awkward and hurriedly rode away, feeling sympathy for Yao Xinghua. If friends spoke so confidently, it usually wasn't false. This man was likely wearing a green hat. She sighed, thinking that good men couldn't find good wives and good women couldn't find good husbands. The matchmaker always loved to play tricks, causing so many unhappy couples. Tang Nianyan ran to a secluded spot, took out her bicycle, and quickly caught up with Chao Ziqing. Comrade, you dropped your money. Tang Nianyan called out, and Chao Ziqing immediately braked, looking down to search. I was mistaken. It's just some trash. Tang Nianyan caught up, kicking the trash away, and Chao Ziqing looked disappointed as he prepared to leave. You're Yao Xinghua's friend, right? Would you like to see him stand up and divorce while punishing those cheating scoundrels? Tang Nianyan asked directly. Chao Ziqing, just about to ride away, was startled and almost fell, looking at her suspiciously. He remembered this girl didn't seem to know Yao Xinghua. 10 minutes later, the two sat in a quiet tea house. Tang Niannian treated him generously, ordering a pot of Longjing tea, rice cakes, and shrimp noodles, filling the table. Chao Ziqing's expression grew more serious. There must be a reason for her kindness. What did this woman want? Comrade Chao, have some tea. Tang Niannian poured him a cup of Longjing and placed the shrimp noodles in front of him. The shrimp noodles here are delicious, and the rice cakes are good too. She had been here a few times with Xin Xiao and loved the shrimp noodles and ham rice cakes. Xin Xiao enjoyed desserts like sugar cakes and London cakes, always ordering them. Chao Ziqing thought for a moment and decided to eat freely. It was free food after all. After he finished eating, Tang Niannian had also finished her shrimp noodles and rice cakes. She wiped her mouth and asked, "Do you have evidence of Yao Xinghua's wife cheating?"
No.
Chao Ziqing paused, feeling frustrated. If I had evidence, I would have shown it to that fool Yao Xinghua already. Without evidence, no matter how loudly you shout, it won't matter. Tang Niannian thought Yao Xinghua was right to defend his wife. Catching a cheater required more than just words. I can't deceive him. We're brothers. Chao Ziqing was so angry that he couldn't even eat his pastry. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He had advised Yao Xinghua not to marry Yang Hui. That woman was restless when she was single, and after marriage, Yao would definitely be the one getting cheated on. Sure enough, Yao Xinghua was now in a green situation. Brothers are like clothes, while wives are like family. Tang Niannian casually remarked that without evidence, a brother who slanders his wife could be discarded like old clothes. Chao Ziqing was taken aback, feeling something was off about her words, but he was too angry to think clearly. Do you know who Yang Hui's lover is? Tang Nian asked. If that woman was having an affair, she could find out easily. It's that jerk Meng Xingmin, who works in the same unit as Yao Xinghua. That pretty boy used to date Yang Hui, but her family disapproved, so she married Yao. Chao Ziqing said angrily. Why did they disapprove? Meng Xingmin's father died when he was young, leaving only a poor widowed mother, Chao Ziqing scoffed. Yang Hui's parents were materialistic and definitely wouldn't approve of the marriage. Yang Hui didn't want to live a hard life, so she married Yao Xinghua, but now these two were still entangled with each other. Tang Niannian nodded, understanding that this made things easier. Let's go. She stood up and left. She had already paid for the snacks and needed to hurry to investigate Yang Hui and Meng Xingmin to bring Yao Xinghua over soon. Are you not taking these? Chao Ziqing called out. There were still many snacks left on the table. Tang Niannian had already walked far away and didn't respond. Chao Ziqing finished his tea and packed up the snacks, feeling anxious about whether telling Tang Niannian this was right or wrong. Whatever, the fact that Yang Hui was having an affair wasn't a secret in the factory. Only that fool Yao was still in the dark, treating that woman like a treasure. The more Chao Ziqing thought about it, the angrier he got. He and Yao Xinghua had argued many times over Yang Hui, and their brotherhood had been damaged. Just now, he really wanted to trip that fool. Maybe it would wake him up. In just one afternoon, Tang Niannian gathered most of the information about Meng Xingmin and Yang Hui. Meng Xingmin was an ordinary technician at the machine tool factory, clean and polite, wearing glasses. Although he was in his 30s, he was still single. His gentle yet melancholic scholar vibe made him quite popular in the factory, with many young women having crushes on him. As for Yang Hui, she was the warehouse keeper at the machine tool factory. Her job was easy, and she was considered the factory's beauty in her youth. Though she had a child now and wasn't as young, she had gained more charm and still held her title. After spending another half-day, Tang Niannian learned that Yao Xinghua's position in the factory was a bit awkward. He was very skilled but had a dull personality, lacking social skills and only focusing on his work, like a hard-working ox. Such employees were favored by private business owners, but not in state-owned enterprises. Leaders in these organizations preferred smooth talkers. It didn't matter if they could work, as long as they could flatter. Yao Xinghua had been nominated for the Outstanding Youth Award for 4 consecutive years, with high votes, and logically should have won. However, he was replaced in the previous 3 years for various reasons by those with connections. This year, he wasn't replaced because the leadership had changed to a more practical one, allowing genuine talents to have a chance, and the connections were eliminated. Even if he won the award, he still struggled in the workplace. For instance, despite completing many projects independently, he remained an assistant engineer and hadn't even been promoted to a full engineer. The salary difference between an assistant engineer and a full engineer was significant, and the projects assigned to Yao Xinghua were leftovers. He appeared indifferent, but how could he truly not care about such thankless work? Perhaps Yao Xinghua knew that opposing it wouldn't help. The leaders wouldn't give him good projects anyway, so it was better to accept the unfair arrangements. Tang Nian felt much more confident. As long as she could catch evidence of Yang Hui and Meng Xingmin's affair, her chances of successfully stealing Yao Xinghua away were high. With an unsatisfactory job and family life, Yao Xinghua had nothing going well at the machine tool factory. It would be better for him to work at her factory. At 2 in the afternoon, the weather was nice. After gathering information all day, Tang Nian's throat was dry, so she hurried home to rest. As soon as she entered the yard, Aunt Zhang excitedly said, "I was just looking for you. The fox you asked me to watch definitely has something going on with that pretty boy. I can't be wrong. Did you see them together?" Tang Nian made herself a cup of tea and grabbed a biscuit. How could they be together during the day? You can tell by their looks if they're involved. You're young and don't understand, but I know this stuff well. I've been watching them closely. Those two have definitely been together for years, and their gazes are practically glued. Aunt Zhang was adamant that Yang Hui and Meng Xingmin were having an affair. Tang Nian shook her head. No matter how good you are at this, we need proof. We must catch them in the act. Keep an eye on them, and if they do sleep together, take a picture. She had already taught Aunt Zhang how to use the camera. She needed to watch Yu Xiumin, so she couldn't do both. Aunt Zhang was clever and would surely handle it well. Don't worry. If they sleep together, I'll get the picture. Aunt Zhang confidently promised, excited about being entrusted with this task for the first time. She had to do well, otherwise, how could she justify such an easy job? Living alone in such a big house, with a monthly salary of 20, plus living expenses separately, the owner never bothered her. Living here was more comfortable than at home, where she had a nasty mother-in-law who constantly scolded her. Seeing Tang Nian still munching on biscuits, Aunt Zhang smacked her forehead in frustration and hurried to the kitchen to cook noodles. Stop eating the biscuits. I'll make noodles. It'll be ready soon. She really should have been more considerate and not let the owner go hungry. Make extra and fry 3 eggs. Tang Nian called out, feeling very hungry. Aunt Zhang's noodles were especially chewy and delicious.
Got it.
Aunt Zhang quickly prepared the dough, and while it rested, she stir-fried some meat. In just half an hour, a big bowl of fragrant noodles was ready, topped with 3 golden fried eggs and a generous serving of stir-fried wood ear mushrooms and mincemeat, along with finely sliced cucumbers. It looked and smelled amazing. Delicious. Tang Nian took a big bite and praised it before digging in. Aunt Zhang grinned. There's more in the pot. She loved how Tang Nian ate so heartily. She was pretty and straightforward, truly a good girl. Aunt Zhang even thought about helping out if Tang Nian and Xin Xiao got married and had kids. She didn't want to go back home. Living outside was much more comfortable. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Tang Nian rested for a bit before heading out with Aunt Zhang. She would watch Yu Xiumin while Aunt Zhang kept an eye on Meng Xingmin and Yang Hui, planning to meet up at home in the evening. Safety first. If someone finds out, just run. Tang Nian reminded, worried that Aunt Zhang might get hurt. Don't worry, I'm good at this. Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled. She had experience in catching cheating partners and was confident she could do it without a sound. Tang Nian wasn't too worried. Although Aunt Zhang seemed honest and simple, she was quite clever. Surviving for over a decade in the battle of wits against the Shin family and Fu Bailan showed her abilities. After they parted ways, Tang Nian Nian rode directly to the family building of the sock factory, where Yu Xiumin lived. Yu Xiumin was also married. Her husband was a mechanic at the textile factory. They had only one daughter, who was 6 years old. Both parents worked, so logically they shouldn't be living so poorly. However, her husband, Fan Zhong, was from the countryside and had a heavy family burden. He had to send money home every month. Yu Xiumin was from the city, and her family was average, unable to provide much support, but she had no burdens. Clearly, Fan Zhong was dragging her down. Yu Xiumin's home was on the first floor, just one room, and they cooked outside. As night fell, the building became lively as everyone prepared dinner. Yu Xiumin picked up her daughter from school, bought groceries, and started cooking. Fan Zhong returned as well. He wasn't very tall but had a strong build, clearly used to physical labor. His work clothes were stained with oil. As soon as he got home, he took them off and tossed them in the outside bin, gruffly saying, "Wash them properly."
Got it.
Yu Xiumin replied, soaking the clothes in water and applying some soap, planning to wash them after dinner. Her daughter, who had been playing inside, came out to watch her mother cook as soon as Fan Zhong arrived. "It's cold outside, Tian, come inside," Yu Xiumin gently urged, worried about her daughter's recent cough. The little girl shook her head, refusing to go in. She didn't like her father, who always glared at her and hit her mother. She hated him, as well as her grandparents and uncles. There was no one she liked. Yu Xiumin sighed, understanding her daughter's feelings. She didn't push further and hurried to finish cooking. The evening meal was simple: stir-fried vegetables, a fried egg, and some tofu. She set the dishes on the table, but before she could close the door, Fan Zhong shouted, "Why is it tofu again? Where's the money? Did you spend it on your lover? Lower your voice. Don't you know where the money went? Last month, I sent 50 to your parents, and this month, I sent 40. We don't even have money for Tian's medical expenses." Yu Xiumin quickly shut the door, quietly defending herself. Fan Zhong's family was like a bottomless pit, always needing money for one reason or another. Either his father was sick, his mother fell, or there were issues with his siblings. Over the years of marriage, Fan Zhong had sent almost all his salary home, while Yu Xiumin's salary was what they lived on. Even the money he spent on cigarettes and treats came from her. Fan Zhong slammed his hand on the table, causing Tian to shiver and lower her head to eat, not even touching the vegetables, just eating plain rice. "My parents worked hard to raise me. Do you have a problem with me supporting them? You handle the money at home, but do you even know where it goes? It must be going to your lover. Don't think I don't know. You didn't even have a proper wedding. You were already not a pure girl. I must have been blind to marry you and have a daughter who's a burden. You can't even give me a son." Fan Zhong's insults grew harsher. Tang Nian Nian, hiding nearby, clenched her fists, wishing she could do something to stop this man. "Don't say these things in front of Tian, Fan Zhong. Be reasonable. I've told you countless times that my bike accident caused this. The doctor has told you too. Why do you keep bringing this up? And your salary, I've never seen a penny of it. We live off my pay."
Slap.
The sound of a slap interrupted Yu Xiumin's words. It was Fan Zhong, furious. Yu Xiumin's thin body was knocked back, hitting the cabinet, and pain shot through her lower back, making it hard for her to stand. "Mommy." Tian rushed over, supporting her mother and crying. "Who are you pretending for? You and the doctor are in cahoots. The bike accident is all nonsense. You're just a loose woman.
Who knows whose child this is?
I'm so unlucky to have married you." Fan Zhong's rage boiled over as he punched and kicked Yu Xiumin, not caring if their daughter was scared. Yu Xiumin shielded her daughter, enduring the beating in silence. But her stubbornness only angered Fan Zhong more, and he hit her harder. "If you think Tian isn't your daughter, then let's get a divorce." Yu Xiumin could tolerate humiliation, but not when this man insulted her daughter. She proposed divorce. But just like countless times before, the word divorce enraged Fan Zhong. He took off his belt, his expression twisted, and he struck her with all his might. "I won't let you have it easy. If we divorce, you think you can go find your lover? I won't let you have your way. You'll die in my house. After several strikes, Fan Zhong was out of breath. Yu Xiumin's face turned pale from the pain, and her mouth was filled with blood, but she still didn't say a word. Because she knew that even if she cried for help, no one would stand up for her. Instead, she would be ridiculed. When she went back to her parents to cry, they wouldn't allow her to divorce, saying that a man's temper was normal and that she should endure it. Women have to go through this. Her brother also opposed the divorce, worried that she would come back and take over their house, seeing her as a burden. She sought help from the Women's Federation at her factory, but they only mediated. In front of them, Fan Zhong acted very obediently, even crying and saying he felt wronged, claiming she was cheating, and giving him a green hat. He made it sound so convincing that even the Federation believed him. After all, no man would willingly wear a green hat. Fan Zhong hid her at home and spoke harshly, but outside, he was praised as a good person. He was helpful and kind, always lending a hand when someone needed it. Not only was he a good worker at the textile factory, but he was also seen as a great man in the sock factory community. Everyone said Yu Xiumin was lucky to have married him. Yu Xiumin had no way to defend herself. Fan Zhong was particularly cunning. The injuries he gave her were in hidden places. When she showed her wounds to the Federation, Fan Zhong claimed he was just too frustrated and lost control after drinking. In front of the Federation members, Fan Zhong even swore he would never hit her again. They believed him and advised her to care more for her husband and not let him feel wronged. Yu Xiumin had no one to turn to. She was the victim, yet she was treated like the perpetrator. It was her fault that Fan Zhong hit her. If he killed her, people would probably think she deserved it. Fan Zhong took a break before continuing to whip the belt. After all, this woman's reputation was already ruined. Everyone knew she was unfaithful. He was the one who was truly pitiful, and even if he hit her hard, no one would care. He raised the belt high, but before he could bring it down, his elbow went numb, and he dropped the belt on the floor. Confused, Fan Zhong picked up the belt and switched hands to strike again, but his elbow went numb once more, and the belt fell again. After 3 times, Fan Zhong began to feel scared. He looked around, thinking there must be something in the room. Otherwise, why would his hand suddenly go numb? Yu Xiumin had her eyes closed, waiting for a long time without feeling the belt. When she opened her eyes, she saw Fan Zhong's terrified face, sweating as he scanned the room. The atmosphere in the room was filled with fear. Yu Xiumin felt relieved. No matter the reason, as long as Fan Zhong stopped, it was fine. If he kept hitting her, she wouldn't be able to go to work the next day. I'll teach you a lesson later. Fan Zhong searched for a while, finding nothing in the room. He cursed angrily and went to eat. After a long day of work, he was starving. Even tofu would do. He would eat well before teaching that woman a lesson. Yu Xiumin endured the pain in her body and stood up, sending her daughter to eat. She had no appetite and planned to go outside to wash clothes. If she didn't clean the dirty laundry, Fan Zhong would surely explode with anger.
Mom, eat.
Tian pulled her mother, her big eyes full of concern. Mom must be in pain, yet she still had to work. She hated her dad. Why doesn't he just die? In class, Xiaoming's dad was hit by a car on his way to work and died. Xiaoming cried every day, and she thought at that moment, if only it could be switched, let the car hit her dad and save Xiaoming's dad. That way, Xiaoming would be happy, and she and her mom would be happy too. Seeing her daughter's fear, Yu Xiumin sat down to eat with her. She couldn't swallow a bite, just waiting for her daughter to finish before going to wash clothes. Outside, it was completely dark. Tang Nian stood up, stomped her numb feet, but felt great. She was sure she could dig out Yu Xiumin from this corner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, many lights in the family building went out early due to the cold. Yu Xiumin was still outside washing clothes, taking breaks often. Her injuries hurt too much to use much strength, and the winter water was icy, forcing her to rub her hands together for warmth. Fan Zhong drank a lot of alcohol that night and went to bed after dinner, snoring loudly, which made Yu Xiumin feel relieved. She truly wished he would stay drunk from morning till night so that she and her daughter could have an easier life. Outside, only Yu Xiumin was there when Tang Nian walked over and patted her shoulder. Who? Yu Xiumin jumped, barely recognizing her in the dim streetlight. Her expression turned to surprise. Comrade, do you need something from me? It's urgent. Come this way. Tang Nian pulled her inside. It was freezing outside. I still need to wash clothes. If you have something to say, just say it. Yu Xiumin felt cautious. She and Tang Nian had only met twice. Why was she looking for her at night? Do you want to take your daughter and leave your husband? Tang Nian asked directly, adding, I have a way to help you successfully get away from Fanzhong, and he won't bother you and your daughter anymore. Yu Xiumin's expression changed slightly, and her heart raced. Could she really get a divorce? Why are you helping me? There's a sock factory in our village looking for a senior sample maker. If I help you, you can work at our factory. The pay and benefits will definitely be better than your current job, and you can get away from Fanzhong. Tang Nian was straightforward. Yu Xiumin hesitated. Her current job was at a state-owned factory, and moving to a village-run business felt like a step down. But she desperately wanted a divorce. Living like this was worse than death. Can you really help me? I've tried to get a divorce before, but it never worked. He's very good at acting. Yu Xiumin was skeptical. How could divorce be that easy? Fanzhong wouldn't agree. Your way won't work. I can guarantee it will be done. Do you really want to spend your life with such a disgusting man? It's not just you who suffers. Your daughter is affected too. Haven't you noticed she already has psychological scars? Living in this environment will greatly impact her character and growth. Many juvenile offenders come from such families. Tang Nian was a bit exaggerated, but it was true. Children raised in violent households often have character flaws, and many end up on a path to crime, which is backed by scientific data. Yu Xiumin's expression changed dramatically. She could endure her own suffering, but her daughter must not be harmed. I agree. As long as you can help me get away from Fanzhong, I'll work at your factory. Yu Xiumin no longer hesitated. Regardless of whether Tang Nian was telling the truth, she decided to take a chance. Because Tang Nian was the only person willing to help her in all these years. And she instinctively felt that Tang Nian could truly help her. This beautiful girl had a convincing aura. Yu Xiumin was fed up with her current life. She was willing to gamble. Do you want Fanzhong to live or be in limbo? Or do you want to be a widow? Tang Nian asked sincerely. Her method for dealing with Fanzhong depended on Yu Xiumin's attitude. Yu Xiumin was startled and shook her head vigorously. Don't do anything illegal. Just get him to divorce me. What about sending him to a mental hospital? Tang Nian thought of the two patients, Shun Xiao and her, who said they wanted to get those patients out to help her. She didn't agree. She preferred them to stay in the mental hospital and live happily. However, she had bribed the hospital director, significantly improving the patient's quality of life. She realized that having them work for her didn't require them to be released. It was more suitable for them to stay in the mental hospital. Yu Xiumin's eyes lit up. Sending him to a mental hospital? Could it really work? Let's do it. Send Fanzhong to a mental hospital. Tang Nian turned to leave. She had work to do. Wait, can we keep the mental hospital thing discreet? I don't want outsiders to know. I'm worried it will affect Tian. Yu Xiumin felt a bit embarrassed. She was asking for too much. But she feared that when Tian grew up and started dating, if people found out she had a father in a mental hospital, it would definitely have an impact. Sure, just say Fanzhong is unwell and went back home to recuperate. Tang Nian readily agreed. It was no trouble for her. Yu Xiumin nodded, feeling a sudden sense of clarity and hope for the future. She curiously asked, how do you plan to do it? You'll see soon. No matter who asks, just say Fanzhong is an alcoholic with a bad temper who gets violent over small matters. Your injuries will show how cruel he is and that he might even harm outsiders. You need to make everyone aware that Fanzhong is a volatile person who is also a good actor. Tang Nian instructed her a few more times, and Yu Xiumin nodded, knowing what to do. Yu Xiumin was stunned to see Tang Nian swaggering into her house. She was surprised at first, but quickly reacted and followed her inside, closing the door behind her. Fan Zhong was snoring on the bed, and the room was filled with a foul smell of alcohol. On the small bed beside him, Tian was curled up and asleep. Even in her sleep, Tian's little face was wrinkled, and her brows were tightly knit, looking troubled. Yu Xiumin felt a sharp pain in her heart. She finally understood that Tang Niannian's words were not just exaggerations. If she continued to live with a disgusting man like Fan Zhong, her daughter could be ruined. Yu Xiumin made up her mind. Even if Tang Niannian's plan failed, she would find a way to take her daughter away. Tang Niannian took out a hallucinogen, a new product from the future that could induce brief hallucinations. Whatever someone thought would appear real, leading them to act foolishly. The drug lasted about 15 minutes, enough time for Fan Zhong to lose it. Tang Niannian easily lifted Fan Zhong, opened the door, and threw him outside. He was only wearing thin sweats and quickly woke up from the cold, ready to curse, but a spray hit him, and soon his expression turned dazed. On Fan Zhong's confused face appeared a lewd smile as he saw a beautiful woman, the factory's flower, waving at him and smiling seductively. Fan Zhong acted honest and simple at work, but in reality, he was like a rat in a sewer, secretly watching the beautiful women and fantasizing about disgusting things at night. Especially the factory's flower, whom he fantasized about almost every day. Fan Ge, come here. The factory flower was no longer cold, but very enthusiastic. Fan Zhong drooled, eagerly rushing toward the beauty. Yu Xiumin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? She looked at Tang Niannian in shock, wondering how she did it. At that moment, Fan Zhong had already taken off his clothes and was running under the streetlight, treating the pole as the factory flower. Tang Niannian watched expressionlessly for a moment, then kicked a broken basin at the door, which crashed against the wall with a loud noise. Who is it? A light turned on in one room, and a figure appeared, getting dressed. Get inside, Tang Niannian said, pulling Yu Xiumin inside and closing the door. Creak, a door opened next door, followed by a man's suspicious voice. Who is making noise in the middle of the night? Kicking my basin? I needed to plant some dirt and grow green onions. Yu Xiumin recognized the voice. It was Master Hua from next door. Although he was a man, he could cook, do laundry, clean, knit, and sew better than many women. His wife didn't have to do any work, and even at nearly 40, she looked like a young girl. Many people at the factory said Master Hua was effeminate, but Yu Xiumin envied his wife. Marrying a man like that was true happiness. Hey, who is moving around up there? Master Hua noticed the shadow under the streetlight and curiously walked over, adjusting his glasses to see better. Who is making such a racket at this hour? It's past 3, and it's so noisy, I can't sleep. A woman's voice followed, sounding very angry. Yu Xiumin recognized this woman. She was known as a fierce wife in the building, keeping her husband in line and very vocal, not only spreading news, but also exaggerating it. A small snake, when told by her, would turn into a giant python. Yu Xiumin couldn't help but laugh. Even heaven wouldn't let Fan Zhong off easy with this loudmouth around. Footsteps approached outside, and the loudmouth came out, filled with anger. Master Hua, who is messing around in the middle of the night. The loudmouth saw Master Hua and shouted. I can't see clearly. It looks like Master Fan, but I'm not sure. Master Hua's tone was uncertain, it was cold, and his glasses were fogged, making everything look blurry. The loudmouth walked over, and although the streetlight was dim, it still illuminated things well. Her eyesight was good enough to see clearly. Oh my, who is so shameless, running around without clothes at this hour.
Ugh.
The loudmouth covered her eyes and cursed, her fingers wide apart. Fan Zhong heard her voice, suddenly turned, and lunged at her, holding her tightly. Perverted scoundrel, I'll kill you. How dare you take advantage of me? Lao Chui, where are you? Your wife is about to be bullied to death by a pervert. The loudmouth struggled desperately, hitting Fan Zhong, but even she couldn't overpower him. Her screams woke up everyone in the building. The fastest runner was her timid husband, rushing over with a kitchen knife. Seeing his wife being taken advantage of, his eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Fan Zhong, ready to kill him. Master Hua also came to help, and other residents woke up. When they saw the situation, they thought a real pervert was attacking, and they grabbed whatever they could to help. With so many people, they quickly subdued Fan Zhong. The effects of the drug were still strong, and he howled like a dog. This is so embarrassing. How could Master Fan be like this? You really can't judge a person by their appearance. Quick, go get Yu Xiaomin and find him some clothes. This is so shameful. Everyone recognized Fan Zhong and couldn't believe it. The man everyone praised as good was actually such a disgusting pervert. But the evidence was right in front of them, and their expressions turned to disdain and fear. Fan Zhong clearly seemed mentally unstable. Living next to someone like him felt like having a ticking time bomb nearby. Who knew when it would explode? Does Master Fan have a problem with his mind? He doesn't seem very bright. Of course he has a problem. No wonder I felt he was creepy the first time I saw him. He's not someone easy to get along with. You all didn't believe me and insisted he was a good man, huh? He usually seems fine, but who knew he had hidden mental issues? It's terrifying. Luckily, he acted up tonight. Otherwise, he would have been like a ticking time bomb, dangerous to everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement. They definitely didn't want a mentally unstable neighbor. Mentally ill people can kill without punishment, and they couldn't handle that. Yu Xiaomin had been hiding behind the door, listening to the discussions, and her smile grew wider, feeling immense admiration for Tang Niannian. She had managed to label Fan Zhong as mentally ill in one move. So impressive. Yu Xiaomin, get up. Your Master Fan has gone crazy. Someone knocked hard on the door, waking Tian, who trembled and cried, Mommy. The little girl thought her dad was hitting her mom again. In the past, when she woke up suddenly at night, she saw her mom curled up in pain in the dark, while her dad held a needle, poking her mom repeatedly. She tried to save her mom, but her dad slapped her, and then her mom protected her. Tian couldn't remember the details clearly. She only remembered her dad being very fierce, her mom in great pain, that cold, shining needle, and the pitch-black night, all of which terrified her. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Yu Xiaomin picked up her daughter, feeling overwhelmed with guilt. After being reminded by Tang Niannian, she realized her daughter had already suffered greatly. She felt so useless. Xiaomin, get up. Your Fan Zhong is acting crazy. Someone outside called again, knocking even harder on the door. I'm coming. Yu Xiaomin turned on the light, pretended to get dressed, and after a while, opened the door, sleepily asking what happened. Fan Zhong is going crazy. Get him a blanket. He's embarrassing himself. Yu Xiaomin looked confused but obediently grabbed a blanket and went out. When she saw Fan Zhong lying on the ground, she was shocked. How did Lao Fan end up outside? What happened? Tang Niannian, hiding inside, silently gave a thumbs up. She was impressed. She liked women who were quick to react and had strong learning abilities. They were worth helping. Those who couldn't improve would be left to their fate. Fan Zhong stopped struggling. The effects of the medication had worn off, and he felt very cold. He recalled many painful memories, and the medicine Tang Niannian sprayed on him allowed him to remember everything, like watching a replay. He was surrounded by many people, their gazes piercing him like knives. Fan Zhong tightly closed his eyes, afraid to open them, pretending to be unconscious. Yu Xiaomin couldn't manage him alone, so Teacher Hua and a few other helpful men carried Fan Zhong back home and laid him on the bed. Throughout, Fan Zhong never opened his eyes. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with your Master Fan? Running around outside at this hour, he just bullied Xiao Ma. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. What's going on? An older woman shook her head as she spoke. She was a Women's Federation officer from the sock factory and had previously mediated conflicts between Fan Zhong and Yu Xiaomin, so she knew a bit about their situation. I said before, he's not a good person. He has mental issues. When he drinks, he goes crazy and doesn't treat me like a human. He even hit Tian. You all didn't believe me and said he was a good comrade. Yu Xiaomin's expression was mocking. It's easy to criticize when you're not the one suffering. She had been the only one tormented before. These people were unaffected, so they could easily speak without feeling the pain. Now that Fan Zhong had done something so shameless, touching everyone's interests, they couldn't hold back anymore. The Women's Federation officer looked embarrassed and tried to justify it. He never acted like this before. Who could have seen he was this kind of person? Maybe his condition has worsened. Xiao Yu, you should take him to the hospital. I've already taken him. The doctor said there's no cure, it will only get worse, and he might even kill someone in the future. Yu Xiumin casually made up a lie. The Women's Federation officer turned pale with fear, and several neighbors nearby were also frightened by her words. Fan Zhong, pretending to be unconscious on the bed, was so angry he jumped up, but he forgot he wasn't wearing clothes. When he jumped out of bed, he was completely exposed, startling the Women's Federation officer, who quickly turned away. Feeling the cold air, Fan Zhong realized he was naked and quickly wrapped himself in the blanket, angrily lunging at Yu Xiumin. You're talking nonsense and slandering me. Where did I get a mental illness? It's you wretched woman, who's ruining me. In his irrational state, Fan Zhong didn't care about the people around him, raising his fist to hit Yu Xiumin, shouting obscenities. The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. Master Fan, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Teacher Hua and a few men pulled Fan Zhong away, but they looked down on him. Only a weak man would take out his anger on his wife. They never realized he was this kind of person. Let me go. I'm going to kill this wretched woman. Fan Zhong roared like a beast, his fierce demeanor showing, making the neighbors shake their heads in disappointment. Their impression of him fell to an all-time low. Yu Xiumin, scared, ran out of the room holding her daughter, saying his mental illness is getting worse. The doctor told him not to drink, but he doesn't listen. He drinks every day and more. The doctor said if he keeps this up, he will definitely kill someone. You're full of crap. I'm not sick. It's you who's ruining me. Fan Zhong struggled desperately, and the men almost couldn't hold him down. In the struggle, his blanket fell off, leaving him exposed again, but he didn't realize it, still thrashing like a trapped beast, looking somewhat mentally unstable. The neighbors, who initially believed only 7 parts of the story, were now completely convinced. This kind of behavior definitely indicated a mental illness. A normal person wouldn't act like this. Fan Zhong caused a scene for a full hour, and finally, the neighbors could take no more. They knocked him out with a stick, exhausted from the ordeal and deeply resentful of him. Xiao Yu, it's dawn. You need to take him to the hospital. This can't go on. We can't even rest. We didn't sleep well all night, and we'll be exhausted for work tomorrow. With Fan Zhong's mental illness being this severe, it's better to send him to a mental hospital. Living in the family building like this is too frightening for all of us. Of course we're scared. Mentally ill people can kill without punishment. Xiao Yu, you should really send Master Fan to the mental hospital. This is too scary. The neighbors all chimed in, urging Yu Xiumin to send Fan Zhong to a mental hospital. The speed of their consensus surprised even Tang Nianyan. She had originally planned to take 3 days to drive Fan Zhong to madness, but she accomplished it in one night. The neighbors were truly on her side. Yu Xiumin glanced at the unconscious Fan Zhong, tears in her eyes, and apologized. I'm sorry for causing trouble. I will take him to the hospital tomorrow to see what the doctor says. The doctor will definitely recommend he be locked up. Master Fan already shows violent tendencies. It's serious. He must be confined. The neighbors spoke with certainty. They didn't want to live in the same building as a mentally unstable person. Yu Xiumin repeatedly assured them that she would go to the hospital at dawn, and only then did the neighbors go home. There was a sound at the back window. It was Tang Nianyan. Yu Xiumin rushed to the windowsill and heard her say, "Tomorrow morning, take people to Lanting Psychiatric Hospital. If anyone asks, just say Fan Zhong's hometown is there, and it's more convenient to take care of him. Bring his medical records from work, sell your job, and finalize the divorce." Okay. Yu Xiumin remembered every word and didn't ask more questions. She would do exactly as Tang Nianyan said. Let's meet at 8 a.m. on Zhongsong Road. Tang Nianyan closed the window and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Yu Xiumin looked at the man lying unconscious on the bed, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. She regretted her past weakness. It turned out that resisting a man wasn't difficult. If she couldn't overpower him, she could outsmart him. She should have resisted earlier, sparing her daughter so much suffering. Tang Nianyan returned home after midnight. Aunt Zhang was snoring in her room. After washing up, she went back to her room to sleep. In the morning, she was awakened by the smell of food. Aunt Zhang was cooking noodles. Tang Nianyan got up, washed up, and went to the dining room to wait for breakfast. "You're awake." "I couldn't wait, and fell asleep last night. I got good photos of that pretty boy and the fox. TSK, they're as shameless as the old fox," Aunt Zhang said excitedly while cooking. Tang Nianyan was a bit surprised. Things had gone unusually smoothly this time. It seemed like fate was helping her dig up dirt. Aunt Zhang served 2 big bowls of noodles. Hers didn't have an egg, while Tang Nianyan's had 2 fried eggs. "Feel free to eat the eggs. No need to save them," Tang Nianyan mentioned, as she had plenty of eggs stored and couldn't finish them all. Just being able to eat white noodles and sesame oil is a blessing. "Eating eggs is for emperors. I don't need them." Aunt Zhang shook her head. Many families in her village still couldn't afford white noodles, living on millet and thin porridge, making them look as dark as the millet. She was lucky to work as a nanny, not only able to fill her stomach but also send money home, ensuring her 2 children wouldn't go hungry and could study well. Tang Nianyan didn't insist. If Aunt Zhang didn't want to eat, that was fine. Forcing her might make her uncomfortable. Just like how Aunt Zhang preferred eating alone in the kitchen, sitting at the dining table made her feel awkward. In the kitchen, she could eat however she liked. After breakfast, Aunt Zhang handed over the camera, still wanting more. "I finished taking pictures, but that couple took a long time. It's a pity I didn't catch them." "Did you get their faces?" Tang Nianyan asked. "I did, using the method you taught me. And there's something you wouldn't believe. That fox is so shameless." Aunt Zhang felt sorry for Yao Xinghua, marrying such a fox wife who not only brought him shame but also raised another man's daughter. How pitiful. Is the child from a different man? Tang Nianyan guessed the truth from Aunt Zhang's gossiping expression. Aunt Zhang opened her mouth, a bit disappointed that Tang Nianyan figured it out so quickly, leaving her with no sense of accomplishment. "I heard the fox and the other man say their daughter is already 8 years old." She even complained about the other man, saying she had suffered for years marrying a short guy and said many shameless things.
Ugh.
That fox's man is really unfortunate. Aunt Zhang was still quite subtle, considering Tang Nianyan was a young lady and some crude words were inappropriate. The fox even said she had to imagine the other man to go through with it, otherwise she would feel sick.
Ugh.
Being a mistress and still complaining about the mess? Truly shameless. "You've worked hard. I need to go take care of something." Tang Nianyan put away the camera. After sending Fan Zhong to the psychiatric hospital, she would develop the photos and then find Yao Xinghua. Not hard at all. Call me for this kind of thing again in the future. Aunt Zhang was still excited. She enjoyed this kind of infidelity capture. Tang Nianyan twitched her lips. Aunt Zhang and her grandmother would probably get along well as gossip partners. She rode her bike to Zhongsong Road, which was quiet and deserted. Yu Xiumin hadn't arrived yet, so Tang Nianyan found a secluded spot, took out the truck from her space, and parked by the roadside to wait. The bus arrived, stopping to let Yu Xiumin and Fan Zhong off. Fan Zhong leaned heavily against her, completely drained of energy and unable to make a sound. Yu Xiumin fed him the medicine Tang Nianyan provided, which left him in this state. Tang Nianyan walked over, easily lifting Fan Zhong and tossing him onto the truck. "Let's go." Tang Nianyan started the vehicle, and Yu Xiumin obediently sat down, feeling excited. Freedom was near, and a better life for her and her daughter was coming. "Are you planning to start work before the new year, or after?" Tang Nianyan asked Yu Xiumin as she drove steadily. "I'm fine either way, but the transfer paperwork might take a while." Yu Xiumin actually hoped for it to be as soon as possible. She didn't want to stay in Huqing any longer. She wanted to live in a place where no one knew her or her daughter. With such a big event as sending Fan Zhong to a psychiatric hospital, it would be hard to keep it a secret. In a few days, his family and her own would come asking questions. She really didn't want to deal with them anymore. It would be better to leave and not see them again. You don't need to worry about the paperwork. Whenever you want, you can start. Tang Nianyan's voice was soft but gave Yu Xiumin confidence, as if nothing could challenge this girl. Then the sooner, the better. I don't want to stay in Huqing any longer. Yu Xiumin boldly expressed her thoughts. I understand. Tang Nianyan nodded. Her thoughts aligned with Yu Xiumin's. She also wanted Yu Xiumin to start working quickly, as the sock factory could produce new styles before the new year, and after that, orders would surely flood in. 4 hours later, they arrived at Lanting Psychiatric Hospital. Tang Nianyan parked the car and took Fan Zhong out of the back, who was frozen from the cold wind, his body feeling like ice, with snot running down his face. He looked at Tang Nianyan in fear, wanting to cry for help, but his throat couldn't make a sound. It had to be this beautiful woman's doing. Yu Xiumin didn't have the guts to make him mute and useless. Last night, he had definitely been set up. Normally, he only dared to think about it in his mind. How could he have done something so humiliating? Darn it, he underestimated that woman Yu Xiumin. She actually found a helper to harm him. Fan Zhong looked at Yu Xiumin, begging silently. Although he couldn't speak, she understood his gaze. He was pleading, hoping she would remember their relationship and let him go home. Yu Xiumin sneered, turning her head away, no longer looking at Fan Zhong. She wouldn't show mercy. Being soft-hearted towards such a scoundrel would be cruel to herself and her daughter. She would never believe this man's lies again. The mental hospital was quiet, with doctors and nurses chatting in small groups, enjoying their free time. Tang Nianyan easily found the director, as they were old acquaintances. Comrade Tang, what brings you here? The director smiled widely upon seeing her, grateful for the money and supplies the pretty girl had provided, which allowed the hospital to have meat more often and fill their rice bowls. I brought a patient for you. His condition is serious, with violent tendencies and a history of aggression. He becomes lewd when he sees women. You must keep a close watch on him. Tang Nianyan briefly explained Fan Zhong's condition, and the director's friendly face turned serious as he scrutinized Fan Zhong. I'm not. I want to kill you. Fan Zhong suddenly felt strength return to his body and was able to speak. He broke free from Tang Nianyan and lunged at Yu Xiumin, shouting that he wanted to kill her. The director calmly took a whistle from his pocket and blew it. Soon, 2 tall men rushed in. Seeing the crazed Fan Zhong, they quickly restrained him without needing any orders, having practiced this maneuver countless times. No matter how fierce the patient, they could always subdue him. Let me go. I want to kill her. Fan Zhong's eyes turned red with rage. He had lost all reason and was determined to kill Yu Xiumin. Yu Xiumin, terrified, cowered in a corner, trembling. The director shook his head and sighed. He's seriously ill. Take him to room 1, increase his medication, and keep a close watch. Yes, sir. The 2 men responded and carried Fan Zhong away like a small chick, as his screams faded into the distance. Room 1 was on the 4th floor, equipped with a cage for patients with severe conditions and violent tendencies. Once Fan Zhong was locked in, he wouldn't be able to escape. 2 attendants heard the commotion and rushed over, excited to see what was happening. They looked healthy and energetic, having been well taken care of by the director, enjoying meat at every meal and living a happy life. Tang Nianyan and Yu Xiumin went to handle the admission paperwork. With the director's help, it was done quickly. Don't worry, the patient will receive the best care here, and the medication will never run out, the director assured with a smile. Tang Nianyan exchanged a knowing glance with him and sent Yu Xiumin outside for a walk. Yu Xiumin understood. She could tell Tang Nianyan and the director were familiar and had private matters to discuss. I'll take a stroll in the garden. After Yu Xiumin left the office and closed the door, Tang Nianyan mentioned Fan Zhong's abuse of his wife and children. The child is traumatized. The Women's Federation and police won't help, so we had no choice but to bring him here. Please keep an eye on him. Don't worry, once he's here, he won't have a chance to get out. the director promised, slapping his chest. He despised men who abused women and children. A wife should be cherished, and children should be spoiled. Men who hit their families were worse than animals. He then instructed his staff to use the strongest medication on Fanzhong, as he was seriously ill and needed it. Tang Nian smiled and said, "I trust you to handle things. I brought some supplies for the hospital for the new year. They're in the truck. I'll have someone move them right away." The director beamed, his eyes shining with excitement as he hurried off to call for help. He appreciated Tang Nian's generous spirit and hoped to work with her for a long time. After all, there were many unfortunate souls in the hospital whose families had abandoned them. He felt pity for them, but the funding was limited, and he struggled to provide enough food, leaving many malnourished. Now, at least they could eat well. The truck was filled with rice, flour, eggs, and meat, all taken from storage. Although the director was curious about the source of these supplies, he didn't ask. He was just glad to have them, no matter where they came from. He also reminded everyone in the hospital not to speak about it. They all understood that good things had to be kept secret to avoid attracting trouble. Tang Nian then visited the two attendants. She had never asked for their names or backgrounds, but she could tell they all had stories, many of them tragic. "The king covers the earth with a tiger." A familiar voice rang out, and Tang Nian smiled, replying, "The Pagoda Town River Demon." The attendants on the third floor were thrilled. One of them unlocked the iron door and saluted Tang Nian respectfully, saying, "Report, the nightingale has been hiding in the enemy camp and has not been exposed." "Well done, continue to stay hidden," Tang Nian praised, handing over a large bag of milk candies. "Thank you for the trust. I will keep working hard," the attendant said, beaming as he accepted the candies. The third-floor attendant was now more trusted, with greater freedom to move around the hospital and a key to the iron door. He had even gone out to play with the fourth-floor attendants a few times without being caught, though they had no money to buy anything and had to return. "Report, I have a request." "Go ahead. I would like to apply for some cash to facilitate my outings." The third-floor attendant's voice dropped, feeling embarrassed. Tang Nian understood he wanted money and pulled out some cash to give him. "Thank you, organization." The third-floor attendant grinned widely. This money would allow him to buy many things. He needed materials for his research on geckos, so he had to go out to shop. The gecko was a scientific madman whose real name no one knew. Everyone called him Gecko because he liked to sleep with his belly pressed against the wall. Tang Nian reminded the third-floor attendant to keep an eye on Fanzhong. He nodded vigorously, promising to ensure Fanzhong stayed in his room. "Goodbye, I'll come again." Tang Nian saluted and turned to leave. She felt confident in the attendant's ability to handle things. With their help, Fanzhong's life in the mental hospital would surely be eventful. By the time his family came looking for him, he might truly be insane. By the time she and Yu Xiumin returned to the city, it was nearly dark. Tang Nian first dropped Yu Xiumin off at her home. Fanzhong's condition is too serious. The doctor said he must be hospitalized, otherwise he could hurt someone. Yu Xiumin shared this with everyone she met, and the neighbors were not surprised. Fanzhong had gone mad and threatened to kill someone last night, so hospitalization was for everyone's good. Tang Nian advised Yu Xiumin to start the divorce process while she took care of Yao Xinggua's matters. The photos had been developed, and Aunt Zhang had a talent for photography, capturing important moments and faces perfectly. It was clear what the two were doing. Zhou Xingmin was indeed more handsome than Yao Xinggua, refined and fair, wearing glasses like a scholarly young man, but unfortunately, his character was terrible. Tang Nian found the machine tool factory and told the guard she was looking for Yao Xinggua, claiming to be his relative from the countryside. Yao Xinggua was confused when he received a call from the security guard. He was a native of Shanghai and hadn't been in touch with his rural relatives for ages. Where did this country cousin come from? However, he decided to go out, fearing it might really be a relative and it wouldn't be good to ignore them. When he saw Tang Nian, he was even more surprised. He recognized her as the beautiful girl from the award ceremony. How could she be his relative? Yao, this way please. I need to talk to you about something important. Tang Nian pointed toward a quiet spot by the wall, where they could talk easily. Yao Xinghua followed her, full of questions. Miss, what do you need from me? Yao, I apologize for intruding on your personal matters. I want to invite you to work at our company. We are Huiguang Machine Tool Factory, a vibrant new factory in urgent need of talent like you, which is why I took the liberty to reach out. Yao Xinghua was even more puzzled. What was this Huiguang and talent talk? What was she saying? Miss, where is Huiguang Factory? What kind of machine tools do you produce? He thought for a long time but couldn't recall any factory named Huiguang. It might be a small one he hadn't heard of. It's in Zhucheng. The factory is just starting construction. It's a newly approved factory and urgently needs someone like you.
Tang Nian spoke sincerely.
She could handle the electrical aspects, but not the mechanical ones. Only with Yao Xinghua on board could the machine tool factory operate normally, allowing her new technologies to be utilized. Yao Xinghua was at a loss. It was a new factory in Zhucheng, while his family was in Shanghai. There was no way he could move that far. Thank you for thinking highly of me, but my home is in Shanghai. I can't work at your company. What if your family fell apart? Tang Nian asked bluntly. Yao Xinghua was taken aback and, after realizing what she meant, felt anger rise. Miss, don't say such things. I might get upset. I'm not speaking carelessly. I accidentally recorded something.
Look.
Tang Nian pulled out an envelope from her bag and handed it to him. Yao Xinghua's heart sank. His intuition told him the envelope contained something he didn't want to see. His hand froze in midair, and after a long pause, Tang Nian urged, no matter how you hide, you'll have to face it eventually. Yao Xinghua still didn't move. He was scared.
Tang Nian frowned.
This man was not as straightforward as Yushumin. He was hesitating, and if she weren't trying to recruit him, she wouldn't bother with this. She would let them continue their three-way relationship. A real man must face the truth. Tang Nian opened the envelope, held up the photo in front of him. Unless he pretended to be blind, he had to see it. Yao Xinghua saw it, closed his eyes in pain, and clenched his fists tightly. But he didn't say anything. His silence made Tang Nian unsure of his thoughts. Was he really unwilling to divorce? Was he a ninja turtle? Miss, please give me the negatives, and I ask you to keep this confidential. Yao Xinghua finally spoke, and his words made Tang Nian feel a chill. She wanted to walk away, but thinking of the machine tool factory, she continued to press on. Since the humiliation of being cheated on wasn't painful enough, she decided to dig deeper. When I was taking pictures, I overheard your wife and her lover talking. They said their daughter is 8 years old, and that luckily she doesn't look like Meng Xingmin, but like her mother. The color drained from Yao Xinghua's face. His round body swayed a bit, and he almost fainted. He had endured all this for his daughter. But now, even his daughter wasn't his. Yang Hui was so cruel. Yao Xinghua didn't doubt it because his daughter really didn't resemble him. She was fair, tall, and beautiful, looking like Yang Hui. But upon closer inspection, she had some features of Meng Xingmin. He had never thought about this before, but now it felt like a fog had lifted, revealing the truth. His daughter was born 8 months premature but was healthy, weighing 7 pounds at birth. Moreover, Yang Hui hadn't wanted to marry him at first. Then she suddenly changed her mind and urged him to marry quickly. It was all so rushed. On their wedding night, he was heavily drunk after his brothers forced drinks on him. When he woke up, there were red spots on the bed, and Yang Hui said he had been rough and hurt her. He had felt guilty then and hadn't drunk since, but now he thought about it. How could he have done anything while so drunk? Also, Yang Hui must have rushed into marriage because she couldn't hide her pregnancy anymore. Yao Xinghua realized many things, feeling bitter like bitter herbs. He laughed at himself. His friends had warned him countless times, but he had deceived himself, pretending not to see the truth. Yang Hui had been so cold to him, and their daughter didn't even show affection. Yet he still wanted to maintain this family. What was the point? Try to see things positively. A little green in life makes it more vibrant. Tang Nian offered some comfort, but Yao Xingwa clearly wasn't comforted. He looked at her with a hint of resentment, making her feel a bit guilty. I sincerely want to invite you to work at Huiguang Factory. The salary and benefits will definitely be better than what you have now, and you'll be the chief engineer. You'll have the final say on any mechanical issues, with the highest design authority. What do you think? Tang Niannian dangled the bait. For an engineer, having the highest design authority was definitely tempting, and Yao Xingwa would surely be interested. Sure enough, Yao Xingwa's expression softened. He even forgot his sadness about being cheated on and raising another man's child. His biggest dream was to develop new products independently without anyone bothering him. Is it really up to you? Yao Xingwa asked. Of course. I'm the factory manager. Tang Niannian nodded, not mentioning that she was only the deputy manager, but she definitely had the power to hire and fire. Yao Xingwa was skeptical. How could such a young girl be a factory manager? What does Huiguang mainly produce? Have you found an electrical engineer? We mainly produce semi-automatic lathes, and in the future, we plan to develop fully automatic machine tools. You don't need to worry about the electrical side. It's already arranged. Tang Niannian actually wanted to produce machining centers, but it was too early for that. Many technologies weren't mature yet. They could only focus on semi-automatic for now, but in a decade or so, they could develop machining centers. As they discussed machine tools, they found they had a lot in common in design ideas. Yao Xingwa couldn't help but admire Tang Niannian. Indeed, one shouldn't judge by appearances. Although she was young, her grasp of machine tool technology was top-notch, even nationally. I'm willing to join you. I'll apply for a transfer right away. Yao Xingwa no longer hesitated. Now that he was sure Tang Niannian wasn't a fraud, he had nothing to worry about. He didn't care much about salary and benefits. He would definitely divorce Yang Hui and wouldn't want the child anymore. Most likely, he wouldn't remarry. Living alone seemed just fine. His parents had jobs, and he had siblings to take care of them. He could support himself, and in Shanghai, he had no ties, allowing him to focus entirely on working at Huiguang Machine Tool Factory. Yao Xingwa, who seemed honest and simple, might not have strong opinions, but once he made up his mind, he would act immediately. He calculated the time and told Tang Niannian, I will report to the Huiguang factory in 3 days. Tang Niannian twitched her mouth. He was even more anxious than she was. Is your unit not letting you go? Do you need my help? Core technical talents like Yao Xingwa are hard to let go of for any unit. Tang Niannian even planned to scare his boss at midnight. Yao Xingwa smiled bitterly and said, I'm not important at my unit. My boss would be glad to see me go. Don't worry, the transfer paperwork will be done quickly. Moving from a city to a county enterprise in another province is like being demoted, so there shouldn't be any trouble. The technical department is overcrowded, and he has made many people envious by taking up space. Recently, he had applied countless times for a small project, but the higher-ups kept rejecting him on purpose to discourage him. I need to be clear. I don't like social niceties, I won't flatter anyone, and I can't handle such a work environment. Is the interpersonal relationship in your factory complicated? Yao Xingwa suddenly thought if Huiguang was also a place where people had to play politics, he might reconsider. Tang Niannian smiled and assured him, I don't like that either. I can't promise everything, but as long as I'm at the factory, I will make sure you don't get caught up in any social troubles. Just focus on research and development. You don't need to worry about anything else. That's good. Yao Xingwa felt relieved and turned to head back to the factory to submit his application. Do you really not need my help? Tang Niannian asked. Thank you, I can handle it. How do I contact you in 3 days? Call this number. Tang Niannian gave him a phone number, which was the phone booth in her apartment complex. Even if she wasn't home, Aunt Zhang could answer the call. Yao Xingwa noted it down, nodded, and walked back to the factory. As he passed the guard politely asked, Yao, is that really your relative? Yes, a relative from my hometown needs my help. Yao Xingwa replied politely and hurried back to his office. After sitting for a while, he asked for leave, saying he had an urgent matter at home. Normally, he wouldn't take leave even when sick, so when he left in a hurry, his colleagues were quite curious. What's going on at Yao's home? He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Maybe an elder is sick? Didn't the guard just say a relative was looking for him? That's not right. Yao's parents are fine. I saw them a couple of days ago, looking healthy and energetic. Wow, come look at this photo, oh my. So embarrassing. Someone discovered something new under Yao Xinggua's desk and picked up a photo. It was a revealing picture of Yang Hui and Meng Xingmin, and everyone gathered around, quickly turning their heads away in shame, cursing under their breath. It looks like Yang Hui and Meng Xingmin. I knew something was off with those two. My eyes don't lie. TSK, TSK. So shameless, those two. Everyone showed disdain. In this era, nothing was more shameful than infidelity. Regardless of gender, if someone had a scandal, they would never hold their head high again, and it would affect their family too. Is Yao going to confront Yang Hui? This could get serious. Someone exclaimed, startling everyone. Yao Xinghua asking for leave with a dark expression surely meant he was going to settle the score with Yang Hui. A man's greatest shame is being cheated on. No man can tolerate that. Quick, go bring him back. Someone shouted, and others rushed outside, their curiosity burning, not even thinking about why there was a photo on the floor. Yao Xinghua didn't leave the factory. He went to find Yang Hui. He had intentionally left the photo behind. He was honest, but that didn't mean he was foolish. Over the years, he believed he hadn't wronged Yang Hui. He handed over his salary, took care of household chores, and picked up their child from school whenever he could. He fulfilled his duties as a husband and father. Friends and relatives had told him Yang Hui wasn't a good person, but he never believed them. He thought that since he married her, he should trust her. But Yang Hui had treated him like a fool, betraying his trust and efforts. Yao Xinghua felt a fire burning inside him, but it didn't cloud his judgment. He wouldn't confront Yang Hui violently. It wasn't worth it. He just wanted to give her a little punishment to vent his anger. Yang Hui was working in the warehouse, and when Yao Xinghua arrived, she was lazily knitting a sweater, leaning back in her chair, slowly working on a vest with brown yarn, almost finished. Seeing the vest made Yao Xinggua's fists clench. It was clear that the vest wasn't for him. Yang Hui had said it was for her father. She had knitted sweaters before, and most of the yarn supplied each year was used by her. But Yao Xinghua didn't even get a pair of knitted gloves. The sweaters Yang Hui made were either for her or their daughter. He had no idea where the men's sweaters went. Now that he thought about it, it was obvious they were for Meng Xingmin. Yang Hui's father was a bit heavier and had bronchitis. He never wore V-neck sweaters. Once the veil of shame was lifted, all the overlooked details became clear to Yao Xinghua, playing back in his mind like a slow-motion film. How foolish he was. Yao Xinghua looked at Yang Hui with disdain. She was still beautiful, like a blooming flower, but he now felt only disgust, more repulsive than a rat in a sewer. Yang Hui sensed his gaze, looked up, and frowned slightly, annoyed. What are you doing here? Let's get a divorce. Yao Xinghua said coldly, throwing the photo at her. The photos fluttered down like snowflakes, some drifting far away, picked up by others in the warehouse. What are you talking about? Yang Hui still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, openly showing her disgust. If it weren't for her pregnancy back then, she would never have married this short man. Just lying in bed with him every day made her feel sick. Yao Xinghua cursed himself for being so foolish. Yang Hui had always treated him with such disdain, both at work and at home. Her contempt was too obvious, and he had been deceived for so many years. I'm calm now. Let's go get the divorce paperwork done. You can take the child. I won't raise someone else's kid. Yao Xinghua was truly calm now. His usually honest face turned cold, and his gaze toward Yang Hui became filled with hatred. Yang Hui finally sensed something was off. Her husband was making her a bit anxious. Others had already seen the content of the photo, looking at Yao Xinghua with sympathy and at Yang Hui with disdain. How shameless! Yang Hui's expression changed as she noticed the unusual gazes around her. Trembling, she picked up a photo. After just one glance, the color drained from her face, leaving her mind blank. How could Yao Xinghua have taken these photos? When did he find out? A chill ran down Yang Hui's spine. She felt completely cold. The husband she had always looked down upon had dealt her a fatal blow today, leaving no room for negotiation. How had she never realized this man was so heartless? Stop wasting time. Go handle the divorce paperwork. The child is yours and Meng Xingmin's. Take them with you. Yao Xinghua spoke calmly, but inside, he felt a rush of revenge. All the frustration from the years came pouring out. People from the technical department and other workshops rushed over, eager to see the drama unfold, having heard that the usually mild-mannered Yao Xinghua was confronting Yang Hui. The child isn't Yao's? No wonder they said it was a premature birth. Yang Hui is so shameless. I said that child doesn't look like Yao at all. The more they grow, the more they resemble Meng Xingmin. Yang Hui is worse than Pan Jinlian. Yao's self-control is impressive. Even after being treated so poorly, he still speaks kindly. If it were me, I would have dealt with that couple harshly. The crowd's voices grew louder, rallying behind Yao Xinghua. Yang Hui had gone too far. This marriage had started with deceit, and it was infuriating. Yang Hui's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down her. The words pierced her ears like daggers. She couldn't even defend herself, as they were all true. That same day, Yao Xinghua completed the divorce paperwork with Yang Hui. The house was assigned to him by the factory, and once he transferred, it would be reclaimed, leaving Yang Hui homeless. Moreover, Yang Hui and Meng Xingmin's scandal had escalated too much. The machine tool factory fired both of them and arrested them for indecency. Unless something unexpected happened, they would spend over a decade in prison. As for the girl, she was taken by Yang Hui's parents. Although the child was somewhat pitiful, the real culprits were Yang Hui and Meng Xingmin. Yao Xinghua didn't concern himself with the child anymore. He had already completed his transfer paperwork. The factory pretended to retain him, but Yao Xinghua expressed his desire to leave this painful place, and they quickly approved it. Yao Xinghua's transition went smoothly, but Yu Xiumin faced some trouble. She was a key technician at the sock factory, which refused to let her go, stating they wanted to keep her there for life and would not allow her to benefit another sock factory. Tang Nian planned to meet with the sock factory manager that evening. Yu Xiumin had made her decision. She resigned. Yu Xiumin decisively submitted her resignation letter, citing health issues. The factory couldn't hold her back any longer and had to let her go. 3 days later, Tang Nian picked up Yao Xinghua and Yu Xiumin and her daughter to return to Zhucheng. The Huiguang machine tool factory is still under construction, and the conditions are quite basic. The sock factory is in the village. Although it's rural, the scenery is beautiful, and there are many playmates. Tian will definitely like it. On the way, Tang Nian introduced Zhucheng and Tang Village to them. The machine tool factory is in the county, so Yao Xinghua will live in the city, while Yu Xiumin will temporarily stay in Tang Village. The sock factory will move to the county in 2 years. The expansion application has already been approved. Don't worry, things will definitely get better. Tang Nian wasn't just making empty promises. Everything she said was in progress. The sock factory would indeed move to Zhucheng, and the Tang Village factory would become a branch, with plans for an expansion of a craft factory as well, but it would be done step by step. I'm fine with anything, Yu Xiumin said with a smile. She didn't have high material demands, as long as the people around her were easy to get along with. Yao Xinghua was indifferent. He could live anywhere. They arrived in Zhucheng by noon. Tang Nian had called Factory Director Qian and Factory Director Wu that morning, and lunch was arranged at the cafeteria of the Qianjin factory. As soon as Tang Nian parked, she saw Director Qian running over with a beaming smile. "Xiao Tang, you're here?" Director Qian's laughter was cheerful, almost like he had just eaten a frog. "Welcome, Yao Gong, Yu Gong. You must be tired from the journey. Let's go eat and try the delicious food of Zhucheng." Director Qian shook hands with them, already aware of their situations as top technical talents. Xiao Tang was impressive. She had managed to recruit them while receiving an award. Director Wu arrived a moment later, and from a distance, He saw Director Qian's annoying face, making him so angry that he didn't even stop the car before jumping out and running over, extending his hand with a big smile. "Xiao Tang, I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you." Tang Nian felt a bit awkward, rubbing her arms. Every time she met Director Qian, Director Wu's overly enthusiastic demeanor became particularly annoying. She couldn't understand why these two middle-aged men were competing. "Welcome. I'm Wu Songyuan, mainly responsible for production at the Huiguang Machine Tool Factory. If you have any production-related issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me anytime." Wu Songyuan warmly shook Yao Xingguo's hand, reluctant to let go, and continued to hold it all the way to the cafeteria, making Director Qian roll his eyes. Yao Xingguo had felt a bit anxious about the new workplace, but now he felt much more at ease. Both directors Qian and Wu seemed easy to get along with and had promised him many privileges. He hoped his choice was indeed the right one. After lunch, Tang Nian took out a stack of photos she had taken of the semi-automatic machine tools in her space. They compared the current semi-automatic tools with the improved versions, showing a doubling of speed and precision. She had researched the information and found that foreign technology had already reached this level, but the West had blocked it from China, so there were currently no similar machine tools produced domestically. Tang Nian had captured many detail shots and mechanical diagrams of the machine tools. While the details might not be complete, combined with the actual photos and Yao Xingguo's research skills, they should be able to recreate the machine. "This is the latest technology from abroad. I got these photos and blueprints through connections. Yao Gong, you can study them first. If you need anything, just contact Director Qian or Director Wu, or you can call me. We will fully support you." Tang Nian handed the blueprints and photos to Yao Xingguo, confident that there would be no leaks. She trusted Yao Xingguo's character and believed she could recover anything if it got out. Yao Xingguo, recognizing the value, became excited after looking at a few photos. Combined with the blueprints, he was eager to start working immediately. "I can definitely make this. Just give me 2 assistants." Yao Xingguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never expected that on his first day in Zhucheng, he would receive such a significant project. He felt incredibly grateful for choosing Huiguang. Both directors Qian and Wu were stunned. They hadn't anticipated that Tang Nian would present such a big opportunity. Where had she gotten those photos and blueprints? "I met many foreign merchants at the trade fair. I just had to spend a little money to get them," Tang Nian casually explained. Director Qian and Director Wu firmly believed this, but they both thought that such important information must have cost a lot, not just a small amount. "Xiao Tang, the factory will cover this expense. You shouldn't pay out of your own pocket," Director Qian said seriously. "That's right. You shouldn't lose out," Director Wu added, not wanting to back down. Tang Nian didn't refuse. 20,000 yuan, just put it on the account for now." "That's so cheap?" "Xiao Tang, are you sure you're not underreporting?" Both directors were skeptical, thinking it should at least be 10 times that amount. As long as they could produce these machine tools, their factory would definitely break into the international market. They would also qualify to participate in the trade fair in the future. "Am I the one losing out?" "It's just 20,000. It was bought when the foreign merchants were drunk." Tang Nian didn't want to discuss this further. She was focused on future profits and didn't care about this small amount. Moreover, she would be providing many new machine tool designs in the future. This was just the beginning. The factory couldn't come up with 20,000 yuan right now, so they could only put it on account. Tang Nian didn't mind. Once the machine tools were in production, they would make a lot of money. Yao Xingguo was a workaholic. Once he had the designs, he had no interest in anything else, not even visiting the factory. Director Qian and Director Wu arranged for him to work in a temporary office, while Tang Nian took Yu Xiumin and her child back to Tang Village. She called Tang Jianshu, informing him that Yu Xiumin and her child had a place to stay, temporarily at the Tang family home. They were already building factory buildings and dormitories in the village, which would be ready after the new year, allowing the mother and daughter to move into new accommodations. When the truck entered Tang Village, it attracted many enthusiastic villagers. Hearing the news, Grandma Tang rushed over. "Nian girl is back. Move aside. Don't block my view of my granddaughter. Grandma Tang pushed through the crowd, shouting loudly. Tang Nian couldn't help but smile. Her grandma had such a strong voice. Grandma, this is Master Yu, a senior sample maker I specially invited for the sock factory. She's also an outstanding young person from the city. She will be in charge of the sock factory samples from now on. Tang Nian introduced Yu Xiumin grandly. She did this intentionally, as most people in Tang Village were simple, but a few had bad intentions. As a single woman with a child, if Yu Xiumin didn't elevate her status, she would surely face bullying. Sure enough, everyone listened and looked at Yu Xiumin with great respect. The sock factory was now the village's cash cow, and this woman could help it grow even more. They would definitely treat her with respect. Master Yu, feel free to stay at my house. With me around, no one will dare to trouble you. Grandma Tang promised, giving a warning glance to a few restless villagers. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would not be treated kindly. Yu Xiumin felt warm inside. She was surprised by Tang Village. She had expected it to be a backward and poor mountain village, but it was much better than she imagined. The villagers were energetic and healthy, wearing clothes that looked almost new, and everyone was very friendly, seeming easy to get along with. Yu Xiumin felt more hopeful about her future life. Thus, Yu Xiumin settled into the Tang family. Tian was initially a bit shy, but after seeing the beautiful Fu Bao, she couldn't help but move closer. With Jiu Jin leading her, Tian quickly made friends with the village kids, adapting to her new environment even faster than Yu Xiumin. That night, Tian lay in her mother's arms, happily saying, "Mom, I like it here." She loved Fu Bao, Baijiu, Jiu Jin, and her new friends in the village. She wanted to stay here forever. Yu Xiumin's eyes filled with tears of joy. She was so glad she made the right choice. Her daughter hadn't smiled like this in a long time. Thankfully, it was not too late. Tang Nian had originally arranged for Yu Xiumin to have a few days off to get used to the new environment, but the next day, Yu Xiumin asked to start working. Tian, not wanting to part from Jiu Jin, decided to go to school with her. In rural schools, there were fewer restrictions and many older kids brought their younger siblings. The teachers were used to it. Yu Xiumin's previous salary at the sock factory was 48 yuan, but Tang Nian offered her 88 yuan plus bonuses. That's too much. Just give me the same salary as before. Yu Xiumin was shocked. She never dreamed of such a high salary, which she could hardly spend. Your skills are worth this salary. If you can develop new patterns, you'll get 500 yuan for each one. Just do your best. Tang Nian felt that people were really simple. Yao Xingguo was the same. She offered him 120 yuan, which made him tremble, saying he only needed half. Yu Xiumin was moved to tears. It was the first time someone valued her so much. Now, no matter what Tang Nian asked her to do, she would go all out. A person is willing to die for someone who understands them. Director Tang, I will work hard. Yu Xiumin clenched her fist and promised loudly. She was determined to develop new patterns to generate income for the sock factory, not wanting to let the factory down. Tang Nian patted her shoulder and encouraged her, go for it. Then, Yu Xiumin went to work with renewed energy, and Tang Nian felt very pleased. Nowadays, people were self-motivated, making it easy for bosses. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Xiumin had been in Tang Village for over half a month. With the new year approaching, Tang Nian also took some time to go to the provincial capital to receive an award for bravery. She was recognized for her efforts in putting out a fire, and Xian Chuanrong received the same award. Tang Nian was very satisfied with the prize, which included a certificate and a 100 yuan bonus. Xian Chuanrong was also officially hired as a worker at the furniture factory. When Zhang Lili heard about this, she said she wanted to treat Tang Nian to dinner when Xian Chuanrong returned to Zhucheng. You are truly our lucky star. If it weren't for you, Chuanrong wouldn't have had these good things happen. Zhang Lili was extremely happy, and her joy was evident over the phone. Did your mom agree to you dating Xian Chuanrong? Tang Nian asked. Not yet, but she's not as stern as before. Zhang Lui's tone had a hint of shyness, sounding like a sweet young woman in love. Congratulations. Let me know when you get married. Tang Nian sincerely wished her well. It's still early, but you better prepare a red envelope. It can't be too small. Zhang Lui joked, knowing Tang Nian had money. Actually, you can put it on credit. You'll have to pay it back anyway. It's too much trouble to keep going back and forth. Tang Nian genuinely found it troublesome because she and Xin Xiao were also getting married next year, so a credit note would be easier. Pfft. Good luck. I'm not afraid of trouble. Who puts wedding expenses on credit? Zhang Lui scoffed, having never heard of such a thing. It would be laughable to mention it. Tang Nian rolled her eyes and hung up the phone, slowly walking home. On the way, she caught a whiff of a delicious sweet smell that made her mouth water. She took a few deep breaths and concluded that they were making bean cakes, specifically with peanuts and black sesame. Xiao Mao, come here. Tang Nian waved, and a little boy with a runny nose ran over, his small face red from the cold. He was one of Jiu Jin's little followers, only 5 years old, and he ran around the village every day. Second sister, what's up? Xiao Mao sniffed hard and looked up at her. Who made the bean cake? Tang Nian took a piece of milk candy from her pocket and handed it to him. The captain's family made a lot. Xiao Mao tore open the candy wrapper, stuffed the milk candy into his mouth, and slurped happily, his eyes squinting with joy. Go play. Now that she had her answer, Tang Nian let Xiao Mao go play and changed direction to find Sen Bo Nyang for some food. The bean cake was really tempting. Actually, she didn't love sweets much and used to eat bean cake rarely, but maybe because her period was coming, she craved something sweet these days. The smell of the bean cake made her mouth water. San Bo Nyang was making bean cake in the yard, using a simple stove with a big pot. Inside was a mixture of cooked bean cake, rice, black sesame, crushed peanuts, and sugar. Once fried and stuck together, it was placed in a mold, cooled, and cut into pieces, known as bean cake or ice rice candy. In Tang Village, making bean cake for the new year was a tradition, served to guests and given to children as snacks. However, in the past, few families could afford to make such a luxury dessert due to difficult conditions. Here comes Nian. Eat up. Huang Zhaodi greeted Tang Nian warmly, inviting her to eat bean cake. Why did you make so much? Tang Nian took a piece, which was crispy, sweet, and fragrant with peanuts and sesame, just right for her taste. It's rare to make it, so I made extra to share with relatives. Huang Zhaodi smiled broadly and packed 2 pounds of bean cake in a clean bag for Tang Nian to take home. Tang Nian accepted it without hesitation and glanced into the house, noticing that Tang Hongxing hadn't shown up these days. Huang Zhaodi noticed her gaze, and her smile faded a bit. She sighed. We found a young man for her, 8 years older than Hongxing, from Da Wang village. His family is well off, and he is willing to work hard. She'll marry him after the Lantern Festival. She had inquired about this young man, and he seemed decent. Both his parents had passed away, leaving him alone. With Hongxing's bad temper, she would likely have trouble with her in-laws, so a simple family like his would be more suitable. Although she felt disappointed in her daughter, Huang Zhaodi still did her best to find a reliable man, hoping Tang Hongxing could have a better life. Does Hongxing agree? Tang Nian asked. She doesn't have a choice. If she refuses, we'll tie her up and send her off. We can't let her stay here and bring shame to the family. Huang Zhaodi's face darkened. The saying that a girl shouldn't stay at home when she grows up was indeed true. She never expected her once sensible daughter to turn out like this, shamelessly chasing after a man and bringing disgrace to the Tang family. Tang Nian didn't say anything more, but she felt that Tang Hongxing would not accept the arrangement quietly and would likely cause trouble later. She took a bag of bean cake home, and by the time she arrived, half of it was left. Tang Nian felt sick from eating too much and didn't want any more, giving it all to Jiu Jin and Tian. Time flew by, and the festive atmosphere in the village grew stronger. This year, the people of Tang Village made a lot of money, and there were more choices for New Year goods. Almost every household had some meat drying, with the Tang family having the most. Grandma Tang had been preparing for a month, drying duck, chicken, salted fish, and salted meat, filling the yard. Anyone passing by the Tang house would compliment her, greatly satisfying her vanity. With 2 days left until New Year's Eve, Xian Chunrong's workplace had a holiday, and he returned to Zhucheng. He and Zhang Luwei strolled around the county town, bought many things, and even got gifts for Zhang Luwei. Their relationship was progressing quickly, as if they were one person. Xian Chunrong did side jobs making furniture and earned a lot of money, buying many New Year goods for his family. On the 29th day of the New Year, he returned home with bags full, ready to celebrate a grand New Year with his family. The sock factory and craft factory in Tang Village hadn't closed yet due to heavy production tasks. Tang Nian had suggested they take a break for the New Year, but the workers were unwilling, saying they could work until New Year's Eve with great enthusiasm. Yu Xiaomin and her daughter also stayed in Tang Village for the New Year. After her divorce, her family found out and called to scold her, offering no words of comfort, only blame. Yu Xiaomin felt completely disheartened and decided not to return to Hucheng. Grandma Tang comforted her, assuring her it was fine to stay in the village for the New Year. Your salary is higher than a man's now. Just focus on work and save some money. Money is more reliable than family. Yu Xiaomin nodded, feeling embarrassed. I'm just too much trouble for you all. The sock factory's building wasn't finished yet, so she and her daughter had been living at the Tang house, with meals provided. She gave Grandma Tang 30 yuan for food each month, but Grandma Tang only accepted half, saying they didn't eat much, making Yu Xiaomin feel quite embarrassed. What's the trouble? Even if you weren't here, I'd still have to cook. It's just a matter of adding 2 more pairs of chopsticks. We don't have so many formalities in the countryside. Just stay comfortably. Grandma Tang spoke from the heart. Yu Xiaomin paid for her meals and was very considerate, often helping with housework. Tian was also well-behaved, always following Jiojin around. The two of them didn't eat much, yet they paid 15 yuan for meals each month. Yu Xiaomin occasionally bought things for the family, making it seem like she was benefiting from the arrangement. Yu Xiaomin and her daughter felt at ease staying in Tang Village for the New Year. The festive atmosphere grew stronger each day. Even in tough times, there was always a sense of celebration, and this year, with villagers earning money, they were generous with their New Year goods. Almost every yard had cured meats hanging out to dry: duck, dried chicken, salted meat, sausages, and salted fish. In the whole village, the Tang family had the most hanging out to dry. Grandma Tang had started preparing a month ago, filling half the yard. The air was filled with delicious smells, and everyone passing by couldn't help but look enviously and compliment her. Annie, you've dried so much meat this year. You'll be eating until May, right? Not likely. My family is big. We'll be lucky to eat until March. That's because your family eats meat at every meal. The whole village combined doesn't eat as much as you. Auntie, you're the luckiest in the village. Let me touch you for good luck. Such conversations happened almost every day. The villagers who said these things were half flattering and half sincere. Grandma Tang had a successful granddaughter, and her good fortune was undeniable. Every day, Grandma Tang was flattered and beamed with joy, her vanity greatly satisfied. She felt at least 10 years younger, working harder, and walked with a spring in her step. The old lady knew very well that her good fortune came from her granddaughter, so she made many snacks that Tang Nian loved. The day she saw the bean cake brought from the captain's house, Grandma Tang decided to make it the next day, generously preparing over 10 pounds, with plenty of peanuts and sesame seeds, quite a big deal. She also made fried rice cakes, fried sweet potato chips, fried pork, and fried meatballs, making a lot of each. Grandma Tang prepared plenty of skin rolls too, as Tang Nian loved stir-fried skin rolls with vegetables. Stir-fried skin rolls with frost-covered greens are simply divine. Amid Grandma Tang's busy preparations, New Year's Eve finally arrived. On New Year's Eve, families typically stay home to prepare the reunion dinner and worship the gods. Early in the morning, Grandma Tang was hard at work, while Tang Nian was still in bed, unable to sleep because of her grandmother's loud voice. Oldest, kill the chickens and ducks separately, don't mix the blood. Jin Feng and Jinju, make sure you pluck them clean this time. We don't want feathers in our food. Second, go fetch water. Can't you see the barrel is empty? Just move those beads. 6th, go start the fire. 3rd, what are you doing? Are you deaf? Hurry up and chop the firewood. Dong Chong, don't chop. Let your uncle do it. You go dig some green onions, get plenty. Dandan, sweep the yard. You can't sweep tomorrow on the first day, so make sure it's clean. Grandma Tang was like a general, assigning tasks to everyone in the family, leaving no one out except for Jiojin and Tang Nian Nian. Tang Nian Nian snuggled in her warm blanket, smiling at her grandmother's energy. She stretched and called out, Jiojin, bring me my clothes. At night, she would leave her clothes on the blanket, but Grandma Tang always took them and put them in the warm stove to keep them cozy. I'm coming. Jiojin rushed in with the clothes, stuffing them into the blanket, grinning, Second sister, they're nice and warm. Good girl. Tang Nian Nian took the clothes, feeling their warmth, and gently pinched Jiojin's chubby cheeks, which felt great. Second sister, when is brother-in-law coming? Jiojin was eager because Shin Xiao had promised to bring her bullet shells as a New Year gift, and she was looking forward to it every day. Today, go meet him at the village entrance. Tang Nian Nian put on her clothes and lingered in bed, not wanting to get up. I'll go meet brother-in-law. Jiojin quickly ran off with her short legs, excited to show her friends the bullet shells. They would definitely be envious. At the village entrance, a jeep sped in, kicking up a cloud of dust. It stopped under the old camphor tree at the village entrance, and the children playing under the tree rushed over. Jiojin was a bit late and couldn't get to the front. Move aside. It's my brother-in-law. Why are you crowding? As Shin Xiao opened the car door, he heard this and felt his mood lift, his stern expression softening. Brother-in-law, did you bring my bullet shells? Jiojin squeezed in, looking eagerly at Shin Xiao.
Here.
Shin Xiao took out a cloth bag from his backpack, filled with dozens of empty bullet shells. Jiojin opened the bag and took out a few shells, her eyes sparkling. The other kids were extremely envious, surrounding her to flatter her. Jiojin, this is my mom's fried rice cake. Can I trade for a bullet shell? This is a cake my sister bought in town. Can we trade? Jiojin, I just got a new hairpin for my mom. Can I trade? The children eagerly showed off their prized possessions, hoping to exchange for a bullet shell.
No traes.
You can only touch them. Usually generous, Jiojin became stingy this time, only allowing her friends to touch the bullet shells and refusing to trade, as she hadn't had enough fun with them yet. Shin Xiao glanced at the kids, smiling, and decided to bring more bullet shells for Jiojin next time. He carried several bags of goods from the jeep, some were New Year gifts from the army, while others he had bought himself. He walked towards the Tang family, his arms full like a little mountain. Xiao Shin is back. You bought so much. Nian Nian hasn't gotten up yet, right? She's probably still sleeping. She hasn't gotten up. The second aunt didn't wake her up for chores. How many days are you resting, Xiao Shin? When are you and Nian Nian getting your marriage certificate? Along the way, many villagers greeted Shin Xiao warmly, asking about their wedding plans. We'll get the certificate when Nian Nian turns 18. I'm taking a half-month break. Shin Xiao replied to everyone. Nian Nian's birthday is in June, so they could get married then. Everyone admired his tall, stern figure and the many gifts he carried, envying Nian Nian for her good fortune. She had a successful partner who was capable, a perfect match. When Shin Xiao arrived at the Tang family, everyone was busy. Tang Nian Nian was brushing her teeth, while Grandma Tang's strong voice echoed from the kitchen. Shin Xiao's expression softened even more. Just as he was about to call out, Tang Nian Nian looked up, toothpaste foam around her mouth. Xiao Shan is here.
Come in.
Xian Jinju, who was plucking chicken feathers, saw him and greeted him warmly. Grandma Tang came out, smiling widely, and rushed to greet him. Why did you buy so much? We have everything at home. Though she said that, her hands reached out for the bags, making Tang Nian Nian laugh. Her grandmother was just like her aunt, always saying one thing and meaning another. It's from the army. Shin Xiao answered honestly, bringing the items inside. Grandma Tang followed him and lightly tapped Tang Nian Nian on the head as she passed, scolding, You've been washing for ages. Hurry up. With her partner at the door, she shouldn't be looking so messy. This girl really didn't care. Grandma Tang personally brewed tea for Xin Xiao and brought out a full fruit platter to entertain him. This year, the Tang family's fruit platter was quite impressive, featuring white rabbit candy, assorted candies, toffee, sunflower seeds, peanuts, pine nuts, and walnuts. Quite a fancy platter even in the city. I'll go make you some noodles. It was around 9 in the morning, and usually, when guests arrived at this time, the host would prepare some food. Grandma Tang quickly cooked a big bowl of noodles and fried 3 eggs. Shen Xiao had already eaten breakfast, but he had a good appetite and could easily eat another bowl. After Tang Nian finished washing up, she sat across from him, watching him eat the noodles. Shen Xiao picked up an egg to feed her. I'm not eating, I'll have lunch soon. Tang Nian refused, grabbing some pine nuts from the fruit platter to snack on. I bought a lot of fireworks. We'll set them off tonight. After finishing his noodles, Shen Xiao took the bowl to the kitchen and returned to help Tang Nian peel the pine nuts. They worked together seamlessly. When Grandma Tang saw them, she frowned slightly, thinking, a lazy man needs a hardworking wife. Otherwise, a lazy girl will starve. Man Tong, have you seen Hong Xing? The anxious voice of the team leader came from outside. Tang Man Tong wiped his sweat after chopping wood and shook his head, asking, did Hong Xing run away? There was no movement all morning, and we didn't pay attention to her. When we went to the backyard for firewood, we found the wooden board on the window was loose. The team leader lowered his voice, gritting his teeth, with a murderous look in his eyes. After the chaos on New Year's Eve, he really wanted to get rid of this rebellious daughter. Raising a pig would be more useful than her. Don't worry, she must have gone to Xian village. I'll go with you to look for her. Tang Man Tong threw down the axe, went inside to wipe his sweat, put on his coat, and took out his bicycle. Tang Hongxing was stubborn. She must have gone to find Xian Chunrong. Causing such trouble on New Year's Eve was really annoying. When Old Lady Tang heard the commotion and found out that Tang Hongxing had run away, her first thought was of Tang Wujin. They both had the same stubbornness. Let her go and find out for herself. Xian Chunrong already has a partner. She should give up and get married after the new year, instead of staying at home and embarrassing us. Old Lady Tang said coldly. She used to think Tang Hongxing was smarter than Wu Jin, but now it seemed they were both equally foolish, only capable of embarrassing themselves. The team leader nodded grimly, thinking the same way, hoping this rebellious daughter would finally give up. Tang Man Tong and Tang Jianshu accompanied the team leader to Xian village, while Tang Nian didn't want to deal with this mess and went to play in the back mountains with Xin Xiao. Xian village, the usually quiet entrance of the landlord's house, was bustling with people. Chunrong, I know you said those things on purpose. You have feelings for me, right? You're just afraid of dragging me down. That's why you said you don't like me. I know everything. Tang Hongxing, looking quite worn out, clung tightly to Xian Chunrong's arm, refusing to let go. She had no intention of going back home this time. She wanted to marry Chunrong and stay in the Xian family. Xian Chunrong was holding a basin of water. After washing up that morning, he opened the door to pour it out and was suddenly grabbed by Tang Hongxing. She was acting like a madwoman, completely ignoring what he said, insisting she wanted to marry him. I'll say this one last time. I don't like you. I've never said I liked you, nor have I promised you anything or accepted anything from you. Tang Hongxing, please have some self-respect and stop bothering me. Xian Chunrong's tone was much harsher as he tried to pull his arm away, but Tang Hongxing clung to him like a leech. If he forcibly pulled away, she would definitely fall and get hurt. It wasn't that he was being gentle. He just had to be careful because of his sensitive background. He couldn't cause trouble for his family. Please let go. We're not even close. Let go. Xian Chunrong struggled a few more times, but Tang Hongxing held on tighter, saying, I've cut ties with my family, Chunrong. We have no worries now. We can be together openly. Are you crazy? Even if I became a monk, I wouldn't marry you. Let go. Xian Chunrong was furious. Encountering a crazy woman on New Year's was really bad luck. He stopped caring about whether Tang Hongxing would get hurt and forcefully pulled away. She lost her balance and fell backward, but fortunately, Tang Jianshu and the others arrived just in time to catch her. The team leader had already heard the conversation between the rebellious daughter and Xian Chunrong, and his face was dark with anger. This shameless daughter was ruining the Tang family's reputation. In less than 3 days, the scandal of his daughter being rejected by a man would surely spread throughout the commune. Go home. The team leader grabbed his daughter's collar and slapped her hard. He didn't hold back, and Tang Hongxing fell to the ground, her ear ringing. She could only see the team leader's mouth moving but couldn't hear what he was saying. Jianshu, take this fool back. The team leader shot a fierce glare at the dazed Tang Hongxing and walked over to Xian Chunrong, saying, "Sorry for the disturbance today. It won't happen again. I really don't know why she has this misunderstanding. I hardly spoke to her," Xian Chunrong replied helplessly. Honestly, he couldn't even remember what Tang Hongxing looked like. How did he end up in this situation with her? Don't be too angry, team leader. Children have their own fates. As parents, we can't control everything. Today is New Year's Eve. We should be happy. Just take the child home and talk to her properly. The landlord of Xian appeared, speaking slowly. Though he dressed simply, he had a different aura from the others. Sorry for the trouble. The team leader had no desire for small talk. He nodded to the landlord and turned to leave. Tang Hongxing's face was swollen, blood trickled from her mouth, and her ear was still ringing. It was as if she suddenly woke up, staring blankly without saying a word, like a puppet being dragged away by Tang Jianshu. She heard everything Xian Chunrong said. It turned out he really didn't like her. It was all just her wishful thinking. But why did he smile so nicely at her? If Xian Chunrong could hear her thoughts, he would surely feel wronged. He was the landlord's son, raised to smile at everyone. How could he know it would lead to such a mess? Tang Hongxing looked over at Xian Chunrong, but he had already gone inside, never glancing at her. How heartless. Are you still embarrassed? Go home. The team leader shouted sharply, his eyes devoid of warmth. He was completely disappointed in this rebellious daughter. Tang Jianshu was also disappointed in his sister. If she and Xian Chunrong had mutual feelings, he would support her in pursuing love. But he had investigated, and Xian Chunrong and his sister really had no romantic connection. They hardly spoke. He couldn't understand how she thought Xian Chunrong liked her. After Tang Hongxing was taken home, she was locked in her room and didn't even get to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. The team leader and his wife were disheartened and didn't want to deal with her anymore. They just wanted to marry off this troublesome daughter as soon as the new year was over, leaving her fate to herself. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao played in the mountains all day. After having New Year's Eve dinner, they took a group of children to set off fireworks. Shen Xiao brought a big box, and Tang Nian had plenty in her space too. At midnight, Tang Nian went back to sleep, while Shen Xiao stayed at the team leader's house, wanting to avoid any gossip before they were married. The next morning, she was woken up by Old Lady Tang's loud voice. If it weren't New Year's Day, I'd spank you. Where are the firecrackers? Old Lady Tang grabbed Tang Jiojin by the collar with one hand and searched her for firecrackers with the other. Jiojin hung her head, afraid to resist, regretting not hiding them properly so her grandmother wouldn't find out. Next time, if you set off firecrackers again, I'll break your hands. Do you hear me? Old Lady Tang twisted the little girl's ear, scolding fiercely. I hear you. Jiojin cried out in pain, covering her ears. Grandma, you can't hit kids on New Year's Day. If I hit you, your ears will be torn off. Get to work. I see you're just bored. Old Lady Tang raised her hand but didn't bring it down. According to tradition, you can't hit children on New Year's Day, so she held back. She would deal with it tomorrow. A large pile of firecrackers was found on Tang Jiojin, all of them very powerful. Old Lady Tang was furious and scolded Tang Nian, saying, Too much money has gone to your head, buying so many firecrackers. You never make things easy. She was angry at Jiojin because this girl had covered the firecrackers with a glass jar. When the firecrackers exploded, the jar shattered, almost hitting her in the eye. Fortunately, the girl was lucky and didn't get hurt. Stay in the yard and don't go anywhere. Old Lady Tang scolded Jiujin, who had already run to the gate. Reluctantly, she stopped and came back. Jin Feng, keep an eye on her. Old Lady Tang assigned this task to her eldest daughter-in-law, Su Jinfeng, who was pregnant and mostly idle. When Su Jinfeng learned about Jiujin's reckless behavior, she angrily twisted the girl's ear. The first day of the new year was lively for the Tang family. The sock factory and craft factory resumed work on the 8th day of the new year, and the festive atmosphere in the village faded. Shen Shao returned to the army after the Lantern Festival and wouldn't take any more leave until June, when he would combine it with his wedding leave. After sending Shen Shao off, Tang Nian got busy, but something significant happened in the village. Tang Hongxing got married. The village chief and his wife had arranged for her to marry a young man from the mountains, who was 8 years older than her. In this era, that made him a late bloomer, but he was a decent man with good looks. He was considered a late bloomer because he had 2 younger siblings to care for. Their parents died early, and as the eldest brother, he raised his siblings and helped them start their own families, which delayed his own marriage. Matchmaker Ma had done her homework. The man was hardworking, had a good temperament, and was skilled as a carpenter. He didn't have to care for his parents-in-law, as his siblings had their own families, and the village chief and his wife were very satisfied with him. But Tang Hongxing was not satisfied. She didn't want to marry into the mountains. It was too hard to leave the mountains, and some people never went out for a whole year, staying up there every day. She didn't want that life, and she didn't want to stay in her hometown. She wanted to see the world. Tang Hongxing heard from Tang Jianshu that Xian Chunrong had found a partner, a girl from the city with a stable job and a good family background. Her third brother told her not to think too much about it. She no longer liked Xian Chunrong, but she wanted to marry a man with a job. Why should Xian Chunrong, with a bad background, be able to marry a city girl while she, Tang Hongxing, had to marry an old man from the mountains? Tang Hongxing went from one extreme to another, just like the former Tang Wujin. She didn't share her thoughts with the village chief and his wife because she knew it wouldn't help. So, she took matters into her own hands and married a coal miner in Jiangxi province. Tang Hongxing had a close friend from Xian village, where she often visited and met Xian Chunrong. This friend had a cousin who married a coal miner in Jiangxi province. She returned home every year for the new year and brought her husband, who was a bit older but earned a good salary of 45 yuan a month. Tang Hongxing heard from her friend that her cousin's family was very poor and struggled to have enough to eat. Since her cousin married the coal miner, their lives improved significantly. Every year, her cousin sent back surplus food stamps and money, sometimes hundreds of pounds of grain, and 10 yuan a month. Tang Hongxing had seen her cousin wearing new clothes and noticed her voice had become much deeper. Tang Hongxing learned that there were many bachelors at her cousin's workplace who couldn't find wives. Her cousin had even wanted to introduce her friend to the coal miner, but her friend refused, not wanting to leave her hometown. So, Tang Hongxing contacted her cousin, expressing her desire to marry a coal miner and asking her to help find a reliable man. Her cousin acted quickly, sending a telegram to an older bachelor she knew, asking him to come and marry her. This bachelor was 12 years older than Tang Hongxing and had worked in the mines for years, making him look older, but he was sincere and brought many gifts, saying he would give all his salary to Tang Hongxing. Determined to get married, Tang Hongxing agreed to the match. On the 16th day of the new year, the bachelor came to meet the village chief and his wife. The village chief and his wife were caught off guard and were so angry that the village chief didn't even let the bachelor inside. He threw the gifts away, firmly opposing the marriage. But Tang Hongxing was determined. She secretly took the household registration book and the village chief's seal and went to the commune to get the marriage certificate. By the time the village chief found out, it was too late. He didn't want to deal with this rebellious daughter anymore and told Tang Hongxing, "Don't come back. Your mother and I will pretend we never had you. Take care of yourself." On the 18th day of the new year, Tang Hongxing left for Jiangxi province with a bachelor, without even holding a wedding banquet. Tang Nian learned of this news several days later. Foolish girl, giving up a job at the sock factory to marry someone so far away. That man is older than your third uncle. I don't understand what Hongxing sees in him. At the dinner table, old lady Tang brought up Tang Hongxing again, unable to comprehend her decision. Maybe she likes that he doesn't bathe. Tang Nian blurted out. What else could she like? Tang Hongxing and Tang Wujin were indeed sisters, with the same stubbornness. Old lady Tang sighed and decided not to mention Tang Hongxing again, believing that a married daughter is like spilled water. However, Tang Hongxing always sought attention, sending a package home every month with food stamps, cloth tickets, or local specialties, perhaps to prove she was doing well. The village chief and his wife never called or wrote to their daughter, pretending she didn't exist. They had no use for those things, as their situation had improved and they didn't need them. 1977 was busy, and time flew by. Soon it was the Dragon Boat Festival, and Tang Nian's birthday was approaching. She told Xin Xiao that after her birthday, they would go get their marriage certificate. But right after the Dragon Boat Festival, Tang Nian received a call from Old Man Zhang. Old Man Zhang had gone to the research institute in the spring and hadn't contacted her since. Minister Niu said he was working on a secret project and couldn't be reached, so Tang Nian didn't inquire further. Nian girl, do you have time? Old Man Zhang asked with a smile.
I can make time.
Is there something you need? Tang Nian joked, saying that the machine tool factory wouldn't be finished until the end of the year, and both the sock factory and craft factory were running normally, so she still had some free time. I have some issues that need your help. Can you come over? Old Man Zhang explained his purpose. About your secret project? Tang Nian asked. Yes, I need an assistant. Time is tight, and the assistant they sent me is not enough. I recommended you to the organization, Zhang Lao said with a smile. Will I get into trouble if I get involved in your state secrets? Tang Nian was hesitant. The more she knew, the more danger she faced. No matter how capable she was, she couldn't compete with the state. Zhang Lao laughed on the phone for a long time before saying, No, I've explained your situation to them. If they agreed, it means you're fine. Don't worry. This secret project involved military technology, and everyone participating had to go through strict checks to ensure there were no issues before joining the research team. Nian girl, I really need help here. The country is in a tough spot and needs strong military support. Zhang Lao spoke sincerely. After being abroad for so many years, he understood the country's difficulties. A weak nation has no diplomacy, which is exactly what China is facing now. Without a strong defense, China can't stand tall internationally, can't assert itself in diplomatic meetings, and can only endure the arrogance of Western countries. Being backward means getting bullied. The chairman was right. Tang Nian was persuaded. Although she wasn't particularly patriotic, she wanted her country to become stronger. It was too weak now. Should I come over now? Yes, right now. I'll send someone to pick you up. Zhang Lao's happiness was palpable over the phone. Tang Nian couldn't help but smile and said, the salary better not be low. Even if she was patriotic, she wouldn't work for free. The starting salary is 120. It's a bit low, but once you achieve results, I'll apply for a raise. Zhang Lao said with a laugh. He knew better than anyone how talented Nian was. Her calculation skills were exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on having her, a high school student, join the secret project team, despite everyone else opposing it. Zhang Lao also knew many were waiting to see Nian fail, but soon they would be humbled by her abilities. I'll leave tomorrow. Tang Nian agreed. A salary of 120 was not high for her, but it was quite good for this era. Many officials didn't earn that much. Zhang Lao must have fought hard to get her that salary. This investment was worth it. She was already seeing returns. Zhang Lao was busy. During their call, several people had called for him. After getting Tang Nian's answer, he felt relieved. I'll send someone to the train station to pick you up tomorrow. Don't worry about the ticket. Just get on the train. Okay, you go ahead and work. Tang Nian didn't chat much longer. After hanging up, she called Xin Xiao to inform him. But Xin Xiao was away on a mission and hadn't had much time off lately, saving it for their wedding to spend more time with Tang Nian. So, she called Ming Jinxing. Uncle Ming, I have something urgent and can't be reached for a while. Please let Xin Xiao know. What's going on? Aren't you getting married next month? That kid's wedding report has been approved, Ming Jinxing asked. State secret, can't say. Alright, I'll tell him later. Once Ming Jinxing heard it was a state secret, he stopped asking. He would find out later. After hanging up, Tang Nian walked home slowly. She had some free time, and helping Zhang Lao was a good way to pass it. The college entrance exam documents would be released in October, with the exam in December. She had already reviewed her materials, and having seen past exam questions in her previous life, she felt confident about getting into Fudan. She didn't want to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. She couldn't get used to the food in the capital. She was from the south, and while she could handle northern food occasionally, she couldn't eat it every day. Plus, she wasn't suited to the dry northern climate. It was better to stay in the south. Nian girl, try this golden rice ball. An older woman called out to her, holding a bowl of sesame rice balls, sticky and delicious. Golden rice balls were a snack for the Ghost Festival, but now that the villagers were better off, they made them for the children even when it wasn't the festival. Tang Nian took one without hesitation, and the woman smiled as she watched her eat, asking, "Want more?" "I'm good." After finishing the rice balls, Tang Nian returned the bowl to the woman, feeling sweet inside. She needed to hurry home for some water. "Take some home with you." The woman was very enthusiastic and filled another bowl to give to Tang Nian, not taking no for an answer, as if refusing would be disrespectful. Tang Nian had to accept it, thinking to herself that this woman used to be stingy, barely using oil in her cooking. Now she was being so generous, it was a bit surprising. "Nian girl, take some zongzi home too." Just a few steps later, she was called again and was handed 6 or 7 cooked zongzi tied together with string, with the same insistence that refusing would be disrespectful. Tang Nian had no choice but to accept. "Nian girl, these are freshly fried wheat flours. Take some home." "Nian girl, this year's salted duck eggs are especially good, all red oil. Take some home for porridge." In just a few minutes, Tang Nian had taken half an hour to walk home, her hands full of food from the generous villagers. This year, the villagers of Tang Village were particularly generous, and everyone had made delicious food. Nian. Yulome had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Tang Nian, her eyes lit up, and she ran over. "What's up?" Tang Nian set her things down, her arms tired, and handed Yulome a string of zongzi. The siblings had split up to live separately, and Yulome looked much better than before, with a fuller face. She was wearing clothes without patches and had grown taller. "I made zongzi. We have enough at home." Yulome declined, having already received too much help. Now that she and her brother could support themselves, she didn't want to accept any more favors. Others meant well, but if she and her brother got used to accepting help, they might lose their drive and ambition over time. Tang Nian took back the zongzi, not wanting to force her. "Nian, I made these shoes for you. Here." Yulome handed her a pair of embroidered cloth shoes, blue with red plum blossoms, very pretty. "They're nice, thank you." Tang Nian really liked the shoes Yulome made. This girl always made her a pair of embroidered shoes for the holidays, and they fit well and looked great. "I'm glad you like it, Sister Nian. I'm going home now." Yulome felt happy. She couldn't repay Sister Nian yet, so she planned to make her a pair of shoes. Although it was a small gift, it was from the heart. Without Sister Nian, she would still be struggling in a difficult situation, and her brother would still be suffering under their stepmother. They wouldn't have such a good life now. Make sure to read more and do more exercises. Tang Nian reminded her briefly. She didn't say much more because in her past life, Yulame had already been accepted into Fudan University. She would be fine without extra encouragement. Yulame felt a chill inside. Sister Nian wouldn't say these things for no reason. Was there a new policy? Sister Nian, often went to the city, knew many people, and had access to more information. There must be a new policy. I read every day, and Lu Jin even brought me materials and exercises. Yulame looked gentle and delicate, but her tone was very firm. She never missed a day of studying, no matter how busy she was. She always made time to learn. She completed all the exercises Lu Jin brought her with a high accuracy rate, which gave her confidence. No matter what new policy came, she was sure she could handle it, because she was always prepared. Tang Nian admired Yulame's determination. Strong people never complain about their circumstances. This girl had great resilience and talent. Without the burden of her original family, she should be able to reach even greater heights. Thank you for the shoes. Now go home. Tang Nian waved her hand, having nothing more to say. Yulame smiled and turned to leave, silently deciding to add an hour to her study time every day and encourage her brother to study as well. Only by studying could she leave Tang village and escape the home she despised. Tang Nian watched Yulame's lively and determined figure, feeling inexplicably happy. Tang village was thriving now. Everyone had jobs, families had enough food, and they could often eat meat. Their living conditions were among the best in the region. She had arranged everything in the sock factory, craft factory, and machine tool factory. Even if she wasn't there, the factories would still run smoothly. With the dividends from Zhouguoqing and Baga, she was now earning tens of thousands every month, and she couldn't spend it all. The crops in her space were abundant, and she had countless treasures. Life was wonderful. Second sister, I brought you some agongong. Tang Jiojin, who had grown quite a bit, rushed over like a little pony, holding several strings of agongong. Behind him was his little follower, Tian, who had transformed from a shy girl into a bold wild child, influenced by Tang Jiojin. Wow, so much food. Seeing the pile of food on the ground, Tang Jiojin's eyes lit up, and his mouth began to water. He picked up a bowl of sesame rice balls, shared one with Tian, and while chewing, his eyes darted toward the rice dumplings and wheat flours. Bring everything inside. Tang Nian took the agongong, pinched the cheeks of the two little girls, and confidently instructed them to work while she went back to her room to sleep. Xianjinju and Su Jinfeng were at home, nearing their due dates with round bellies that looked a bit scary. Every time Tang Nian saw them, she worried about the babies inside. Both pregnant women had stopped working at the factory and were on maternity leave, as Tang Nian had mandated that all pregnant women in the factory could take leave and receive living expenses. She was determined to eliminate workplace discrimination against women. Mom, second aunt, we have delicious food.
Tang Jiujin shouted loudly.
Su Jinfeng and Xianjinju were sitting side by side, knitting small sweaters for the babies. Who gave you all this food? Xianjinju asked with a smile. The villagers are so warm-hearted. Tang Nian casually replied, biting into a string of agongong. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and it was delightful. I want a rice ball. I'm suddenly craving it. Su Jinfeng's mouth watered unexpectedly. Tang Jiojin held the bowl, serving her the rice ball. It smells so good. Su Jinfeng enjoyed it more and more, and before she knew it, she had finished the rice ball. Still not satisfied, she craved a rice dumpling and peeled one to eat. They're so generous with the meat. Who used to put this much meat in their dumplings? Su Jinfeng couldn't help but marvel. She had never imagined living like this. In the past, she was satisfied just to eat meat during the new year, but now they could have meat at every meal. Even the landlord's family didn't have such good food before. Now, everyone in the village has a salary. Even the 80-year-old lady can wrap socks for money. The Manhwa family has 6 people working and earns about 130 to 140 a month. They can't even spend it all. Xianjinju exclaimed. When she first heard Nian say Shen Xiao earned 130 a month, she was envious and thought that money would be hard to spend. Yet, in less than a year, the villagers were earning such high salaries too. Now, her relatives at home envied her for marrying well. Manfu said he wants to buy a TV this year. Tang Baishan's family wants to buy one too. This rice dumpling is so good. I want another one. Su Jinfeng finished one meat dumpling, but still felt hungry and reached for another. Just as she was about to eat it, she suddenly exclaimed, feeling a slight pain in her belly. She didn't pay much attention and continued to eat, but then she exclaimed again, this time louder, startling Xian Jinju. Oh no, I'm going into labor. Su Jinfeng pressed her belly, sweating as the contractions began. She hadn't even finished her dumpling. Xian Jinju was startled and sent Jiu Jin to call for help. The little girl ran quickly to the wheat straw fan factory. Grandma Tang was busy and chatting with others when she suddenly heard her granddaughter shout, Grandma, my mom's going into labor. Grandma Tang rushed home, calmly directing people to lift Su Jinfeng onto a tractor, with thick cotton blankets underneath to cushion the ride. Don't take the dumpling. Grandma Tang tried to grab the dumpling from Su Jinfeng's hand. Mom, I want to eat the dumpling. I have to eat it. Su Jinfeng stubbornly held onto the dumpling, determined to eat it before anything else. Grandma Tang let her be. They weren't short on dumplings at home. Su Jinfeng's labor went surprisingly smoothly. As soon as they reached the health center, the baby couldn't wait to come out. It was an 8.5-pound boy, crying loudly, just like Jiu Jin did back then. Even after giving birth, Su Jinfeng still held onto the dumpling. The doctor joked that the chubby boy was tempted out by the meat dumpling. Thus, the newly born chubby boy was named Meat Dumpling, with his full name being Tang Guqiang. Originally, Grandma Tang wanted to name her grandson Tang Bajin, as he weighed 8.5 pounds at birth, which seemed fitting. However, Tang Manjin had other ideas. He wanted to give his son a more impressive and beautiful name. In the past, he didn't have much experience and let his parents name his daughter, calling her names like Wujin, Lujin, and Jujin, which sounded nice. But there were too many children with those names. Jujin was okay since it was rare to have a baby born weighing 9 pounds these days, but there were several Lujins in his daughter's class. Every time the teacher called the roll, a bunch of them would stand up. Tang Manjin initially wanted to change his daughter's name, but Tang Lujin refused, insisting that her name was given by her grandfather and she wouldn't change it. Now that his son was born, Tang Manjin wanted to choose a grand name himself. He decided on the nickname Rozong and the formal name Tang Guqiang, believing that they would never have to worry about food and drink. When Tang Nian Nian heard this name, it sounded familiar. Wasn't there an old actor with that name? The Tang family was very happy to welcome a new grandson. Grandma Tang planned to celebrate with a feast for both children once Xian Jinju gave birth. Tang Nian Nian couldn't wait for Xian Jinju's delivery, but she knew that her second aunt was having a boy. In her past life, her second aunt had lost her baby due to shock and sadness, and she herself had bled heavily and passed away. In this life, both children would be healthy and grow up safely. Tang Nian Nian told her family goodbye and left early the next morning. Grandma Tang prepared a large bag of food for her to take to Old Zhang. Grandma didn't know what a secret project was, but when Tang Nian Nian told her that the job paid 1,200 yuan, Grandma thought it was a good job and wanted to thank Old Zhang properly. Once you start at the new place, speak less and work more. Don't argue with anyone and definitely don't fight, so Old Zhang won't be put in a difficult position. Grandma Tang repeatedly reminded her. She wasn't worried about her granddaughter being bullied. She was more concerned about others. This girl could be heavy-handed, and while she could manage in Tang Village, the new place was unfamiliar, and Grandma was afraid something might happen. I know, I will win people over with kindness. Tang Nian Nian was tired of hearing the same thing and casually agreed, knowing she wouldn't initiate any conflict. Finish this bowl of noodles. Don't be too cautious. Don't let anyone bully you. They invited you to work, not to be mistreated. We can't let others push us around. Nana, should I fight back then? Tang Nian Nian teased, confused by her grandmother's mixed messages, sometimes telling her to hold back, other times insisting she shouldn't be bullied. What was she supposed to do? Fight? Just eat your food. Grandma Tang shot her a glare and urged her to finish breakfast. Tang Jianshu was waiting at the village entrance with a truck from the factory to transport goods. Call me when you arrive. Grandma Tang watched as the truck drove away, her eyes a bit moist. She knew her granddaughter would spend less time at home, and after getting married to Xiaoshen, she would belong to another family.
Sigh.
That annoying girl was noisy at home, but now that she was gone, she couldn't help but worry. So frustrating. Tang Nian arrived at the bus station, got her ticket, and boarded the bus. The base wasn't in Huqing but in a small county in Zhejiang province, surrounded by mountains and with steep terrain. The base was deep in the mountains, an hour's drive from the county, and the road conditions were poor. The bumpy ride made Tang Nian's backside numb, and she quickly jumped off the bus. It was still noon, with the sun high in the sky, but it was cool in the mountains, with a gentle breeze and beautiful scenery, though it was quite remote. There were armed guards at the base entrance. After registering her information, Tang Nian entered the base, unaware that all details about the Tang family had been thoroughly checked, including the incident at the trade fair where they recognized Tang Jinglin's family. "Comrade Tang, please follow me. Engineer Zhang is waiting for you." The person who greeted her was very polite and led her to find old Zhang. As Tang Nian looked around, she noted the layout of the base. It seemed to be a temporary setup, quite basic and backed by a mountain, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. She also vaguely saw troops stationed on the mountain. Old Zhang's secret project was more significant than she had thought. Tang Nian was taken to a shared office with about a dozen desks. Old Zhang was there, looking thinner than when she last saw him in Tang village. "Nian girl." Old Zhang walked over and hugged Tang Nian. "Come, let me introduce you." Old Zhang introduced her to the people in the office. The scientists politely nodded but didn't speak to her. Tang Nian sensed their distance and disdain. She wasn't surprised. She felt like an outsider, a connection brought in from outside, so being excluded was normal. "Nian girl, these two are my assistants Xia Wenlin and Ni Junlan." Old Zhang introduced his two young assistants, a man and a woman. The man wore glasses, looked refined, and smiled as he extended his hand, saying, "Welcome, Comrade Tang." Tang Nian shook his hand and turned to Ni Junlan, politely trying to shake hands with her too. Ni Junlan looked down on her, lifting her chin slightly, wanting to show Tang Nian that she was just a connection who got in through the back door and wasn't worth her time. Old Zhang's expression darkened slightly. He was increasingly displeased with Ni Junlan. She was average in ability, but had an inflated ego. He needed to mention this to his superiors and get her reassigned. He didn't need an assistant who just showed off. Tang Nian sensed the woman's hostility and withdrew her hand, thinking it was good to avoid unnecessary social interactions with someone like Ni Junlan. Ni Junlan thought she had intimidated Tang Nian and wanted to give old Zhang some face, so she reached out again. But she ended up grasping at air since Tang Nian had already pulled her hand back. Ni Junlan's hand froze in midair, and her face turned ugly as she shot a fierce glare at Tang Nian before retracting her hand. "What work do we have to do?" Tang Nian didn't even look at her. She thought Ni Junlan was just a self-important fool, and engaging with her would only lower her status. "You've had a long journey. Go rest first." "Xiao sure. Please take Nian girl to the dorm." Old Zhang didn't call Ni Junlan, letting Xia Wenlin lead her instead. "I don't need to rest. Just assign me some work. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can go home." Tang Nian wasn't tired at all. She wanted to finish quickly, so she could get her marriage certificate with Xin Xiao. Seeing that she was indeed in good spirits, old Zhang didn't insist on her resting. He took out a piece of paper from his drawer with several formulas and data sets written on it. "This is a problem that has stumped us for half a month. Everyone's calculations have been different, and even the same person gets different results upon recalculating. Not a single set is correct." Old Zhang smiled wryly. The base's conditions were too poor, with only one old computer. Everyone in the base relied on that machine, and the time each person got to use it was limited and insufficient. Calculating data mainly relied on the abacus and manual calculations. In the past half-month, they had used up several meters of draft paper. Everyone lived and worked in the office, wishing they could stretch an hour into 3, yet the data still couldn't be calculated, and the research was stuck. Everyone was anxious. The project timeline was tight. They had only completed a quarter of the work, and a small set of data had been stuck for half a month. At this rate, they might not finish on time, which would hold back the country. Do you know how to use an abacus, Nian girl? Asked old Zhang. Not really, I'm better at manual calculations, Tang Nian replied honestly, shaking her head. In her past life, she mainly used computers, and with the abacus being such an old tool, she could only count to 100. Clap, clap, clap. The pleasant sound of an abacus being played caught Tang Nian's attention. A man was moving his hands so quickly that they seemed to blur, using an unusually large abacus that was twice the length of a regular one. What's she doing here, if she can't even use an abacus? Anai Rulin muttered quietly, but Tang Nian heard her. She chose to ignore it. She was about to get her license, and seeing blood was unlucky, so she needed to keep her cool. I need a private office where I won't be disturbed, Tang Nian requested, as she had a computer in her space and didn't want to struggle with manual calculations. Xiao Xia, arrange that. Old Zhang assigned the task to Xia Wenlin, as he had confidence in Tang Nian. He had noticed her exceptional calculating ability back in Tang Village. She was definitely a math genius. In mathematics, there are only two types of people, ordinary people and geniuses. Ordinary people can only linger at the threshold of math, never able to cross it. Mathematics relies heavily on talent. Those without a mathematical gift will never learn it well, no matter how hard they try. Tang Nian was a math genius. Old Zhang had even tried to persuade her to study mathematics, but she refused, as she didn't like the dullness of math and preferred making money. Xia Wenlin led Tang Nian away, and Ni Junlin's expression darkened. She was a top student from Tsinghua University and didn't have a private office, while Tang Nian, a mere high school student, did. Zhang Gong, let me calculate it again, Ni Junlin volunteered, confident she could find the correct data. Go to the workshop and urge them. It's been 2 days. Old Zhang changed the subject. He knew Ni Junlin's abilities well. She was just an ordinary person without much talent in mathematics and would never be able to calculate correctly. He also knew that Ni Junlin got her position as his assistant through connections. Her family had some influence, and they wanted to give her a boost by having her work with him. Despite being from Tsinghua, Ni Junlin was a student from a worker-peasant-soldier university and didn't have much real knowledge. Old Zhang didn't have the energy to guide her on basic theories. It would be too time-consuming. However, Xia Wenlin was a good guy. Although he was also from a worker-peasant-soldier university, he had real skills. Old Zhang appreciated his help during this time. Ni Junlin's face changed slightly, feeling frustrated with Old Zhang. She and Xia Wenlin had arrived together, but Old Zhang clearly favored Xia Wenlin, assigning him important tasks while giving her trivial jobs, always sending her to the workshop to hurry the workers. Why should a top student from Tsinghua be reduced to supervising here? Old Zhang, I've already urged the workshop. I have no work right now. Zhang Gong? Ni Junlin hadn't finished speaking when Old Zhang walked away, leaving her fuming. She planned to call home to pressure Old Zhang. He must be targeting her on purpose. Xia Wenlin took Tang Nian to the office, which was small, with only a desk, a chair, some draft paper, and pens. You do your thing. I'll calculate on my own. Tang Nian was satisfied with the space. It used to be a dormitory and had curtains. Once she pulled them shut, she could access her space. Let me know if you need anything, Xia Wenlin said with a gentle smile, his tone calm and stable, showing he was well suited for research. Okay. Tang Nian nodded. After Xia Wenlin left, she closed the door, drew the curtains, and summoned her space. Inside, she had the most advanced computer. With the formulas Old Zhang had given her, she quickly calculated the correct data without taking much time. After verifying it several times, she wrote the correct data on draft paper. It was still too early to go out. She couldn't calculate too quickly, or it would raise suspicions. So, she decided to take a nap in her space. When she woke up, it was dark outside. Woof. Someone just knocked on the door. Reported by Sui. Tang Nian checked the time on her wrist. It was already 8 in the evening. She had slept for 4 or 5 hours and guessed someone was calling her for dinner. She wondered if Old Zhang and the others had finished work. She burned a stack of draft paper, squeezed the ink from her pen, and poured some ink from the bottle to create the illusion of a busy afternoon. Then, she took the draft paper with the correct data and went to find old Zhang. Old Zhang's office was still brightly lit, indicating that everyone was still working. The door was slightly ajar, and when Tang Nian gently pushed it open, she saw everyone working tirelessly, with empty food containers on the table. Tang Nian couldn't help but feel respect for their dedication. Such selflessness was rare these days, and it was thanks to people like them that China had become a world power in just a few decades. She admired their spirit of sacrifice, something she couldn't achieve herself. "Nian girl, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Old Zhang looked up and saw her. He had just come to find her for dinner but had knocked a few times without getting a response, thinking she was too absorbed in her calculations to notice. When he was deeply focused on calculating data, he disliked being disturbed. Once his rhythm was broken, it was hard to regain the same state. "Not yet," Tang Nian admitted, her stomach growling. She handed the draft paper to old Zhang and said, "I calculated it." Old Zhang was about to take her to dinner when he heard her say she had calculated it, and he paused, surprised.
So soon?
"I'm always quick with numbers."
Tang Nian ziplit confident.
She planned to get faster. The conditions at the base were too poor for her to endure hardships, so it was better to finish quickly and go home. Old Zhang excitedly took the draft paper, looking at the data, which didn't match any of their previous calculations. He wasn't sure if it was correct, but he had a feeling that this time, Nian girl had likely gotten it right. Others were drawn over, unable to believe that the calculations were completed in just one afternoon. Even computers aren't that fast. After all, the base's computer often crashes and wastes time. This data is different from before. It feels wrong. Someone pointed this out, and others shared the same thought. They had doubts about Tang Nian's sudden appearance. If she were a top student from Tsinghua or Peking University, they wouldn't mind, but she was just a high school student. How skilled could she be? She probably doesn't even know calculus, right? Were your previous data correct? Tang Nian asked coldly. Everyone's expressions froze, and the air became quiet. "None of them are correct," Xia Wenlin replied. "So, on what basis do you think mine is wrong?" Tang Nian was not polite at all. If their calculations were wrong, why should they say hers were incorrect? The silence deepened, and everyone looked awkward. Although Tang Nian's words were harsh, they were not wrong. They only had incorrect experiences and really had no right to claim others were wrong. Even if our calculations were wrong, they weren't far off. "Yours is way off. It's clearly wrong," and Junlon said dismissively. The data they calculated before only had differences in the last digits, so everyone firmly believed their direction was correct. But Tang Nian's results were vastly different. Even the numbers before the decimal point were wrong, indicating a clear misdirection. Tang Nian looked expressionlessly at the woman and said lightly, "You didn't even calculate the correct numbers, so don't be so sure, or you might end up with a bruised face. I'm from Tsinghua. You're just a high school student. Anyone can brag." And Junlon was furious and lost her composure, revealing her true feelings. Old Zhang's expression changed, and he said sternly, "Comrade, education is not the only measure of knowledge." I didn't mean it that way." And Junlon realized she had misspoken. Earlier, she had called home, and her father insisted she must curry favor with old Zhang, saying that if she gained his trust and became his student, her future would be bright. Now, she had embarrassed herself in front of old Zhang, and he must be angry. I'm not saying Tang Nian is incapable. I just think her calculations might be wrong since she's a high school student and hasn't had the chance to study advanced mathematics, and Junlon tried to justify herself. "Little Tang's advanced mathematics is taught by me. She is my student." Old Zhang's stern gaze swept across everyone. He knew what they were thinking. They were just unhappy about her low education. Everyone felt a jolt, finally understanding why old Zhang insisted on having Tang Nian at the base. She was his student. That explained everything. Old Zhang must want to give his student a boost. Those who left the base would surely have bright futures. And Junlin's face turned ugly. She had tried every way to please old Zhang but couldn't become his student, while Tang Nian, a mere high school student, managed to do so.
Why?
She knew better than anyone how valuable it was to be old Zhang's student. With such a mentor, the future would be limitless. Tang Nian couldn't be bothered with this woman. She lacked self-awareness, and old Zhang would likely kick her out of the base soon. Let's start the verification. Old Zhang arranged for a recalculation, choosing Xia Wenlin and another man, the best calculators in the base. They sat on either side, facing a huge abacus. Old Zhang called out the data, and Xia Wenlin and the other man's hands moved faster and faster, their fingers becoming a blur. Tang Nian couldn't help but admire their true skill. She was merely benefiting from the situation. In terms of true ability, she was far behind any of them. The office was silent, with only the sound of the abacus beads moving and old Zhang's voice calling out numbers. Everyone watched the abacus nervously, not daring to breathe, afraid of disturbing Xia Wenlin and the others. After old Zhang called out the last number, an hour had passed. A series of clicks followed, and both abacuses reset to 0. Everyone's eyes widened, their breathing quickened, unable to believe what they saw. Reset to 0? Really reset to 0? How is that possible? Could they have made a mistake? People began to whisper, unable to accept the reality before them. Resetting to 0 meant Tang Nian's calculations were correct, proving their previous calculations were all wrong. They had made a mistake for half a month. It was so embarrassing. Old Zhang suppressed his excitement and said sternly, "Recalculate. Change the personnel." So, a new round of calculations began with 2 different people. Another hour passed, and the abacus reset to 0 again. Everyone's eyes lit up, and some even shed tears. Calculate again. Old Zhang found 2 more people for a third calculation. These data must be flawless, so they had to calculate repeatedly to ensure everything was perfect. It was already late at night, and another hour passed. The office was filled with alert people, and when they saw the abacus reset to 0 once more, they couldn't contain themselves. "We did it! We finally did it!"
Success.
"Ha ha, we finally succeeded." Everyone jumped for joy, happier than during the new year. They hugged each other, tears of excitement on their faces. They had been stuck for half a month, and now they could finally move forward. Only Anai Junlon was not happy at all. She looked at Tang Nian with jealousy. Why did she succeed? She was just a high school student. How could she do it? "Comrade little Tang, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your talent before. I was rude. You have real skills. Please allow me to bow to you." "Comrade little Tang, you're amazing." "Haha, I want to be your disciple." Everyone surrounded Tang Nian. One overly excited man even tried to hug her, but old Zhang stopped him and glared. "What are you doing?" "Haha, I'm just too excited." "Old Zhang, your student is really impressive." The excited man gave Tang Nian a thumbs up, showering her with praise. Old Zhang proudly snorted and said, "Of course my student is impressive. If she weren't, would she be my student?" Tang Nian smiled slightly, affected by their joy, but she wasn't in the mood to celebrate. She was hungry. "Is there any food? I'm starving." Tang Nian pressed her stomach, feeling extremely hungry, and her stomach audibly growled, loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. They all quieted down and looked at her, creating an awkward atmosphere.
Gulyalu.
A loud sound came from Tang Nian's stomach, breaking the silence in the room. Without changing her expression, Tang Nian pressed her stomach and calmly asked, "Is there anything to eat? I'll take you. The red braised pork made by the chef in the cafeteria is really good." Zhang Lao felt guilty. He had been so focused on his calculations that he forgot Nian hadn't eaten anything. It was really careless of him. If old Deng found out, he would definitely scold him. Tang Nian regretted not eating before coming out, knowing these people were so absorbed in their work. Now she was so hungry she felt faint. "Zhang Gong, let me take Comrade Tang to eat. You've been busy since morning without a break." Xia Wenlin offered his help.
I'm fine.
"I'm energetic enough to work all night," Zhang Lao said excitedly, feeling great joy. Nian Nian was his lucky star. He should have invited her sooner. Let Xie take me to eat. You should go rest. Tang Nian Nian stopped the enthusiastic Zhang Lao. His eyes were red, and his face was unusually flushed, which could be a sign of high blood pressure. She hadn't received her return on investment yet. She couldn't let him collapse.
I'm Fine.
All right, Xie, please take care of her. Zhang Lao's stubbornness softened under Tang Nian Nian's cold gaze. He finally relented and repeatedly instructed Xie Wenlin to take good care of her and not let her go hungry. Don't worry, Comrade Tang is our treasure. I promise not to let her go hungry. Xie Wenlin joked, and the others laughed indulgently, agreeing with him because Tang Nian Nian truly was their treasure. And Junlin's expression changed slightly, feeling uncomfortable and increasingly jealous of Tang Nian Nian. There were few women in the base, and even fewer young girls. Before Tang Nian Nian arrived, she was one of the few young women in the base and Zhang Lao's assistant. She came from a good family, had a high education, and was beautiful, making her the center of attention. People looked at her the same way they now looked at Tang Nian Nian. And Junlin felt pushed out by her colleagues, who formed a circle around Tang Nian Nian, leaving her outside, watching how dazzling and popular Tang Nian Nian was. Her jealousy was almost tangible, and Junlin clenched her teeth, feeling resentful. Tang Nian Nian must have just gotten lucky. She was only a high school student and couldn't be lucky forever. Eventually, Tang Nian Nian would embarrass herself. After comforting herself for a while, and Junlin felt a bit better, but she didn't realize that her thoughts were visible on her face, and everyone noticed. Zhang Lao glanced at her and decided he needed to send Junlin away soon. She couldn't stay and cause trouble. Tang Nian Nian followed Xie Wenlin to the cafeteria. The scientists at the base were workaholics, often working overnight. The leaders, understanding their hard work, arranged for the cafeteria to stay open at night to provide meals for the scientists. So, even though it was midnight, there was still food in the cafeteria. Tang Nian Nian ordered rice and red braised pork, along with a freshly made seaweed egg soup. She dug in, and Zhang Lao hadn't lied. The red braised pork was indeed delicious. Not all cafeteria food was bad. Red braised pork was perfect for large-scale cooking. It tasted better than what was made in small pots at home. Tang Nian Nian enjoyed every bite of meat and rice. Xie Wenlin sat across from her, watching and almost drooling, with a gentle smile in his eyes. He asked, "Is it enough?" Tang Nian Nian looked up, surprised to see he was still there. "You haven't left?" Xie Wenlin smiled and explained, "Zhang Gong asked me to take care of you, and I promised. You should go get some sleep. I'll head back after I finish eating." Tang Nian Nian preferred to eat without someone watching her, especially a strange man. It spoiled her appetite. Xie Wenlin's smile faltered slightly, but he still maintained a polite demeanor. "The dormitory isn't close to the cafeteria. I'll accompany you. The base isn't entirely safe." "Not safe? Are there thieves in the base?" Tang Nian Nian became curious. The base was heavily guarded. How could it not be safe? Xie Wenlin smiled slightly and explained, "The base is being watched by many people with ill intentions. Even with tight security, there can be infiltrators. Recently, the base detected a radio signal, but the culprit has hidden too well. They haven't been caught yet." Tang Nian Nian frowned slightly, realizing there might be spies in the base. For such an important military secret base to have spies infiltrating was concerning. Their security wasn't very good. "Thank you for letting me know." Tang Nian Nian didn't refuse any longer and continued eating. Nothing was more important than food. She wasn't afraid of spies. Anyone who crossed her would be in trouble. Not at all. Xie Wenlin smiled, trying not to disturb her meal, and moved slightly to the side. This action made Tang Nian Nian think better of him. At least he wasn't an annoying man. A few more people entered the cafeteria, all just finishing their shifts. They greeted Xie Wenlin and glanced curiously at Tang Nian Nian. "Comrade Xie, is this young lady Zhang Lao's student?" someone asked. "Yes, Comrade Tang has made important contributions since she arrived." Xie Wenlin replied with a smile. "I just heard about it." As expected of Zhang Lao's student, She's impressive. They praised her, admiring those with real talent, regardless of their education or age. Tang Nian nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued eating. The group got their meals and sat at a nearby table, discussing recent research progress. Their voices grew louder as they argued passionately. Anyone unaware might think they were fighting. They're just discussing loudly, not arguing, Xiao Enlin said with a smile.
Oh.
Tang Nian didn't look up, politely responding. Even if they were fighting, it had nothing to do with her. Xiao Enlin's smile faltered as he sensed Tang Nian's distance. She seemed difficult to get along with. After that, he fell silent, shifting slightly, resting his left hand on the table, his fingers lightly tapping it like playing a piano, making a barely audible sound. Tang Nian noticed, but didn't pay attention. Many people instinctively tap the table while sitting. She sometimes did it too. It seemed like a natural human action. Xiao Enlin glanced at her with a strange look, as if relieved. He stopped tapping the table. Tang Nian finished a big bowl of food, even mixing the soup with her rice. She got up, holding her empty bowl and chopsticks to return them to the cafeteria staff. Xiao Enlin followed her, smiling as he said, "I want a steamed bun to eat later, when I get hungry." At the window, the cafeteria staff had a friendly smile. He took the bowl and chopsticks, speaking with a northern accent, and cheerfully asked, "Are you full? If not, you can have more." "Yes, I'm full." It was really delicious.
Tan Mian ziplit.
The cafeteria staff smiled widely, and Xiao Enlin tapped the window a few times and politely said, "Master, please give me a steamed bun with some pickled vegetables." "Sure." "Xia, are you working late again tonight? I'll get you some porridge. You can heat it up on the stove to help your stomach." The cafeteria staff spoke with concern, serving half a bowl of plain porridge along with some pickled vegetables and a steamed bun. While serving, he tapped the spoon against the pot a few times to clean it off. Tang Nian stood silently beside them, glancing between Xiao Enlin and the cafeteria staff. Xiao Enlin carried half a lunchbox of porridge and a steamed bun, walking with Tang Nian toward the dormitory building. The male and female dormitories were in the same building, but there were fewer women in the base, mostly men. Tang Nian's room was next to Ni Junlin's. However, Tang Nian had a single room, which she specifically requested before coming, as she wasn't used to sharing a room with others. Ni Junlin shared a room with another female colleague. Tang Nian's room was on the third floor, while Xiao Enlin was on the second. He walked her to her door. It was already late at night, but the dormitory building was mostly lit, and there were people moving in the hallway. "Comrade Tang, good night," Xiao Enlin said with a smile before turning to go downstairs, running into Ni Junlin, who was carrying a basin. He greeted her cheerfully, still awake. "I just finished washing up," Ni Junlin replied, casting a sharp glance at Tang Nian. She had just learned that Tang Nian was living in a single room right next to hers, a room she had requested multiple times but was denied. Why did she get it? "Comrade Tang just arrived. You should take care of her," Xiao Enlin said gently. He and Ni Junlin were classmates, but they only became familiar after arriving at the base. They hardly spoke in school. She came from a well-off family, while he was from a poor background, living in two different worlds. "Does she need my help?" Ni Junlin snapped, her anger flaring. She turned and stormed into her room, slamming the door. Tang Nian had already entered her room, but heard their conversation. Ni Junlin's reaction was expected. The dormitory was quite simple but very clean, with new bedding. Tang Nian spread out her bedding and quickly fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. The dormitory was empty. Everyone had gone to work, leaving only Tang Nian. She took her time washing up and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. The cook from last night was not there. Instead, there was another quiet cook who didn't smile and had a very serious expression. After breakfast, Tang Nian slowly walked toward the office, not in a hurry at all. Before she reached the office door, she heard Ni Junlin's voice. "It's already 9:30, and she still hasn't come to work. How careless. Comrade Tang must have used her brain too much yesterday. It's normal for her to sleep a bit longer." Someone else said. Comrade Tang is still young. It's normal for her to love sleeping, another added. Everyone was defending Tang Nian, eager to pamper her. Who doesn't use their brain every day? Why is she treated differently? Are the office rules just for show? And Junlin's anger flared up again. It was clear that Tang Nian had done something wrong. Why should she not be punished? If you're tired, Xiao, you should take a break. You don't look well. Someone suggested. I still have work to finish. I'm not chatting.
Ni Hulan schnapped.
Everyone made excuses to leave, leaving Junlan alone, her face a mix of anger and frustration. Tang Nian pushed the door open and entered, glancing at Junlan. This woman was both arrogant and foolish. She wasn't worth her effort. Humph. Junlan huffed, lifting her chin and turning away.
Good morning.
Xiao Wenlin approached with a stack of papers, smiling as he greeted her. Tang Nian nodded and asked, Where did Zhang go? He went to the workshop. Let me take you there. Xiao Wenlin set down the documents and led her to find Zhang Lao. They walked in silence as Tang Nian didn't want to talk, and Xiao Wenlin couldn't find a topic either. Master Zhao, are you not taking a break today? They passed the cafeteria and ran into Master Zhao from last night. Xiao Wenlin greeted him first. He seemed to have good relationships with everyone at the base, even chatting with the logistics staff. I need to take leave for a wedding in a few days, so I'm making up for it today, Master Zhao explained with his usual friendly smile. He was carrying 2 buckets of steaming pig feed, setting them down as he spoke and brushing off some dust from his clothes. I'm off to feed the pigs. You two get back to work, Master Zhao said, dusting himself off and quickly walking away. The base raises pigs? Tang Nian asked. Yes, several. We slaughtered the big ones for the new year. Now we have the little ones, Xiao Wenlin replied with a smile. Master Zhao is from the north, right? Tang Nian quickly shifted the topic from pigs to Master Zhao. Yes, he's from Hebei province. The steamed buns he makes are delicious, Xiao Wenlin responded. You're also from Hebei, right? Tang Nian asked, her questions jumping around as if she was just making small talk to avoid awkward silence. Yes, both Master Zhao and I are from Hebei. Comrade Tang, you're impressive to notice my accent, Xiao Wenlin said, surprised, his expression thoughtful. My partner is from Hebei, Tang Nian casually explained as they arrived at the workshop, where the machines were loud, and Zhang Lao was talking with the workers.
Zhang.
Xiao Wenlin called out. Zhang Lao turned around, and upon seeing Tang Nian, his face lit up with a warm smile. Have you had breakfast? You must be tired from last night. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? I slept enough. I just had breakfast, Tang Nian replied, walking over to look at the blueprints in Zhang Lao's hands. They were for several small parts, but the precision required was very high. Zhang, these parts take too much time. We worked overtime until midnight last night. We really didn't slack off, one of the workers said, sounding a bit wronged. They genuinely worked overtime every day, but still couldn't keep up with the schedule. They wished they could split themselves like Sun Wukong. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Lao sighed. He knew he was asking too much, but these parts were urgent. It's mainly because your precision requirements are high. Our lathe can't meet them. If we can get 2 out of 10 done successfully, that's good, the worker replied, anxious. But even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do without the right tools. Zhang Lao looked at the old machines in the workshop, feeling helpless and pained. The country was still too backward. If only they had advanced foreign machinery. I'll take a look. Tang Nian took the blueprint and saw that the precision requirements were indeed high, and the process was complex. Work like this is considered custom parts, and ordinary factories find it hard to produce because of low efficiency and high labor costs. No one wants to do it. If we have a better lathe, can you improve efficiency? She asked. Of course. The worker was confident in his skills. Tang Nian walked over to check the lathe. It was produced in the 1950s in Czechoslovakia. Its performance was decent, but it had been used for too long, and its efficiency had decreased significantly. Still, this Czech lathe was the best in the workshop. She shook her head secretly. Modern China is really poor. In such a large base, they couldn't even find a good machine tool. Tang Nian pulled Engineer Zhang to a corner and whispered, "I can get a good lathe, but it can't be done openly." She had a batch of semi-automatic lathes in her space, which had much better precision than this Czech one. With a little modification, they could be used. Engineer Zhang was overjoyed and quietly asked, "Can you really get a good lathe, Nian?" "Yes, I have connections from the trade fair. They can buy advanced lathes from abroad and transport them from Hong Kong, but I have to go pick them up myself." Tang Nian planned to make a trip to Hong Kong to bring some machine tools out openly. "I'll apply for it. Nian, don't tell anyone else about this." Engineer Zhang's expression was serious. If someone with bad intentions found out, Nian would get into trouble. He would first test the waters with the higher-ups. "I won't say anything," Tang Nian promised. She definitely wouldn't spill the beans. She also had something to ask. "Are there spies in the base?" "Xiao Xie told you, right?" "There are indeed spies, and we haven't caught them yet." "This person is hiding too deep," Engineer Zhang sighed and shook his head. Because they hadn't caught the bad guys, the base had restricted entry and exit, except for logistics staff. Nian, don't get too close to anyone and don't interact too much. I don't know who is good or bad. If you need help, you can find Xiao Xie. He's quite reliable. Engineer Zhang emphasized his trust in Xiao Wenlin. "Is Xiao Wenlin your student?" Tang Nian glanced over at Xiao Wenlin, who was talking to the worker. "He's my assistant sent from above." Both he and Ni Junlan were sent by the higher-ups. "Xiao Xie is more stable and knowledgeable. He has helped me a lot. He's a very ambitious young man." Engineer Zhang didn't hide his admiration for Xiao Wenlin and planned to take him as a student after the project ended. Ni Junlan has a bad temper and is not very knowledgeable. "Don't pay her any mind, Xiao Tang. I've already reported to the higher-ups to have her reassigned," Engineer Zhang reassured her. "The data I calculated yesterday had one wrong formula you gave me. If I calculate based on that, I can never get the correct data." Tang Nian suddenly shifted to the data topic. She had noticed this yesterday and was puzzled that so many talented scientists could collectively make a mistake. It seemed unusual. But she didn't think too much about it. Research often involves countless failures. Yet now, she found herself thinking conspiracy theories. Engineer Zhang was taken aback. Then his expression turned serious as he muttered, "No wonder our calculated data is so off. It turns out the initial direction was wrong. Who calculated that incorrect formula?"
Tang Nian asked.
She already had an answer in her mind. "It was either Xiao Xie or Ni Junlan, but I guided them, so I share some responsibility." Engineer Zhang felt guilty and knew he had to take the main blame. "I'll go ask." Engineer Zhang wasn't looking to assign blame. He just wanted to clarify things so that Xiao Wenlin could learn from the mistake in the future. Was another female colleague supposed to be sent to the base? Tang Nian asked. "How did you know that?" Engineer Zhang looked surprised. Very few people in the base knew about this. Only he and the main person in charge. "Why didn't she come?" Tang Nian continued to ask without answering. "There seemed to be an unexpected incident. I'm not clear on the details." Engineer Zhang shook his head. That female colleague was also supposed to be his assistant, but the higher-ups informed him that she couldn't come, without specifying why. They said they would find him another assistant. That's why he recommended Nian. It was better to find someone himself than wait for someone from above. "Engineer Zhang, I'm heading back to the office." Xiao Wenlin approached. "Go ahead, take this blueprint with you." Engineer Zhang handed over the blueprint. Xiao Wenlin took it, nodded at Tang Nian and left. Tang Nian sighed. This old man really trusted Xiao Wenlin. If he knew the truth, Engineer Zhang would probably feel very upset. "I'm going to apply to the higher-ups. Nian, you can wander around or go back to the dorm to sleep. There's nothing much to do today." Engineer Zhang hurried to make a phone call, but Tang Nian stopped him and directly asked, "Who is the person in charge of the base?" "Nian, why do you want to find him? Is something wrong?" Engineer Zhang was startled. "About that bad guy, I know who it is." Tang Nian tried to downplay it, but still frightened Engineer Zhang, who looked around nervously and pulled her to a hidden spot, whispering, "Nian Nian. How do you know? Is the spy nearby? Does he have any weapons?" Poor Engineer Zhang was sweating in fear. He really wasn't very brave and had no political instincts, only focusing on scientific research.
He's not here.
Now take me to find him. Tang Nian Nian found it amusing. If she had known this old man was so timid, she would have been more tactful. Engineer Zhang didn't dare delay and led her to find the person in charge of the base. The person in charge, named Liao, was a stern military man, and Engineer Zhang referred to him as Representative Liao. "You've only been here a day. How do you know who the spy is?" Representative Liao's sharp gaze showed he was skeptical of Tang Nian Nian's words. They hadn't found any leads so far. How could this young girl know? "I know Morse code." Tang Nian Nian's answer seemed off-topic, but clarified her point. Representative Liao's gaze became even sharper, but Tang Nian Nian wasn't afraid and met his eyes calmly. "How do you know Morse code?" "My boyfriend taught me. He's Shen Xiao from the Shanghai military region." Representative Liao's demeanor softened immediately, and he smiled, kindly asking, "So you're Shen Xiao's girlfriend?" "Absolutely." Tang Nian Nian's response deepened Representative Liao's smile, and his attitude became even more gentle, like a kind elder, as he asked, "Who do you think the spy is?" "I suspect Xia Wenlin and Chef Xiao from the cafeteria. I still don't know if they have accomplices." Tang Nian Nian shared her findings. She had sensed it last night and was even more certain today. If anyone was to blame, it was Xia Wenlin's overconfidence, thinking she was clueless about Morse code, which led to him revealing himself in front of her. Is Xiao Xia a spy? Isn't he just a poor farmer with a clean background? His family even lost relatives to the Japanese. How could he be a spy? Old Zhang couldn't believe it. Xiao Xia was actually a spy? He had trusted this spy so much. Xiao Xia knew many confidential details. This was bad. "He is my assistant. He knows a lot of secret information. Has it been leaked already?" Old Zhang was anxious, pacing back and forth. Those documents were the result of their hard work over the past 6 months and must not be exposed. "Don't worry, Old Zhang. The spy has only sent one telegram, and it was interrupted. It probably hasn't been sent out yet," Representative Liao reassured him. "Not necessarily. Xiao Xia might not get out, but Chef Xiao from the cafeteria can." Tang Nian Nian poured cold water on them. Chef Xiao was part of the logistics and could often leave the base. The information might already be out. Of course, that depended on whether Xiao Xia had obtained any confidential information. Now it was Representative Liao's turn to be unsettled.
He asked how she was sure Xiao Xia was a spy.
"Last night, Xiao Xia took me to the cafeteria. While we were eating, he sat across from me and tapped out Morse code on the table, testing me. He repeated the phrase, 'The cherry blossoms in my hometown are beautiful, right?' At first, Tang Nian Nian thought he was just tapping randomly, but after he did it 3 times, she realized it was Morse code. It seemed Xiao Xia mistook her for an accomplice. I ignored it, pretending not to understand. After we finished eating, Xiao Xia went to the window to get steamed buns and tapped on the glass a few times, telling Chef Zhao I wasn't that person. Then Chef Zhao responded by tapping his spoon on the pot, saying he would go out to gather information. Tang Nian Nian shared her discovery from last night. These two were quite bold, passing messages in front of so many people. However, Morse code was a necessary skill for spies, and scientists might not know it well enough to understand what they were saying. She continued. On the way to the workshop, Xiao Xia ran into Chef Zhao again. Chef Zhao was brushing off dust from his clothes and told Xiao Xia that their accomplice had an accident on the road and advised him to be cautious. Xiao Xia thought she wouldn't understand Morse code, so he carelessly passed information in front of her. Little did he know, Tang Nian Nian was quite skilled in it. During the apocalypse, information was almost paralyzed, and she learned to rely on radio transmissions. No wonder you asked me earlier if a woman had been sent from above.
Turns out she's also a spy.
Old Zhang was furious. These Japanese were like bacteria, sneaky and malicious. Representative Liao's expression was also grim. A spy had hidden right under his nose. He usually admired Xiao Xia and thought well of Chef Zhao, but he had misjudged them. This felt worse than a slap in the face. Thank you, Comrade Tang. I will handle this matter well, Representative Liao said solemnly, his demeanor serious. Is there a reward?
Tang Nian asked.
She had done such a great job. Surely she deserved some recognition? Representative Liao paused, then smiled. I will recommend you for a commendation. The young girl had achieved something significant. At least she could earn a second-class merit, which was a great honor. Tang Nian felt a bit disappointed. It seemed there would be no reward after all. But having a military honor was still good. She could show it to her grandfather, and he would surely be pleased. Representative Liao was busy with work, so after Tang Nian finished talking with old Zhang, she took her leave. On the way back to the office, old Zhang sighed, clenched his teeth, and expressed his righteous anger, his expressions more dramatic than a performance. You will definitely raise suspicions like this. Tang Nian reminded him, saying he was too impatient. It was just a minor spy. She could easily expose him. I'm just frustrated. I need to calm down. I can't mess things up. Old Zhang stopped, took a few deep breaths, and finally returned to his usual self. When they got back to the office, they heard Xiao Xie and Ni Junlan arguing. Those documents were entrusted to me by Engineer Zhang. Without his permission, I won't show them to anyone, Ni Junlan said loudly, standing her ground. I have some doubts in my calculations and want to see the previous data. Can you supervise me while I look? Xiao Xie pleaded nicely, and others nearby supported him, saying it was just a small matter and didn't need to be so tense. No way. Wait for Engineer Zhang to return, and you can discuss it with him. Ni Junlan was strict and showed no leniency. Xiao and I, you are really too stubborn. The supporters shook their heads, looking dissatisfied. They thought Ni Junlan lacked compassion, which explained her poor reputation in the base. Then I'll wait for Engineer Zhang to return and ask him. It's my fault. Xiao Xie took the initiative to admit his mistake without getting angry. Ni Junlan huffed and raised her chin as she walked away. She was Engineer Zhang's important assistant, so it was natural for her to guard the crucial data. Xiao Xie was just a flatterer. Why should he act so arrogantly in front of her? Humph. Old Zhang and Tang Nian listened at the door before entering. When Xiao Xie saw them, he smiled and approached, saying, Engineer Zhang, I want to check the previous data. Comrade Ni said I need your permission. Got it. Old Zhang nodded and called Ni Junlan to his office. As the chief engineer, he had a private office, but he usually worked in the main office. Ni Junlan thought Xiao Xie had complained about her and shouted, I did nothing wrong. Those are confidential documents and cannot be shown to anyone without your permission, which you said must be obtained first. You did well. You must follow the rules. Old Zhang rarely praised her. Although she lacked some ability and had a bad temper, she was principled and had done well just now. Ni Junlan was taken aback, her mouth agape. She was not criticized but praised instead. She felt a bit flattered, her face turning red as she stammered. My dad always said that we can't compromise on principles. Everything must be done according to the rules. Your father is right. Are all the important documents in your possession? Old Zhang complimented her and casually asked. Of course, they are with me. I am your assistant. Ni Junlan spoke as if it were obvious. She always believed she was a more important assistant than Xiao Xie, so she naturally took charge of the important documents and set the rule that borrowing them required Engineer Zhang's approval. Since she was a woman, a pretty one at that, and came from a good family, no one minded this minor issue. After all, she was just guarding the documents, so there was nothing to argue about. Has anyone borrowed them in the meantime? Old Zhang asked. Engineer Li and Engineer Zhang have borrowed them. Xiao Xie borrowed them 3 times, but I didn't agree and told him to ask you. Ni Junlan had a good memory and articulated things clearly. Old Zhang sighed in relief, secretly glad that Ni Junlan had taken charge of the documents, thwarting Xiao Xie's scheme. Well done. Keep it up. Old Zhang praised her generously. He changed his mind. Although Ni Junlan was academically weaker, she was principled and fair, making her a good choice for the role of data custodian, so there was no need to send her back. And Junlon, who received the compliment, felt as sweet as honey, her feet barely touching the ground. When she opened the door, she ran into Tang Nianyan, held her head high, and walked away proudly. Tang Nianyan heard her and thought Junlon had stumbled upon a lucky break, unintentionally disrupting Xie Wenlin's scheme. She entered the office, closed the door, and said to Old Zhang, Junlon is suitable for the custodian role. Old Zhang nodded with a smile. I'll apply to change her position. Tang Nianyan smiled and volunteered for work. She was quite free and wanted to finish her tasks early to leave. Old Zhang had initially worried that she had overexerted herself the night before, but seeing her rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, he felt reassured and assigned her more calculations. Tang Nianyan took a stack of draft paper back to her dormitory. She started calculating in her space, taking her time this time, and submitted the data to Old Zhang 3 days later. During those 3 days, she didn't return to the office, just ate in the cafeteria and went back to her dorm, thinking Xie Wenlin had been caught, only to unexpectedly see him in the office. Are you looking for Engineer Zhang, Comrade Tang? Xie Wenlin spoke to her first, still smiling as usual, but Tang Nianyan sensed a hint of panic in his eyes. Yes. Tang Nianyan nodded slightly and headed for Old Zhang's office, but overheard someone nearby saying, Master Xiao from the cafeteria has been transferred, right? I haven't seen him for days. The new cook's steamed buns aren't as good. Why was he suddenly transferred? Did something happen? Who knows, maybe he had family issues. They casually discussed it, not spending much time on the topic. Tang Nianyan glanced at Xie Wenlin. His calm demeanor seemed clouded, and he looked more anxious. Master Zhao's disappearance made him uneasy. Perhaps Representative Liao wanted to test whether Xie Wenlin had other accomplices, which is why only Master Zhao was caught, to unsettle Xie Wenlin. Tang Nianyan ignored Xie Wenlin and went to find Old Zhang, handing him the calculated data. Old Zhang didn't ask many questions this time and directly found someone to verify it, still Xie Wenlin and another person. After 3 rounds of verification, they successfully reached 0, and the office erupted in excited cheers. Everyone looked at Tang Nianyan with growing admiration, as if she were a rare treasure. Little Tang, you're amazing. Little Tang, you're our treasure. Everyone gathered around her, showering her with praise. Even the most reserved person in the department couldn't hold back. Their compliments were heartfelt, with no jealousy. Since Tang Nianyan arrived, the research progress had visibly improved, and they all knew it. I couldn't have done it without everyone's help. Tang Nianyan stepped back several paces, not used to such enthusiastic praise and not liking hugs. Keeping a distance felt better. She wasn't being modest. It truly was a team effort. The data Old Zhang gave her was the result of collective hard work, not just her own. Your contribution is the biggest. We all know that. Yeah, before little Tang came, we were stuck. Once she arrived, it was like taking off in a plane, zooming ahead. Little Tang, how is your brain so sharp? It doesn't look that big. Everyone chimed in with compliments, making Tang Nianyan feel a bit embarrassed, so she decided to step outside. If they were scolding or hitting her, she wouldn't feel bad. She would just fight back. But with such enthusiastic praise, she felt a bit uncomfortable and needed to cool off outside. Haha, little Tang is shy. Stop it. Girls are shy, right? Engineer Zhang. Does little Tang have a partner? The conversation shifted direction, with several older scientists showing interest in Tang Nianyan's love life, wanting to introduce her to someone. My son is 20, still in college. He may not be as sharp as little Tang, but he's not bad, studying physics, so they have common ground. They'd have plenty to talk about after marriage. I have a student, 21, working at the research institute, also very bright and good-looking, even more so than little Xie. When mentioned, Xie Wenlin snapped back to reality, smiling politely. The room buzzed with introductions of their talented children or students, all exceptional, as they wouldn't suggest anyone unworthy for little Tang. Outside, calm Tang Nianyan remained composed. This was just a small scene, nothing to panic about. Engineer Zhang spoke up. Stop thinking about it. Little Tang has a partner. If she weren't so young, they would have already registered their marriage. The room fell silent. After a long pause, someone asked, Little Tang has a partner? Yes, a childhood sweetheart. The young man is a company-level officer in the army, with a bright future. You don't need to worry. Engineer Zhang had met Shin Xiao, and thought he was a good guy who treated Little Tang well. Their long-standing relationship provided a solid foundation for marriage, which he and old Deng believed was suitable. Wait, if they're childhood sweethearts, the young man can't be much older than Little Tang, right? How did he become a company-level officer? Is he trying to trick her? Someone spotted a flaw, worried that Tang Nian might be deceived. There are commanders in their 20s. Why wouldn't there be company-level officers? Fighting is like our research. Ordinary people must take steady steps, while geniuses can leap ahead without delay. Engineer Zhang's words struck a nerve, especially with those in the room, as they all progressed step by step. Little Tang was a genius who jumped ahead. Engineer Zhang is right. Little Tang is a genius, so her partner must also be exceptional. The ones we suggested are just ordinary people, unworthy of Little Tang. Someone added. Everyone agreed, dropping the idea of matchmaking for Tang Nian. In truth, these people were being humble. Those recognized by the state and brought into the base for research were definitely not ordinary but exceptional talents. The young people they suggested were also outstanding, but Tang Nian's brilliance overshadowed them, making them seem ordinary. Tang Nian stretched and went back to her dorm to sleep. Unknowingly, she had been at the base for a month, calculating and verifying daily, almost forgetting the outside world. However, the project was progressing impressively, and if this pace continued, it might be completed ahead of schedule. In the army, Shin Xiao returned joyfully after a month of relentless tasks without a day off, saving up his leave for their wedding. He had planned to take Nian to a neighboring country to collect jade, something she had been wanting to do for a long time. But upon meeting Ming Jinxing, he was doused with cold water. Are you back from the base yet? When did you leave? Shin Xiao asked with a cold face. A month ago. It's a crucial military project, so don't disturb Xiao Tang. Ming Jinxing was worried that this guy would cause trouble at the base, so he tried to warn him. I'm going to find Yan to get married. Shin Xiao turned to leave, not caring about any important project. He just wanted to get married. Ming Jinxing jumped up and grabbed him. What's more important, getting married or national defense? Can't you wait a few months? I asked over there, and at most, they'll release your Nian in half a year. Shin Xiao turned his head, giving a cold stare that made Ming Jinxing look away nervously. When you married Aunt Ming, why didn't you wait 6 months? That's different. When I married your Aunt Ming, she didn't have to work on a national defense project. Ming Jinxing confidently explained that his wife was just a nurse at the time, and there was no need for her to be involved in anything major, so their wedding went smoothly. I heard you were injured when you got married, and the doctor said you couldn't consummate the marriage. You didn't listen, and the wound opened up, requiring 18 stitches. The doctor said you were out of your mind. Shin Zhao's tone was icy, exposing Ming Jinxing's false front. Ming Jinxing's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Which jerk is spreading rumors? I was just a bit injured. I could have gone to battle. The stitches were from slipping and falling, and had nothing to do with the wedding. Don't listen to those people. I'm not that kind of person." His voice got quieter, and under Shin Zhao's knowing gaze, Ming Jinxing sulkily fell silent, turning his head away. Shin Xiao walked away, and Ming Jinxing called after him, "Don't tear down the base." No response. Shin Xiao was already far away. "You little brat, how dare you talk about me?" Ming Jinxing snorted, sat down, took a big sip of tea, and angrily cursed, "Which son of a gun is talking nonsense behind my back? I swear I'll find out. It's been over 20 years. Why are people still talking? It's so annoying." A day later, Shin Xiao arrived at the base, showing his credentials to find Representative Liao. "You came at the right time. Help me catch a few pests." Representative Liao recognized him from their previous work together and knew Shin Zhao's abilities. "I don't have time. I'm looking for my wife." Shin Xiao ignored him, focused only on finding Nian to get their marriage certificate. "Which wife?" Representative Liao pretended to be confused to avoid Shen Xiao distracting Tang Nian.
Nian.
Shen Xiao turned to leave. He had informed Representative Liao and was now off to find his wife. Representative Liao hurried to catch up. Don't cause trouble. Comrade Tang is a key player in the project and can't have any issues. Shen Xiao frowned, dissatisfied. Nian is not part of the base. She's been working for a month. Why should his Nian be overworked without any benefits? I asked Comrade Tang Nian. As long as she agrees, she can be transferred to the base anytime, but she refused, Representative Liao quickly explained, showing his sincerity. Shen Xiao huffed, still looking displeased. Representative Liao added, I've already recommended Comrade Tang Nian for her contributions. She helped the base catch a deeply hidden spy and did a great job. What rank? Second-class merit. After the project is completed, I will recommend her again for at least a third-class merit, Representative Liao said with a smile. Not just Tang Nian, everyone involved in the research would be rewarded. Shen Zhao's expression softened a bit, and he asked, with such a big base, isn't there anyone useful? Why must they keep his Nian? Representative Liao's smile faltered. This guy's words were really harsh, and he was dark-skinned with a sharper tongue. Comrade Tang Nian is a genius, with extraordinary calculation abilities. No one else can replace her. Representative Liao spoke honestly. Tang Nian was better than a computer, calculating quickly and accurately without making mistakes, so the base definitely couldn't let her go. Seeing Shen Zhao's expression soften, he felt pleased and continued to flatter. You and Comrade Tang Nian are truly a match made in heaven. Only you deserve her. You're the perfect couple. Shen Zhao's stern face gradually relaxed, and he slightly smiled. He hadn't noticed before, but Representative Liao had a way with words. The more he said, the more Shen Xiao liked it. Representative Liao seemed to sense his thoughts and kept showering him with compliments until Shen Xiao was smiling broadly, and he finally sighed in relief, wiping his sweat. Indeed, flattery never fails. The old saying holds true. Give Nian a few days off, and she can come back after we get the certificate. Shen Xiao took a step back, wanting to get the certificate first, and then take a wedding leave after the project was done. You're not taking a wedding leave? Just getting the certificate? Representative Liao asked with concern. A cold glare shot his way made Representative Liao feel uneasy, and he awkwardly smiled. The phone rang. Representative Liao immediately answered, unusually eager, leaving the person on the other end stunned. He usually let the phone ring 4 or 5 times before answering, claiming he was busy. The last request you made was approved, but they want to meet Comrade Tang Nian. Representative Liao glanced at Shen Xiao and excitedly said, I have an even better plan. You know Night Owl, right? He's Comrade Tang Nian's partner. This task would be perfect for them to do together. Night Owl's partner is Tang Nian? The person on the other end sounded surprised. Night Owl was well known in their field, and everyone knew him. Their leaders had tried hard to transfer Night Owl, but Ming Jinqing refused to let him go. That's right. They're about to get married, Representative Liao replied. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end before they said, I will report this to the leaders. Representative Liao hung up and met Shen Zhao's gaze, quickly explaining, it's a good thing. They will definitely agree. Then you and Tang can go to Hong Kong, working while on vacation. How great is that? What's in Hong Kong? Shen Xiao frowned. He didn't believe in free lunches. Moreover, the tasks he took on were dangerous, and he didn't want Nian to be at risk. Representative Liao did not hide anything and explained that Tang Nian had connections in Hong Kong. The base urgently needs advanced machine tools. Xiao Tang said she has a way to get them. I reported it, and they agreed to let her go to Hong Kong to buy machine tools. You two are perfect for this. Work and vacation at the same time. What identity will we go with? Shen Xiao quickly got to the point. Representative Liao awkwardly smiled and said, you can only go as undocumented immigrants, and to avoid suspicion, you'll need to find a way to get there on your own. In Hong Kong, various foreign powers are mixed together, all watching China. The U.S. has stated that no country is allowed to sell machine tools to China, so Xin Xiao and his team can only operate under false identities. Nian Nian can't go. I will. Xin Xiao refused. The situation in Hong Kong is too chaotic, with gang fights almost every day, along with other foreign influences. It's too dangerous. Can you buy the machine tools? Liao's question hit Xin Xiao hard, making him realize that during this trip to Hong Kong, Tang Nian Nian is the main player, and he is just her bodyguard. He added, "Don't worry, the journey might be a bit dangerous, but with your skills, you won't let little Tang get into trouble. Once in Hong Kong, if anything happens, just go to the office. It won't be dangerous." The worst outcome would be not being able to buy advanced machine tools, but little Tang's safety is the priority. Nothing can happen to her. Xin Xiao was successfully persuaded. He had been to Hong Kong for missions before, and there are many goods there that Nian Nian would like. So he agreed. Liao poured himself a big cup of tea, his throat burning. Xin Xiao was stubborn, and it took a lot of convincing. After finishing his drink, he took the opportunity to persuade Xin Xiao to help catch the spy. Since we already know the target, why not just catch him? Xin Xiao asked, confused. We want to lure out his accomplices, but he hasn't contacted them lately. Liao sighed. Ever since Master Zhao left the cafeteria, Xiao Wenlin has been quiet, spending all his time in the office or dormitory. If he hadn't known his identity beforehand, he would have been easily fooled. Force him to contact them. Xin Xiao said coldly. He never waits passively, he always takes the initiative. If the snake doesn't come out of its hole, he will find a way to make it come out. How do we force him? Liao humbly asked for advice, as he was not as skilled as Xin Xiao in this area. After understanding the situation, Xin Xiao heard Liao say, "It's a pity that the woman died too quickly. Otherwise, we could have interrogated her for information and disguised ourselves as her accomplices to lure the snake out." He heard that the woman sent over was killed as soon as she appeared, without even making it to the hospital. They knew nothing about her background. Xin Xiao raised an eyebrow but didn't mention that he was the one who killed her. That woman was meeting with her accomplice, and since he was tracking that accomplice, he decided to eliminate them all without leaving anyone behind. We don't need to know the details, just find a woman to impersonate her, Xin Xiao confidently said. I'll handle it. He knew the woman's appearance and that the people at the base had never seen her, so as long as they found a woman to impersonate her, they could lure those pests out. Liao, overwhelmed during this time, let Xin Xiao take care of it since he was the expert. To ensure success, Xin Xiao didn't meet with Tang Nian Nian. He stayed at the base and requested a bold and careful female colleague he had worked with before, who had also lived among the Japanese. The next day, Zhang Lao brought a short-haired, capable woman in her 30s, introducing her as Comrade Jia Qing. Everyone applauded warmly to welcome Comrade Jia Qing. Jia Qing was cheerful and outgoing, quickly getting along with everyone at the office, even the workers in the workshop and cafeteria. One day, while everyone was having lunch in the cafeteria, Tang Nian Nian ordered her favorite braised pork chop and braised fish, with rice, and found a seat to eat. Soon after, Xiao Wenlin sat down across from her. Then Jia Qing arrived, sitting next to Tang Nian Nian, with a few people across from her. Jia Qing knew these people well and chatted with them while eating. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table, and no one else noticed anything unusual. Tang Nian Nian noticed but remained calm. Xiao Wenlin's expression changed slightly, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He finished his meal, without drawing attention, and left. Jia Qing also finished her meal, washed her bowl, and leisurely walked toward the dormitory, running into Xiao Wenlin halfway. Comrade Jia, have you eaten? Xiao Wenlin asked with a smile. Just finished. Are you heading back to the dormitory too? Yes, we are on the same path. They walked side by side, but soon they turned and entered a bamboo grove. Why were you a month late? Xiao Wenlin questioned. I had an issue with my contact and had to lie low for a month before I dared to show up. How about you? Not so good. Xiao Wenlin explained his current situation, mentioning Master Zhao's disappearance. He was on edge every day, afraid to contact another accomplice or use the radio, with a pile of intelligence he couldn't send out. Old Zhao is tight-lipped and hasn't revealed anyone, You don't need to worry, Jia Qing reassured him. That's good. Xiao and Lin felt completely relieved. They chatted for a while before leaving the bamboo grove and heading back to the dormitory together. After they left, Tang Nian came out of the bamboo grove, acting as if nothing had happened, and returned to the dormitory. In the following days, nothing unusual happened at the base. Everyone worked as usual. However, one day, a worker in the workshop went missing, and the workshop director said he had been transferred. No one paid much attention. The worker was inconspicuous and quiet, like an invisible person in the base, making no difference whether he was there or not. But Xia Wenlin panicked. He approached Jia Qing, saying something must have happened. He wouldn't just disappear without reason. He must have been captured. He didn't even say goodbye, just like Master Zhao before him. He was sure he would be next.
Calm down.
Unfortunately, I can't act recklessly right now. I've gained Zhang Gong's trust, and am about to get the most critical secrets. I can't act carelessly. Do you have any allies? Have them gather information. Jia Qing calmed Xia Wenlin and urged him to find help. There are only 4 of us in the base, and now it's just the 2 of us. Where can I find help? Xia Wenlin said self-deprecatingly, feeling pessimistic. He could see his own fate. He couldn't just sit and wait. He had to find a way to escape. Then I'll find a way. Wait for my news. Hurry. Xia Wenlin didn't fully trust Jia Qing. He felt something was off about her, especially since the worker went missing after she arrived. It felt like an ominous sign. He felt a chill and decided not to wait for Jia Qing. He had to find a way to escape first. Xia Wenlin hurried back to the office, appearing calm on the surface, but inside he was anxious. He was waiting for nightfall. Once it was dark, he could act. He had not wasted his time at the base for the past 6 months. There was a hole in the southern wall he could crawl through, and the defenses there were weak. As long as he got out of the base, he would find a way to leave. Jia Qing reported to her superiors that they could move in for the capture. The worker left the base with information and contacted his companions, but as soon as they met, he was caught. After a brutal interrogation by Xin Xiao, all the hidden bugs in the provincial city were captured, except for Xia Wenlin. All afternoon, Xia Wenlin was restless. He had made several mistakes in the data calculations. Junlon came to check the data with him, found the errors, and wouldn't let it go, lecturing him about his lack of seriousness at work. Comrade Xia, your careless and irresponsible work attitude is unacceptable. If everyone worked like you, how could we get anything done? Did you hear what I said? Junlon was upset because Xia Wenlin was distracted and didn't listen to her, which she felt was disrespectful. I heard you, I'll recalculate. Xia Wenlin wasn't in the mood to argue. He just wanted it to be dark outside. Junlon hit the cotton with her fist in frustration, huffed angrily, and left. Representative Liao is here. Is there something you need? The door opened, and Representative Liao walked in, smiling and friendly as he spoke to everyone. I'm looking for Comrade Xia Wenlin. I have some work-related matters to discuss. Representative Liao walked over to Xia Wenlin at a leisurely pace, his smile as usual, but Xia Wenlin felt a wave of panic. His instincts told him that Representative Liao wasn't here to discuss work. Comrade Xia, shall we talk outside? Representative Liao asked kindly. Xin Xiao was outside, and if Xia Wenlin stepped out, he would be caught. Okay. Xia Wenlin slowly stood up, carefully putting the cap back on his pen and organizing his draft paper, acting as if everything was normal. He followed Representative Liao toward the door, a distance of about 10 meters. Soon, they would reach it, but Xia Wenlin felt sweat on his forehead. His anxiety deepened, and he suddenly realized that Jia Qing was not in the office. When did she disappear? Xia Wenlin's heart sank. Jia Qing had been there in the morning, but now she was gone. She was either exposed or an undercover agent. No matter which it was, he was in danger. He couldn't go through that door. Going out meant death. Xia Wenlin looked around. The office was filled with men, and Junlon had gone to the data room. Unfortunately, he should have acted sooner. Just as he was about to attack a weak-looking man nearby, the door swung open, and Tang Nian walked in to submit her calculations. Xia Wenlin's eyes lit up. Supporting a female comrade was a better bet, and Tang Nian was the base's prized possession. If he could get her on his side, the base would hesitate to act against him. With Tang Nian, he would have a shield and could surely escape. Tang Nian saw Representative Liao, nodded at him, and continued walking in, heading straight for Xia Wenlin. Representative Liao and Xia Wenlin moved almost in sync. He opened his mouth to stop Tang Nian from entering, while Xia Wenlin quickly seized her by the neck and pressed a knife against her. Xia Wenlin, are you crazy? Let her go. Everyone was shocked at first, then furious, angrily scolding Xia Wenlin. They still didn't know Xia Wenlin's true identity and thought he had a personal grudge against Tang Nian or was jealous of her achievements, losing his mind and acting crazily. Let me go, prepare a car for me, 2 big jugs of gasoline, and don't try any tricks, or I'll kill her. Xia Wenlin's handsome face twisted into a sneer, his gaze cold. He usually appeared gentle, but now he seemed like a different person. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, wondering if he had gone mad. We can meet your demands, but first let Tang Nian go. I'll take her place. Representative Liao didn't dare provoke Xia Wenlin. He couldn't let anything happen to Tang Nian. She's worth more than you. Do as I say, and have it ready in 10 minutes. If you're late by even a minute, I'll kill her. We'll die together if it comes to that. Xia Wenlin threatened, pressing the knife closer. Outside, Shun Xiao had already raised his gun, ready to shoot. Tang Nian coldly said, "You're pressing the knife against my neck. Don't talk." Xia Wenlin threatened fiercely, revealing his true nature. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't realized a wolf was hiding among them. They had even considered introducing Xia Wenlin to someone. Representative Liao ordered someone to prepare what Xia Wenlin wanted, not daring to say anything else for fear of provoking the madman.
Tang Nian sighed.
She really didn't want to see blood before her wedding, but this jerk was forcing her. What a mess. A piercing scream echoed. It was Xia Wenlin. Everyone blinked, and before they could comprehend what happened, they saw Xia Wenlin lying on the ground, his head tilted, eyes wide open, lifeless. Tang Nian stood unharmed beside him, her expression indifferent. Representative Liao reacted quickly, rushing over to check Xia Wenlin's condition. His neck was broken, he was dead. He looked at Tang Nian in shock, unsure what to ask. Her earlier move had been so smooth and impressive that he couldn't have done it himself. No wonder she wasn't scared when kidnapped. He had thought she was just stunned, but she truly wasn't afraid. You all work so slowly. Tang Nian complained, irritated that it took so long to deal with him. Sorry. Representative Liao sincerely apologized. If he had known Tang Nian was so skilled, he wouldn't have wasted time. Tang Nian turned around and saw everyone with the same shocked expression, mouths agape, eyes wide, all staring at her. Old Zhang's jaw nearly dropped. He had thought Nian was just good at hunting, but it turned out she was even better at killing. With a slight twist of her neck, a life was gone. Faster than slaughtering a pig. The door opened and Xin Xiao walked in, kicking Xia Wenlin's body on the ground. There was a crack as his spine broke. Representative Liao's mouth twitched. This couple truly was a perfect match, both ruthless. Even in death, they wouldn't let go. They were quite something. What are you doing here? Tang Nian's cold expression melted into joy. If there weren't others around, she would have jumped into Xin Zhao's arms. I'm here to take you to get your marriage certificate, Xin Zhao said with a hint of melancholy. If he hadn't come, Nian would probably have forgotten such an important matter. Tang Nian's smile turned sheepish. She had indeed forgotten in the busyness. Shall we go tomorrow? She quickly suggested. Old Zhang approached and said, Little Tang, you should take a break. The office isn't so busy lately. Actually, it was still busy, but they couldn't let Nian's marriage be affected. Plus, progress had picked up, so even if she took a month off, it wouldn't matter much. Little Tang, you're getting married? We can't drink the wedding wine, but we want the wedding candy. Everyone snapped back to reality, surrounding her for candy. They glanced at Xin Xiao and quickly looked away, not daring to stare. Little Tang's partner looked a bit intimidating, but they seemed well-matched. Both of them were cool and aloof, a perfect pair. The next day, Tang Nian and Shen Xiao left the base to get married. First, they went to get their marriage certificate. Tang Nian had already moved her household registration from Tang Village to the factory, where she had an independent household book that she usually kept in her space. Shen Zhao's household book was with her too. They called Tang Village to inform Grandma Tang to prepare the banquet. "When are you coming back?" Grandma Tang shouted into the phone. She always had to yell, afraid the person on the other end couldn't hear her. "When you're ready for the banquet, I'll come back." Tang Nian pulled the receiver away a bit. Her grandma had quite a strong voice. "I'll prepare the banquet when you come back." "When I come back, can you really prepare the banquet?" Tang Nian retorted. Organizing a banquet wasn't that easy. There was silence on the other end. Grandma Tang realized she couldn't prepare it right away. It would take at least 3 days. "Come back in 3 days."
Got it.
Tang Nian yelled back, shaking Grandma Tang's eardrum, making her quickly pull the receiver away and shout, "Why are you yelling so loud?" "I'm not deaf. I can hear you." "I'm not deaf either. I can hear you." Tang Nian continued to shout, neither of them backing down. Shen Xiao stood nearby, smiling. His Nian was truly adorable. The two of them shouted back and forth on the phone, making the people at the post office cover their ears. A man in a nearby phone booth was also shouting loudly, determined not to lose in the shouting match. "Don't forget to bring Xiao Shen back." Grandma Tang yelled her reminder. The groom couldn't be missing.
Got it.
After hanging up, Tang Nian coughed a few times. Her throat felt a bit dry and uncomfortable. A glass of iced soda was handed to her, still bubbling, with a straw inserted. Shen Xiao had just bought it. Tang Nian took it and drank it all in one go. Her throat felt much better. Meanwhile, Grandma Tang rushed home after the call, gulped down a big glass of cool tea, wiped her mouth, and energetically went to find her 3 sons and the team leader. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao went to get their marriage certificate. Now, the marriage certificate was just a piece of paper, similar to a good student award, without needing a photo, just the names of both spouses and a stamp. They looked at the bright red certificate and smiled at each other. "It's 3 days until the banquet. Where should we go?" Tang Nian asked. "To the guest house." Shen Xiao didn't want to go anywhere else. Now that he and Nian were a legal couple, they could do some things together. Tang Nian didn't object. They found a nearby guest house, and when registering, Shen Xiao took out the marriage certificate and said loudly, "Book a room." The attendant glanced at the marriage certificate. The stamp was still fresh, and the couple seemed a bit too eager. But she understood. They were newlyweds, after all. "Congratulations to you both on your long-lasting happiness and early arrival of children."
Thank you.
They replied with smiles. After registering, they went to their room on the 2nd floor. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a big bed, and Shen Zhao's dark face flushed with heat, his heart racing. 2 beds combined into one, cuddling with my lovely wife for a beautiful sleep. That's what it's all about. The old soldier's crude words echoed in his ears, making his heart race even faster. He couldn't help but call out, "Nian." "Yes." Tang Nian looked up, wondering what was going on. "We got our certificate."
Uh-huh.
"We're now husband and wife."
Right.
"Nian, should we sleep now?" After saying this, Shen Zhao's face grew even hotter, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Nian looked out the window. The sun was still high in the sky. They were about to indulge in their desires in broad daylight. How wonderful. "Let's sleep." Tang Nian had no objections. If Shen Xiao hadn't insisted on getting the certificate, she would have already taken him. They entered the space and lay down on the luxurious bed that Shen Xiao had crafted himself. Then, Shen Xiao got shy. He had waited so long for this moment, but now he felt nervous and restrained. Tang Nian secretly found it amusing. She rolled over and pressed herself on him, taking the initiative to kiss him. There was no need for words, they just needed to act. "Nian, I should be on top." "Are you uncomfortable?" "I'm comfortable, but I should be on top. Shen Xiao was very insistent because the old soldier had said that men should be on top. Next time, you can be on top. No more talking. Tang Nian was a bit impatient and covered his mouth. What was there to argue about being on top or bottom? They could switch it up. The two of them spent 2 days in the space. Tang Nian barely touched the ground. Shen Xiao cooked for her and carried her to bathe. Other than eating, bathing, and sleeping, they spent the rest of their time working. Finally, Tang Nian couldn't take it anymore and called for a stop. Although it was quite wonderful, doing it every day wasn't as enjoyable. Even the production team's oxen didn't work this hard. Shen Xiao could have continued, but he was worried about tiring her out, so he obediently stopped. After they finished bathing and got dressed, Bai Sui ran over to report new developments. Woof. There's a new mountain over there. It had appeared 2 days ago, but since the master and his man were busy, it didn't bother to come over and make a fool of itself. Shen Xiao rode his motorcycle, taking Tang Nian to the original edge of the space. Sure enough, the transparent barrier was gone, and a majestic green mountain had appeared, with rolling hills that seemed endless. At the foot of the mountain was a lake, with grassland nearby where cows, sheep, and horses grazed leisurely. The mountain was quite high, with different forests at the foot and halfway up, while the peak had a cold climate with snow lotus flowers. This mountain encompassed several climates, with a rich variety of vegetation and many herbs. What surprised Tang Nian the most was that on the other side of the mountain, there were several bare peaks, and from one of the rocks, a faint golden light shone through, clearly indicating a rich gold mine. Although she didn't know what the other minerals were, they surely wouldn't be bad. Tang Nian couldn't close her mouth. She would be a wealthy woman with a mine in the future. I should have slept with you earlier, Tang Nian said regretfully. If she had known that sleeping with Shen Xiao would lead to such a big surprise, she would have done it much sooner, instead of waiting until now. Shen Xiao's face flushed, and he took her hand to continue exploring. Although the mountains were rolling, they still had an end, blocked by a transparent barrier with swirling white mist, making it impossible to see what was on the other side. How do we break this barrier? Tang Nian wondered. Did she need to sleep with more men? That was something she couldn't do. What a pity. Tang Nian felt quite regretful. There must be treasures behind that barrier, but she couldn't bring herself to be with other men. Forget it. Maybe if we sleep a few more times, we can break it? Shen Xiao had a different idea. He thought they just weren't trying hard enough. Tang Nian felt he had a point, so they went back to continue their efforts. A night of passion followed. Tang Nian felt like her waist was about to break, but she still excitedly pulled Shen Xiao to see the barrier, only to find that nothing had changed. Not enough times? Shen Xiao thought seriously about it and felt that this might be the reason. Then he rolled his eyes at Bai Tang Nian. Let's go home and prepare for the banquet. Tang Nian didn't care anymore. If she slept any longer, she'd be exhausted. Even if there was a diamond mine, she wouldn't sleep. The two went to pick up Fu Qinghan. For such a big event as a wedding, he had to be there. By the time they drove back to Tang Village, it was already evening. At that moment, Grandma Tang was anxiously pacing. The banquet was set for the next day. Guests had been notified, but her granddaughter and Xiao Xin were nowhere to be found. What would they do tomorrow? Mom, if Nian can't make it back tomorrow, let the guests eat without her. Tang Man Tong suggested. Eat what? The bride isn't here yet. Grandma Tang scolded, her temper flaring. She drank a cup of cold tea to cool down. Tang Manning glanced at his younger brother and came up with a bad idea. Mom, let's have Man Tong get married. Grandma Tang's eyes lit up. Right, they had a groom. They just needed a bride. That girl the matchmaker introduced last time was nice. You go find the matchmaker now. Visit the girl's home, and after the banquet tomorrow, go to the commune to get the marriage certificate. Grandma Tang didn't hesitate long, even thinking it was fate. Her younger son had been dragging his feet about marriage, so why not let him get married tomorrow? The girl was a teacher at the commune's elementary school, beautiful and capable. Grandma Tang thought she was a good match for her younger son. No way, I won't agree. Why should I marry her? I don't like that teacher. Tang Man Tong protested, having met the teacher once. They didn't click, and while she was nice, he just didn't like her. Marriage should be about mutual affection. How could they live together without feelings? That girl is pretty and kind, and she can manage both home and work. What's not to like? I think you're dreaming of marrying a fairy. Grandma Tang's anger flared up, and she grabbed a feather duster to hit him. She was very satisfied with the teacher, but this brat was going against her, which made her furious. Tang Man Tong covered his head and ran away, while Grandma Tang chased him with a feather duster. Tang Man quickly pulled his younger brother away and gently patted him, saying, "Don't be afraid, your grandma and uncle are just playing around." His son's full name was Tang Hua Chong, but his nickname was Tang Tuan. Before Tang Tuan was born, Tang Manyan's wife had eaten a big bowl of vegetable dumplings, and right after that, she went into labor, delivering a healthy baby boy weighing 7.5 pounds. Tang Man decided to give his son the nickname Tang Tuan, while his full name remained Hua Chong. The chubby little Tang Tuan's eyes were wide and round, not scared at all, and he was grinning, waving his chubby hands, making sounds of excitement. Another childish voice came from inside the house. It was Tang Tuan's older brother, Ro Zong, who was half a month older and so chubby he didn't even have a chin. He had just woken up and was being carried out by Su Jinfeng to use the toilet. Hearing his brother's calls, Ro Zong happily jumped in Su Jinfeng's arms, full of energy. Su Jinfeng almost couldn't hold him and lightly patted his bottom, saying, "Be careful, or you'll fall and cry." Ro Zong jumped even more joyfully, his mouth wide open, with a few drops of drool running down his chin, and landing on his bib. Grandma Tang and Tang Man Tong were still chasing each other when Su Jinfeng went to the yard to help Ro Zong. Unable to resist, she advised, "Third son, that teacher is beautiful, skilled, and kind. Plus, her father is the production team leader. She's outstanding in the area. Why aren't you satisfied?" The teacher was from Su Jinfeng's home village, the daughter of the production team leader and a qualified teacher. Her conditions were top-notch in the countryside. If the Tang family hadn't improved so much, she wouldn't even be considered for Tang Man Tong. She's good in every way, but I just don't like her.
Ouch.
Mom, be gentler. Tang Man Tong paused while speaking and got hit by Grandma Tang, yelping in pain. Good in every way, and you still don't like her? I think you're dreaming. If your father were here, he would break your legs. Grandma Tang was furious, swinging the feather duster like crazy. Tang Man Tong decided to stop dodging, curling up in a corner and loudly protesting, "Just because she's good doesn't mean I have to marry her. Marriage should be about mutual feelings. How can I live with someone I don't love? You'll develop feelings as you go along. Your father and I didn't have feelings before we got married, but we still lived together for a lifetime and had you. You ungrateful brat." Grandma Tang didn't understand what mutual feelings meant. She only knew that once married, they should live seriously and not daydream about unrealistic things. She even missed arranged marriages a bit. If it weren't for the current policies, she would definitely arrange her younger son's marriage. They would already have 3 grandchildren by now. Mom, think about it. There will be arguments in marriage. If I marry someone I like, I can overlook things during a fight. But if it's someone I don't like, I won't be able to tolerate it.
How will we live then?
Tang Man Tong explained seriously, expressing his true feelings. He just wanted to marry someone he loved. That wasn't too much to ask. Life will go on as it should. You don't want to go out and fool around, do you? Tang Man Tong didn't respond. He was rubbing his sore spots, which hurt a lot. You really want to fool around? I'll beat you. Chen Shi Mei. Not responding was seen as an admission, and Grandma Tang got even angrier. The feather duster came down again, raining down on Tang Man Tong as he screamed and ran outside. No one is as wronged as I am. I didn't say anything, yet you've condemned me.
Ouch.
If you were a judge, it would snow every day. Tang Man Tong jumped and yelled, occasionally hopping because the feather duster hit his foot. Just as Tang Nian Nian entered the yard, she bumped into her screaming uncle, with a furious Grandma Tang chasing behind. Mom, Nian Nian is back. Tang Mantong felt like he had been granted a pardon and pulled Tang Nian Nian in front of Grandma Tang. Grandma Tang quickly put away the feather duster, her fierce expression softening into a loving smile as she said, "I'll go cook noodles for you. Grandma, make a few more eggs." Tang Nian Nian was indeed hungry. She had been too busy with Xin Xiao these past few days to eat properly. Grandma Tang boiled a big pot of noodles and fried 10 eggs, 5 for Xin Xiao, 3 for her granddaughter, and 2 for Fu Qinghan. Since being treated by Ling Quan, his health had improved, and he had a better appetite, gaining some weight, though he still looked quite lovable. Fu Qinghan was eating noodles slowly, while Xin Xiao and Tang Nian Nian were gobbling theirs down. Grandma Tang couldn't help but scold, "Eat slower. No one is competing with you." Tang Nian Nian didn't even look up. She was starving. After finishing the noodles, Grandma Tang didn't ask many questions and told Tang Nian Nian to go to bed early since they would be busy the next day and needed to be well rested. Xin Xiao and Fu Qinghan went to sleep at the captain's house. Tang Nian Nian slept soundly until dawn, feeling energetic enough to take on an elephant. Outside, there was a lot of noise, and the smell of various dishes wafted into the house, making her mouth water. According to the customs of Tang Village, the bride wakes up early to get ready. The bride's family hosts a banquet at noon, the groom picks up the bride in the afternoon, and the groom's family hosts another banquet at night. Since there was no one left in Xin Zhao's family, Grandma Tang decided to hold the wedding banquet in the evening and invite the whole village for lunch, as they had plenty of food. Lunch is about to start. Even though it's just villagers, you and Xiao Xin need to go toast. You have to show respect. Grandma Tang timed it perfectly and went to wake her granddaughter at 10 o'clock, allowing an hour for washing up and getting ready. Okay. Tang Nian Nian jumped up like a fish, startling Grandma Tang, who couldn't help but pat her and scold, "You're married now. Act more mature. You need to set a good example for your future kids. If you don't behave, I'll spank you." Tang Nian Nian huffed and playfully swatted back, determined to keep going until she was satisfied. She had no patience for coaxing children. But you can't spank every day. You need to reason with them. All right, hurry up. Hearing someone call from outside, Grandma Tang hurried out, planning to talk to her granddaughter later. You can't just spank kids. Tang Nian Nian pouted. Grandma only talked a good game. She had received plenty of spankings from her when she was younger. Plus, she wasn't thinking about having kids anytime soon, at least not until after college. After getting ready, Tang Nian Nian put on the red cotton jacket that Grandma Tang had made. In Tang Village, brides wear red jackets on their wedding day, symbolizing a prosperous and happy married life. She did a simple makeup with eyebrow pencil and lip color, looking radiant and lively. The groom is here to pick up the bride. May you have many children. Wishing you 100 years of harmony. Bring out the wedding candy. A group of children followed Xin Xiao, joyfully shouting. Tang Jianshu and Tang Jiangwo each had a bag of wedding candy, handing it out along the way, filling every child's pockets. Xin Xiao, dressed in military uniform, looked sharp and handsome. His usually cold expression softened with smiles, making him seem approachable. Villagers who used to be shy around him now joked freely, even daring to share risque jokes. Xin Xiao listened with a big smile, eagerly anticipating the evening's festivities. The guests at the lunch banquet were all villagers, with each family sending someone to join. Many even volunteered to help with tasks like washing, cutting, and cooking, totaling about 20 helpers. Tang Nian Nian and Xin Xiao went table to toast, and no one dared to cause trouble, knowing the couple's reputation. According to current customs, a banquet typically has 8 dishes, but the Tang family arranged 12, 4 cold dishes and 8 hot ones, including chicken, duck, and fish. Any leftover food was sent home with guests, while fresh dishes would be prepared for the evening. For this banquet, Grandma Tang raised 2 pigs, all for today, wanting to send her granddaughter off in style. The evening banquet was even livelier, with 40 tables set up. Besides villagers, guests from neighboring villages attended, including community officials and factory directors. Even the county head, Xiong Chuchu, sent his contribution via a driver. The factory directors drove over, their business thriving, and they had upgraded their vehicles. Several cars were parked at the village entrance, which the villagers had grown accustomed to, but outsiders were impressed and no longer underestimated Tang Village. The wedding feast continued into the night, with everyone enjoying themselves. After the guests left, Shun Xiao and Tang Nian moved into the wedding room, which was actually Tang Nian's room, decorated with bright red bedding and festive decorations. That night, they didn't do much. Shun Xiao wanted to, but Tang Nian kicked him away, exhausted and needing to catch up on sleep. With his energy nowhere to go, Shun Xiao decided to work in the space. After they slept, the space expanded and a new benefit emerged. Shun Xiao could share the space. Even if he was far away, he could enter the space freely and meet Tang Nian there. He could take things from the space anytime and also put things into it. This new feature pleased them both, as it meant Tang Nian wouldn't have to travel to the neighboring country to collect jade. Whenever Shun Xiao went on a mission there, he could easily bring back jade. The next day, Fu Qinghan returned to work in Shanghai. He gifted them half of the family fortune as a wedding present, insisting they accept it. Tang Nian had no choice but to take it, planning to figure out how to return it later. During this time, she sent a lot of coffee. The coffee trees in the space bore excellent quality beans that also had health benefits. Ever since Fu Qinghan started drinking the coffee Tang Nian sent, he couldn't drink anything else and needed several cups daily, feeling more energetic each time. Tang Nian and Shun Xiao stayed in Tang Village for 3 days until they received a call from Representative Liao, telling them to prepare for a mission in Hong Kong. You are going there as traders. Unless absolutely necessary, you cannot contact our people there. But don't worry, our people will protect you from the shadows. Can we act independently in Hong Kong? Tang Nian asked. She didn't want to be restricted by orders once she got there. That would be boring. As long as you don't violate national principles, you can act flexibly, Representative Liao replied vaguely. After a moment, he added, just try not to make too much noise. Don't worry, I'm very careful. Tang Nian assured him, as she never took risks without confidence. However, Representative Liao was skeptical, knowing she had taken down Xia Wenlin with one move. But with the experienced Shun Xiao around, he hoped he could keep her in check. They were set to leave the next day, allowing them one more night in Tang Village. Tang Nian didn't tell her family about going to Hong Kong, just saying she would be on a business trip to the south for about a month. You haven't even finished your wedding leave, and now you're going on a business trip. Your boss really knows how to keep you working. Grandma Tang grumbled, feeling reluctant. She knew her granddaughter would spend less and less time at home in the future.
Sigh.
Grandma, I'm going to earn you a gold bracelet. Tang Nian whispered to the old lady. On this trip home, she gave her grandmother another heavy gold bracelet. Counting them up, her grandma must have at least 10 now, enough to fill one arm. What do I need so many bracelets for? I'll make you something to eat. What do you want, dear? Although Grandma Tang was reluctant, she knew she couldn't hold her granddaughter back, so she decided to prepare a nice meal for her. Tang Nian actually had something in mind that she wanted to eat, something she hadn't had in a long time. After thinking, she asked, can you make anything I want? Yes.
Tang answered eagerly.
Since her granddaughter was leaving, it was a good idea to make a special meal. Tang Nian smiled and said, I want to eat acorn tofu. Grandma Tang twitched her mouth, wishing she could take back her previous words. That troublesome girl picked the most complicated dish. Don't you want steamed pork with pickled vegetables? Or braised pork? What about pig trotter? Grandma Tang suggested some of her granddaughter's favorite hearty dishes, which were much simpler than acorn tofu. No, I just want acorn tofu. Grandma, you won't go back on your word, will you? Tang Nian challenged her, and Grandma Tang gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely, and went to prepare the acorn tofu. Acorn tofu is a refreshing summer dish made from the fruit of the oak tree. The fruit is rich in starch, which is processed into acorn flour. When mixed with water and boiled, it becomes a paste that is cooled and cut into small pieces, then served with sugar, vinegar, and mint for a delicious summer snack. However, the process of making acorn flour is tedious and time-consuming, so few people make it nowadays. Fortunately, Tang Nian is a foodie. Last autumn, when the acorn fruit ripened, she had her friend Jean and others gather a lot of them, dried them, and stored them for summer. Grandma Tang didn't use her own acorns because extracting acorn starch takes too long. She borrowed some acorn starch from the village leader's house. Huang Zhaodi is a diligent person who makes this every year and has plenty stored. With the starch ready, it didn't take long to prepare. Grandma Tang also stewed a big pig trotter, made steamed pork with flour, and steamed pork with pickled vegetables. The delicious aroma filled the Tang household, making everyone's mouths water. The acorn tofu was the first to be ready. Tang Nian had already picked some mint, squeezed out a few drops of juice, added sugar and vinegar, making it chewy and refreshing, perfect for summer. That night, when Tang Jiujin came home from school, she also got to eat acorn tofu and was very happy. But when she learned that her beloved second sister was leaving the next day, the little girl immediately became unhappy, pouting and unable to eat. Second sister, are you going to live with brother-in-law and not come home anymore? Tang Nian quietly asked, looking at her with big, shiny eyes like a puppy, making people feel soft-hearted. Of course, but if you skip school again, I'll spank you. Tang Nian playfully tapped the little girl's head. I didn't skip school. I go every day. Jiujin quickly cheered up and happily ate the acorn tofu, scooping a big spoonful and swallowing it all at once, her eyes squinting in delight, her chubby little face trembling adorably. At 8 years old, Jiujin had grown a lot, but her cheeks were still chubby, and she was getting stronger. Even the older boys at school couldn't beat her. They ran away when they saw her. The Tang family's dinner was unusually lavish. Steamed pork, braised pork, stewed pig trotter, and precious bamboo shoots stir-fried with shredded meat, plus bamboo shoot meatball soup. At this time of year, other bamboo shoots were gone, leaving only the rare bamboo shoots, which were tender only at the tip. You had to throw away most of it and only eat a little. But bamboo shoots are the most delicious of all. Tender bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, and old bamboo shoots boiled in soup create a flavor that is hard to beat, a rare summer delicacy. After dinner, Grandma Tang called Tang Nian into the room and took out a bundle of money wrapped in cloth. Inside was a thick stack of bills along with some smaller notes. Your parents left you 2,000 for living expenses, and you haven't spent it all. There's still 1,000 left. This is what you've given me over time, adding up to more than 2,000. Take this 3,000 as your dowry from Grandma. Grandma Tang counted out 3,000 and insisted on giving it to Tang Nian. The remaining money was enough to marry off her youngest son. I don't need it. I can't even spend my own money. You keep it for yourself. Tang Nian pushed it back. She had over 1 million in cash now, having received over 60,000 from the Zhou and Xin families, plus what she earned over the past 2 years. She also bought 6 Western-style houses in Hu City and 3 courtyard houses in the capital, all through Xin Zhao's connections, costing several thousand. Otherwise, she would have even more cash. She couldn't spend all this money, so she planned to buy more property in Hong Kong, just needing to set up a temporary account. Things were chaotic there, but as long as you have money, you can get anything done. What's yours is yours. Take it. Grandma Tang stubbornly insisted on giving it to her. This money was meant for Nian. She was just helping to keep it safe. Okay, I'll take it. Tang Nian couldn't argue with her and accepted it. Grandma Tang finally smiled, and Tang Nian quickly ran out, then quickly came back with a shiny gold necklace and a big gold pendant. Grandma, wear this around your neck from now on. Tang Nian put the necklace around Grandma's neck. It fit perfectly, not too big or too small, making Grandma look much more elegant. This necklace is so heavy. My head is going to fall off. Grandma Tang took off the necklace, which felt very heavy, at least 1 pound. I'll keep it for you. Grandma Tang smiled, her eyes sparkling. She loved gold. Its color and weight made her feel like she could eat 3 bowls of rice just looking at it. Why are you still here? Grandma Tang wanted to hide the gold necklace. When she turned around, She saw Tang Nian still in the room, so she urged her to leave. Tang Nian twitched her mouth. Love really can fade away. Just a moment ago, she was the beloved granddaughter. She obediently stepped outside and kindly closed the door. She knew exactly where Grandma hid her treasures, inside the wall hole under the bed. She also knew where her uncle and Jiojin hid their money, as well as her second uncle's hiding place. The Tang family all hid their money the same way, in wall holes under the bed. They never thought to change their hiding spots. At that moment, Tang Mantong and Tang Jiojin were digging in their own wall hole under the bed. Tomorrow, their niece, second sister, was leaving, so they needed to prepare more money. Jiojin didn't know what a dowry was. She just saw her second uncle wrapping a red envelope for her sister. Then her dad did the same, and her uncle went to get money too. The little girl couldn't sit still and wanted to prepare a big red envelope for her beloved sister. After all, she had saved quite a bit of money over the past 2 years, and her little stash was getting thick. Tang Mantong and Jiojin's rooms were next to each other, with their beds against the wall. They were lying under the bed, opening the wall hole, reaching in to dig. One big hand on the left, one small hand on the right, digging away in the little wall hole. Hey, it was right here last time. Where did it go? Tang Mantong searched for a long time, but found nothing, muttering to himself. He didn't know that after he put the money there last time, Jiojin also came to hide money and accidentally moved his bag. After all, their hiding spots were connected. After searching on the left for a long time without success, Tang Mantong switched to the right. Along the way, he bumped into something soft and meaty, which startled him. He quickly grabbed the cloth bag and pulled it out. He then discovered he was holding 2 cloth bags, one small and one large. The large one was his, but he didn't know who the small one belonged to. It could have been his from before, which he had forgotten about. Tang Mantong happily opened the small cloth bag. Inside were coins, 1 cent, 2 cent, and 5 cent pieces. To his surprise, there were more than 20 coins. He remembered having trouble finding hidden money before. Back then, he didn't have much money, and he hid mostly 1 cent coins, hoping to save up for adventures. But he couldn't find them and was sad for a long time. He never expected to find them in the wall hole. What a pleasant surprise. Tang Mantong smiled widely, counting out 20 big coins to wrap in a red envelope for Nian later. He put the rest of the money back in the cloth bag and decided to find another hiding spot since this one had mice and wasn't safe. He thought the soft thing he had bumped into was a mouse and worried about his money being chewed. In the next room, Tang Jiojin had been digging in a small wall hole for a long time, switching from her left paw to her right. Both paws were covered in dust, and her face was dirty. She was sweating and looked like a mess. Where did it go? I clearly put it here. Why can't I find it? Jiojin was on the verge of tears. She had saved for a year and didn't want to spend it, and now it was all gone. She still needed to give her second sister a red envelope, but now she had nothing. I'll get a cat later. We have mice. I just touched a big one, and it was so fat. It must have stolen a lot of food. Tang Mantong's voice came from outside. Jiojin listened carefully and immediately thought of the soft thing she had just touched. It must have been a big mouse. Her money must have been stolen by that big mouse. Wah! Jiojin couldn't handle the blow anymore. She sat down under the bed and cried loudly, tears streaming down her face, making her look even messier. Her crying attracted everyone, and they rushed in to find her. They only heard her sobs and couldn't see her. After searching around, they finally found her under the bed. Why are you crying under there?
Come out.
Su Jinfeng was both amused and worried. She bent down to pull her out, but Jiojin ignored her, crying uncontrollably. She hadn't cried this much even when she was beaten up by Tang Manjin at school. Are you feeling unwell? Come out so I can check on you. Su Jinfeng was worried that the girl was sick. She couldn't crawl in, so she reached out but couldn't touch her. My money is gone, woo. The big mouse took it. It was so big.
Woo.
Jiojin cried while wiping her tears, making her face even dirtier. Su Jinfeng couldn't help but feel that this messy child was too much. What money is gone? Where did you get money, little girl? Tang Laotai caught on to the main point. The pocket money she usually gave Jiujin was at most a few cents, and the girl had probably spent it all on candy. My second sister gave it to me.
Woo.
It's all gone, the bad mouse took it. Jiujin was heartbroken. She was the only one in the family who hadn't given her second sister a red envelope. That bad mouse was too cruel. She would kill every mouse she saw from now on. Tang Laotai glared at Tang Nian. Seeing her granddaughter so sad, it was clear she had saved quite a bit of money. They couldn't let the girl develop a habit of spending freely. She would have to tell Nian not to give Jiujin any more money. A child only needed a few cents. When they grew up, they should earn their own money and spend what they earned, not spend more than they had. The Tang family couldn't have a wasteful child. Tang Mantong crawled under the bed to pull her out and then saw the small wall hole. Comparing its position, he fell silent. A twinge of guilt washed over him, especially when he saw his niece's heartbroken face, and his guilt grew. But he couldn't admit he was the mouse. If his mother found out he had saved money, she would definitely force him to hand it over.
Woo.
I want to give my second sister a red envelope, but it's gone. The red envelope is gone. Jiujin was pulled out from under the bed, her face dirtier than a calico cat, still crying. Tang Nian, who had been amused, felt moved by Jiujin's words and a bit guilty. How could she laugh at Jiujin? The girl wanted to give her a red envelope. That was so wrong. Feeling guilty, Tang Nian randomly pulled out some money from her pocket without looking and stuffed it into Jiujin's hands. Red envelopes are for adults to give to kids. You don't need to give one. This is from your second sister. Jiujin sniffled and accepted the money, counting it slowly 1, 2, 3, 4. They were all big coins, at least 10 of them. Tang Laotai's eyes widened, and she rushed over to snatch it back, shoving it into Tang Nian's hands, yelling, "Why are you giving a child so much money? No more of this in the future. At most, give a few cents." She couldn't let her daughter develop a habit of spending freely. That would be a problem later. Tang Nian shrank back, not daring to argue with her grandmother, and obediently took the money back. Jiujin looked at her empty hands, and the sadness that had just begun to heal immediately returned, tears streaming down her face. This time, she had even more money, but it had only been in her hands for a few seconds, and it was gone.
Woo.
Su Jinfeng poked her forehead hard, scolding, "You had money and didn't turn it in? Why does a child need to hide so much money? Now look, it's all gone because of the mouse." Jiujin gritted her teeth, her hatred for the mouse reaching its peak. "From now on, all money must be turned in. If you dare to hide money again, I'll have your father spank you," Su Jinfeng warned fiercely, feeling heartbroken. Her little daughter had saved at least 10 coins. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so sad.
Oh, dear.
What a waste. Jiujin pouted, and the tears that had just stopped flowed out again. She mourned for her past and future money.
Woo.
That night, while everyone was asleep, Tang Mantong quietly put his niece's small wallet back in the hole, even pushing it into the corner. The next morning, he called Jiujin to whisper, "Go dig in the hole again. Your uncle used to dig there. You need to dig around everywhere." "I already dug, but the mouse took it away." Tang Jiujin gestured with her hands, indicating the mouse was as big as a basin. Tang Mantong twitched his lips. Is his hand that big? This girl is hopelessly foolish. Be persistent in your work. Go dig again. After Tang Mantong's repeated persuasion, promising to buy her a month's worth of popsicles, Jiujin reluctantly crawled back under the bed, reaching into the hole and digging around as her uncle instructed, checking in all directions. Then she felt a soft cloth bag, a sensation too familiar to ignore. Jiujin's eyes lit up, brighter than the sun in the sky. She quickly pulled out the bag, joyfully opened it, and crouched under the bed to count the money. After counting 3 times, it seemed like there was even more. It should be $25.80, but there's an extra 10. Did I remember wrong? Jiujin murmured to herself. She clearly remembered it being $25.80, but now the bag contained $35.80. Did she make a mistake? The little girl didn't dwell on it for long. After all, having more money is a good thing. She counted out $30, neatly stacked, and wrapped it in red paper, preparing to give it to her second sister later. Tang Mantong, sneaking at the door, saw the little girl emerge beaming with joy, and his lips couldn't help but curve upward, feeling relieved. Tang Nian Nian and Xin Xiao had finished breakfast and set off. As they reached the village entrance, Jiu Jin came running with her small backpack, her chubby face jiggling. Second sister, here. The little girl pulled a red envelope from her pocket and seriously handed it over with both hands. Tang Nian Nian felt warmth in her heart and accepted the envelope without refusing, glancing at Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao paused for a moment, then realized, pulling out a handful of money and stuffing it into Jiu Jin's hands. This is from your brother-in-law. Keep it secret from Grandma and your mom. Tang Nian Nian smiled and reminded her. The amount Xin Xiao gave was at least $50 or $60. If Grandma Tang and Su Jinfeng found out, they would take every last cent. She wasn't worried at all that Jiu Jin would develop a bad habit of being wasteful. This girl was a little money lover, saving every penny she earned, often taking it out to count, just like Go Lang Tai. How could such a little money lover be wasteful? Okay, I'll hide it. Jiu Jin grinned widely, carefully tucking the money into her pocket. She turned to run back and hide it but stopped after a few steps to ask, Second sister, when will you come home? I'll be back when the prickly pears are ripe. Tang Nian Nian thought for a moment. It was June now, and prickly pears would probably ripen in August, so that seemed about right.
Got it.
Jiu Jin received the answer and happily ran home to hide her money. Tang Nian Nian smiled, noticing that the little girl's short legs seemed to have grown a bit, allowing her to run faster. Xin Xiao started the car and they quickly left Tang Village, heading towards the provincial capital to find Representative Liao, who had the funds for the machine tools. Representative Liao had been waiting for them and greeted them with congratulations, handing over a big red envelope, which Tang Nian Nian accepted without hesitation. Engineer Zhang has been waiting for you, but he received a last-minute notice to attend a meeting in Hu City yesterday. As Representative Liao spoke, he opened the safe and took out a briefcase. When he opened it, a dazzling golden light burst forth, almost blinding. Inside were neatly stacked gold bars. If the funds are insufficient, just call this number and say you want hometown watermill dumplings with black sesame and lard filling. They will sort out the funds. That's enough. Tang Nian Nian replied firmly. The machine tools were in her space, and she would decide how much money was needed. Don't be so sure. The West has strict controls on us, and these advanced devices are very expensive, often marked up. It might not be enough. Representative Liao was not so optimistic. If they raise the price, I'll just seize the machine tools. Tang Nian Nian made a fist gesture, knowing that in places like Xiangjiang, it's all about who is tougher, who's afraid of whom. Representative Liao twitched his lips, advising, better to be cautious. After that, he didn't press further, as he had already witnessed Tang Nian Nian's strength firsthand. With Shen Zhao's support, even if this couple went to Xiangjiang as thieves, the police would probably have no way to stop them. Tang Nian Nian and Xin Xiao didn't take the train but drove directly to Peng City, where they met Ma San, whom Xin Xiao knew. Last year, Du Yiluan had gone there with Ma San. Although the price was high, the safety was guaranteed. Ma San was in his 30s, lean and tough, with an ordinary appearance, just like the most common fisherman by the sea, easily overlooked in a crowd. You need me to take you there? Ma San looked doubtful. He knew Shen Zhao's capabilities well enough. It would be easy for him to go over, having done it before without needing to tie anything. And my wife. Shen Xiao introduced Tang Nian Nian. Ma San didn't ask further, assuming Tang Nian Nian couldn't swim, which was why they needed to take his boat. Even though we know each other, friendship is one thing, and the ticket price is another. The total for you two is 3,200. Pay before boarding. Here. Tang Nian Nian had the money ready. Ma San took the money without counting and said, You're lucky. There's a boat tonight at 1 a.m. It won't wait for latecomers. He had inside information about the water police's patrol times, ensuring safe passage every time. He spent a lot to maintain that information network, which is why his prices were higher than others. At 1 a.m., Shen Xiao and Tang Nian arrived on time. A fishing boat was docked by the shore, with Ma San standing at the bow. Inside the cabin were 15 or 16 people, all dressed decently and exuding an extraordinary aura. Anyone who could pay 1,600 to cross the sea was certainly not an ordinary person. They entered the cabin, where the atmosphere was tense, and no one spoke. Sitting across from Tang Nian was a girl about 16 or 17, with a dark face and a crew cut, looking boyish. But Tang Nian recognized her as a girl, and a pretty one at that. Next to her sat a boy about 14 or 15, handsome and refined, but pale, occasionally coughing into his hand. He tried hard to suppress the cough, but it only got worse. When Ma San entered and heard the boy coughing, he frowned but said nothing. There wouldn't be any water police patrols from 1 to 2 a.m., so even if there was some commotion, it wouldn't matter. Drink some water, breathe slowly, and don't be nervous. The girl fed her brother some water, softly comforting him. Her voice was hoarse, likely from effort. After drinking, the boy slowed his breathing and coughed less. The boat started and headed toward the opposite shore. Ma San was very familiar with this route and could navigate it with his eyes closed. The people in the cabin listened to the sound of the water outside, their eyes growing brighter. But tonight was destined to be anything but calm. Halfway across, Ma San suddenly changed his expression and shouted to the people in the cabin, "Get down quickly." Before boarding, Ma San had told them that in case of an emergency, they should hide under their seats, where there was a hidden compartment. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly opened the seat cover and squeezed inside. The hidden cabin was cramped and smelled foul, making it hard to breathe. Ma San quickly poured the prepared fresh fish into a bucket and took out a fishing net, casting it onto the water's surface. Soon, a bright light shone towards him as a patrol boat approached. "Officer, I came out to fish tonight. My wife just had a baby and can't produce milk. I want to earn some extra money, for formula." Ma San bent over and smiled, even inviting the water police onto his boat for an inspection, showing them the fish he caught. The water police shone their flashlight inside the cabin. Apart from the lively fish, there was no one else, and Ma San was skillfully casting his net, appearing to have no suspicious activity. "Don't go any further," the officer warned, as they were close to the opposite shore. "I got carried away while fishing. There are more fish here, and the ones on the other side are all escaping this way. Don't worry, I'll turn back now." Ma San was agreeable, quickly turning around and pulling in the net, which still had jumping fish and shrimp. The water police entered the cabin to check, carefully inspecting with their flashlight. Ma San stood outside, smiling, looking like an honest fisherman. "Officer, my wife has no milk, and the baby is crying from hunger. He was born weighing 5 pounds, and even at a month old, he hasn't reached 6 pounds. He's as thin as a rat. It's all my fault. I can't even support my wife and child."
"I'm useless."
Ma San spoke sincerely, tears streaming down his face as he pounded his chest. The water police showed sympathy, feeling uneasy. "It will get better. You need to have faith." An older officer comforted him, taking out some money from his pocket and pressing it into Ma San's hand. "Take this for baby formula. No child should suffer." The other officers also pulled out money to give to Ma San. Ma San was taken aback, unsure how to continue his act. He had played many roles at sea, but this was the first time he encountered such genuine kindness. He felt embarrassed to take the money. "Officer, your salaries aren't high. This is hard-earned money. I can't accept it. I believe things will get better. I have faith." Ma San firmly refused. He earned more in one trip than the officers made in a year. "Just take it." The officers stuffed the money into Ma San's pocket, preparing to return to their patrol boat, appearing to have no suspicions. A faint sound came from the cabin, and the officers turned alert, their expressions sharpening. Ma San's heart sank. He recognized the sound as the sick boy coughing. Please don't cough again. Below deck, the boy held his mouth tightly, his pale face turning purple. He used all his strength to hold his breath, but his throat was getting itchier, and he could hardly hold on any longer. The dark cabin was pitch black, and they could only hear the increasingly frantic breathing. Everyone was terrified, fearing the boy's cough would attract the water police. If they were caught, they wouldn't just face jail time. They wouldn't be able to go to Hong Kong either. This boat ticket had drained their savings. Before boarding, Ma San had said that no matter if they succeeded or failed, the ticket money was non-refundable, and they couldn't afford another ticket. Tang Nian and Xin Xiao had night vision. They could see the boy's pained expression and the anxious look on the girl with him, who soon steeled herself. The girl bit her lip, pressing her brother's head into her arms with great force. The boy struggled a few times but quickly quieted down, allowing his sister to hold him, his breathing becoming weaker. Everyone else sighed in relief, silently praying the water police hadn't noticed and would hurry away. The officers indeed left, coincidentally hearing a splash when a fish jumped out of the bucket and landed on the deck with a thud. The officers assumed the earlier noise was also caused by fish, dismissing their suspicions and instructing Ma San to turn back inland, away from the opposite shore. Ma San obediently agreed. Once the patrol boat left, Ma San's submissive smile instantly vanished, replaced by a determined and fierce expression. He didn't turn back or call the people below deck out. Instead, he pushed the boat full speed towards the opposite shore. The girl, Deng Moli, was still tightly holding her brother. She didn't know the water police had left, and since Ma San hadn't told them to come out, she could only hold on tightly. If they were caught and taken back, it would mean certain death. Her brother needed imported medicine and high-quality supplements that couldn't be found inland, and even if they could, she couldn't afford them. She wanted to take her brother to Hong Kong to find their father. Their mother said their grandfather was wealthy, and if they found their father, he would have money to treat her brother. The water police are gone. If you don't let him go, he'll suffocate. Tang Nian reminded her. The boy's face was blue and purple, and his breathing was barely audible. She wasn't exaggerating. Don't speak. What if you attract the water police? Master Ma hasn't let us out. How do you know the water police are gone? Everyone be quiet. Once we reach the other side, we can say whatever we want. For now, just hold your breath. Everyone fell silent, their expressions frustrated, feeling unlucky to be on the same boat as a sick child, hoping they wouldn't be implicated. Deng Moli released her grip. She couldn't see, so she felt around under her brother's nose to check for breath. It was almost gone. She quickly rubbed his chest to help him breathe, choking back tears. Xiao Huan, wake up. Don't scare your sister. The boy kept his eyes tightly shut, his face still blue and purple, showing no signs of improvement. The boat bumped as it reached the shore. The deck was lifted, and a salty breeze rushed in. Ma San called out, "Come out." Finally here. Thank goodness. Thank the gods.
Ha ha ha.
As they emerged from the deck, the group stepped onto the sandy beach, taking deep breaths of the salty air. They laughed and cried, some even knelt down, facing inland and sincerely bowing several times. When they stood up, they were already in tears. Deng Moli was giving her brother CPR. Her technique was fairly professional, and she persisted, but soon she was exhausted. Still, she didn't give up, gritting her teeth and continuing to press. Xiao Huan, hang in there. We'll find Dad soon, and he'll have money to treat you. I promise I'll find Dad. I've done it. You promised me to be okay, and you have to keep your word. Deng Moli cried as she pressed, her hands numb from the effort, tears dripping onto her brother's face. Ma San poured some clean water into the boy's mouth and gave him a few pills, thinking he had heat stroke and that the pills would help. You're too weak, let me do it. Tang Nian pulled Deng Moli up and took over the compressions. Her technique was very professional and strong, and with her sister's urgent help, the boy was slowly recovering. With Tang Nian's assistance, the boy's color began to improve. Cough, cough. The boy coughed, and everyone looked happy, saying, "He's awake, he's okay." Although they had complained about the boy before, now that he was safe, they all hoped he would live. The siblings looked quite pitiful. The boy opened his eyes, glanced around, and finally focused on his sister, weakly saying, "Sister, I kept my promise." Xiaohua. Deng Moli excitedly hugged her brother, crying and laughing. At that moment, Ma San said, "Everyone, I wish you all the best. I'm heading back." "Thank you, Master Ma. Be careful on the way." Everyone was grateful to Ma San. His fee was a bit high, but he was reliable. Ma San jumped onto the boat and quickly drifted away, disappearing into the sea. "I'll go ahead. Until we meet again. I'm leaving too. Let's keep in touch."
Goodbye.
These people all had relatives and friends in Hong Kong, so they left soon after, leaving only the Deng siblings, Tang Nian Nian and Xin Xiao. "Sister, where do we find Dad?" Deng Hua asked softly. "We'll ask around once we get into the city." Deng Moli felt uncertain. She only knew her father's name and that her grandfather was wealthy. After the liberation, their family went to Hong Kong, but her father lived there for a few years before returning to Shanghai. He met their mother, had her and her brother, and when her brother was 1 year old, he secretly left, leaving a letter saying he would go to Hong Kong to find their grandfather and would send money home. For the first 2 years, he sent some money, but then there was no news. Their family was labeled as rightists due to overseas connections, and their mother was humiliated. They were bullied and isolated at school, living in fear every day. Deng Moli was filled with hatred. She hated her irresponsible father and this cruel world. This time she came to Hong Kong not only to treat her brother, but also to settle the debt her father owed them. Tang Nian Nian noticed the change in her expression. She was decisive and fierce, which was interesting. "Miss, my name is Deng Moli. Thank you for saving my brother." Deng Moli walked over with her brother, knelt down, and bowed 3 times. If it weren't for this beautiful girl speaking up earlier, she would have held her brother until they reached the shore, and after so long, her brother might. Deng Moli felt a wave of fear. She had to repay this life-saving grace. "I can't repay you now, but if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you." Deng Moli's expression was serious. She was struggling now, but she wouldn't always be this way. She was determined to succeed. "You're Deng Moli?" Deng as in the surname, and Moli as in Jasmine? "From Shanghai?" Tang Nian Nian asked in Shanghainese. "Yes, are you from Shanghai too?" Deng Moli replied in fluent Shanghainese, her expression joyful, surprised to find her savior was also a fellow local. "I'm from Zhejiang, so I guess that makes us half fellow townsfolk. There aren't many with the surname Deng. I remember a silk factory owner named Deng Chongguang from Shanghai. Are you related to him?" Tang Nian Nian was very interested in Deng Moli, as she might be the legendary big boss. She needed to confirm. "Deng Chongguang is my grandfather, but I've never met him." "My father's name is Deng Sengsu," Deng Moli answered. Tang Nian Nian nodded secretly. She was right. The legendary female boss Deng Moli was indeed the granddaughter of Deng Chongguang. The Deng family had a silk factory in Shanghai before the liberation and made a lot of money in real estate and banking. Deng Chongguang moved to Hong Kong with his family before the liberation, selling all their assets. After arriving in Hong Kong, Deng Chongguang invested in casinos and nightclubs, met some gang leaders, and started a film company, making even more money than in Shanghai. However, Deng Chongguang had 3 wives and many children. Deng Moli's father was mediocre and had no status in the family. As a granddaughter raised inland, Deng Moli had no emotional ties to Deng Chongguang. After joining the Deng family, her position was awkward. Even the servants looked down on her. Tang Nian Nian had read Deng Moli's autobiography, which mentioned her harrowing journey across the sea. Her beloved brother had died along the way. This made Deng Moli ruthless in her actions, harsh to others, and even harder on herself. To seize the Deng family fortune, she married a gang leader and eventually became the head of the Deng family. Tang Nian Nian looked at the ragged and disheveled Deng Moli before her. No one would expect this girl would one day become a powerful figure in Hong Kong. "Meeting is fate. Since we are half fellow townsfolk, I'll lend you this money." Tang Nian Nian took out some cash and handed it to Deng Moli, also giving her some biscuits and water, seeing how thin and hungry the siblings looked. "I can't accept this. I can't repay it right now." Deng Moli refused, while Deng Hua's stomach growled, and he instantly turned red, lowering his head. "Pay me back later." "My name is Tang Nian Nian." Tang Nian Nian insisted, then pulled Shen Xiao away. She wanted to create a good connection. When Deng Moli became the head of the Deng family, she would surely repay her. "I will definitely pay you back, Sister Tang." Deng Moli's voice called after her, but Tang Nian Nian didn't turn around, just waved her hand, and quickly walked away. The place where Ma San docked was a small fishing village, far from the city. When they reached the main road, it was still dark, so they decided to rest in their space, take a shower, change clothes, and sleep until noon. Hong Kong truly lived up to its reputation as a fashion capital. The young men and women on the streets were stylishly dressed, and the streets were bustling with cars and people, far more vibrant than the inland in the 1990s. Tang Nian Nian wore a white shirt and loose gray linen pants, tucking the shirt into her pants. Simple yet stylish, she stood out in the crowd. Shen Xiao also changed into casual clothes, wearing a white shirt and jeans. They walked side by side, attracting many curious glances. Tang Nian Nian hailed a taxi and gave the driver the Tang family address. She had already called ahead. Tang Jinglin and her two brothers were not home. Only Mu Xiulian was there. She was so excited when she answered the phone that she almost fainted. The Tang family lived on a hillside. After hanging up, Mu Xiulian was busy. "Alien, hurry and clean the young lady's room, then go to the garden and cut some roses to arrange. Choose the prettiest ones. Ajin, make some snacks, both sweet and savory." With Mu Xiulian's orders, the Tang family's servants hurried to prepare for the arrival of the legendary young lady and her husband. The servants knew that the Tang family had a mysterious young lady who had never shown her face. However, last year, when the master and mistress returned from business in the inland, everyone was joyful. They even redecorated the young lady's room, which used to be pink and frilly, now transformed into a simple and elegant wooden style, as the young lady didn't like pink. Mu Xiulian called the company, asking Tang Jinglin and his son to leave work early. They couldn't find the youngest son, Tang Chongfeng, so they just let it be. When Tang Jinglin and Tang Chongchuan received the call, they were about to start a routine company meeting. The secretary informed them about the call, and after finishing it, Tang Jinglin said seriously, "Eldest, the meeting is yours." After saying that, he hurriedly left, walking faster and faster until it seemed like he was flying. The company staff were stunned. They had never seen the chairman act so recklessly, almost like he was possessed. Tang Chongchuan gritted his teeth, secretly cursing his father for being cunning. He wanted to go home and see his little sister too. He called his assistant and said seriously, "Assistantly, you take over the meeting. Report the results to me tomorrow." After that, he ignored his shocked assistant and strode away, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Did both the chairman and the general manager take the wrong medicine today? Tang Nian Nian and Shen Xiao arrived home almost at the same time as Tang Jinglin and his son. "Little sister, Nian Nian." The two brothers drove home separately. As they neared the door, Tang Chongchuan ran ahead, getting out of the car first and eagerly running towards Tang Nian Nian, while Tang Jinglin, a step behind, gritted his teeth in frustration. Tang Nian Nian stepped aside to avoid her brother's enthusiastic embrace. She still wasn't used to physical contact, even with her older brother. "Aren't you two at work?" Tang Nian Nian checked the time. It was only 2:30 p.m. "Work in Xiangjiang didn't end this early, did it?" "There's not much going on this afternoon." "Nian Nian, come inside." "Xiao Shun, you too." Tang Chongchuan finally spotted Shen Xiao and quickly called him over. Tang Jinglin approached, huffed at him, and pushed him aside, smiling affectionately. "Nian Nian, come home with Dad." Tang Nian Nian twitched her mouth. Did this father and son have to be so dramatic? It felt like a competition for affection. "Welcome, Miss and son-in-law, home." As soon as they entered the door, the loud voices of the servants startled them. About 10 servants of the Tang family stood in 2 rows, standing tall and clapping to welcome them. If there had been more time, Mu Xiulian would have definitely arranged for a band to make it even more grand. Nian Nian, you're finally home.
Come in and sit down.
You must be tired from the journey. Seeing her daughter, Mu Xiulian's eyes instantly turned red. She warmly held Tang Niannian's hand, asking about her well-being, while Tang Jinglin was pushed aside. Where's the second brother? After sitting down, Tang Nian asked. Everyone in the Tang family was present except for the silly second brother, Tang Chongfeng. Don't mind him. He's always out having fun. The school can't even find him. Who knows where he is? Mu Xiulian said with slight dissatisfaction. Have you called his friends? Tang Jinglin frowned. It was hard for their daughter to come home, and the second brother should definitely be back. It wouldn't feel right without everyone together. I called, but they weren't home. Seeing her husband's displeased expression, Mu Xiulian changed the subject. Forget about him. He's old enough to take care of himself. Nian Nian Xiao Shun, have some snacks. The pastries made by the Tang family servants were delicious. Tang Nian Nian and Shun Xiao ate quite a bit, while Mu Xiulian and the others watched them with increasingly satisfied smiles. After Tang Nian Nian finished eating, she wiped her hands and slowly sipped her coffee. She didn't mention buying the machine tools. She already had them in her space and could retrieve them later. This trip to Xiangjiang felt like a honeymoon vacation. As night fell, Mu Xiulian personally cooked a lot of authentic Shanghai dishes. The missing Tang Chongfeng also returned, shouting from the garden, Mom, what do you need me for? He had heard from his classmates that his mom had called him, seeming to have something important to discuss, so he hurried back. Tang Chongfeng ran into the living room, and upon seeing Tang Nian Nian and Xin Xiao sitting there, he froze for a moment, then joyfully rushed over for a hug. Tang Nian Nian moved. The missing Tang Chongfeng also returned, shouting from the garden, Mom, what do you need me for? He had heard from his classmates that his mom had called him, seeming to have something important to discuss, so he hurried back. Tang Chongfeng ran and he thought about his little sister every day, but she didn't seem to miss him as much. I missed you too.
Si properly.
Tang Nian Nian replied without much enthusiasm, but Tang Chongfeng, like a floppy doll, leaned towards her. She had to frown and pull him aside. Tang Chongfeng pouted and obediently sat up straight. Once the kitchen was done, Mu Xiulian came out to call them to the dining room. The table was filled with dishes, and the Tang family sat together, making Tang Jinglin and his wife emotional. After 18 years, they finally had a day of family reunion. Today is a great day. I'm so happy. We must open a bottle of wine to celebrate. Tang Jinglin was in high spirits and ran to the basement wine cellar to get a bottle of red wine. Mu Xiulian didn't stop him. It was indeed a special day, and they should enjoy it. Tang Jinglin and his two sons, all with low tolerance for alcohol, shared the bottle and soon became tipsy. I'm happy. I'm not drunk. Xiao Shun, let's toast. Tang Jinglin raised his glass, insisting on clinking it with Xin Xiao. Sis-in-law, let's toast. Tang Chongchuan also struggled to lift his glass. Both father and son had blurry eyes but thought they were completely sober, eager to toast with Xin Xiao. Tang Chongfeng was the least capable. He had already collapsed, too drunk to even recognize his parents. Mu Xiulian watched with a headache and instructed the servants to help the three tipsy ones to their rooms to rest, then asked someone to make a hangover soup and told Tang Nian Nian and Xin Xiao to go to bed early. Nian Nian, tomorrow I'll take you shopping. The mall has a lot of new styles. Let's buy some things. Xiao Shun, if you don't like shopping, you can go out with Chongfeng. How's that sound? Mu Xiulian asked for their opinions, filled with longing. When she first got married, she wanted a beautiful daughter to dress up like a princess. But after having two sons, her desire to dress up a little princess remained unfulfilled. Finally, she had a daughter, but due to circumstances, they were separated for 17 years, making her wish to dress her daughter a deep obsession. Tang Nian Nian had no objections. Even though she didn't like shopping, she sensed Mu Xiulian's eagerness and agreed to go. As for Xin Xiao, he didn't need Tang Chongfeng to accompany him. He was familiar with Xiangjiang from previous visits. The next day, after breakfast, Mu Xiulian energetically led her daughter to the mall. Xin Xiao wanted to shop alone, but Tang Chongfeng insisted on tagging along. The Tang family had two dedicated drivers. One took Tang Jinglin to the company, and the other took Mu Xiulian out. Tang Chongfeng and his brother drove themselves. Tang Nianyan didn't like using a driver and said she could drive herself, just needing Mu Xiulian to guide her. Mu Xiulian naturally agreed. As long as her daughter was happy, she would let her do anything. At first, Tang Nianyan felt a bit awkward since she wasn't familiar with the roads in Hong Kong, which had many slopes and narrow streets. After driving for a while, she got the hang of it. Mu Xiulian chatted with her about their ID cards. Your and Xiaoxin's ID cards are fine. Your dad took care of it a long time ago, so you can go anywhere without worry. The household registration in Hong Kong is quite chaotic right now. With money, anything can be done. Tang Jinglin spent some money to get 2 ID cards without much hassle. Tang Nianyan felt warm inside and felt closer to her family. She asked about Xiao Fenghua. She was in Hong Kong last month, but she had to go back to the UK for some work. She's recovering well. The old Chinese doctor even asked us who prescribed those medicines. We just said it was an old doctor from the mainland and didn't say more. Tang Nianyan smiled and said, "Those medicines are mainly made from rare herbs. Even with money, you can't easily buy them. I'll prepare some for you in the future."
No need for that.
Such precious herbs should be kept for yourself. Your dad and I are in good health, so there's no need to waste them. Mu Xiulian refused, knowing that life-saving medicines are rare. She and her husband are still healthy, so it would be a waste. Tang Nianyan stayed silent, thinking that even if they didn't eat them, she would. When they arrived at the mall, the parking attendant recognized Mu Xiulian's car and warmly greeted them, "Mrs. Tang." "My daughter." Mu Xiulian handed him some cash. "Hello, Miss Tang." The parking attendant was all smiles, feeling lucky to have received such a generous tip. Mu Xiulian led her daughter into the mall, visiting a few big brand counters she often frequented. The salesgirls were especially enthusiastic upon seeing her, showering her with compliments and making her feel very happy. "Today, my daughter is the star. Don't mind me. Just bring out the new styles for her to try. Miss Tang, you truly are Mrs. Tang's daughter, stunningly beautiful. Honestly, with your looks, you don't even need to try on these clothes. They'll look great on you. Real beauties shine without needing clothes to enhance them, just like Mrs. Tang." The salesgirl's flattery was relentless, making Mu Xiulian swipe her card repeatedly. If Tang Nianyan hadn't stopped her, she probably would have bought out the entire store. "I don't like these. No sequins or shoulder pads. I prefer simple and elegant." Tang Nianyan picked out a few outfits with sequins and shoulder pads, which are currently in fashion, but she didn't like them. The salesgirl patiently let Tang Nianyan choose, and in the end, they picked out 5 or 6 outfits, mostly gray, and white shirts paired with long pants. "Mrs. Tang, are you shopping too? Hey, is this beautiful young lady your relative?" A few wealthy ladies entered the store, greeting Mu Xiulian warmly and looking curiously at Tang Nianyan. "This is my daughter. She used to live with her grandmother in the UK and just came back," Mu Xiulian introduced with a smile. Tang Nianyan smiled faintly, considering that a greeting. The fact that the Tang family has a daughter isn't a secret in Hong Kong's upper class, but they only say she is abroad and outsiders don't know the details. The wealthy ladies looked at her curiously but only glanced briefly, not staring, which didn't annoy Tang Nianyan. They exchanged flattering words and began gossiping about recent events. The Deng family has a young lady and a young master back from the mainland. They came knocking today, poor things, worse than beggars. Deng Chongguang has a bunch of grandchildren. These siblings will have a tough time ahead. Having too many grandchildren isn't necessarily a good thing. If there are too many, they lose their value. The wealthy ladies were all from Shanghai. During the war, many rich merchants moved to Hong Kong, helping each other in business, while the women formed a social circle, playing mahjong and gossiping.
Tang Nian Listen Li.
Deng Mo Li and her brother had successfully joined the Deng family. Even if life was tough, it was still better than in the mainland, where they wouldn't have to worry about hunger or their lives. After shopping for most of the day, they had bought plenty for Tang Nian, clothes, shoes, jewelry, and bags. The car was full, and they had to arrange for delivery to their home. Still, Mu Xiaolian said they bought too little, and Tang Jinglin agreed, suggesting they continue shopping tomorrow, even mentioning a trip to Paris. Tang Nian quickly refused, saying she had more than enough clothes, even if she changed every day. Plus, she had collected many outfits in her past life, so she really had enough to wear. In the past few days, she had accompanied Mu Xiaolian shopping or playing cards with her mahjong friends. In just a few days, the reputation of the Tang family's young lady spread throughout Hong Kong, and the upper-class circle knew that the mysterious young lady from the Tang family had returned. This was the effect Tang Nian wanted. The relationship between her and Tang Jinglin and his wife was already known, so there was no need to hide it. With her identity as the Tang family's young lady, it would be much easier for her to navigate Hong Kong. After spending a week with Mu Xiaolian, Tang Nian was finally free to act on her own. She had wanted to bring it up a few days ago, but Mu Xiaolian's overwhelming motherly love made her hesitate. She usually doesn't hold back against enemies, but she couldn't be harsh with those who loved her. Nian, take this money, and here's a card. Buy whatever you want. If you run out of money, just use your dad's name. As they were leaving, Mu Xiaolian stuffed a large amount of cash and a card into her hands, quite generous. Then Tang Jinglin and Tang Chongchuan each gave her a stack of money, which was quite thick. Tang Chongfeng looked a bit embarrassed. After searching for a while, he pulled out a few bills, totaling just over 100, and awkwardly handed them to his sister. Here, little sister, use this for now. I'll give you more later. His voice was barely above a whisper, filled with shame. After all this time, he couldn't even give his sister money. What kind of brother was he? That's enough. Tang Nian stuffed the money into her bag, which was now bulging. With that much money, she could probably buy out a store. She glanced at her embarrassed second brother, but said nothing and turned to ask again. Tang Jinglin and Tang Chongchuan were heading to the company. Mu Xiaolian was going home for a beauty nap, and Tang Chongfeng was also leaving. Second brother, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Tang Nian called out to Tang Chongfeng. Tang Jinglin knew she liked driving, so he had sent a car for her. Getting a driver's license was easy with money. Tang Chongfeng thought his sister didn't want him to leave, happily got into the car, and after going downhill, Tang Nian suddenly asked, Second brother, where did your money go? Her voice was like a cold wind coming from a cave, chilling Tang Chongfeng, making him shiver several times, and his eyes darted nervously.
What?
What money? Tang Chongfeng pretended to be clueless. Last year, didn't you say you would give me over 10,000 yuan? It's gone? Tang Nian asked directly. Her foolish brother couldn't even lie properly. It was clear on his face that the money was gone. Over 10,000 yuan wasn't much for the Tang family, but it couldn't just disappear without explanation. She needed to find out what happened. I spent it, Nian. From now on, I'll save all my pocket money and give it to you. Tang Chongfeng's eyes showed more guilt as he stuttered. He didn't even realize that he always stuttered when he lied, something Tang Nian had noticed last year. Did you spend it on a man or a woman? Tang Nian asked sharply. Over 10,000 yuan was not a small amount. It couldn't just be spent all at once. Cold sweat trickled down Tang Chongfeng's face. He suddenly realized that facing his sister was harder than facing their parents or older brother. The pressure was immense. It was my friend Away. His dad got injured at work, and the boss won't pay. I gave Away the money for the medical fees. Tang Chongfeng told the truth. Away was his best friend, and he had to help. Didn't your friend call the police? He did, but the police said Away's dad didn't sign a contract, so he was considered a temporary worker and not eligible for compensation. But it was the boss who refused to sign the contract, Tang Chongfeng said angrily. Tang Nian frowned. This kind of thing happened often in the mainland. Many bosses delayed paying migrant workers using such tricks. Are you very close with Away? We're good brothers. Once, when I was out singing with friends, a group of thugs caused trouble. Everyone else ran away, but Away stayed to help me. fighting them off with the bottle. He cleared a path for us, Tang Chongfeng said, insisting that Away was a lifelong brother who would share both good and bad times. Tang Niannian raised an eyebrow, starting to understand. It was like her friendship with Boa during the apocalypse. Is the medical fee enough? Tang Chongfeng shook his head in disappointment. Away's dad hurt his back, and the doctor said he needs several surgeries. They've only raised enough for the first one. The rest is still uncertain. He wanted to ask their parents for money, but Away disagreed, saying if he did, they would no longer be friends. How much more do you need? Tang Mianyan asked. Since Away helped her foolish brother, it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand. With surgery, rehabilitation, and nutrition costs, it would be at least 200,000 yuan, Tang Chongfeng sighed. He regretted spending money carelessly in the past. Otherwise, he could have saved more. Tang Nianyan was a bit surprised. She thought it would be over 1 million. 200,000 wasn't too much. She could take that out right now. But she wanted to meet Away first to confirm if he was really as Tang Chongfeng described. After dropping Tang Chongfeng off at school, just as he got out of the car, someone called out to him. Finally found you. Away is crazy. He went to fight underground. A boy ran over, speaking Cantonese, but Tang Nianyan understood. This boy was a mutual friend of Tang Chongfeng and Away. Tang Chongfeng hadn't seen Away for several days and had asked the boy for news. Tang Chongfeng's face changed dramatically. He's risking his life? He's already fought a few matches and won some money, but I heard he's up against an American tonight, nicknamed Black Bear. He's dangerous. Several people have died at his hands, and he's a champion in the ring. The boy looked worried. Away facing Black Bear was a death sentence. This is ridiculous. Where is Away?
Tang Chanfen panicked.
He couldn't let his friend face Black Bear. I can't find him. He's probably hiding to train. What should we do now? Let's figure it out. Tang Chongfeng was both anxious and helpless. He didn't know what to do. Tang Nianyan overheard everything. Underground fighting and Black Bear were things that excited her. It had been a while since she had a good fight. She raised an eyebrow at Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao nodded slightly. The underground fights started at night. During the day, Tang Chongfeng and his friends searched for Away but couldn't find him, so they had to go to the fighting arena. Tang Nianyan and Xin Xiao wore masks and also showed up at the arena. The earlier matches were intense, but the audience was unsatisfied, shouting, "Change the fighters! Bring on Black Bear!" People came to watch underground fights for excitement. After a long day of work, they wanted something thrilling, preferably with bloodshed. If someone died, that would be even more exciting. The earlier matches were too tame. There was no blood, no deaths, and the audience protested loudly for Black Bear. Tonight's main event was supposed to be Black Bear versus Away. One was a newcomer, and the other was a seasoned veteran with several lives on his hands. Everyone came to see Black Bear tear Away apart. Black Bear's favorite pastime was ripping his opponents in half. The atmosphere reached a peak, and the arena owner finally gave the order for Black Bear and Away to enter. Away came out first. Among the Chinese, he was considered strong, standing at 1.8 meters with well-built muscles, clearly someone who worked out regularly. But when Black Bear stepped out, Away's physique paled in comparison. Black Bear was at least 2 meters tall, his dark skin glistening with oil, swaggering like a gorilla. With each step, the ring shook. Standing next to Away, he looked like a giant next to a human. Before the match even started, the outcome was already decided. In terms of strength, weight, and height, Away and Black Bear were not in the same league, not to mention Black Bear's experience. Away was definitely no match for him. Away, don't fight.
Get down.
Tang Chongfeng shouted from below the ring. I have money. Just stop fighting and come down. If they had to end their friendship, so be it. He would just ask their parents for money. He couldn't bear to watch his best friend get killed by Black Bear. Away glanced at him, shaking his head slightly, his eyes filled with sorrow. He had already signed a life and death contract. He either fought or paid a huge penalty he couldn't afford. So, even knowing he was facing death and it would be painful, he had no choice but to fight. Get down first. We'll figure something out together. Away, I'm begging you, come down. Tang Chongfeng cried as he tried to climb into the ring. He had to save his friend. A few burly men approached, ready to throw Tang Chongfeng out for causing trouble, but someone stopped them. It was Tang Nianyan.
Put him down.
As soon as Tang Nianyan spoke, she struck the burly men a few times, causing their hands to go numb, and Tang Chongfeng fell to the ground.
Stay put.
Tang Nianyan told him before going to find the arena manager. Are you going to fight for Wei? Miss, this isn't a place for you to play around. Leave now, or I won't be polite. The arena manager looked at her as if she were crazy. He had managed underground fights for over 10 years and had never seen a woman fight. The physical differences between men and women were too great, and he wouldn't accept female fighters. You won't know if I'm just joking unless you try. Tang Nianyan lightly tapped his shoulder. The manager initially dismissed it, but soon his expression changed, and he looked at her seriously. That tap had hurt his bones. Her strength was greater than many men. What's the point of men fighting men? It's much more exciting when a man fights a woman. Imagine a big black bear against a beautiful woman in a life-and-death match. The woman could be torn in half. Isn't that thrilling? Wouldn't more people want to bet on it? Tang Nianyan's voice became increasingly tempting, and the manager's expression softened. The fighting arena was meant to attract bets, and what she said made sense. Should he give it a try? We're fighting for life and death, miss. You don't need to seek your own demise. The manager kindly warned her, not wanting to see such a young and beautiful girl perish at the hands of the black bear. I want to die a glorious death. Tang Nianyan acted dramatically, leaving the manager speechless as he ordered his men to change fighters. Ah Wei and the black bear had already started fighting. Within moments, Ah Wei was pushed back and even spat blood. The audience booed, criticizing Ah Wei for being useless and wasting their time and money. On the stage, Ah Wei was barely hanging on, and the black bear moved in, ready to lift him and tear him apart. At that moment, the black bear was excited, eager for his favorite part, ripping his opponent in half and feeling the warm blood splatter on his face. The thrill was unmatched. Ah Wei! Tang Chongfeng shouted, unable to bear watching, and closed his eyes tightly. Ah Wei also shut his eyes, thinking he was about to die. But the pain never came. Instead, he heard the referee's whistle stopping the match. The black bear roared in anger, wanting to grab Ah Wei, while the audience cheered, urging the black bear to tear Ah Wei apart. However, someone stopped the black bear, a slender woman in tight clothing and a mask, still exuding youth and beauty. She used her delicate hand to block the black bear. Standing together, the contrast between the black bear and Ah Wei was striking, resembling a powerful giant and a beautiful maiden. Nian? Tang Chongfeng was stunned, as if he had swallowed an egg. How did his sister get on stage? The host announced the next match, pausing the fight between Ah Wei and the black bear, now switching to Maria and the black bear, allowing the audience to place new bets. The audience booed. If even the strong Ah Wei couldn't beat the black bear, how could a woman? Yet, despite the boos, they stayed, eager to see how the black bear would torment the beautiful woman. Most bets were on the black bear to win, with no one believing in Tang Nianyan. Shen Xiao followed his wife's instructions and placed a bet of 100,000 on her. The odds were 20-1, meaning if Tang Nianyan won, they would win 2 million. Brother-in-law, aren't you a martial arts expert? Go save Nianyan. She can't fight. She'll die. Don't hold me back. I need to save Nianyan. Let me go. Tang Chongfeng was restrained by Shen Xiao, unable to move, forced to watch his sister fight the black bear. His heart felt like it was breaking. If anything happened to his sister, he would definitely kill the black bear for revenge. Shen Xiao took him to the side of the ring, ready to jump in if anything changed. But he had faith in his wife. The black bear was just strong but slow. Nian would surely win. The gong sounded, and the audience perked up, all eyes on the ring. The black bear attacked first, relying on his strength, but his speed was lacking. In contrast, Tang Nian was quick, avoiding direct confrontations and moving like a butterfly around the black bear.
Ah!
The black bear swung several times but couldn't hit Tang Nian. She was slippery like an eel, and his punches felt like hitting cotton, which frustrated him. The audience grew dissatisfied. They wanted to see a bloody fight, not this evasive display. What kind of boxing match was this? The referee blew the whistle, signaling Tang Nian to stop dodging and start fighting back. Tang Nian nodded, acknowledging the instruction. In the second round, she indeed fought back, targeting the black bear's neck, eyes, and vulnerable spots. In street fighting, it didn't matter how you hit, as long as you took your opponent down. The black bear was kicked in a sensitive spot, crying out in pain. His eyes turned red with rage as he charged at Tang Nian, determined to tear her apart. The audience was thrilled, cheering for the black bear since they had all bet on him, hoping for his victory. Kill her. Hit her hard. Kill that woman. The crowd was excited, urging the black bear to finish Tang Nian off. Some even rushed to the edge of the ring to cheer him on. The black bear became increasingly agitated, roaring and throwing punches, but Tang Nian remained calm, countering methodically. She poked his eyes, kicked him in the sensitive area, and even got behind him, choking him. The second round ended with Tang Nian's victory. After a short break, the third round began. In this round, the black bear clearly lacked the stamina of the previous two. Tang Nian, now more aggressive, launched a series of aerial kicks, quickly causing the black bear to spit blood and fall to the ground.
Bang!
When the black bear fell, it was like a mountain crashing down, shaking the ring. The audience's hearts sank as they shouted, "Get up! Get up! Don't waste my money!" Amidst the angry shouts, the black bear slowly got up, licking the blood from his lips, and lunged at Tang Nian with a sinister grin. "Kill her!" The audience cheered, believing the black bear would surely win. Tang Nian smirked, standing still. As the black bear charged, she dodged, jumped on his back, and locked his neck, striking his temple with her elbow. The black bear howled in pain, struggling to escape her grip, but it was futile. Her arms were like iron hooks, holding him tight. After a series of elbow strikes, the black bear finally collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. The referee approached, checking under the black bear's nose, his expression changing slightly. "Maria wins." The referee announced Tang Nian's victory, but the audience booed, cursing the fight as rigged. How could such a powerful black bear lose to a woman? It had to be a setup. Let her fight the Mad Dog again. Only then will we believe it. Mad Dog is one of the top fighters in the ring. He is Thai, and although he is small and skinny, he has taken several lives. Mad Dog has two main traits when fighting. He doesn't fear pain, and he fights to the death. As long as he has breath left, he will stand up and fight his opponent until one of them is dead. Many fighters would rather face Black Bear than fight Mad Dog. The ring manager found Tang Nian and ordered her to fight Mad Dog again, not asking but commanding. The life and death match for Awe is only with Black Bear. The match is over. Tang Nian sneered and refused. "Miss, whether the match is over is decided by the ring. In my territory, no one dares to say no." The manager clapped his hands, and several big men appeared, surrounding Tang Nian. "Miss, you'd better be sensible. Fight again, and the prize money doubles," the manager said with a forced smile. "Watch your tone. Don't overstep your bounds." As soon as Tang Nian finished speaking, the manager was suddenly at her mercy, with her gun pressed against his temple. "Who's in charge now?" Tang Nian pulled the trigger, and with a click, the manager turned pale, relieved to find it was a blank. Just as he was about to threaten her, a loud bang echoed as a bullet whizzed past him, hitting the door across the room. The manager turned white with fear, and the other big men dared not move, afraid that Tang Nian might accidentally shoot their boss. "Did you think I had no bullets? Just so you know, there are 3 bullets in the chamber, 2 left. I don't know if the next shot will be a blank or a live round. Want to test it on your head?" Tang Nian pressed the gun back against his temple and slowly pulled the trigger. No, if you don't want to fight, then don't. I was wrong to offend you. The prize for fighting Black Bear is 200,000. I'll give you 400,000.
How about that?
The manager begged repeatedly, realizing he should wait to take revenge after learning more about this woman. "Give me the money." Tang Nian put away her gun, and the manager ordered his men to get the cash. Soon, they brought a box containing exactly 400,000. "How much is the prize for fighting Mad Dog?" Tang Nian picked up the box and casually asked. She hadn't had enough fun fighting Black Bear, and taking on Mad Dog sounded good too. The manager blinked, unsure if he had heard correctly. "You want to fight Mad Dog? Depends on the prize. If it's too low, I'm not interested. I can guarantee you'll be satisfied."
50,000, how about that?
The manager perked up. Mad Dog had been fighting for 3 years and was in poor shape. He was ready to give up. Fighting this woman seemed like a good idea. Whether he lived or died, the ring would profit greatly. 60,000. Tang Nian haggled, and after a moment of hesitation, the manager agreed. The match was set for an hour and a half later. The manager informed the wealthy boxing fans in Hong Kong that there would be a death match between the Beauty and Mad Dog, especially since the Beauty had just killed Black Bear. These 2 points were enough to attract the rich, and within an hour, the VIP seats were filled. Many placed bets, most favoring Mad Dog, while a few backed Tang Nian. Shen Xiao cashed in the 2 million from the last match and bet it all on Tang Nian to win. With more wealthy spectators, the stakes rose, making his 2 million seem insignificant, with odds reaching 6-1. If Tang Nian won, he would make 6 million. Before the match, Tang Nian gave the 400,000 to Shen Xiao for safekeeping and said, 20,000 for Awei. Nian, don't fight. That Mad Dog is really insane. Can we just go home?" Tang Chongfeng regretted involving his sister in Awei's matter. Even though Tang Nian had beaten Black Bear, he was still worried. Fighting is unpredictable. "It's fine." Tang Nian gently patted her silly brother's head to reassure him before stepping into the ring. Tang Chongfeng looked worried. He felt no comfort at all. He silently prayed for his sister to win. The host announced the start of the match, and Mad Dog and Tang Nian entered the ring together. They were about the same height, and Tang Nian was still wearing her mask. This match is a life-and-death fight between Mad Dog and Maria. The competition is about to begin. The host's passionate voice echoed in the ring, attracting more bets, with Tang Nian's odds reaching 6-1. Among the audience, a small figure squeezed in. It was Deng Molly, dressed in new clothes and looking much better than on the boat. She glanced at Tang Nian on stage, smiled, and took out all her money, 1,000. "I bet on Maria."
Deng Molly said firmly.
After placing her bet, she returned to her seat to watch the match. As the gong sounded, the match began. In this match, Tang Nian changed her strategy. She had always attacked head-on, but Mad Dog was short and not very strong. Even in a direct confrontation, she wasn't afraid. However, Mad Dog truly felt no pain. Even when battered and bruised, he could still get up and keep fighting, as if nothing had happened. Tang Nian understood that someone like Mad Dog must have been raised on medicinal herbs, developing tough skin and bones, with a dulled sense of pain. Such people, suffering immense damage to their nerves, only know how to kill. Living is painful, and death is a release. She targeted Mad Dog's weaknesses, and after just 2 rounds, he coughed up black blood and died. As he fell, he looked deeply at Tang Nian, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. The referee checked for breath, unable to maintain his composure. Another one down. This woman might not just be a fighter. Maria wins. The referee raised Tang Nian's hand, declaring her victory. The audience went wild. Those who bet on Tang Nian cheered, while those who backed Mad Dog were furious and ready to fight. However, no one accused foul play this time. Mad Dog had been a last-minute addition, so it was impossible. Really bad luck, losing 2 matches in a row. Not one good fighter. Next time, I'm definitely betting on Maria to win. Everyone learned their lesson. Maria was a fierce competitor and would surely be a star in the ring. They all bet on Maria to win, certain it would pay off. Shen Xiao took Tang Chongfeng to cash in their winnings, 6-1, totaling 12 million. Please wait a moment. We don't have enough cash at the counter and need to get more. The staff hesitated. It was the first time in many years the ring had to pay out so much money, and the amount was too large for him to decide. Get your boss here, Shen Xiao said coldly, casually tearing off a corner of the table. He placed the wooden triangle in the staff's hand and said politely, show this to your boss and have him come quickly. I'm not very patient. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The staff broke into a cold sweat and hurried off to find the boss. After his sister won the first match, Tang Chongfeng's dazed expression finally cracked. His eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the corner of the broken table, his gaze turning fervent. He had only one thought in his mind. His brother-in-law was indeed a martial arts master. If he could learn even a few moves from his brother-in-law, he would surely be able to walk confidently in Hong Kong. He would be the second Bruce Lee. Tang Chongfeng's excited gaze fixed on Shen Xiao. The intense affection made Shen Xiao uncomfortable, prompting him to step aside, feeling that his sister's brother was not quite right in the head. The boxing arena manager hurried over, looking grim. He had forgotten to pay his respects to Lord Guan tonight. No wonder the luck was bad. Nothing was going smoothly. He had just faced a setback with Maria, who refused to sign a long-term contract. Even offering a high price wouldn't work. She was as stubborn as a mule. Now, with Maria unresolved, another troublemaker appeared, wanting to take 12 million from him. Darn it! After managing the boxing arena for so many years, he had never suffered such a huge loss. Who was the audacious fool daring to cause trouble on his turf? They must be tired of living. Your employee says there's no money at the counter. You're the boss. What do you say? Shen Xiao coldly questioned, not pausing as he ripped off another corner of the table, making it symmetrical. The manager's face turned even uglier, his cheeks twitching with anger. After decades in the business, this was the first time he encountered such a bold person. It was also the first time he saw someone with such a strong grip, bending the table as if it were dough. If that grip were to crush his head, he feared he wouldn't survive. Why were all the tough ones here tonight? What bad luck. 12 million is not a small amount. There's not that much at the counter right now. How about this? I'll give you 3 million now and pay the remaining 9 million later as a debt I owe you. What do you think? The manager spoke sweetly, even having his subordinate bring out 3 million in cash, neatly arranged on the table. Tang Chongfeng was dizzy seeing so much cash. It was the first time in his life he had seen this much. Are you trying to default? Shen Xiao didn't even look at the cash on the table. He reached into his pocket, making it seem like he was pulling out a handkerchief, which the manager thought too. But when he saw what Shen Xiao pulled out, his face went pale and his legs trembled like noodles. If he survived this, he would pay his respects to Lord Guan and never slack off again, praying sincerely every day. Shen Xiao held a gun and, without any visible movement, pressed it against the manager's temple, just like Tang Nian had threatened him before. The manager blinked. At this life-and-death moment, he felt a strange familiarity, even thinking that Maria and this cold-faced handsome guy seemed like a perfect match. Even the way he pulled out the gun was eerily similar. It was hard to believe they hadn't shared a bed. Hey, handsome, are you married yet? The manager asked casually, appearing calm, though his legs were shaking like a sieve. The pale-faced employee beside him silently gave a thumbs up to his boss, realizing why he could only be a worker. He lacked the courage. Do you have the 12 million now? Shen Xiao pressed the gun forward and pulled the trigger, the sound of the empty chamber making the manager feel an eerie sense of familiarity. Surviving this ordeal, he just wanted to curse. I have it. I just remembered I can gather it. The manager signaled to his subordinate, who quickly went to fetch the money. The 12 million in cash piled up like a mountain, stuffed into a large bag. Shen Xiao tied the bag, casually slung it over his shoulder, and put away the gun. Thank you. Shen Xiao politely expressed his gratitude and kindly added, I have a wife. After saying that, he carried the bag with one hand and pulled the dazed Tang Chongfeng with the other, striding away. Boss, should we take care of them? A subordinate volunteered, as they had done plenty of black-on-black dealings before.
Wait.
The manager's expression turned serious. He had almost agreed, but then he spotted a familiar face, Maria, who had threatened him, walking alongside the man with the gun. They clearly had a close relationship. Darn it, it was a couple. No wonder he had fallen into such a big trap. Forget them. The manager decisively changed his mind. Both of them were skilled fighters, armed and ruthless. If this couple got angry, they might sneak into his home at night, and his entire family wouldn't survive. Losing 12 million was nothing. Better to lose money than face disaster. Once outside the boxing arena, the neon lights lit up, the shop signs flickering. Pedestrians hurried by, and the dim, flickering lights, along with the tired, rushing people and the flowing cars, created a magical, bustling world. The evening breeze brushed against everyone's faces. Tang Chongfeng shook himself awake, excitedly looking at his sister, stuttering, "Sister, who won in the fight between you and brother-in-law?" Tang Nian had waited a long time for this question and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Her brother was truly foolish, no doubt about it. Nian is amazing, Shen Xiao replied. He would never dare to hit Nian. Tang Chongfeng believed him, letting out a howl as he lunged at Tang Nian. "Sister, dear sister, will you teach me martial arts? I want to learn your aerial kick. If I master that, I can sweep through Hong Kong." With his handsome looks and good skills, he might even become a martial arts superstar like Bruce Lee. First, stand in a horse stance for 2 hours every day. Let's see how it goes after a month. Tang Nian, annoyed by his noise, missed Emil and Paua at that moment. With them around, the three fools wouldn't bother her. "I will definitely stick to it," Tang Chongfeng vowed, promising to persevere no matter how hard it was. "What about your friends?" Tang Nian asked. "Hua went to the hospital with me."
Tang Chan Fen Ziplit.
After Wei got hurt, the boxing arena sent someone to take him to the hospital. The boy who came with him was Hua, a friend of Wei's. He stayed behind with his sister because he was worried. "Are they all friends from your band?" Tang Nian asked. Yes. Wei is the guitarist, Hua is the bassist, Jian is the keyboardist and the lead singer, and we have a drummer named Liang. Tang Chongfeng's eyes lit up as he spoke about the band. A taxi pulled up, and Tang Nian waved it down, casually asking, "What's the name of your band?" "Starshine, as bright as the stars." "I came up with that name," Tang Chongfeng said proudly, a big smile on his face. As Shen Xiao opened the car door, Tang Nian was about to get in when she paused, hearing her silly brother mention the band name. Is it really the Xingsan band? Okay, she needs to take back her judgment about her brother being foolish. Although he is a bit silly, he does have some talent. She remembers that the Xingsan band was very popular in the 1980s and produced many well-known songs. However, they almost disbanded early on due to incidents involving the members. The early guitarist died in an accident when the band was still unknown. A couple of years later, the lead singer got involved in a drug scandal. The band members believed he was innocent, but the public did not, and criticism poured in. On top of that, the lead singer faced family troubles, and under the double blow, he chose to commit suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning. At that time, the band had already gained fame, and the lead singer had a bright future, but his life ended in his prime. Tang Nian's expression turned cold. Although the Zhou family and Lu Jinglan were already dead, she still wanted to dig up their ashes and throw them into a stinky ditch to vent her anger. Tang Chongfeng shrank his neck, unsure why his little sister suddenly looked unhappy. After driving for a while, Tang Nian suddenly told the driver to stop and said to Tang Chongfeng seriously, "Get out and find your own way home." She needed to train her silly brother's mental resilience. In the entertainment industry, he would face many challenges, and he couldn't just give up at the first setback. So, from now on, she had to create storms for him to help him adapt in advance.
Why?
Tang Chongfeng looked confused. There was enough space in the car, so why did he have to get out? Get out, hand over your money. Whether you walk, need money, or have to sell yourself, figure out how to get home. Tang Nian searched Tang Chongfeng's pockets for money and ruthlessly kicked him out of the car, closing the door on her bewildered brother. "When you get home, I'll teach you how to stand firm. Tang Chongfeng's eyes lit up, and he perked up. It was just walking home. He could definitely do it. Tang Nian had the taxi driver stop ahead. She and Shen Xiao got out without letting Tang Chongfeng see them, found a hidden spot, and stored the money away. After walking for about 10 minutes, Tang Chongfeng couldn't take it anymore. July in Hong Kong was hot and humid, and his sweat clung to him uncomfortably. He wanted water. A bottle of cold water would be great. He instinctively reached for his pockets but found them empty, remembering that his sister had taken all his money. He couldn't even buy a drink. Tang Chongfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was the first time in his life he felt this miserable. He gritted his teeth, thinking about learning powerful skills which motivated him to keep going, but his throat felt like it was on fire. In less than half an hour, the handsome young man had turned into a sweaty, disheveled mess. Tang Nian shook her head. No wonder Tang Chongfeng would commit suicide in his past life. His pampered personality couldn't handle any setbacks. In his past life, Tang Jianshu also faced pressure from the Zhou family and nearly went bankrupt, yet he persevered and eventually became wealthy. Whether a boy or a girl, they needed to face some hardships from a young age. Otherwise, they wouldn't withstand any storms. Tang Nian bought 2 bottles of cold soda, one for her and one for Shen Xiao, and leisurely stood in the shade, enjoying Tang Chongfeng's struggles in the crowd. Such a fool. Tang Nian shook her head. Her brother was not only foolish, but also lacked any experience of living at the bottom. As a band lead singer, he could easily find a place to perform and earn money for a taxi fare. A small, thin figure caught her attention. It looked familiar. It was a young girl who approached Tang Chongfeng and greeted him. Tang Nian recognized her as Deng Molly, who seemed to be doing well. She stayed hidden, wanting to see Deng Molly's intentions. Deng Molly chatted with Tang Chongfeng for a bit, then pulled out some money to give to him. Thanks to Tang Nian, her 1,000 had multiplied 6 times, earning her a good sum. Since the Deng family lived halfway up the mountain, she didn't want to take a taxi back and decided to walk, only to run into Tang Chongfeng. She had seen him at the boxing ring with Shen Xiao, and they seemed close. Tang Nian is my benefactor. Take this money for a taxi. Deng Molly thought Tang Chongfeng didn't have money for a taxi and wanted to help him. You know my sister? I can't take this money. My sister told me to find my own way home. If I take your money, she'll be angry. Tang Chongfeng refused the money, wiped his sweat, and continued walking. Deng Molly found it strange and asked about the situation. She couldn't help but envy Tang Chongfeng. Even though he was the older brother, he had such a powerful sister to guide him. How fortunate. The two walked side by side and came across a street corner where a homeless singer was playing guitar and singing, with a bowl in front of him containing some cash and coins. A crowd had gathered to listen. Tang Chongfeng listened and hummed along, completely immersed in the music, even more so than the singer. Deng Molly's eyes sparkled as she got an idea. After the song ended, she ran over to the homeless singer and spoke to him. The singer nodded happily and waved for Tang Chongfeng to come up and perform. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Deng Molly urged, and a dazed Tang Chongfeng walked over, took the guitar, and faced the audience. He suddenly became clear-headed. Wherever the audience was, that was his stage, and he had to deliver a perfect performance. The somewhat disheveled Tang Chongfeng transformed, radiating confidence. He tuned a few notes, smiled at the audience, and began to sing. His voice was unique, like rich red wine. While it might not stand out alone, when combined with other sounds, it was clear that Tang Chongfeng's voice was the most pleasant, a so-called vocal rogue. It wasn't about singing skills or techniques, it was all about tone, which made him unbeatable. The crowd grew larger, and nearby people were drawn in, swaying to the rhythm. After finishing a song, everyone cheered and clapped, throwing money into the bowl and shouting, "One more." Tang Chongfeng looked at the homeless singer for approval, and the singer smiled and nodded, signaling him to continue. He sang 3 more songs, and the bowl was filled with money. The audience was still eager for more, but Tang Chongfeng's throat felt like it was on fire, so he declined to sing again. Deng Molly chatted with the homeless singer for a few minutes and split the money in the bowl, which amounted to over $60. I want water. Tang Chongfeng's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. This was hard-earned cash. Deng Molly generously bought 2 bottles of cold water, one for each of them. Tang Chongfeng gulped down half a bottle in one go, instantly feeling revitalized. Total is $63. We spent 1 on water, leaving 62. I'll handle the evening's business negotiations and take a 20% commission, which is $12.40, rounded to 13. Deng Molly calculated quickly, her mouth moving rapidly, making Tang Chongfeng's head spin. He impatiently said, "Just give me the taxi fare. The rest is yours." He had a monthly allowance of $1,000 and didn't care about this small amount. Brothers should be clear about money. What belongs to you is yours. Deng Molly seriously counted out 49 pieces and handed them to Tang Chongfeng, then kept her 13 pieces, feeling very happy. Today was a great day for making money. Tang Chongfeng called for a taxi, and one came over. He opened the door and signaled for Deng Molly to get in first. "I'm not getting in. Taxis are too expensive. You go by yourself." Deng Molly shook her head vigorously. A taxi ride costs $20 or $30, enough for her and her brother to live on for several days. 2 people share the same fare as one. "I'll pay, you don't have to." Tang Chongfeng was speechless. He had never met someone so stingy, especially someone wearing branded clothes. He didn't know that Deng Molly's clothes were hand-me-downs from other girls in the Deng family, and she hadn't spent a penny. "Then I'll get in." Deng Molly immediately hopped in the taxi. If it's free, why not? Tang Nian came out from a corner, smiling. If her silly brother had even half of Deng Molly's courage and smarts, he would surely succeed in the entertainment industry. She thought about how the film industry in Hong Kong was mostly controlled by gangs. Deng Chongguang had shares in a film company, and she wondered if Deng Molly could manage the Deng family this time. If it were like her past life, her silly brother getting close to Deng Molly would help him in the entertainment world. The taxi stopped at the Tang family home, as Deng Molly insisted. The Deng family was only a 10-minute walk away, and she didn't want to spend the remaining fare. Tang Chongfeng offered to pay, but Deng Molly refused. "It's not far to walk. Goodbye." Deng Molly waved her hand, but after taking a few steps, she noticed Tang Chongfeng following her. His reason was, "If my friends find out I let a girl walk alone at night, they'll definitely scold me. If you really meet a bad person, you might not be as tough as me."
Deng Molly yoket.
After her mother passed away, she and her brother had faced many bad people, all of whom she had driven away. It wasn't that she was particularly strong, she just wasn't afraid of dying. Anyone can brag. "I might not be as tough as my sister, but you look like a breeze could knock you down. How tough can you be?" Tang Chongfeng didn't believe it at all. Deng Molly smiled and didn't argue. Mu Shilian heard from a servant that Tang Chongfeng had gotten out of the car at their door with a pretty girl, and she felt both happy and worried. She was glad her second son was growing up and dating, but worried if the girl was suitable. A few minutes later, Tang Chongfeng returned home, and Tang Nian and Xin Xiao were also back. "Chongfeng, did you bring a pretty girl home tonight? Why didn't you invite her in?" Mu Shilian asked casually. "It was just on the way. She's from the Deng family, super stingy. She wouldn't even spend a few dollars on a taxi and preferred to walk. I was worried about her walking alone at night, so I took her home." "Mom, don't start being suspicious again." Tang Chongfeng knew what his mom was thinking and quickly explained. Mu Shilian felt a bit disappointed, but was also curious about Deng Molly. Is she the new granddaughter of the Deng family? Surely, a Deng girl can afford a few dollars for a taxi? The Deng family treats their newly recognized girls poorly. Their clothes are all hand-me-downs, and the new young master only wants expensive supplements, but the Deng family won't spend money on that, just regular tonics. The servant, Asian, was well informed about the gossip in wealthy families. Mu Shilian frowned and said sympathetically, "These siblings are unfortunate, stuck with an unreliable father. If only Deng Chongguang would take notice of them, their lives could be better." But Deng Chongguang had many grandchildren, all raised close to him. Deng Mali and her brother had not lived with the Deng family, so their emotional bond was weak. Gaining Deng Chongwang's favor would be difficult. I hope they can find a reliable husband for this girl in the future. Mu Xilian sighed and didn't mention the Deng family again. Tang Nian smirked slightly. The girls from the Deng family were mostly used for marriage alliances, and Deng Mali was no exception. However, the husband Deng Chongwang chose for her was abusive, and Deng Mali suffered a miscarriage, leaving her unable to have children. Deng Chongwang didn't help her, saying that the daughters of the Deng family could only be widows and could never divorce. Later, Deng Mali's abusive husband died in a drunk driving accident, making her a widow. However, she couldn't claim his vast fortune, as his family had power too, and they fought for 2 years in court without anyone benefiting. In the end, Deng Mali married a gang leader, successfully reclaiming her deceased husband's inheritance. With money and gang power, Deng Mali could almost walk freely in Hong Kong, even making Deng Chongwang wary of her. However, her glory and legend came at the cost of many scars. Deng Mali wrote in her autobiography, "Whenever I found myself in a deep abyss, I always prayed for a hand to pull me out, but it never happened. Each time, I climbed out of the abyss myself, surviving against all odds, battered and bruised, but I am still alive and still fighting. As long as I am alive, they will die." Tang Nian greatly admired Deng Mali's fierce spirit, which is why she decided to help. Tang Chongfeng fell silent. He hadn't realized how tough Deng Mali's life had been. No wonder she was so careful about a few dollars. He had been too self-righteous. "Mom, let's cancel my brother's allowance from now on." After Tang Chongfeng went to take a shower, Tang Nian suggested a bad idea to Mu Xilian. Mu Xilian hesitated. "Your brother is a big boy. He'll lose face if he has no money to socialize. Let him earn it himself. Don't you think he's like a flower in a greenhouse? He can't handle any setbacks. You can't protect him forever. He needs to face the harsh realities of life." Tang Nian had solid reasoning. Tang Chongfeng could earn money, so he wouldn't starve. Mu Xilian's expression softened. Nian was right. The second son was indeed too naive. The eldest had lived in Shanghai before he was 5 and had faced the harshness of life. When they first arrived in Hong Kong, life wasn't easy, and the eldest had experienced that. Later, when he went abroad to study, he even washed dishes in restaurants to earn his living, showing he was very responsible from a young age. "All right, no allowance for your brother." Mu Xilian agreed to try it for a while. That night, Tang Chongfeng slept deeply and had a pleasant dream. The next day, he woke up feeling refreshed, only to hear some bad news.
"Mom, why?
Is our family going bankrupt?"
Đang chan phen why let?
How could he live without an allowance? He received a slap from Tang Chongchuan on the head. "You're the one losing money. Our family business is thriving. Then why stop my allowance?" Tang Chongfeng couldn't understand. Tang Jinglin and Tang Chongchuan shrugged, indicating they didn't know. They only handled the company's affairs. Mu Xilian managed the household. "You've been forming a band for 2 years now and invested so much. It's time to make money." Mu Xilian turned her head away, not daring to look into her youngest son's clear, innocent eyes, fearing she would soften. No matter how much Tang Chongfeng cried out, Mu Xilian was determined not to back down. He had no choice but to accept it, reluctantly finishing his breakfast to avoid being hungry later, as he had no money to buy food. Tang Chongfeng squeezed the few bills left in his pocket from last night's taxi fare and felt a bit relieved to still have some money. Tang Nian planned to rent a warehouse today to take out the machine tools. That part was easy, but the real challenge was how to transport them back. The shipping on this side of Hong Kong was controlled by the Bao family, so she intended to negotiate with them. However, there was no rush. They had 2 months from above, which was plenty of time. Tang Nian learned that the head of the Bao family was Bao Xingxing, a strict and stingy man. Although he was wealthy, he was very frugal and harsh with those around him, making him quite unpopular. But Bao Xingxing was a devoted son. He was stingy with himself and his wife and children, but he was very filial to his elderly mother, even spending a fortune to build a Buddhist hall for her and inviting monks to come home to teach her. Tang Nianyan found out that the old lady of the Bao family rarely went out and hadn't shown her face in years. Bao Xingxing lived almost like a recluse, seldom appearing in public since he was kidnapped 10 years ago and nearly killed. It was only because Bao's wife paid a ransom of 100 million that Bao Xingxing was saved. However, he was heartbroken and scolded his wife for being foolish to pay so quickly, thinking it would make the kidnappers believe the Bao family's money was easy to get. Since the kidnapping, Bao Xingxing had rarely been seen, always accompanied by bodyguards, and even the best paparazzi in Hong Kong couldn't find him. I need to find a way to meet Bao Xingxing, Tang Nianyan muttered to herself. Only if Bao Xingxing agreed could he send her a ship. Currently, Hong Kong was still under British jurisdiction, and shipping to the mainland was strictly controlled, so it could only be done secretly. The Bao family's fleet was large enough to transport the machine tools safely to Huqing. She could also put the machine tools in her space and take them out in Huqing, but that would expose her secret, and Tang Nianyan didn't dare underestimate the country. Before she could meet Bao Xingxing, Deng Moli sought her out. "Sister Tang, I have a business opportunity for you. Are you interested?" Deng Moli got straight to the point. "What kind of business?" Tang Nianyan asked, intrigued. "Betting on horses. I know the inside scoop. Horse number 3 is the designated champion, but horse number 5 and horse number 2 are the hot favorites. Many people are betting on these two. If you bet on horse number 3, you'll definitely make a lot of money. The odds are 7-1. Deng Moli explained confidently. Tang Nianyan became even more interested and asked, "How do you know horse number 3 is the designated champion?" "I remember it was the least favored horse, right?" She picked up a newspaper from the table, which had an introduction to the upcoming horse race. Horse number 3 looked ordinary, even a bit weak, and couldn't compare to the shiny, strong horse number 5 and horse number 2. "My grandfather is one of the bookmakers, and I overheard him talking on the phone," Deng Moli said without any hesitation. Deng Chongguang had many shady businesses, including a stake in an underground boxing ring, nightclubs, and casinos. "Aren't you afraid your grandfather will blame you if this gets out? He'll just dislike me even more." "A few lice don't itch." Deng Moli scoffed, not caring for her family's cheap love. She preferred to make money. Once she had enough money for her brother's medical treatment and to support them for 3 years, she would leave the Deng family. She was capable and smart enough to thrive anywhere, without having to endure the cold stares of her family. "What do you want in return?" Tang Nianyan smiled, increasingly fond of Deng Moli's stubbornness. "No matter how much you earn, I want 10%. Deng Moli said, holding up one finger with a slight smile.
"Deal."
Tang Nianyan agreed readily. Free money was too good to pass up. Deng Moli smiled brightly, knowing she would make a good profit. The next day, Tang Nianyan and Shen Xiao went to the racetrack, but she didn't rush to place a bet. In the VIP section, many wealthy people and socialites were present, some even bringing their pet cats and dogs. She had an idea and let Fu Bao and Bai Sui go to gather information. Fu Bao and Bai Sui went unnoticed among the other pets, darting around the audience before finally stopping near a group of well-dressed men. One of those men was Deng Chongguang. They were all the hosts of this horse race. "This time, we can at least make 3. Deng Chongguang held up 3 fingers, having calculated that with a starting point of 300 million, he could pocket at least 50 million. It was almost a no-risk business, and the money was easy to come by. One man said proudly, "This is better than the lottery." The others laughed with satisfaction. In this game, they were the kings deciding life and death, while everyone else was there to serve them. It was thrilling to have a whole field of sheep willingly offering themselves for slaughter. After hearing the news, Fu Bao and Bai Sui returned to report.
"Woof.
Horse number 3 is the champion." "Good, take Fu Bao to play." Tang Nianyan gently patted their heads and took Shen Xiao to place a bet. Horse number 3 was currently at 8-1, and almost no one was betting on it. It was the least favored horse. Tang Nianyan and Shen Xiao split up, one placing bets while the other distracted the informants. 2 minutes before betting closed, Tang Nianyan pulled out 5 million and bet it all on horse number 3. Just after she placed her bet, the race began. Deng Chongguang and the others had already entered the VIP section, unaware that someone had placed a 5 million bet on horse number 3, happily watching the race. Xin Xiao intercepted the informant and knocked him out. So, until the race ended, Deng Chongguang and the others remained oblivious. Horse number 3 indeed pulled off an upset and became the champion, while the audience booed, shouting about foul play. Soon, security arrived to maintain order, and these guards looked tough and not to be messed with. Even though the audience was unhappy, they dared not cause a scene and left quietly. Deng Chongguang and his companions laughed with pride, but soon their smiles faded when they were informed that someone had bet 5 million on horse number 3, meaning they had to pay out 40 million according to the odds. "Why didn't you notify me sooner?" Deng Chongguang asked angrily. "The bet was placed 2 minutes before the end, and the person you sent to inform you was knocked out." They came prepared. Deng Chongguang and the others' expressions turned serious, and they looked at each other suspiciously. Only they knew that horse number 3 was the champion. How did someone else find out? "I didn't even tell my wife. I never mentioned it in my dreams. I certainly wouldn't. I've been alone these days. How could something we only discussed among ourselves leak out? There must be a traitor among us." They all started to shift blame and suspect each other, but with no evidence, they could only grit their teeth and accept it, deciding to find out who was behind it. However, when they saw Tang Nianyan, they racked their brains but couldn't figure out who this beautiful girl was. Tang Nianyan received 40 million in cash, packed it into 4 bags, and she and Xin Xiao each carried one while waving goodbye to Deng Chongguang and his group as they walked away confidently. "Darn it, who is that girl? Find out who she is." They were furious, cursing in their hometown dialect. After years of dominance in Hong Kong, this was the first time someone had taken such a big chunk from them, and it hurt. Tang Nianyan and Xin Xiao left the racetrack with the 4 bags of money and headed to the place they had agreed upon with Deng Moli, a British bank. "Here, your 4 million. Tang Nianyan kept her promise and handed her 4 million. "Thank you, Sister Tang." Deng Moli's eyes sparkled brighter than diamonds. She didn't expect Tang Nianyan to place such a big bet. With this money, she could take her brother abroad for treatment and wouldn't have to worry about the Deng family anymore. "No need to thank me. It's what you deserve. What are your plans for the future?" Tang Nianyan asked. Deng Chongguang would eventually find out about Deng Moli. At 17, she was of marrying age, and staying with the Deng family would only lead to her being used for a marriage alliance. Tang Nianyan didn't want to see Deng Moli marry that scumbag again. "I want to take my brother abroad for treatment. I've also contacted a school. This money is enough for us to live well," Deng Moli replied with a smile, being honest. "Better hurry. Your grandfather isn't foolish and will find out about you soon," Tang Nianyan warned. Deng Moli nodded, looking a bit proud. She held up 3 fingers and happily said, "In 3 days, my brother and I can leave here. Sister Tang, I hope we can meet again in the future."
"We will.
If you need help abroad, you can contact her." Tang Nianyan wrote down her grandmother Zhao Fenghua's phone number and gave it to Deng Moli. "Just mention my name and she will help you." "Thank you. I hope I can repay your kindness in the future." Deng Moli carefully kept the note, feeling reassured that she and her brother would be fine even abroad. "Don't worry, you will."
Tang Nian Samai.
She had invested so much. How could she not expect a return? They would recover it together later. Deng Moli deposited the 4 million in the bank and said goodbye to Tang Nianyan. As she left, she walked lightly, even bouncing a bit. For the first time, her youthful energy shone through. She had always been too mature before. When the red light turned on, Deng Moli stood by the roadside, turned around, and waved to Tang Nianyan. The sunlight illuminated her small face, making her look bright and beautiful. Tang Nianyan smiled and walked in another direction. She put the remaining 30 million into her space and turned back to ask Mu Xilian to introduce her to a top-notch agent for buying office buildings and shops. She thought this would be a long goodbye with Deng Moli, and they wouldn't meet for a while, but she underestimated Deng Chongwang's ability. A person who could stand strong in Hong Kong and operate in both the legal and illegal realms was certainly not simple. Just a day later, Deng Chongwang's people came knocking. At that moment, Tang Nian was looking at properties with Mu Xiulian. The agent was an old friend of Mu Xiulian, and the listings were good. "I'll take these 2 floors and these shops as well." Tang Nian confidently pointed out the properties she wanted. Although the Hong Kong real estate market had experienced a downturn in the 90s, prices had been rising, and 50 years later, they reached astronomical levels. Buying these properties would definitely be profitable. The experienced agent was surprised for a moment, but quickly got back to work, asking Miss Tang, "Are you sure you want all of these?" He also mentioned the total price for buying so many properties, which was astronomical even for a down payment, even with a loan. "I want them all. When can we handle the paperwork?" Tang Nian was certain. The tens of millions she had were all gained without effort, and spending it felt good. "We can handle it now." "Miss Tang, will it be cash or a loan?" The agent's voice trembled with excitement. A commission from such a large deal would be substantial, and he could finally go on vacation to Europe. Last night, he dreamed that his ancestor had contacted him, saying he had made connections for him and sent a generous gift to the god of wealth, ensuring he would have a steady flow of money. His ancestor was indeed not deceiving him. After receiving his commission, he would build a luxurious tomb for his ancestor. "Cash, please." Tang Nian calculated her money and realized she could pay in full. The loan process was too complicated, and she didn't want to deal with it. "I'll go handle it right now." The agent was even happier. He wished all his clients would pay in cash to save him trouble. Mu Xiulian pulled her daughter aside to talk, advising Nian, "You're buying too much at once. You should compare properties before rushing." "The properties are fine." Tang Nian smiled. She knew the locations and returns were good, which was why she was buying. She was just lazy, not foolish. She definitely wouldn't be taken advantage of. Mu Xiulian stopped insisting. As long as her daughter was happy, she asked, "Mom will cover the money for you. You should keep your own for spending." "No need, I have money." Tang Nian whistled loudly, and Xin Xiao came in carrying 2 huge bags. He had been quietly following her all morning, carrying the bags, and Mu Xiulian even suggested he throw them away since it was tiring, but Xin Xiao didn't. "Are we paying now?" Xin Xiao asked, still holding the bags. Despite carrying the bags, he had a cold demeanor that made him seem intimidating. People around instinctively moved away, not daring to approach him. "Pay in a bit." Tang Nian motioned for him to bring the bags over and open them for Mu Xiulian to see. Mu Xiulian looked suspiciously at the bags and jokingly said, "What's in those bags, Xiaoshen? You've carried them all this way. Why not just throw them away?" "Too much trouble. It's easier to carry." Tang Nian spoke the truth. Mu Xiulian couldn't help but laugh. She had never seen anyone as lazy as her daughter. She wondered who she took after. Neither she nor her husband was lazy. The agent had already made the call and was ready to take Tang Nian to handle the paperwork when several burly men in black tank tops approached, tattoos covering their arms, chewing betel nuts, and looking rough. As they approached, people around moved back 3 meters, not daring to provoke them. "Are you Miss Tang?" The leader, chewing betel nut, asked casually. "Which Miss Tang?" "There are so many in Hong Kong," Tang Nian teased him playfully. "Stop wasting time. We're looking for you. Our boss wants to see you." The man spat out the chewed betel nut, staining the ground red. Tang Nian frowned, a flash of anger in her eyes. She hated it when people spat in front of her, especially such disgusting spit. How infuriating. Did your mom not teach you not to spit everywhere? Did your teacher not teach you to speak politely? Did your dad not teach you to dress well before going out? Tang Nian asked the 3 questions in a row, leaving the big men confused. They had been in this line of work for years, and no one had ever dared to question them like this. "What is civility?" "I don't know what that is." "If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you." The big man roared angrily, feeling that Tang Nian was mocking him. His mother was a streetwalker, he didn't know who his father was, and he had never been to school. Her 3 questions felt like 3 daggers stabbing his heart. Darn it! But before he could react, his body suddenly lifted off the ground as if he were flying. Shen Xiao had picked him up, and he was now 2 to 3 meters in the air, feeling dizzy. Do you know how to speak politely now? Shen Xiao asked coldly. Yes. Can you put me down? I'm afraid of heights. The last part of his sentence was almost in tears. If he wasn't put down soon, he would really throw up. Tang Nian twitched her mouth. Is this what a ruthless gang looks like? They are too weak. Shen Xiao spun the big man around in the air for several circles, going faster and faster until only a blur remained. The big man, who had initially screamed, eventually fell silent. Let him down. Tang Nian finally showed mercy. Shen Xiao quickly stopped and casually tossed the unconscious big man to the ground, where he landed with a thud and didn't wake up. Go back and tell your boss that if you want to invite someone, you need to show sincerity and follow the rules. Tang Nian said, and the big men hurriedly carried their unconscious brother and fled in a panic. Miss Tang, are you still buying the house? The agent approached nervously, worried that this big deal would fall through, ruining his European vacation. Yes, can we complete the paperwork today? Tang Nian asked. The agent smiled widely and hurriedly replied, Yes, the owner has fully authorized me to handle it. All you need to do is sign for the transfer. Let's do it now. I have things to do this afternoon. Tang Nian expressed her urgency, and the agent assured her it could be done quickly. They signed the property contract, made the payment, and transferred the ownership. The agent could do this process with his eyes closed. Mu Xiulian called the company's legal specialist to help oversee the contract. After carefully reviewing the contract, the legal advisor confirmed there were no issues. Tang Nian felt relieved to pay, and soon she received several property deeds, all in her name. Tang Nian also entrusted the agent to rent out the office and shop, with the earnings going into her account. Miss Tang, don't worry, I will take care of it for you. The agent could hardly contain his excitement. He had made a big profit and would earn ongoing commissions. He needed to build a grand mansion for his grandfather and hire several beautiful women to serve him. On the way home, Mu Xiulian comforted her, Don't be afraid. Our Tang family is not easy to bully in Hong Kong. I'll have your dad and Inspector Su give a heads up. Is Inspector Su really powerful? Tang Nian asked curiously, wondering if this Inspector Su could make Deng Chongguang wary. Mu Xiulian explained the situation in Hong Kong. The gangsters controlled the common people, while the police dealt with the gangsters. Inspector Su was a big shot among the police and had good relationships with many gang leaders. Whenever there was friction between the two sides, Inspector Su would mediate. Once things settle down, it will be peaceful. Tang Nian preferred the post-return Hong Kong. It was too chaotic now, with poor security. Unidentified bodies often appeared on the streets, and unsolved cases piled up like mountains. How could foreigners manage the Chinese people? It would be better if they left sooner. What do you mean by settle down? Mu Xiulian didn't understand.
Hong Kong.
Can it really be returned? Nian, do you have insider information? Mu Xiulian's face lit up. She really wanted to go back. Although Hong Kong was nice, it wasn't her hometown. She just wanted to return to Shanghai. Not so fast, but it will definitely be returned. Don't worry, Tang Nian said confidently. It was 1977, and there were still 20 years until the return. I hope it happens soon, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't see that day.
Mu Xiulian sighed.
It will definitely happen. Tang Nian's tone was even more determined. With her spiritual water to improve health, her loved ones would live long lives. Mu Xiulian smiled and gently stroked Tang Nian's head, her eyes filled with love. Her daughter was smart, beautiful, and filial. She could never get enough of her. Nian, where did you get all that money? Mu Xiulian guessed that the 2 bags of money were related to those big men. I found it. It's nothing. Tang Nian replied casually and changed the subject, asking, Have you heard of Bao Lianchen? I've seen him a few times at banquets, but he hasn't shown up much in recent years. Why do you ask? Just curious. I heard he's very stingy. Is that true? Mu Xiulian couldn't help but laugh, saying, He really is stingy. For such a big boss, he won't spend an extra penny. Do you know what the hardest employee to hire at his company is? Secretary?
Guets?
A secretary works closely with the boss, and with Bao Lianqing being so stingy, it must be hard to get along. Mu Xiulian shook her head with a smile. No, it's the janitor. The longest one lasted 6 months, and the shortest didn't even last a month. Does Bao Lianqing have a cleanliness obsession? Is he very demanding? Tang Nian was surprised. She never expected it to be about janitors. She thought of a certain top celebrity she had heard about in her past life, who had an extreme cleanliness obsession to the point of being pathological. Even the housekeeper couldn't stay long and was frequently replaced. He doesn't have a cleanliness obsession, but his demands are indeed high. Boss Bao says 2-ply toilet paper is too wasteful, so he makes the janitors separate the sheets and put them back in the bathroom. He won't increase their pay for the extra work, so the janitors refuse to do it. Mu Xiulian explained the reason, leaving Tang Nian speechless. This Bao Lianqing is just as stingy as the historical miser who complained about having an extra wick in his lamp before dying. Mu Xiulian continued, Boss Bao is stingy with others and himself. Did you know he was once kidnapped?
Not dead.
At that time, Boss Bao was with Mrs. Bao. The kidnappers took him and told Mrs. Bao to raise the ransom. Guess what happened? She rushed to report it to the police and didn't even want to take a taxi, taking 2 buses to get to the police station. Luckily, she didn't delay, and Boss Bao was rescued. Mu Xiulian shook her head as she spoke. After living for 40 to 50 years, it was the first time she had encountered such a peculiar person. How could someone earn so much money yet be so unwilling to spend it? What's the point of making money? The world is indeed full of wonders. This couple is a perfect match. Tang Nian exclaimed. It's rare to find a couple who can be so thoroughly stingy. There probably aren't many like them in the universe. Their meeting and love in the vast sea of people is truly a once-in-a-billion fate. However, Bao Lianqing is very filial to his mother and is willing to spend money. His mother has not been well these past few years. She's 87, and he is organizing a big celebration for her 90th birthday, planning a 3-day banquet. Not many people are this generous, Mu Xiulian said. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow. A banquet? Mom, when is Bao Lianqing's mother celebrating her birthday? In a few days. Your dad even received an invitation. Our family will go and celebrate, Mu Xiulian replied with a smile.
Okay.
Tang Nian nodded in agreement and asked about Bao Lianqing's mother. She learned that the old lady raised her son as a widow and that Bao Lianqing had a very difficult childhood, often bullied by people in the village. After becoming successful, he built roads and bridges for the neighboring village without giving a penny to his own, just to annoy the people in his village. Eventually, it was only after the old lady's persuasion that Bao Lianqing repaired the ancestral hall in his hometown, which eased tension somewhat. However, the old lady had suffered a lot in her youth and had always been in poor health. Fortunately, Bao Lianqing had money and provided her with expensive supplements and top-notch medical care, allowing her to hold on for so many years. I heard the old lady doesn't have much time left. She can barely swallow porridge. Bao Lianqing personally takes care of her every day. Sigh, having such a filial son is truly a blessing for her, Mu Xiulian remarked, feeling emotional. It's rare to find a son like Bao Lianqing who is so devoted. Tang Nian couldn't help but change her opinion of Bao Lianqing. Being stingy was just a personality trait, not a moral failing. His pure devotion to his mother showed he must be a good person. At the Deng residence, Deng Chongguang looked at his disheveled subordinates, furious, and shouted, useless. Boss, that woman has a very powerful expert by her side. He can lift me with one hand and spins faster than a fan. I almost crossed into the afterlife just now, the muscular man complained, still feeling dizzy. Deng Chongguang glared at him. If this useless man hadn't saved him before, he would have kicked him out long ago. That woman said, I need to show sincerity? And follow the rules? Yes, She's very fierce and said I was raised without a mother or father and never went to school. She's so mean. The muscular man felt even more wronged. Those 3 points were deep wounds from his life. The woman was beautiful but had a cruel heart, always stabbing with words.
Get out.
Deng Chongguang pressed his temples, not wanting to waste more time listening to this fool. The men quickly left. Deng Chongguang sat for a moment and asked the butler to bring Deng Moli over. He had never even looked at this granddaughter. She was just the daughter of his useless son, not worth much thought. He planned to raise her for a few years and then marry her off to add some strength to the Deng family. But this inconspicuous granddaughter had teamed up with outsiders to take such a big chunk of his wealth. He had spent his life building an empire, only to have it pecked away by 2 young ones. Deng Chongguang sneered. 40 million? These 2 were too greedy. Deng Moli was brought in, and she felt no fear, calmly looking at Deng Chongguang. This old man was her grandfather, but not her support. Do you know your mistake? Deng Chongguang asked sternly. I did nothing wrong. What's wrong with making money? Deng Moli countered. Deng Chongguang's face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table, making the butler flinch and not dare to look up. Deng Moli remained calm and even smiled. You can still smile? Colluding with outsiders to steal from the family is a serious mistake. Don't forget your surname is Deng. You eat Deng family's rice. Deng Chongguang was even angrier at her attitude. This granddaughter was stubborn and had a sharp tongue, still not admitting her mistake and even arguing with him. How outrageous. The butler, trying to salvage the situation, said, Sir, I'll investigate right away. He knew the servants disrespected Deng Moli and her brother, but he was too lazy to intervene. He didn't expect Deng Moli to bring this to the old man's attention. This inconspicuous granddaughter had a deep mind. Investigate thoroughly. If you can't find anything, you can quit. Deng Chongguang glared at the butler. Even if he didn't like Deng Moli and her brother, he wouldn't mistreat them. How dare they be so bold? The butler left with his head down, leaving only the grandfather and granddaughter in the study. Deng Chongguang's sharp gaze fixed on Deng Moli for a long time, but she surprised him. He had many descendants, but few were promising. None could withstand his gaze. Deng Chongguang felt regretful that he couldn't find a suitable heir for his vast estate before he died. He didn't expect this unnoticed granddaughter to have such courage. Of course, she was also smart. Otherwise, how could she dare to collude with outsiders to take his money? Deng Chongguang was less angry now. He deliberately asked, Aren't you afraid? Not afraid, Deng Moli answered sincerely. You made such a big mistake. Aren't you afraid of my severe punishment? Not afraid. You won't kill me, grandfather. As long as I'm alive, there's nothing to fear. Deng Moli replied calmly. After all, she had Deng Chongguang's blood in her veins. Although her grandfather wasn't a good person, he wouldn't kill his granddaughter over 40 million. Deng Chongguang's eyes showed some appreciation. He increasingly noticed that this granddaughter had the same boldness and determination he had in his youth. I won't kill you, but I might marry you off to a man with many flaws to benefit the family. Aren't you afraid? Deng Chongguang tried to scare her. Deng Moli smiled and replied, If it works, then fine. If not, there are many ways to part ways. If all else fails, I can be a widow.
Ha ha ha.
Deng Chongguang laughed heartily. Her answer surprised him, but pleased him greatly. Too bad. You're a granddaughter. Deng Chongguang sighed regretfully. He still held the old belief that women should be married off, and the family business should be inherited by sons and grandsons. No matter how outstanding Deng Moli was, she could only assist her grandson and could never be his heir. Grandfather, Wu Zetian, was also a woman. Deng Moli reminded him, feeling Deng Chongguang's appreciation for her. She had to seize this opportunity to make her presence felt in front of the old man. Although she had only been at the Deng family for a week, she had learned enough about them. In short, they were all useless. Now her thoughts had changed. Why did she have to take her brother and hide abroad? She was also a Deng. Why couldn't she be the head of the family? Deng Chongguang paused for a moment and then suddenly laughed. You really dare to dream. Wu Zetian was one of a kind in history. Where there is one, there can be two. You underestimate women too much.
Deng Mali replied calmly.
She never believed that women were weaker than men. Aside from being a bit stronger, how are men better than women? Moreover, grandfather, do you know why early human society was matriarchal? Deng Mali asked.
Why?
Deng Chongguang was a bit confused. How did the conversation suddenly shift to matriarchy? Because only women can ensure that the children born are their own.
Deng Mali answered seriously.
It took Deng Chongguang a while to process this, feeling both amused and exasperated by her twisted logic. Nonsense. Let me ask you, how did you meet that Miss Tang? Deng Chongguang's serious demeanor broke, and he smiled slightly before quickly returning to his serious self. He couldn't lose face in front of the younger generation. Miss Tang is a benefactor to me and my brother. Deng Mali did not hide the fact that Tang Nian had saved her brother during their journey across the sea. The Tang family is interesting. Deng Chongguang chuckled. He initially didn't believe that the Tang family's daughter lived abroad, but he hadn't thought about it further. However, that was not his concern. He only wanted money. Go find this Tang Nian and make her return the money, and you should hand over the money you have too. I earn my money with Nian according to the rules. Grandfather, as the banker, you should be able to win and lose. Deng Mali refused. She earned her money through her own efforts. Why should she hand it over? You have a lot of twisted logic. What rules did you earn your money by? This is fraud. If you hadn't eavesdropped on my call, would you have made this money? Deng Chongguang laughed. Grandfather should be grateful that it was me who overheard your call, not someone with ulterior motives. Otherwise, you would have lost more than 40 million. Deng Mali remained calm. She wouldn't give up a single cent. Deng Chongguang's expression changed slightly. The girl was right. He needed to be more careful in the future. What do you need so much money for? Are you lacking food or drink at home? Deng Mali's expression turned more mocking as she retorted. Does grandfather not know that my brother is sick? He has severe asthma and needs expensive imported medicine to treat it. Your second wife said chronic illnesses can be managed slowly, and there's no need to waste money at the hospital. Deng Chongguang's face darkened. Deng Mali's words felt like a heavy slap across his face. He had 3 wives. The first rarely showed up. The third only played mahjong and acted spoiled, while the second was capable and managed the household well. He thought the second wife was doing a great job. Why didn't you come to me? You are very busy, and when you come home, there are so many things to do. I can't see you, Deng Mali said tactfully. In truth, she didn't want to complain because she was unsure of Deng Chongguang's attitude. Speaking up might make her and her brother's situation worse, so it was better to endure. Deng Chongguang understood. He suddenly became very curious about his granddaughter's past. What kind of environment had shaped her character? Were you not well off before? Dad is from the Walking Style faction. We are the families of the Walking Style faction. Just surviving was a luxury. Deng Mali explained in one sentence. The past wasn't living, it was merely surviving. Deng Chongguang was moved. He knew life was tough in the mainland, but he hadn't realized it was this difficult. Your father never mentioned it. Deng Chongguang felt a bit resentful toward his useless son, who had left his wife and children to come alone and hadn't sent money back home. If it weren't for Deng Mali and her brother coming, he wouldn't even know they existed. He saw us as a burden. When he left, he took all the money from home. If it weren't for my brother's illness, I wouldn't have come to find you. Deng Mali spoke about her father with indifference. She no longer saw that man as her father. Deng Chongguang was so angry, he almost wanted to go teach his useless son a lesson. A man who neglects his wife and children doesn't deserve to be called a man. I will contact a doctor. Forget about the money. You keep it. Deng Chongguang sighed. His granddaughter had suffered too much. Wanting money was understandable. The Deng family owed her, so that money would be compensation. What about Sister Tang's money? Deng Mali couldn't help but ask. That has nothing to do with you. Deng Chongguang glared at her. She was still young, but was meddling too much. He definitely wanted to get that money back from Tang Nian. Then I will leave. Deng Mali said her goodbyes. Just as she stepped out the door, she heard Deng Changwang say, "Don't think about leaking information.
Stay home and reflect."
Deng Changwang also instructed the housekeeper to keep an eye on her. She must not contact Tang Nian. That evening, the Tang family gathered for dinner. Ever since Tang Nian arrived, regardless of how busy they were, the family would always return home for dinner on time. The phone rang and the servant answered, saying a Mr. Deng was calling. Mr. Deng?
Who could that be?
Tang Jinglin was surprised. He hadn't expected Deng Changwang to call, as they didn't have much of a relationship. "This is Deng Changwang. Boss Tang, you have a wonderful daughter." Although Deng Changwang was praising her, Tang Jinglin sensed his intentions were not good. He politely responded, "She has a childish personality. Did she do something wrong to upset Mr. Deng? I apologize on her behalf. Tomorrow I'll host a dinner. How about we drink at Zhuangyuan Tower? Come to my house. I have something to discuss with Miss Tang. Have her bring those 4 sacks of money." Deng Changwang said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes before hanging up. Tang Jinglin was left confused. "What 4 sacks of money? Nian, have you met Deng Changwang? I saw him from a distance once. What did he say?"
Tang Nian asked.
"He invited you over and asked you to bring 4 sacks of money. Nian, did you offend him unintentionally?" Tang Jinglin said anxiously. Deng Changwang was not someone to provoke. "I'll call Detective Su." Tang Jinglin was about to make a call when Tang Nian stopped him. "I'll go to the Deng family for dinner tomorrow. It's a small matter. No need to trouble Detective Su." She had already stopped Mu Xiulian during the day. Detective Su was greedy, and getting him to help would cost a lot of money, which she was unwilling to spend. Nian, Deng Changwang has connections to the underworld. Don't take this lightly. It's better to inform Detective Su. Tang Changchuan advised. "Really not necessary, don't worry." Tang Nian repeatedly assured them that nothing would happen, and finally, she invoked the power of the state to ease their worries. "Then tomorrow we'll go meet him. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll find Detective Su." Tang Jinglin said. "I'll go with Shen Xiao. You all do what you need to do." Tang Nian refused, feeling that Tang Jinglin would be a hindrance. After some persuasion, she finally convinced Tang Jinglin. The next day, Tang Nian and Shen Xiao walked to the Deng family. They lived on the hillside not far away, and it took just about 10 minutes to get there. The housekeeper led them to the study to meet Deng Changwang. Deng Changwang had a stern face and didn't invite anyone to sit. After Tang Nian entered, she pulled Shen Xiao to sit down and told the butler, "Make 2 cups of early spring tea and bring some snacks, both sweet and savory, and make sure to bring plenty. You certainly don't treat yourself as an outsider." Deng Changwang snorted coldly. This girl was bolder than his granddaughter and didn't seem to respect him at all. "Just tell me if you're going to entertain us or not." Tang Nian asked directly. If he didn't entertain them, she would go out and find paparazzi to promote the story. The headline would be, "Top Tycoon Deng Changwang is stingy, not even offering a cup of tea to guests." Deng Changwang glanced at the butler, who then went out to brew the tea. Before long, 2 cups of early spring tea and a large plate of snacks were brought in. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao weren't polite and started eating right away. "These pan-fried buns are delicious. The chef must be from Shanghai, right?" Tang Nian praised the buns after eating a few, unable to stop because they tasted so good. Deng Changwang's beard bristled with anger. Were young people really this shameless nowadays? "Miss Tang, you colluded with my granddaughter and made 40 million in my territory. If you return the money, I'll pretend nothing happened." "I can't return it, I've already spent it." After finishing 1 plate of buns, Tang Nian asked the butler to bring more. "Are you determined to go against me, Miss Tang?" Deng Changwang threatened, his face darkening. "That 40 million was earned by my own ability. Why should I return it? Boss Deng, since you've become the banker, you should be prepared to lose. At your age, you can't possibly not afford to lose, right?" Tang Nian mocked him coldly. The bankers had cut so many people. She was just taking a small piece of meat from them, which was fair and legal. Return it? No way. Deng Chongguang's face turned as dark as coal, and his expression became unfriendly as he threatened, "Don't forget, your parents and siblings are still in Hong Kong." Tang Nian didn't respond, but glanced at Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao lightly tapped the table, and suddenly, a corner of the sturdy table broke off cleanly, without a single splinter. Deng Chongguang's expression changed slightly, and alarm bells rang in his mind. This young man was more dangerous than the top assassin in Southeast Asia. With such skills, it would be easy for him to silently eliminate a few people. Tang Nian took a cookie from the plate and flicked it away. The cookie flew like a knife, hitting the armrest of Deng Chongguang's chair and embedding itself deep into the wood. Deng Chongguang's face turned even uglier. Great, this woman could kill easily. Boss Deng, if anything happens to my relatives in Hong Kong, I will definitely come for you first. Don't worry, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and wipe out your entire family, leaving no trace. Tang Nian smiled, but her words were colder than the Arctic. The butler was so scared, he nearly hid his head in his pants. He wanted to ask Miss Tang, as just a butler, shouldn't he be excluded from that threat? Deng Chongguang's face turned a mix of green and red. He believed Tang Nian could do it. Darn it, would he have to send someone to protect Tang Jinglin's family in the future?
Darn.
Boss Deng hasn't really lost. It seems like you lost 40 million, but you actually gained much more than that. Tang Nian's tone softened. She still wanted to do long-term business with Deng Chongguang. What did I gain? Deng Chongguang sneered, sounding more pleasant than a song. You gained an excellent heir. Deng Moli is the most suitable person to take over your position. Haven't you noticed?
Tang Nian smiled.
I have so many grandsons. Why would I need my granddaughter to be the heir? Deng Chongguang had never considered letting Deng Moli take over. He would only pass the family business to his grandsons. Besides Deng Hua, you have 6 grandsons, the oldest is 24, and the youngest is 15. The oldest grandson is currently dating a young star and has spent millions buying her a luxury apartment. Too bad the star is raising a muscle man in that apartment, and your grandson doesn't even know he's being cheated on. The second grandson is studying abroad, often attending wild parties, has developed a habit, and even caught a disease. The third grandson is also abroad. He hasn't attended any wild parties, but his intelligence is lacking. He has never passed a test. The fourth grandson is timid and weak, bullied by female classmates to the point of dropping out of school, and he doesn't dare to fight back even when his pants are pulled down. The fifth grandson. Stop talking. Deng Chongguang interrupted angrily. If he listened to this woman any longer, he might have a brain hemorrhage. Darn it, he knew his grandsons weren't very promising, but he never felt it so deeply until he heard this girl say it. He wanted to dig a hole and hide. Deng Chongguang felt a wave of sadness. How could a hero like him have raised so many useless fools? Are you really willing to hand over your hard-earned empire to these 6 good-for-nothings? Tang Nian stabbed him hard. If these 6 good-for-nothings were capable, they wouldn't be unable to compete with Deng Moli even when they teamed up. Deng Chongguang's expression turned very ugly. This girl had the audacity to insult his grandsons to his face. But he had to admit that Tang Nian was right. He truly didn't feel secure handing everything over to 6 useless fools. Actually, you need to change your old mindset. Handing it over to your granddaughter would ensure the stability and unity of the Deng family. Tang Nian didn't wait for Deng Chongguang to ask. She took the initiative to explain, because only the blood that comes from a woman can guarantee it's from the Deng family. If you hand it over to those good-for-nothing grandsons, with their pig brains, they wouldn't even know whose child it is. The butler trembled in fear, wishing he could cover his ears. He didn't want to hear such vicious words. You and Deng Moli really are birds of a feather. You both say the same things. Deng Chongguang suddenly stopped being angry. At his age, why should he be mad at a young girl? Moreover, although this girl spoke outrageously, she had some points. Deng Moli did have his former charm. If she were a boy, he wouldn't hesitate. Tang Nian smiled, not hiding her admiration for Deng Moli. We recognize each other as heroes. We appreciate each other. Deng Chongguang found it amusing. She was indeed bold and thick-skinned. Considering your father, how about you return half of the 40 million? Deng Chongwang took a step back. Boss Deng, do you really want to stay in Hong Kong for the rest of your life? Don't you want to go back? Tang Nian asked abruptly. Go back and face criticism? Deng Chongwang replied irritably. Of course, he wanted to go back. No matter how good Hong Kong was, it wasn't his home. He wanted to return to where he grew up and retire. But the situation in the mainland made it impossible for him to go back. Returning would bring disaster, and he wouldn't seek his own death. Of course, it's about returning in glory. Boss Deng, if you trust me, I can guarantee you'll return triumphantly within 3 years. Tang Nian began to paint a big picture. Deng Chongwang scoffed, not believing her at all. I have something important to discuss with you. Tang Nian glanced at the butler. Deng Chongwang nodded slightly, and the butler quickly left. He didn't want to hear any confidential matters. His life was at stake. To be honest, I am a person of the state. Tang Nian calmly claimed her identity, stating that one creates their own identity when out in the world. Deng Chongwang's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of doubt. It wasn't until Tang Nian took out an item and mysteriously placed it in front of him that he paid full attention. Mr. Deng, please take a look. Deng Chongwang focused and saw a document with Tang Nian's photo, her position listed as part of the Special Operations Team, complete with the official state seal. Shun Xiao also presented his document, which was also from the Special Operations Team. We're here in Hong Kong on a special mission. What mission? First, to purchase precision machine tools, and second, to understand the current situation. The inland direction has changed. Economic development is key. Think about it, Mr. Deng. With such a vast market in the inland, just a small bite would yield much more than 40 million. Tang Nian painted a tempting picture, and even the cunning Deng Chongwang was swayed. He pinched the seal on the document and looked at Tang Nian, feeling conflicted. Are you trying to trick me into going back and getting slaughtered? Of course not. What good is slaughtering a few pigs? It's better to raise pigs together and prosper collectively. Tang Nian answered confidently, mentioning that the reform and opening up documents would be issued next year. By 1980, Pengcheng would be established as an economic zone, and the inland economy would soar, achieving prosperity in just a few decades, no longer needing to bow to foreigners. Are you really people of the state? Deng Chongwang still had some doubts. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Just consider that I never said any of this. I've already purchased the machine tools. After attending Mrs. Bao's birthday banquet, we will return. We may meet again in the future. After saying this, Tang Nian stood up, waved her hand, and left without taking anything with her. By the time Deng Chongwang realized what happened, the two had already reached the garden. He slapped his thigh and cursed. That girl has confused me, and I didn't get a single cent back from the 40 million. But was Tang Nian really a person of the state? Deng Chongwang felt a mix of excitement and hope. If true, he could return and make a fortune while also returning to his roots, a double win. He wondered if that girl would spend all 40 million on machine tools. If that were the case, he wouldn't want the money anymore. He also hoped for the country's prosperity, so they wouldn't have to endure the disdain of foreigners anymore. In the garden, Tang Nian took out a piece of paper, wrote a line, folded it into a paper airplane, and shot it toward the open window on the second floor. The paper airplane flew inside. Deng Maoli picked it up, unfolded it, and read 3 words written on it. It's resolved. Deng Maoli smiled widely, leaned out of the window, and waved energetically. Tang Nian waved back as she and Shun Xiao left the Deng family. 2 days later, Tang Nian and Shun Xiao attended Mrs. Bao's birthday banquet. The Tang family was present, and many prominent figures from Hong Kong attended as well. Deng Chongwang also came, bringing Deng Maoli with him. Deng Maoli looked different now, dressed in high-end custom clothing, unlike before when her brand-name outfits didn't fit well. After her careful grooming, although she didn't shine as brightly as Tang Nian, she was still a very pretty girl. She showed no signs of nervousness, walking confidently beside Deng Chongwang, appearing composed and at ease, showing no signs of being a newcomer to such events. Seeing Tang Nian, Deng Maoli beamed with youthful energy. Deng Chongguang said, "Go play with your friend." "Okay." Deng Maoli jogged over, smiling happily. "You seem to be doing well." Tang Nian looked her over, noting the change. "Thanks to Sister Tang." Deng Maoli wasn't just being polite. After Tang Nian's visit, her grandfather's attitude toward her changed, and others no longer bullied her and her brother. "You still need to rely on yourself. Besides that old man, the rest of the Deng family are useless. Work hard to take charge." Tang Nian had high hopes for Deng Maoli, as Deng Chongguang was getting old. "Okay." Deng Maoli nodded, determined to try her best. Rather than relying on her grandfather's slight goodwill for a good life, it was better to take control of the Deng family herself. She bore the Deng surname too. Why shouldn't she? Tang Nian smiled, finding the girl quite agreeable. "Sister Nian, my grandfather asked me to tell you that Mrs. Bao doesn't have much time left. Her biggest wish is to eat a bowl of hometown waterground tangyuan. She would be willing to pass on after that, but now she can't even drink porridge. Mr. Bao is searching for Dr. Yi from the inland, who is said to have a miraculous needle that can help Mrs. Bao fulfill her wish." Deng Maoli relayed Deng Chongguang's message. Deng Chongguang, holding his status, didn't want to approach Tang Nian directly about this matter. He specifically brought Deng Maoli to make a good impression. He also had a testing mindset. If Tang Nian was truly a person of the state, she would surely be able to invite Dr. Yi. If Mrs. Bao didn't recover, it would mean Tang Nian was lying. "Please thank your grandfather for me." Tang Nian thought for a moment and guessed Deng Chongguang's intentions, realizing he was quite cunning. But it was fortunate that Deng Chongguang brought this message. She had a way to persuade Bao Lianqing. As the banquet began, guests took their seats. Bao Lianqing expressed gratitude to the guests and spoke about his mother's greatness and hardships, becoming emotional and struggling to hold back tears several times. It was clear that Bao Lianqing was genuinely filial, and his dark circles were evident, showing he was exhausted from caring for his mother, not just putting on a show for appearances. Mrs. Bao sat in a wheelchair, dressed elegantly but looking frail, with a clear sign of impending death on her face. Even if a celestial being came, it wouldn't save her. After Bao Lianqing finished speaking, he could finally eat. The banquet's dishes were quite lavish. Although he didn't want to spend on his own birthday, he spared no expense for his mother's celebration, and Tang Nian enjoyed the feast. She noticed that Mrs. Bao had left the table early, clearly unable to handle the food, as she couldn't eat a single bite of all the delicious dishes. Tang Nian ate quickly while other guests took their time. She was already full.
"I have something to attend to."
Tang Nian told Tang Jinglin and the others, leading Xin Xiao to find Bao Lianqing. Bao Lianqing and his wife were raising their glasses, going from table to toast the guests. They had already completed one round and needed to rest before continuing. After a short break, the couple stood up to start a new round of toasts when Tang Nian stopped them. "Mr. Bao, I have a way to help your mother regain her appetite and fulfill her wish," Tang Nian stated directly. "Are you Dr. Ye's apprentice?" Bao Lianqing looked her up and down, skeptical because she seemed too young. "Dr. Yi isn't the only one who can heal. There are many hidden talents in China. Since you can't find Dr. Yi right now, why not let me give it a try?" Tang Nian quickly corrected herself, almost saying to treat a dead horse as a live one, but thankfully, she caught herself. "What if you make my mom worse? What can a young girl like you know about medicine?" Bao Lianqing did not believe her. He was reluctant to put his mother in the hands of a young girl. "Your mother has at most a month left. How much worse can it get?" Tang Nian spoke the truth. Bao Lianqing's expression turned sorrowful. His mother indeed had less than a month to live, and he felt helpless as a son who couldn't save her. However, he felt a bit more confidence in Tang Nian. Even though she was young, she could tell how much time his mother had left, which suggested she had some skills. Though Bao Lianqing was slightly swayed, he still hesitated. After all, Tang Nian was too young to inspire trust. All the renowned doctors he knew were old and wise. He had never seen a young girl as a miracle worker. Boss Bao, I am a person of the state. I would never deceive you. Tang Nianyan showed her credentials. Before leaving, she had arranged for this document to facilitate her actions. Bao Lianqing opened the document, his expression mirroring that of Deng Chongguang. He even pinched the seal to confirm it was real. Are you here for a secret mission? Bao Lianqing's tone became much more respectful. Like Deng Chongguang, he wasn't a good person, but he loved his country and wanted to return home. It is indeed a secret mission, and I cannot discuss it. Tang Nianyan spoke mysteriously, and Bao Lianqing quickly replied, no need to tell me. He didn't want to know. Knowing too many secrets could be dangerous. Boss Bao, your mother's biggest wish must be to return home and enjoy authentic hometown dishes, right? Tang Nianyan asked. No matter how delicious the rice dumplings in Hong Kong were, they couldn't compare to the taste of home. Bao's mother was originally from Ningbo, Zhejiang, and had not returned since coming to Hong Kong. She surely longed to go back. This statement struck a chord with Bao Lianqing, and his eyes turned red instantly. He turned away to wipe his tears and choked out, I am unfilial, making her leave her hometown and suffer from homesickness. Now she cannot return. Before he finished, he covered his face and cried like a child, despite being a wealthy man. Tang Nianyan handed him some tissues, and once Bao Lianqing calmed down, she said, I can find a way to let your mother return home to enjoy hometown dishes, but Boss Bao needs to help me with something. Can you really do that? Bao Lianqing's eyes sparkled like diamonds, forgetting his tears as he stared at her intently. Yes, I am a person of the state. I have some authority. Tang Nianyan confidently assured him. If necessary, she could take Bao's mother to her space, and then to Ningbo for some rice dumplings before bringing her back to Hong Kong. What do you need me to do? I will do my best, Bao Lianqing readily agreed. It's a small task for you. I have a batch of machines that need to be transported back to Shanghai. I need to borrow your ship. Tang Nianyan mentioned it casually, but it was not simple. Hong Kong was under British control, and transporting goods to the mainland was heavily restricted. Machines were considered prohibited items. But Bao Lianqing surely had a way. He had made his fortune through smuggling, so moving a few machines wouldn't be difficult. Is that all? Bao Lianqing thought the task was too simple. Sending his mother back home was much more challenging. By his logic, this deal was a loss. He suspected Tang Nianyan had other motives. This is a small matter for you, but for others, it would be extremely difficult. Conversely, getting your mother back home is a challenge for you, while it's a small task for me. Our capabilities are different. Tang Nianyan flattered him slightly, and Bao Lianqing appreciated it, his smile becoming more benevolent as he looked at her like a younger relative. That's true. When it comes to shipping from Hong Kong, I am the best. Just let me know when your machines are ready to ship, and I will arrange it. Bao Lianqing wanted to send them quickly so his mother could return home soon. He feared her health wouldn't hold out much longer. There's no rush. First, I will give your mother a shot to help her feel better. Tang Nianyan suggested meeting Bao's mother to assess her health. Bao Lianqing gladly agreed and led her to meet his mother. Bao's mother was resting in the VIP room. Upon seeing her son, her thin face lit up with a smile, and she reached out her frail hand to touch his head. Though Bao Lianqing was no longer young, to her, he was still a child. Mom, this young lady is a miracle worker. She can heal you and take you back home to enjoy rice dumplings. Bao Lianqing spoke to his mother in Ningbo dialect, as she couldn't understand Cantonese or Mandarin. Go home? Bao's mother's cloudy eyes brightened instantly. She had dreamed of returning home to enjoy hometown dishes like grilled rice cakes and rice dumplings. The food in Hong Kong always lacked the authentic taste. But could she really go back? Her voice was hoarse and unclear. She hadn't spoken in a long time. Today, suddenly speaking surprised Bao Lianqing and gave him more confidence in Tang Nianyan. Perhaps this young lady could really help his mother. Absolutely, Mom. We will go back together. You need to listen and take your medicine. Bao Lianqing spoke gently, as if comforting a child. Okay, take medicine. The old lady nodded obediently, actively requesting her medicine. First, have a glass of water. Tang Nian picked up a teacup from the table. The tea was still warm. She discreetly added a few drops of spring water and handed it to the old lady. The old lady was indeed a bit thirsty and drank a sip, noticing the water was particularly sweet. After drinking, her throat felt much better, so she took another big gulp and finished the cup. After drinking, Bao's mother looked noticeably more energetic, and her voice was stronger. Tang Nian checked her pulse. The vitality was indeed weak, and her time was running out. But with spring water treatment, she could delay her condition by 2 to 3 months. If the old lady maintained a good attitude and strong will to live, she might last 6 months. Tang Nian gave her a needle in a calming acupoint. Although she knew little about acupuncture, she was familiar with a few points to help soothe her. Bao's mother yawned and soon fell asleep. Take good care of the old lady. Bao Lianqing instructed the servants as he quietly left, now fully trusting Tang Nian. Boss Bao, here are the pills I prepared. 1 a day can extend her life by 2 to 3 months. If the old lady is in good spirits and has a strong will to live, 6 months is also possible. Tang Nian took out a bottle of pills, similar to those she had given Zhao Fenghua, all made with spring water. My mother will feel better once she returns home. I leave this matter to you, Miss Tang. Bao Lianqing was even happier. The doctors in Hong Kong said his mother had at most a month left, but now she had a few more months. He was thrilled. Don't worry, I will take care of it right away. Tang Nian promised seriously, and she would call the mainland shortly. Bao Lianqing left happily, leaving the guests puzzled. At the start of the birthday banquet, he had a frown and disappeared with a pretty girl for half an hour, only to return looking refreshed. Could it be that Bao finally decided to lighten up and have some fun? Most guests didn't know Tang Nian, with only a few recognizing her as Mu Xulian's mahjong partner. When they overheard some discussing Tang Nian's background in an unpleasant way, they stepped in to clarify. Don't talk nonsense. That beautiful girl is Tang Jinglin's daughter, just back from abroad. Tang Jinglin has a daughter? I've never heard of her before. She was weak when born, and a monk advised to raise her away until she turned 18. She was raised by her grandmother in England and just returned this year. So, Miss Tang is 18 now? My third son just turned 20. Mrs. Qian, next time you play mahjong with Mrs. Tang, invite me. Count me in too. My son is in England as well. They can look out for each other. The wealthy ladies were all interested in Tang Nian. She was beautiful and came from a good family, perfect to be a daughter-in-law. Don't get your hopes up. I want to introduce my son to her. But Miss Tang is already married, Mrs. Qian said with a smile. 18 and married? That's too early. Which family is the boy from? Everyone was surprised. The legal marriage age in Hong Kong is also 18, but wealthy families rarely let their daughters marry at that age since they are still in school. Look, the boy next to Miss Tang is the one. His background is quite mysterious. He's not from Hong Kong. Mrs. Qian pointed at Shen Xiao, and everyone turned to look. Shen Xiao was dressed in a white shirt, tucked into his pants, sitting straight. He exuded a cool demeanor, but when he handed peeled shrimp to Tang Nian, his eyes were warm like the sun. I've never seen him. He must not be from Hong Kong. He seems to have a significant background. Of course, an ordinary family wouldn't let their daughter marry into a family like that. The wealthy ladies whispered among themselves, shifting the topic back to Bao Lianqing. Mr. Bao must have some good news. Look at that big smile on his face. Just then, Bao Lianqing stepped up to the microphone and said loudly, Dear guests, today is my mother's special day. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the birthday banquet. We'll add a few more dishes to each table, so everyone can enjoy. Soon, the servers brought out shark fin, abalone, and bloodbird's nest, all top-notch, and every guest received a portion. This was no small expense. What has gotten into Mr. Bao? Is he not being frugal anymore? The guests were shocked. Bao Lianqing wouldn't even spend on the annual New Year's banquet for employees, yet today he was so generous. Something was off. The Tang family, however, was anxious. Their daughter had just gone to speak with Bao Lianqing, and they wondered what she had said to change him so much. Did she manage to convince him? Nian Nian, what did you say to Mr. Bao? Tang Jinglin asked quietly. I just made small talk. The abalone tastes good. Tang Nian Nian gave her bloodbird's nest and shark fin to Tang Chongfeng. She didn't eat those. She found shark fin too cruel to use, and bird's nest made her uneasy, thinking about how it was extracted from saliva. Tang Jinglin didn't ask further. Although his daughter was young, she was very opinionated and capable. He just needed to support her without worrying too much. Nian Nian, this bloodbird's nest is delicious. Why aren't you eating? Tang Chongfeng finished his portion and was reluctant to eat his sister's, so he moved back. I don't like it. Tang Nian Nian moved closer and even offered him Xin Zhao's portion. If you like it, eat more. Xin Zhao only liked meat and didn't care for anything else. You really don't like bloodbird's nest? It's very good. Nian Nian, you should try it. Tang Chongfeng strongly recommended it, saying, bloodbird's nest is good for your skin. Girls should eat it. Mom eats it every day, and her skin is flawless. When we go out, people think she's my sister. Mu Xiulian, who was eating bloodbird's nest, laughed at her younger son, who might be a bit silly but was sweet-talking. Unlike the eldest, who was as wooden as a stick and only said, Mom, you should respect the natural order and age gracefully. It made her want to slap him.
Just eat it.
Tang Nian was getting impatient. If she didn't like it, she didn't like it. Silly's second brother was so annoying. Tang Chongfeng shrank back, obediently enjoying the bloodbird's nest, happily eating 3 portions by himself. Tang Nian thought for a moment, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, Do you know why I don't like eating it?
Why?
Because it's all bird saliva. It's so sticky. The bird might have a throat infection and be coughing up phlegm.
Ugh.
Tang Chongfeng almost vomited, but under Tang Nian's intense gaze, he held back and swallowed it down. Second brother, if you like it, finish it all. Don't waste any. Tang Nian mischievously smiled, placing her and Xin Zhao's portions of bloodbird's nest in front of silly's second brother. Tang Chongfeng didn't want to eat it all now. Just thinking about the bird's throat infection made him feel sick. But he didn't dare refuse. His sister's gaze was too scary. Tang Chongfeng struggled to finish the 2 portions of bloodbird's nest. He vowed never to eat bird's nest again in his life. Tang Nian was satisfied, humming to herself. If he weren't her real brother, she wouldn't be so considerate. She was so annoyed by people insisting she eat things she didn't like. If she didn't like it, she didn't like it. Why were there so many reasons? It was so bothersome. Mrs. Tang, your child has such a good relationship. Unlike mine, they are like enemies from a past life, always clashing. They argue so much that I'm stressed out. I just sent one to America and another to England, and finally, there's peace at home. One wealthy lady started off complimenting her children but then began to complain about them. Her heavy Shanghai accent made her descriptions vivid and humorous, amusing everyone at the table. Same here. My kids just act up at home, even if they behave outside, Mu Xiulian modestly replied. My kids can be quite the actors outside. People praise them for being polite and well-mannered, saying I'm good at raising them. They haven't seen the little devils they become at home. They make my heart race with anger. Soon, the table turned into a complaint session, with even the ladies at the next table joining in to vent about their disobedient children. Tang Nian felt quite moved. It seemed that the fastest way for married women to bond was through complaining. Complaining about in-laws, husbands, and children. If there were a variety show for this, it would never end. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. Make sure to eat and drink well. Bao Lianqing came over with a wine glass, accompanied by his wife. Tang Nian glanced at Mrs. Bao and felt a jolt in her heart. Oh no! It's her. Boss Bao, Mrs. Bao, you are too kind. The food today is really delicious. The guests all stood up to greet each other, and this time they were not just being polite. The dishes were indeed top-notch. After chatting with everyone for a while, Bao Lianqing approached Tang Jinglin, speaking warmly and with a hint of respect, which left Tang Jinglin feeling flattered and a bit anxious. The The Tang family is just an ordinary wealthy family in Hong Kong, not comparable to top tycoons like Bao Lianqing. They usually don't have much interaction. So, what's going on today? Boss Tang, you're younger than me, so I'll call you Jinglin. We both come from Shanghai, so let's keep in touch more often. Bao Lianqing patted Tang Jinglin's shoulder affectionately and praised Tang Chongchuan for being talented and Tang Chongfeng for being handsome, before finally turning to Tang Niannian. Your daughter is smart and beautiful. Jinglin, you are truly lucky. I envy you.
Bao Lianchen spoke sincerely, Hezenini and with Tang Jinglin.
If Tang Niannian were his daughter, he would be so happy. Mrs. Bao also praised Mu Xiulian, with the main point being that they were fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter. Not at all. It's this child's own abilities. We haven't really guided her and we feel guilty about that.
Tang Jinglin smiled proudly.
If they were praising his two sons, he would be modest, but for his daughter, he felt it was the truth. Excessive modesty would be pride. He had to face the facts. Haha. Our children are smart and can succeed without much guidance. Bao Lianqing, being a shipping magnate, quickly turned the conversation to our children. He took a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Tang Niannian with a smile, saying, I can tell this child is special. Here's a little gift. Thank you, uncle. Tang Niannian accepted the red envelope with both hands and politely thanked him. She would later ask for another big envelope. She wouldn't settle for less. This girl is really well behaved. You all enjoy your meal. I'll go over there. Bao Lianqing laughed heartily, looking at Tang Niannian with more affection than at Tang Jinglin. The couple moved to other tables to toast, while the guests at their table looked at Tang Niannian with meaningful expressions. They were all sharp. Bao Lianqing's actions clearly announced to all of Hong Kong that Miss Tang was under his protection. Anyone who offended her would be going against Bao Lianqing. However, the relationship between Miss Tang and Bao Lianqing was certainly not what they imagined. Otherwise, Mrs. Bao wouldn't be so happy. Moreover, Bao Lianqing and his wife had always had a strong relationship without any scandals. They were truly a loving couple. With Bao Lianqing's strong support, the Tang family was bound to rise. Before long, people from other tables came over to toast and chat with Tang Jinglin and his son. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to ride the wave of the Tang family's good fortune and Bao Lianqing's wealth. The meal lasted. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to ride the wave of the Tang family's good fortune and Bao Lianqing's wealth. The meal lasted a long time, with Tang Jinglin and his son still chatting, while Mu Xiulian was also busy socializing. Some people wanted to talk to Tang Niannian, but she was impatient and remained aloof, so they quickly turned back to Tang Jinglin. I have something to do, so I'll leave first.
Tang Niannian whispered to Mu Xiulian.
In reality, she had no plans. Your second brother has been there. He can take you. Mu Xiulian wanted to make sure her daughter enjoyed her time in Hong Kong, but she also feared that being around every day would annoy her, so she asked friends for recommendations for places young people would enjoy and shared them with Tang Niannian. Sure, I've been there with classmates. I'll take you all. Tang Chongfeng readily agreed.
All right.
Tang Niannian didn't refuse. She also wanted to see the newly opened ocean park, which she remembered opened in January this year. I'll drive. Tang Chongfeng happily ran outside, excited about taking his sister out for fun. He wanted to be a good guide and ensure his sister and brother-in-law had a great time. Tang Niannian politely smiled at the other guests and left the hotel with Xin Xiao. Tang Chongfeng drove up, waving his hand out of the window like a flashy sign. Stop the car, I need to make a call. Tang Niannian called for a stop, got out with Xin Xiao, and found a public phone booth to call their contact. After confirming the code, the other party asked with concern, Comrade Tang, how is your progress with Yi Xiao? The machine tools are all set, 20 in total, the most advanced semi-automatic machine tools in the world right now, Tang Niannian replied. 20? Isn't that too much for your budget? The other party's voice became excited. The original task was for 5 machines, and if necessary, even one would suffice. As long as they had a physical reference, they could eventually produce the same machine tools. But Tang Niannian managed to secure 20. This was thrilling news. My parents covered the initial costs, and the purchase is under my father's trading company name. Tang Nianyan knew they had found out about the Tang family, so she credited Tang Jinglin for the achievement. It was inevitable that Hong Kong would decline. Returning to the mainland for development was the right path. She hoped the Tang family would shift their business focus to the mainland, so she aimed to establish a patriotic merchant title to facilitate their development there. Thank your father for his strong support. I will commend Mr. Tang Jinglin, the contact said seriously. Also, my father has some connections with Bao Lianqing. Bao Lianqing agreed to transport the machine tools free of charge and is willing to donate military supplies to the Shanghai military district. Your father has a patriotic heart and has done so much for the country quietly. Comrade Tang, rest assured, I will accurately report Mr. Tang's contributions. Mr. Tang was wrongfully labeled as a traitor, and the authorities are currently reinvestigating. Once there are results, all the confiscated property from your family will be returned. The contact reciprocated with good news. They couldn't let the heroes feel unappreciated. Tang Nianyan raised her eyebrows. This was truly unexpected joy. The Tang family had a lot of confiscated property, including 6 houses, as well as gold, silver, and antiques. If everything was returned, it would be a nice windfall.
Please thank my father for me.
Even though he has been in Hong Kong for years, he never stops thinking about his hometown. He genuinely hopes for the prosperity and strength of our country. Tang Nianyan spoke some formal words, which moved the contact on the other end to the point of tears, and he said hoarsely, "Tell your father it will definitely be realized." And about Bao Lianqing, he shares my father's views, which is why he is willing to take the risk to transport the machine tools and donate supplies. However, he is currently facing difficulties and needs the country's help. What difficulties? Tang Nianyan explained that Mrs. Bao is nearing the end of her life and needed to return to the mainland to find a famous doctor for treatment, and she also wanted to return to her roots. Bao Lianqing is a devoted son. Mrs. Bao has been away from her hometown for decades and wants to eat authentic hometown dishes before she dies, to be buried in the Bao family's ancestral grave, Tang Nianyan said. I don't have the authority to decide this. I will consult with my superiors and get back to you as soon as possible, the contact person replied. Actually, it's good for Bao Lianqing to go back. He is a top billionaire in Hong Kong, and if he brings back so much money to invest, it will greatly benefit the economy. Once he takes the lead, many other wealthy people in Hong Kong will surely follow suit and invest in the mainland, Tang Nianyan sincerely suggested. There are so many rich people in Hong Kong, and if they all invest, the economy will definitely soar. I will relay your message to my superiors accurately. Don't worry, the contact person assured.
Great.
Tang Nianyan felt confident that there wouldn't be any major issues. Nianyan, do you still have friends in Hong Kong? After getting in the car, Tang Chongfeng asked curiously. Yes. Tang Nianyan closed her eyes. Talking to officials was exhausting. She had to think carefully before speaking, so she needed a moment to rest. Tang Chongfeng slowed down and kept quiet, not wanting to disturb his sister's rest. When they arrived at the ocean park, Tang Chongfeng parked the car, bought 3 tickets, and they entered the park together. There were many people, mostly adults with children or couples. Let's go watch the dolphin show. It's really fun. Tang Chongfeng ran ahead to grab seats. The dolphin show was the most popular, and it was always crowded. However, they were a bit late. By the time they arrived, the audience seats were full, and even the aisles were packed. They could only stand on the far steps. Tang Nianyan wasn't interested in animal performances. Before the apocalypse, she strongly opposed them. Any animal trained to perform would have a shorter lifespan and could even suffer from depression leading to suicide. After the apocalypse, with human survival being so difficult, she didn't have the energy to oppose animal performances anymore. The mutated animals in the apocalypse were not gentle. So now, she neither supported nor opposed it. Eventually, humans and animals would have to face off. The dolphin show started, and every time a ball was hit, the audience cheered. Tang Chongfeng was so excited he became the most noticeable person in the crowd, making Tang Nianyan feel a bit embarrassed. Wow, that's amazing. Look at that big blind one. Who are you calling blind? Whoever fits the description. Tang Nian heard a familiar childish voice amidst the noise. Looking over, she saw two other noticeable figures. In the audience, Emil and Paua were arguing happily, with a helpless foreign guy sitting between them. Emil was actually handsome, but once he opened his mouth, people overlooked his looks and only noticed his lack of intelligence. The foreign guy sitting between them was different. At first glance, he seemed very handsome. At the second glance, he was charming. After another look, she thought, wow, I want to be with him. Such a man, full of sexual tension, had a deadly attraction for girls. Tang Nian wasn't interested in this handsome guy. She wanted to know why Emil called Paua blind. She took 2 pieces of popcorn from Tang Chongfeng's cup and flicked them at the 2 fools. The popcorn hit them on the forehead.
Who threw that at me?
If you have guts, step forward and challenge me. Emil touched the back of his head and declared dramatically. Paua also touched her head and fanned the flames. Use your skills to take him down. Emil pulled out a deck of cards from his pocket, raised his head, and looked down his nose at them. His card skills were now top-notch. He would even dare to challenge Bruce Lee. Tang Nian really didn't want to acknowledge these 2 fools. It was too embarrassing. She flicked 2 more pieces of popcorn, and this time the 2 fools finally turned around. Who threw that at me again? You must want to die. If you have guts, step forward. Emil cursed, but then he finally saw Tang Nian. His cursing stopped abruptly, and he exclaimed, Master. Nian. Paua also saw her and jumped up excitedly. The audience behind them complained, if you're not watching, get out of the way. Don't block us. The 2 quickly apologized and moved aside, and the handsome guy followed them out. Nian, I've missed you so much. Paua rushed over, wanting to hug Tang Nian. But she didn't succeed because Shen Xiao grabbed her by the collar and pulled her aside. Don't hug. Keep your distance. Shen Xiao was very rude. No one was allowed to hug his Nian, whether male or female. Paua puffed up her cheeks, looking at Tang Nian with a pout. Men and women should keep their distance. Speak straight. Tang Nian didn't want to hug either. Paua was too clingy. Nian, you don't love me anymore. Paua exaggeratedly pretended to cry, and Tang Nian rolled her eyes at her. Paua, is this beautiful lady your friend? The overlooked handsome guy spoke up, his voice magnetic. It was hard to guess his age. Foreigners were often difficult to age estimate. Tang Nian often guessed too high, once mistaking a 13-year-old girl for a man's wife, which was quite awkward. But she couldn't blame herself. Who would have a 13-year-old daughter wearing heavy makeup and with a body that made many women envious? She looked far from a minor. Instead, she seemed like a married woman, too mature. Yes, she's my best friend, Nian. I told you about her, Paua said, smiling shyly at the handsome guy, then introduced him. Nian, this is my new friend, Vittorio. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow. He was an Italian man. Beautiful Miss Nian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Vittorio suddenly bent down, trying to kiss Tang Nian's hand. Hello. Tang Nian stopped him and extended her hand for a handshake, using a firm grip. Vittorio's expression changed slightly, and his gaze shifted. He had thought she was a delicate little girl, but it turned out she was a force to be reckoned with. Emil snorted and shot him a sideways glance, showing his dislike openly. Let's talk outside. It's too noisy here. Tang Nian squeezed through the crowd to find a resting spot. As soon as Emil sat down, he started chattering away. He had come to Hong Kong for vacation with his uncle, while Paua was with her uncle. As for Vittorio, they met at a bar. You went to a bar? Do your uncles and aunts know?
Taniani and Scop?
Going to a bar at 16? That's asking for trouble. The 2 defended themselves nervously. We just wanted to see what it was like. We won't go again. You're not allowed to go to a bar until you're 18. If you do, I won't teach you my secret skills, and you don't come to my house anymore. Tang Nian's tone was stern. The blonde boy and girl had no business going to a bar. They should focus on school. We won't go. We promise. Both swore an oath. Master, what are your secret skills? Emil asked eagerly, wanting to learn. Want to fly before you can run? First, practice the basics. Tang Nian glared at him, and Emil obediently fell silent, not daring to ask again. In truth, if he had persisted, he would have gotten in trouble because Tang Nian didn't have any secret skills. She was just making it up. Vittorio tried to interrupt several times, but couldn't get a word in, making him feel awkward. He leaned in and whispered a few words to Bova. Bova blushed and said softly, "Okay, I'll call you when I get back. I'll leave first, goodbye." Vittorio smiled slightly, his blue eyes more charming than the sea. Bova's face turned even redder as she waved. "Goodbye. I have to go now, goodbye." Vittorio said his farewells to everyone and added to Tang Nian, "Miss Nian, goodbye. Please call me Mrs. Shin. He is my husband." Tang Nian pointed at Shin Xiao. This man was slicker than Emil's uncle, but he was really handsome. No wonder he captivated Bova. She felt a pang in her heart, her gaze sharp as she stared at Vittorio. Could this guy be the bad boy who deceives Bova for money and love? He seemed Italian, and it was likely him. Italian men are handsome, but often untrustworthy. Vittorio's expression changed, realizing Tang Nian was suspicious. Shin Xiao looked tough. He didn't dare to provoke him. His principle was that if you want to flirt with women, you must avoid life-threatening situations. After Vittorio left, Emil scoffed. Only women with poor judgment would like a man like him. Smooth talker, heartbreaker, and irresponsible. He doesn't belong to one woman but to many. Even though he was young, he could read people. Vittorio was flirting with many women at the bar, clearly a player. Women who fall for such men would surely get hurt. Why are you always targeting Vittorio? What did he do wrong? Bova defended her crush. Emil was rude, yet Vittorio didn't seem to mind. Bova felt frustrated listening and wanted to punch Emil. He was flirting, hugging women. "Didn't you see?" Emil retorted. "That's because he's too popular with women and can't refuse." Bova defended him. Tang Nian twitched her lips. Bova was clearly in deep with her crush. She shot Emil a look to stop talking. Someone in love doesn't listen to reason, and the more you advise, the more stubborn they get. If Vittorio sleeps with other women, will you still like him? Tang Nian asked deliberately.
Impossible.
He says he has high standards for his future partner. He will only be with his future partner, Bova replied, her face full of infatuation. Emil rolled his eyes and said, "He's talking about a future partner, but the future is always the future. The present partner is sleeping every day." Tang Nian's mouth twitched. She gave that explanation full marks. "Anyway, I trust Vittorio. He won't deceive me." Bova, though not fully convinced, was already quite taken. If she didn't pull back now, she might end up like in her past life, being deceived for money and love, and possibly worse. Tang Chongfeng, who had been silent, chimed in. "I side with Emil. That man doesn't seem trustworthy. He was like a peacock, showing off whenever a pretty woman was around, smooth-talking." Bova puffed her cheeks, feeling a bit shaken. Did she really misjudge him? "There's a way to test if he's a bad boy," Tang Nian said. Bova's eyes lit up, urging her to speak quickly. The term bad boy was something Tang Nian had taught them, and they understood it well. It was very vivid. Tang Nian looked at Bova's curvy figure, well-developed. Vittorio would surely not want to give her up, so she whispered a few words to Bova, making her blush. "If my uncle finds out, he'll kill me," Bova replied shyly. Tang Nian rolled her eyes. After being deceived by a bad boy in her past life, how could she not think about whether her uncle would be angry? "I'm not saying you should actually do it, just test him. A good and upright man will surely resist temptation. If he can't, he's a bad boy." Tang Nian said earnestly, using her own Shin Xiao as an example. "For instance, my Shin Xiao wouldn't even look at a temptress." "Who is this temptress? Male or female?" Shin Xiao asked seriously. He thought for a moment and added, "Others may dance, but Nian, you fight better. You have the best taste." Tang Nian smiled and praised him. Shun Zhao's cold demeanor faded, and Emil and Tang Chongfeng gave him thumbs up, realizing how he managed to win over his master sister. They felt inferior to his ability to flatter. Bova had heard Emil mention the temptress, said to be a famous enchantress from China who could make all men infatuated. Xin Zhao's response made her envious. She also wanted a husband who would love her wholeheartedly. Should I try? Bova asked quietly. Just give it a shot. If he takes it seriously, he's a bad boy. If he can control himself, he's at least acceptable. Tang Nian said this, but in her heart, she planned to make sure it became real, even if Vittorio didn't take it seriously. She didn't think it was wrong to test. What kind of decent man would flirt with a 16-year-old girl? Bova nodded vigorously, secretly hoping Vittorio would behave and not take it too far. What are you testing? Don't leave us hanging. We're in this together, Emil said eagerly. Yeah, don't be so vague. It's the most annoying thing. Tang Chongfeng nodded vigorously, feeling curious too. Such a clever use of hiding the head and revealing the tail. I learned a new idiom. Huh. Emil's attention shifted. Besides being obsessed with martial arts, he was also interested in ancient Chinese literature. He had to understand any new idiom he encountered. What other situations can this idiom apply to? Can it be used in hide-and-seek? Does it have any metaphorical meanings? Emil asked nonstop. I don't know. Please, I'm only studying engineering because my Chinese isn't good. If you ask me, who should I ask? Tang Chongfeng was getting frustrated. As someone who barely passed Chinese, how would he know how many uses hiding the head and revealing the tail has? Why was this foreign kid so eager to learn? Thank goodness his parents weren't around. Otherwise, they'd scold him for being outdone by a foreigner. Aren't you Chinese? How can your Chinese be bad? Emil looked surprised, thinking Tang Chongfeng must be joking. How could a Chinese person struggle with Chinese? Who says a Chinese person must be good at Chinese? Did you make that rule? I just can't learn it. How does that bother you? Tang Chongfeng snapped back, his voice getting louder. The two fools argued, forgetting what they wanted to ask earlier. Tang Nian rubbed her ears. Taking 3 silly boys out was more exhausting than catching spies. There was still no news from the contact, but Tang Nian wasn't worried. She decided to deal with the scumbag first. She had Boa invite Vittorio to the bar that night, and he happily agreed. Dressed up nicely, Boa went to the bar, unaware that Tang Nian was following her, along with Emil, who insisted on tagging along. Boa and Vittorio sat close together, looking quite compatible with their good looks. Vittorio was charming and made Boa laugh easily. Before they knew it, they were sitting even closer, and Vittorio's arm was around Boa's waist. Pervert. Where's he putting his hand? Emil was furious and would have rushed in if Tang Nian hadn't held him back. Why are you mad?
He's not touching you.
Tang Nian shot back coolly. If you like someone, just say it out loud. Keeping it to yourself is pointless. Emil was left speechless, glaring at Vittorio with a frustrated expression. Suddenly, Vittorio stood up, and Boa followed him out of the bar and into his car. Tang Nian also got in her car. After they drove a little way, she started her engine. Emil's constant chatter was annoying, so she slapped him, and he immediately fell silent. Vittorio's car stopped in front of an apartment building, likely his home. Boa got out with him, and they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Should we just barge in? The door was closed, and Emil mumbled to himself, looking like he really wanted to break it down. Tang Nian pulled him back and easily picked the lock with a thin wire. Emil's eyes widened with excitement. Master, I want to learn this. Shut up. Tang Nian scolded quietly as she opened the door, revealing Vittorio's deep, raspy voice saying, Baby, you're so beautiful. Vittorio, do you know how old I am? Boa asked. Sweetheart, are you testing me? You're 16, and your birthday is on the 8th of next month, right? Vittorio chuckled, fully aware of the little girl's tricks. She just wanted a man to love her wholeheartedly and remember every detail about her, which was easy for him. Right, but where are your hands going? Baby, the night is young and we...
Ouch.
Vittorio yelped, bending down in disbelief as he looked at Boa, who had suddenly changed from sweet to furious.
Scumbag.
What do you have besides your lower half? Knowing I'm not even 16 and still trying to take advantage of me? You're worse than an animal. I'll kill you. Boa punched and kicked the scumbag, furious that he had been touching her and trying to rip her clothes off. If she weren't strong, she would have been trapped. Nian Nian was right. A man whose desires overpower his reason is a true scumbag. Stop hitting me. If it was mutual, why did you come home with me? Vittorio shouted angrily, worried about his manhood after taking such a hit from her knee. I needed to see you for the scumbag you are. Boa hit him even harder, shamelessly questioning him. Vittorio cursed under his breath. He had always been successful with women, but today he faced a huge setback. What terrible luck. Tang Nian Nian pulled Emil away to hide. Soon, Boa stormed out, fuming. Inside, Vittorio groaned, and Emil rushed in to give him a beating before he could react. By the time he was done, the room was empty. F you.
Vittorio cursed.
Who did he offend? Getting beaten twice in one night was too much. He couldn't afford to ruin his handsome face. He needed it for his work. The next day, Boa found Tang Nian Nian, looking pitiful as she recounted last night's events. I thought he was different from other guys. It was all a lie, a big lie. Boa cried, mourning her first love. Drink some cold water. Tang Nian Nian handed her a glass of ice water to cool her down, offering no words of comfort. If she couldn't figure out this little problem, it showed she wasn't very bright. Foolish people weren't worth her time and energy. She didn't need to make friends with them. Boa gulped down the ice water, wiped her tears, and grabbed a cookie to munch on. This is delicious. Nian Nian, you're so lucky to have tasty food at both homes. Don't talk while eating. Tang Nian Nian was disgusted. Crumbs flew everywhere when she spoke. The phone rang and the servant answered. Miss, it's for you. Tang Nian Nian picked up the phone, and loud noises came through, indicating the caller was on the road. The boss has approved your proposal. Have Bao Lianxing go to the office, and they will handle the paperwork for his return. Okay. Tang Nian Nian hung up. Everything was going according to her plan. Go back to your own home. Tang Nian Nian handed Boa a tray of snacks to take home. Nian Nian, where are you going? Boa, still chewing on a cookie, chased after her. She returned to dump the leftover snacks into her pockets, filling them to the brim before running back out. Get in the car. Tang Nian Nian started the engine, first dropping Boa off at her house before heading to find Bao Lianxing. Shen Xiao had been busy these days. 20 machines were already in the warehouse, and a few small parts needed modifications, which weren't complicated.
Shen Xiao was working on that.
Boa's uncle had a luxury house by the beach, and the entire beach belonged to him. Outsiders weren't allowed. Hello, Miss Tang. Boa's uncle was hosting a swimsuit party, playing with several beautiful women on the beach, including Emil's uncle. The two men were surrounded by about 10 bikini-clad beauties, living a carefree life. No wonder they didn't want to get married. They waved enthusiastically at Tang Nian Nian and invited her to join. Tang Nian Nian declined. The glares from the 10 bikini girls could have killed her. After leaving Boa's house, Tang Nian Nian went straight to find Bao Lianxing. Bao Lianxing rarely went to the company these years, mostly staying at home and seldom traveling. The wealthy man lived a reclusive life. When he heard the servant's report, Bao Lianxing came out excitedly and immediately asked, Miss Tang, can I go home now? His mother had been getting better lately, eating and sleeping normally, and she often talked about returning to her hometown, asking several times a day. Bao Lianxing eagerly awaited Tang Nian Nian's response. Yes, I told the boss that Mr. Bao cares about the country and is donating machines for free. The boss was very touched and praised Mr. Bao for his noble character, saying he is a model for businessmen in Xiangjiang. Tang Nian Nian swallowed hard. She was running out of words. Flattery was really hard. What else did your leader say? Bao Lianxing pressed on. It was too unethical to leave the story half-told. He wanted to hear more. Get me a glass of water. I rushed over without even having a sip, Tang Nian Nian said, still thinking about how to flatter him. She admired the ancient flatterers. Buttering someone up was a skill not everyone could master. Serve Miss Tang some tea. Can't you all see? I paid you to enjoy yourselves. Bao Lianxing scolded the servants. He was surprised they didn't think to make tea on their own. They were just freeloaders. Bring out snacks and fruits. Are you all just waiting for my orders? Did I invite you to be the masters here? After the servants made the tea, they went silent. Bao Lianxing called all the servants over for a lecture. Sir, didn't you say you had guests and wanted to be in charge? One servant said. Sir, you laughed and said the weather was nice, so no need for tea, another servant chimed in. Sir, you said to sit down and brew last year's tea, a third servant added. Sir, you said to sit quickly and brew this year's early tea, another servant said. Sir, you said it's been a while and we should have a good chat, but the kitchen is still preparing the meal and snacks, they all said in unison. Tang Nian lowered her head to drink tea, her mouth twitching from the awkwardness. Are you all planning a rebellion? Get back to work and bring the snacks. Bao Lianxing felt embarrassed. He had set these rules, but the servants should have known better. Couldn't they see that Miss Tang was his honored guest? They were all as dull as cows. Half of their year-end bonuses were getting cut. The servants rolled their eyes and went to prepare the snacks. No matter how well they did, the boss would still cut their bonuses, so it didn't matter. If it weren't for the few rules of the Bao family, where you could stay as long as you didn't commit a major crime, they wouldn't want to serve these two stingy bosses. Ahem. Nian, have some snacks. My cook may be a bit slow, but the snacks are quite good. Bao Lianxing cleared his throat and moved the snacks in front of Tang Nian, eagerly asking, What else did your leader say? He loved hearing praise from leaders. They spoke so nicely, unlike the fools in Xiangjiang who only called him stingy. How could you build a family fortune without being frugal? The leader praised you a lot. My memory isn't great, but I remember a few things. They said Bao Boss is like the noble Tansy from the spring and autumn period and the loyal Zhongtian who carries rice for 100 miles. You care for the world publicly and are filial privately, loving your family. In this flourishing world of Xiangjiang, you are truly a rare gentleman, comparable to a lotus that rises from the mud untainted, a model for us all. Tang Nian racked her brain to flatter him, feeling more exhausted than when writing an essay. If Bao Lianxing didn't donate more supplies, she wouldn't feel right about all this praise. Bao Lianxing's smile stretched from ear to ear, his already small eyes squinting with joy. He looked at Tang Nian with a warmth that was 100 times more affectionate than how he looked at his own children. Haha, I'm not that great. Your leader is exaggerating. Bao Lianxing feigned modesty, but inside, he was shouting, Say more. I love to hear it. Tang Nian took a sip of tea and said seriously, the paperwork for going home will be handled by the office. Someone will contact you, Bao Boss. You just need to take your mother back for a checkup. Okay. Where is your machine? My ship is ready. There's a ship going to Japan, and it will stop in Huqing to unload. Bao Lianxing rubbed his hands together excitedly. He would soon share the good news with his mother, who would surely be able to eat more. Lianxing. Bao's mother was helped over by a servant. She looked much better than a few days ago. When she heard Tang Nian was here, she wanted to thank her in person. Mom, why are you out? This is Miss Tang. The medicine you took was prepared by her. Bao Lianxing quickly supported his mother and introduced her to Tang Nian. I know, Miss Tang. Thank you so much. Bao's mother was very grateful. She felt much better now. Even if she only had a few months left, she wanted to leave comfortably and suffer less. Thankfully, Tang Nian helped her. You're welcome. It's the duty of a healer. Tang Nian smiled slightly, exuding an air of grace. Mom, I have good news. We can go home soon. Bao Lianxing leaned in to whisper the good news to his mother, also sharing the praises from his leader. In front of his mother, he was like a child. This leader has great insight. Miss Tang, you don't know, my Lianxing has always been a good boy since he was little, smart, capable, and considerate. I'm not just bragging. My Lianxing is 1 in a million. You won't find a better child in all of Ningbo. Bao's mother went on, praising her son to the skies. Bao Lianxing laughed, glowing with pride. Tang Nian held back her laughter and added a few words of agreement. Bao's mother and her own grandmother were completely different. Bao's mother praised endlessly, while her grandmother scolded constantly. It was quite amusing. Bao's mother was in good spirits, sitting down to chat with Tang Nian, asking about the current situation in the mainland. Tang Nian replied honestly, "Life is better than in previous years, but food and basic needs are still a big issue. There's a serious shortage of supplies, and even the soldiers sometimes don't get what they need. It's all the fault of the foreigners and the little devils. After so many years of war, our resources are depleted. Soldiers can't go hungry or be cold. They risk their lives to protect our country." Bao's mother cursed the foreigners and the little devils fiercely. She had lived through the era of Empress Dowager Cixi and had experienced land concessions and reparations. Later, when the little devils invaded, her son brought her to Xiangjiang. She hated the little devils, otherwise, she would still be living comfortably in Ningbo. "Liansheng, go get some supplies and send them to the soldiers back home. Get a lot. It's terrible for them to go hungry, do you hear me?" Bao's mother urged. "I hear you, Mom. Don't worry, I'll ship them over."
Bao Lianshen obedini pvomit.
That's right. When you make money, you have to spend it. It's not about wasting it. It's about spending it where it matters. Eating, drinking, and gambling are wasteful. Donating to the country is a blessing. That money needs to be spent. Bao's mother rambled on. At her age, she often repeated herself, but Bao Liansheng listened patiently, occasionally agreeing. The scene of a son being filial to his mother was heartwarming. Tang Nian initially wanted to persuade Bao Liansheng to donate supplies, but now it was easier. Bao's mother was doing her a big favor. Bao's mother grew a bit tired, and Bao Liansheng helped her back to her room to rest. When he came out, Tang Nian asked, "Does Bao boss like to play badminton?" Bao Liansheng was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Yes, it's about exercising. I really enjoy playing badminton, but I don't like golf." In truth, he thought golf was too expensive and not worth the money. Unlike badminton, which is economical and still provides good exercise, Bao Liansheng's principle has always been to spend the least amount of money for the best value. For example, he substitutes bird's nest with white fungus. The effect is the same. Similarly, for shark fin, he eats vermicelli at home, as the taste is quite similar. However, he always presents a different image to others, claiming he doesn't like golf, bird's nest, or shark fin. With his current wealth, even if he ate pickled vegetables every day, no one would dare to say anything. Tang Nian was almost certain that the wealthy man from Hong Kong who was kidnapped and cruelly tortured in her past life, whose body was never found, was this unfortunate Bao Liansheng. She hadn't connected the kidnapping case to Bao Liansheng until she met Mrs.
Bao.
The couple had a strong relationship, and after Bao Liansheng was killed, Mrs. Bao could never move past the pain. Besides her business and children, she spent all her time searching for him, convinced that he was still alive since she never saw his body. Mrs. Bao became obsessed with finding her husband, believing in all sorts of false leads, spending a lot of unnecessary money, and ultimately exhausting herself, resulting in nothing. In the end, Mrs. Bao had mental health issues and passed away a few years later. Fortunately, their children were able to take over, and the Bao family's assets did not decrease. In fact, they increased. Tang Nian remembered that Bao Liansheng's second kidnapping happened in early August. The first kidnapping had a successful rescue, and Bao Liansheng hired several bodyguards at a high price. After a few cautious years, he relaxed his guard, feeling that it was unfair to pay the bodyguards so much for not working, so he fired them all. That's when trouble struck. Bao Liansheng often went to the badminton court, and the kidnappers lay in wait nearby. After he finished playing, they abducted him. This kidnapping plan was very well thought out, as one of the kidnappers was a police officer involved in the first case. He knew all the details and realized that by fixing a few loopholes, they could execute a perfect kidnapping. This police officer contacted several gang members, created a detailed plan, and successfully orchestrated the kidnapping. It truly was a perfect crime. Years later, these kidnappers were only caught, having spent the 200 million ransom, and they confessed that Bao Lianqing was very disobedient, so they took turns punishing him. The details of the punishments were never publicly reported, but it was easy to imagine that in the hands of these heartless kidnappers, Bao Lianqing must have suffered immensely. After receiving the ransom, the kidnappers tossed the barely alive Bao Lianqing into the sea, and his body was never found. Tang Nian had read reports about this kidnapping case and seen a photo of Mrs. Bao, which is why she recognized them immediately. "Boss Bao, next time you play badminton, invite me." "I like it too," Tang Nian said with a smile. "Sure, I'll invite you next time. Let's have a match," Bao Lianqing readily agreed, wanting to develop a closer relationship with Tang Nian as she was a person of the country. Tang Nian stood up to leave. It was still early August, and Bao Lianqing was kidnapped in early August, just a few days away. She didn't mention the upcoming kidnapping, knowing Bao Lianqing wouldn't believe her. It was better to stick close to him and deal with the kidnappers later. "Miss Tang, please tell your leader that I will send 2 shipments of supplies over. They are all top-quality goods." Bao Lianqing walked her out, continuing to talk. "I will definitely mention it. Don't worry, Boss Bao." Bao Lianqing paused and finally stated his intention. "Please tell your leader that when the inland market opens, I want to be the first to know about any good opportunities. I am absolutely devoted to the country. The mountains and rivers can testify, the sun and moon can witness, and time will prove it." I know. Boss Bao's dedication to the country is more genuine than diamonds. I will definitely convey this to my leader. You can rest assured that once the inland market opens, you will definitely get the first bite of the meat. Tang Nian interrupted him, knowing that Bao Lianqing wanted to gain something in return for his donations. During the early days of reform and opening up, those who invested in the inland market generally reaped the benefits as long as they didn't sabotage themselves. Bao Lianqing was very shrewd in business, with a sharp eye for investments, and he avoided vices like drinking and gambling. The money he earned mostly stayed in, so as long as he avoided the kidnapping, he was bound to get rich. Bao Lianqing smiled like a fox that had just eaten meat, saying sweetly, "Nian, I'll call you Nian from now on. We're like family now. You can call me Uncle Bao. I'm a few years older than your father, so it's just right." In a great mood, Bao Lianqing even slipped into his hometown dialect and wanted to establish a family connection with Tang Nian.
"Unso Bao."
Tang Nian didn't hold back. As long as Bao Lianqing donated another shipment of supplies, calling him Dad wouldn't be a problem.
"Hey."
Bao Lianqing grinned widely, his eyes squinting with joy, as he pulled out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. "From now on, we're family. Come over for dinner when you have time." Bao Lianqing's tone became much friendlier as he personally escorted her to the door, leaving the servants in awe. They had seen many distinguished guests, but never had the master personally seen anyone off at the door. This Miss Tang had quite an extraordinary background. The servants knew how to flatter and curry favor, and the master's attitude was crucial. From now on, they treated Tang Nian with even more respect, not daring to be careless. After leaving the Bao residence, Tang Nian drove home. Just as she settled in, her phone rang. It was Deng Molly calling. "Nian, are you free now? I've been learning to make snacks lately, and just baked some cookies. Would you like to try? Come over." Tang Nian replied. After taking a shower and not yet drying her hair, Deng Molly arrived with the snacks. "You baked these?" Tang Nian took a cookie and tasted it. It was quite good, definitely not made by this girl. "The chef baked them. I don't have the patience to learn this," Deng Molly admitted, knowing the cookies were just an excuse. "Did your old man send you?" Tang Nian took another cookie, seeing through Deng Molly's intentions. Recently, she'd been getting close to Bao Lianqing, and Deng Chongguang must have been restless. "You can't hide anything from me." "Yes, my grandfather sent me. He's curious about your frequent interactions with Boss Bao and wants to know what you've talked about, but he's too embarrassed to ask you. So I volunteered to come and gather some information." Deng Molly was completely honest. She didn't want to deceive her lifesaver, and she knew she couldn't fool Tang Nian, who was much more capable than her. Tang Nian was pleased with her honesty and revealed, Go back and tell them that Bao Lianqing has already pledged his loyalty, so he will definitely get the first bite of meat. Just say that? Deng Moli asked. That's the meaning. You can elaborate on the details yourself. Tang Nian replied lazily, leaning back on the sofa. Since Bao Lianqing donated 2 ships of supplies, Deng Changguang should at least donate 1 ship, right? Got it. I'm going home now. Deng Moli understood and stood up to leave. Next time, don't bring cookies. I don't like sweets, Tang Nian requested. Okay, I'll bring pan-fried buns. Deng Moli smiled and left lightly. As soon as she got home, Deng Changguang eagerly called her to the study for questioning. That stingy Bao Lianqing has already pledged his loyalty? He can really get the first bite of meat? Deng Changguang couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth in the study. That Bao Lianqing, who wouldn't even spend on golf. What kind of pledge is that? Deng Changguang unknowingly paced around the study for over 10 circles, his expression growing more serious, while Deng Moli sat quietly, saying nothing. What else did Tang Nian say? Deng Changguang stopped to ask. Nothing else. Miss Tang only said those 2 sentences. Oh, she also mentioned not to bring desserts next time. She prefers savory snacks. I told her I would bring pan-fried buns next time, Deng Moli replied honestly, looking obedient. Deng Changguang frowned, displeased. She didn't say anything else, and you didn't think to ask? Grandfather, Miss Tang doesn't like too many questions. I was afraid it would ruin your plans, so I didn't dare to ask more, Deng Moli answered. Deng Changguang's expression softened a bit. It made sense. Last time he had a falling out with Tang Nian, she immediately went to Bao Lianqing and even negotiated a partnership privately, promising him the first bite of meat. He clutched his chest, feeling heartbroken. After all, he was the one who first contacted Tang Nian. That first bite of meat should have been his. It was unfair that Bao Lianqing got it. No, he had to have that first bite too. The inland market was so big that Bao Lianqing couldn't possibly handle it all. It was reasonable for him to take a share. Stop sitting around. Go to the kitchen and make pan-fried buns. Find out more about that pledge from Tang Nian, Deng Changguang urged, anxious for Deng Moli to gather information. Grandfather, I think today isn't suitable. It would seem too eager and might backfire. I'll go see Miss Tang tomorrow. Right now, Miss Tang only interacts with you and Boss Bao. The inland market is so vast that even if there were 100 more people, it wouldn't be a problem. With the Tang family added, there are only 3 parties involved, and the meat is still cooking. Deng Moli had analyzed this carefully. Although Tang Nian was her lifesaver, business was business, and friendship was friendship. She had already considered the Deng family's assets as her own, and they would inevitably belong to her in the future. Therefore, working for Deng Changguang was like working for herself. She couldn't be careless. Deng Changguang's gaze towards her changed, feeling regretful again that she was just a granddaughter. How nice it would be if she were a grandson. Deng Moli remained calm, but inside, she was complaining about his disappointed look. What was the big deal about having a grandson? It was just a little more flesh. That extra bit didn't even help with brains. Why should that determine the inheritance? This rule had to be broken. Whether Deng Changguang agreed or not, she would become the head of the Deng family. It would be best if Deng Changguang agreed. Everyone would be happy. If the old man disagreed, she would take it by force. Deng Changguang looked at her for a long time before asking, "You're 18 now, right?" "I'm just barely 17, Deng Moli replied, her heart racing. The old man wouldn't want to arrange a marriage for her, would he? "I've arranged a tutoring class for you. It starts next month. You have a year to catch up. If you can't get into Xiangjiang University, you'll have to get married," Deng Changguang said sternly. He wouldn't waste time on someone useless, even if she was his granddaughter. Deng Moli had only completed middle school in the inland, so her academic foundation was poor. He was giving her a year to prove her ability. Okay. Deng Moli agreed, without hesitation. "Are you sure you can get in?" Deng Changguang was somewhat surprised. His demand was quite harsh. Even students who follow the regular high school path find it hard to get into Xiangjiang University. Deng Moli had only studied middle school in the inland, with almost no foundation in English. Expecting her to get in within a year was nearly impossible. I'm not sure, Deng Moli admitted honestly. Then why don't you ask for an extension? I did, but would you agree, grandfather? No. Deng Changwang rejected her without mercy. Deng Moli smiled slightly. Deng Changwang felt a bit embarrassed. He suddenly thought he might be too harsh. Since you're not sure you can get in, why agree? Deng Changwang found it hard to understand his granddaughter. In truth, he wasn't that heartless. If she begged him, he might consider giving her an extension. Deng Moli replied seriously, there are only two outcomes, getting into Xiangyang University or getting married. I will do my best to catch up. Even if I don't get in, I won't regret it because I tried. I will marry calmly, and as Deng Changwang's granddaughter, the man I marry will definitely come from a wealthy family and will respect me. There were some things she didn't say. Even if she got married, she would still fight for the Deng family's assets. She wouldn't give up. Deng Changwang's gaze turned appreciative. This granddaughter really matched his temperament, but what a pity. Oh well, let's give her a chance and see how far she can go. Go on. Deng Changwang waved his hand, and Deng Moli left. He sat alone in the study, not having much to do, mainly because he was too lazy to face a whole family of fools. It was frustrating. Deng Moli came out of the study, ready to instruct the cook to prepare pan-fried buns for tomorrow, when she ran into Deng Jiechi, the granddaughter of the second wife, who was the most favored among all the granddaughters. Deng Jiechi was the prettiest among the granddaughters, raised in luxury and spoiled by the family, which had made her arrogant. However, she had been feeling down lately because her grandfather hadn't called her to talk for a long time. In the Deng family, everyone was vying for favor, 3 wives competing, several children competing, and the grandchildren also competing for Deng Changwang's love. Among the grandchildren, Deng Jiechi used to be the most favored, but now she had lost a lot of attention to Deng Moli. She had just been mocked by her cousin, who said she was now inferior to the country bumpkin from the mainland, which infuriated her. Fuming with anger, Deng Jiechi returned and happened to bump into Deng Moli. Seeing the country bumpkin come out of her grandfather's study, jealousy surged within her, and without thinking, she charged at her. Are you blind? These shoes are new, made of sheepskin. If you step on them, they'll be ruined. Can you afford to pay for them? Deng Jiechi shouted angrily. Deng Moli was bumped into and accidentally stepped on Deng Jiechi's shoe, leaving a gray footprint on the white lambskin. Deng Jiechi wanted to slap her, but Deng Moli dodged and calmly said, "Fifth sister, you bumped into me. How dare you talk back? You're just a country bumpkin from the mainland, with no manners at all. If you clean my shoe, I'll let it go and won't ask for compensation." Deng Jiechi snorted coldly and arrogantly extended her dirty shoe. The other members of the Deng family heard the commotion and rushed out to watch, hoping for a bigger fight that would anger Deng Changwang enough to punish them both. Deng Moli clenched her fists, reminding herself to endure. A small loss can lead to a greater plan. She couldn't act impulsively. There would be plenty of chances to teach this fool a lesson later, but she must not cause a scene at home. Fifth sister, you are my elder, and I must listen to you. However, I still have to take care of my grandfather's business. Let's put this matter on hold. Once I finish my task for him, I will clean your shoe. How does that sound? Deng Moli spoke with a tone of grievance, her eyes reddening with tears, which only made Deng Jiechi angrier. She pushed her hard, saying, "Do it now. Don't use Grandpa to pressure me. He's my grandfather. What right do you have to call him Jiechi?" The elegant second madam came out, sharply interrupting Deng Jiechi. She walked over to help Deng Moli, who had fallen, and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?"
I'm fine.
Deng Moli's expression showed pain as her left arm hung at an awkward angle. The second madam was still holding her left hand, and she was sweating from the pain, her face pale. "Don't move her left arm." Deng Changwang quickly approached, supporting her dislocated arm and adjusting it. Deng Moli bit her teeth tightly, not making a sound, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. "All right." Deng Changwang told her to move her arm. Deng Moli shook her arm and moved it freely, smiling. "Thank you, grandfather. Why didn't you fight back earlier?" Deng Chongguang's expression was serious. He had heard the argument between his granddaughters and wanted to see how Deng Moli would handle it, but she had acted timidly, disappointing him. "Grandfather, I only use my fists against enemies, not family," Deng Moli replied. But inside, she thought, once she becomes the head of the family, she would deal with all those who bullied her. Deng Chongguang felt a surge of unexpected emotions. Her answer was both surprising and expected. Deng Moli had such a mindset, which seemed natural. Has this girl already earned such a high regard in his heart? Go rest now. Deng Chongguang's gaze softened, and he had higher expectations for Deng Moli. Deng Moli limped upstairs, turning her back to Deng Chongguang and the others, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Deng Jiechi hadn't pushed her that hard. The spoiled girl had little strength. When she fell, Deng Moli had deliberately slammed herself down and tilted her body to make it look worse. She hoped Deng Chongguang wouldn't be disappointed. Smack! A crisp slap echoed upstairs, and Deng Moli's smile widened. It sounded so satisfying. "I spent so much money sending you to school and hired etiquette teachers to educate you. And this is what I get? If Moli is a wild child, what are you? A complete fool, just a little better looking than a pig. Don't ever say you're my granddaughter in public. It's embarrassing." This was the first time Deng Chongguang scolded Deng Jiechi and compared her to a pig. Deng Jiechi covered her face and cried, feeling pain and even more resentment towards Deng Moli. The second madam tried to calm things down, and Deng Chongguang's anger subsided a bit. He glared at Deng Jiechi and said angrily, "I give you so much pocket money, and you waste it on useless things. The more you buy, the dumber you get. Starting this month, you won't get a single cent of allowance, and you can't give any privately. If I find out, I'll take away your allowance." Deng Chongguang was quite harsh. His grandson Deng Hua was seriously ill, yet the second child didn't report it or contribute to the medical expenses, forcing Deng Moli to collude with outsiders and take a huge sum from him. He hadn't settled that score yet. You can't manage your family or educate your children. If you can't do it, step down. I'll find someone else to take over. The second madam kept smiling and saying nice things, but she was starting to feel wary of Deng Moli. This wild child couldn't be allowed to stay. After Deng Chongguang returned to his study, the second madam took Deng Jiechi back to her room, applied ointment to her face, and coaxed her until she calmed down. "Grandma, Deng Moli is so despicable. Since she came, Grandpa has been taken by her. Today, she even scolded you and hit me so hard. Grandpa never treated me like this before." Deng Jiechi cried again, feeling wronged. She had never been slapped before. "Don't provoke Deng Moli anymore. I have my plans." The second madam's eyes glinted coldly. Once Deng Jiechi left, she dialed a number, "Help me deal with someone. The price is negotiable. Make it clean and throw her into the sea to feed the sharks. I don't want to see her next month." The next day, Deng Moli brought some pan-fried buns and went to find Tang Niannian. An hour later, she returned and went straight to Deng Chongguang's study. Bao Lianqing donated 3 ships of supplies. Is that little brat really so generous? Deng Chongguang doubted the news. That stingy person wouldn't even spare extra toilet paper. How could he donate 3 ships of military supplies? It must be fake news. Grandfather, it's absolutely true. Miss Tang initially refused to say, but I had to work hard to get it out of her. Old Madame Bao is unwell, and Miss Tang has connections. She promised to help find a famous doctor to treat old Madame Bao and guaranteed that she would settle in her hometown until she passes away. Deng Moli paused and continued. Miss Tang also said that the inland is developing economically, and the country welcomes Hong Kong businessmen to invest. The earliest returnees will enjoy the best policies, and the country will ensure the safety of the businessmen. Will they even send bodyguards? Deng Chongguang's heart raced. The best bodyguards in the world would be from Zongnanhai. If he donated 3 ships of supplies, could he also enjoy that treatment? Miss Tang said that the country will definitely guarantee the safety of any businessman who returns to invest. Deng Moli relayed Tang Niannian's words. Deng Chongguang fell silent. Bao Lianqing had been kidnapped before and nearly lost his life. He might really donate 3 ships of supplies for this reason. Go ask now. No, I'll call Tang Nianyan. Deng Chongwang changed his mind. It would be faster to make a call. Tang Nianyan was waiting at home for his call. The phone rang a dozen times before hanging up. Mu Xiulian ran downstairs to answer the phone and saw Tang Nianyan sitting next to the phone. Puzzled, Nianyan, why didn't you answer the phone? I'll get another call soon. As soon as Tang Nianyan finished speaking, the phone rang again. After ringing 7 or 8 times, she answered lazily, Hello, who is this? Miss Tang, this is Deng Chongwang. Deng Chongwang introduced himself. Good afternoon, Boss Deng. What can I do for you? Tang Nianyan asked with a smile. On the other end, Deng Chongwang gritted his teeth. The little fox knew exactly what she was doing and was pretending. He didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly, if I donate 3 ships of supplies, how can I get the same treatment as Bao Lianqing?